On a full moon night, the sky shimmered with countless stars, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. A gathering of numerous knights stood in anticipation, their armor reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the air. The commander knight rallied his comrades, urging them to attack and vanquish the figure they deemed a demon. The so-called demon, driven by an unyielding determination, swiftly charged toward the horde of knights. Closing in on the commander, who was issuing orders, the demon unleashed a powerful swing of his sword, bringing a swift end to the commander's life in a single strike. Without hesitation, the demon, now standing amidst the fallen, unleashed a potent ability, his hand pressed firmly against the ground. In an instant, a haunting purple fire engulfed all the knights present, extinguishing their lives with merciless efficiency. Overwhelmed and exhausted, the demon sank to his knees, his breath ragged. It was then that he sensed a presence approaching. He turned his gaze to see a female knight with fiery red hair approaching him. Wearing a pained expression, she confronted him, addressing him as Knox von Reinharfer, and demanded to know why he had made a pact with the devil and betrayed them. Knox, who was still catching his breath, looked ahead and countered her accusation. He smiled faintly and stated that from their perspective, it might seem like a betrayal. However, he asserted that it was they who had betrayed him, not the other way around. The female knight, filled with frustration, implored Knox to stop arguing and simply tell her when he had become so broken. In response, Knox began to explain that the beginning of his journey was like a crash landing. Suddenly, a notification popped up on monitor and informed Yuchan, the player behind Knox, that he had successfully cleared the first part of a game called Inner Lunatic with a total clear count of 27. Yuchan expressed satisfaction with his achievements, acknowledging the acquisition of valuable items and the successful completion of hidden quests. Yet there was a somber reality lurking in the background. He had received the news that he would die the following month. Reflecting on the past, 2 years prior, Yuchan had visited multiple hospitals, seeking answers about his condition. The doctor's explanation had been unsettling, advising him not to panic and simply listen. Despite undergoing numerous tests, the results remained consistent, leaving him with little hope. The doctor had prescribed pain relief medication, suggesting he take them when the pain became unbearable. Alone in his room, Yuchan reflected on the passage of time, realizing that 2 years had already slipped by. As he glanced at the calendar, a sudden bout of illness struck, causing him to vomit blood. Staring at the crimson stains on his hands, a profound understanding washed over him. Yuchan accepted the harsh reality that his days were numbered, and he acknowledged that dwelling on the inevitable wouldn't change the final outcome. Yuchan was feeling isolated and devoid of social connection, heard a series of notifications, and saw that they were some hospital appointment confirmations. He couldn't help but express his loneliness, realizing that no one had reached out to him after his memory loss, and he had no one to reach out to in return. Additionally, his deteriorating health prevented him from venturing outside, further intensifying his isolation. Glancing at the papers on his desk, he saw various documents related to late-stage cancer support groups, church flyers, and hospice options. Overwhelmed by the emotions welling up within him, Yuchan discarded the papers and some tears escaped his eyes. Turning his attention to the monitor in front of him, Yuchan noticed Lunar Lunatic prompting with the question of starting a new game. He contemplated his limited options and decided that this was all he had left. With a sense of resignation, he entered the player's name as Carl. Yuchan, lost in thought, contemplated the kind of character he should create this time. He weighed the options, considering the possibilities of a mana sensitivity genius and swordsmanship and combat genius. However, a warning message appeared, cautioning him about the penalties associated with choosing multiple genius traits. It urged him to select only one or fewer genius traits to avoid those penalties. Noticing that the neutral trait was empty, Yuchan's attention was drawn to the negative trait listed as terminally ill. He laughed, realizing that he and his character were both afflicted with this condition. Despite this revelation, he decided to proceed and accepted the game's prompt to start with the chosen character. Suddenly, a strange sensation overcame Yuchan, causing him to fall from his chair. Fear gripped him as he wondered if he was truly dying at that moment. On his monitor, a message displayed that character creation was successful. He thought death was something he was accustomed to, but he at least wanted to die the way he wanted to. A notification appeared alerting him that his character's name had been forcibly changed. Shortly after, another notification appeared, indicating a synchronization level of 4%. Then it increased to 6% and further climbed to 19%. Finally, the synchronization abruptly halted at 71%. Another notification appeared, announcing that the character's settings were completed. As he awakened, Yuchan found himself in a state of disbelief. He surveyed his surroundings with astonishment, wondering if this place could truly be what he thought it was. In search of answers, he approached a nearby mirror, observing his reflection intently. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and he came to a startling realization that he had become the worst character known as Knox von Reinhafer in this accursed game. Knox von Reinhafer, the youngest of 5 siblings in the Reinhafer family, was a member of the infamous organization Lunatic. Throughout history, the Reinhafer family had produced exceptionally talented individuals skilled in magic and swordsmanship. However, Knox stood as an exception, an untalented outcast within his own family. Haunted by resentment toward a world that denied him the gifts bestowed upon his siblings, Knox made a fateful decision. He entered into a forbidden contract with the devil, ultimately transforming himself into the most despicable villain in the inner lunatic story. Gazing at his altered appearance in the mirror, Yuchan couldn't help but question the reality before him. It felt surreal, as if he had stepped into a dream where he had become Knox. But his excitement grew as he unexpectedly encountered a stat window. He observed the information displayed within the window, revealing his basic details. His name was Knox von Reinhafer, a 14-year-old male human with darkness as his main element. However, his enthusiasm quickly diminished as he noticed his stats. With disappointment, he questioned the low value of only 2 points in stamina. Knox's attention then turned to his traits. He discovered a neutral trait called Void Revelation, which piqued his curiosity. However, his spirit sank as he read through his negative traits. Terminally ill, curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. The realization that he was terminally ill in both his real life and this new world left him disheartened. The system also displayed that he had only 1 year of lifespan remaining. Knox reflected on his past actions, trying to make sense of why he had chosen to create a character with a terminal illness, someone who faced imminent death and had no support. Upon further contemplation, he began to understand his underlying motivation. He wanted a character that mirrored his own experiences, someone who could empathize with his struggles. Little did he know that he would eventually become that character himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating an unread mail in his mailbox. Knox's curiosity compelled him to investigate its contents. The mail began with a greeting, addressing him as Yuchan, his previous name, but then it corrected itself, saying that it should call him with his new name Knox now. Knox was surprised and questioned how the system knew his name. Yuchan was a name given to him by his parents, whose whereabouts he was unaware of. Knox couldn't help but question if the entity that put him here held the key to unlocking his lost memories. The system acknowledged that Knox wouldn't remember them, but conveyed the need to deliver a message. It greeted him with a nostalgic, long time no see, leaving Knox astounded. The system went on to acknowledge Knox's achievements over the past 2 years, affirming that he deserved to be where he was now. It offered a warm welcome back, leaving Knox in a state of disbelief. Knox couldn't believe what he was hearing. The idea that he was no longer in his old world, and that this new reality was his new existence, seemed impossible to accept. The system responded, acknowledging that there were many aspects of its identity it couldn't disclose, but it expressed a desire to assist Knox. Knox questioned the notion of help. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system suggested that he join the Elden Academy, where he could strengthen his forces and strive to follow the main story as closely as possible. According to the system, the complete truth would naturally unfold. As the system mail started to disappear, Knox exclaimed in surprise and asked if that was it. In a state of worry, he tried to gather his thoughts. He realized that he had been reborn as the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic, but now he was being told to follow the main story. Regardless of how he interpreted it, this simply meant that eventually he would meet his demise. Knox's thoughts raced as he contemplated his situation. Even if Inner Lunatic had become his new reality, he refused to give up on regaining his memories. He was determined to follow the main story and uncover the purpose behind his existence in this world, all while ensuring his survival. For that purpose, he was willing to embrace his role as a true villain. As he reflected on his past life, Knox realized that not much had changed. 2 years before losing his memories, he had been afflicted by a terminal illness. Each moment had been a reminder of his impending death, and fear had consumed him. The only difference now was the shift in setting to a familiar world he knew well. Curiosity compelled Knox to inquire about the current date. When the system displayed February 4th, 1812, he felt a sense of urgency. Time was not on his side, and he had to act swiftly. With determination burning within him, he resolved to embark on his 28th clear attempt. As Knox attempted to open the door, his wrist bones throbbed with intense pain, turning red. To his surprise, a notification appeared, revealing a negative trait activation. It informed him that due to the effects of his constant sickness, he had acquired wrist inflammation level 1, urging him to rest and allow it to heal. In disbelief, Knox muttered the fuck. As Knox made his way down the hallway, he clutched his hand tightly, plagued by an unsettling thought. What could be wrong with his body? He couldn't fathom how fragile he seemed. In an unexpected turn of events, a maid collided with him, causing her to lose her balance and the tray of dishes she was carrying to shatter on the floor. The maid looked up in surprise, her eyes widening upon recognizing Knox as she muttered his name. "Young Master Knox." Knox's gaze met hers, and at that moment, he felt a flash of recognition. This maid with her brown hair and light orange pupils. Could it really be Rona? Memories stirred within him, fragmentary and vague. But he recalled that Rona had spoken ill of Knox behind his back. He thought, could this seemingly innocent girl, who now stood before him with tears welling in her eyes, have been the one talking behind Knox's back? Knox decided to grant her forgiveness, but not without a warning. An evil grin crept across his face as he contemplated the consequences of any future mistakes she might make. Rona, with tearful eyes, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. Knox noticed the tranquility around him, and the surprised gazes of the butler and maids confirmed that his act of madness had slipped his mind. He questioned himself, contemplating the kind of life he had led thus far. Rona looked at Knox with caution and asked where he was going so early. Knox simply replied, stating that he was heading to the practice hall. The butler and maids reacted with shock upon hearing his response, unable to comprehend his sudden decision. Knox, with a smile on his face, added that he wanted Rona to accompany him. Fear instantly gripped Rona's thoughts as she wondered about Knox's intentions. Together, Knox and Rona walked towards the practice hall. In his mind, Knox recognized the paramount importance of survival. Having experienced the chilling embrace of death, he had become resolute in his desire to avoid it. He understood that adapting quickly to his new circumstances was crucial. Deep in thought, Knox assumed a contemplative posture. He knew that despite the challenges ahead, he still held a chance. With 27 previous playthroughs, he possessed extensive knowledge of the game's hidden aspects. The game Inner Lunatic had gained immense popularity worldwide, with its captivating story that pitted angels against demons, along with the Empire. However, what truly set Inner Lunatic apart was its extensive customization options, allowing players to adopt different styles of play. While lower-ranked traits like Ordinary and Talented could be assigned multiple times, the highly sought-after Genius traits were typically limited to a single assignment. However, he possessed 2 Genius traits, a rare occurrence in the game. Within Inner Lunatic, there existed a concept known as trait penalties. By exploiting the system's attempt to analyze traits beyond the player's limits, Knox managed to assign 2 Genius traits. The first was swordsmanship and combat genius, which granted exceptional sword skills and allowed the user to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The second trait, monosensitivity genius, heightened the user's sensitivity to magic, enabling more efficient spellcasting. Knox contemplated the vast array of other useful traits at his disposal. As a main character perk, Insight bestowed the ability to view the status window of other characters, providing valuable information. Additionally, Master of Acting allowed the user to effortlessly adapt to any situation, making it particularly advantageous in his current circumstances. Furthermore, Steel Mentality, when utilized during battle, enabled the user to maintain mental fortitude, keeping a cool and composed demeanor. Knox assessed his negative traits, acknowledging the significant challenges they posed. Among them, the terminally ill stood out the most. The other negative traits he possessed were the curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. For those afflicted with cold hands and feet, entering icy areas without a warming skill was nearly impossible. As for frequent sickness, Knox anticipated fainting at least once every chapter due to its effects. Knox contemplated his situation, realizing that he had no other choice but to proceed step by step, accepting the challenges that lay ahead. Observing Knox standing still, Rona with a hint of disbelief wondered if he truly intended to enter the practice hall. Moments later, her surprise grew as she witnessed Knox walking toward the gate. Knox pushed open the gate, determined to address the first obstacle, the curse of the weak. This curse afflicted users from birth. It reduced the growth rate by half and made the users twice as susceptible to enemy debuffs. As Knox continued his sword practice, a sense of despair washed over him. As Knox continued his sword practice, a sense of despair washed over him. Regardless of how much he pondered the situation, he could only arrive at one conclusion. He was doomed, just like reading the beginning of a story. Exhausted and lying on the ground, Knox struggled to catch his breath. The realization that he couldn't even swing the sword more than 10 times hit him hard. He lamented the immense difficulty imposed by the curse of the weak. Looking around, Knox found solace in the availability of numerous weapons. This abundance could be attributed to the Reincarnation family's origins, which centered around the sword. Known as the High House of the Blade in Darkness, the Reincarnation family had earned this title due to their mastery of imbuing attribute magic into their dark blades, allowing them to slash through their enemies with great proficiency. All of this was made possible by the legendary Commander's Blade, also referred to as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. This ancestral sword had been passed down through generations of family heads, continuing the tradition and legacy of the Reincarnation family. Knox contemplated the benefits of being part of a noble family, excluding the swordsmanship. One of the greatest advantages was the abundance of money. With a delighted expression, he expressed his admiration for the wealth possessed by the Reincarnation family. As one of the prominent noble families in the story, their wealth was so substantial that even their seemingly useless young son Knox had enough money to sustain a life without ever having to work. Knox believed that his father, Teo, likely didn't care much about how wisely he managed his finances. After all, Knox didn't possess the kind of character. He was the youngest son of a noble family, and his character archetype was clear. With his legs trembling, Knox managed to stand up. He recalled Rona's fearful behavior and her plea not to involve her in anything strange. A few minutes earlier, Rona had brought a wooden sword and a towel and informed Knox that they were ready for him. However, she couldn't help but wonder if he truly intended to engage in exercise. Knox realized that there was no one around and motioned for Rona to come closer. Rona displayed a frightened demeanor, questioned his intentions, and expressed concern that he might hit her. Knox, caught up in his frustration, exclaimed and asked her, what was she talking about? He then grasped Rona's ear, pulling her closer, and whispered something in her ear. After hearing Knox, Rona shouted in surprise, questioning Knox's plans. She looked at him, expressing her disbelief that his ideas were merely garbage. However, Knox commanded her to figure it out and sharply told her to be quiet. Rona replied with a trembling voice and acknowledged his request. As Rona left to retrieve the requested items, She couldn't help but think to herself that young master hadn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, Knox contemplated the time it would take for Rona to complete her task, hoping that everything would be ready by tomorrow. He poured himself some tea, pondering a solution to his curse and the need to increase his stamina. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the head butler, Rodwell de Ernark. Knox was taken aback as he recognized Rodwell, who held a significant position as one of the main managers of the Rainhafer estate. Rodwell served as an advisor to Knox's father, Theo von Rainhafer, who was also the family head. Knox realized that dealing with Rodwell wouldn't be as straightforward as with others, as he held a position of authority within the family. Knox pondered the encounter, considering it a potentially significant challenge. He wondered if Rodwell had noticed something unusual happening and pondered his own means to handle the situation. Knox activated his positive trait of Master of Acting and questioned Rodwell's presence, saying that the head butler should be serving the family head. Head butler Rodwell informed Knox that he had received orders to share some news with him. Knox curiously inquired about the nature of the news. Head butler revealed that Knox was instructed to participate in tonight's dinner. Knox was unfamiliar with the family and the situation, hesitated at the idea of having dinner with the family head. He contemplated the request, realizing his lack of knowledge about the family dynamics. Knox responded to head butler, expressing his reluctance to attend the dinner. Head butler internally pondered about the master's intentions behind ordering young Master Knox to participate in the dinner. Head butler then reported that the lady of the style and her family had arrived and was seeking night training. He emphasized that if Knox refused to participate, it would likely anger the family head. Knox let out a sigh, acknowledging the circumstances. He understood the importance of following his father's orders and reluctantly agreed to attend the dinner. Head butler observed Knox with a questioning gaze and thought aloud that something was off about him that day. Knox, somewhat defensive, asked if there was something the head butler wanted to say. The head butler acknowledged Knox's unusual behavior, noting that Knox had never shown much interest in wielding a blade before. He inquired about the reason behind Knox's decision to visit the practice hall on his own. Knox, with a stern expression, firmly asserted his independence and authority, warning the head butler not to overstep his boundaries as a mere butler. He made it clear that his actions and intentions were his own to decide. Taken aback, the head butler apologized, recognizing that he had crossed a line. As Knox walked away, the head butler's gaze was filled with questioning thoughts, and he realized the need to report this encounter to the family head. Inside his room, Knox closed the door and took a moment to catch his breath. He reflected on the unexpected confrontation, feeling relieved that possession didn't activate. Knox shifted his focus to the mention of the young lady from the Styliner family, wondering why she was present in their household. Amid the dinner, Knox found himself being mocked by twin brothers Hartz and Alan. Alan expressed surprise and disbelief that Knox had shown up, indicating that he wouldn't enjoy the meal because of it. Hartz questioned whether Knox still had regrets about being part of the family, to which Alan agreed. Alan directly addressed Knox, expressing his disbelief at seeing him there and accusing him of inappropriate behavior with one of the maids. Hartz joined in, stating that Knox was a lost cause. Despite the mocking, Knox remained calm, recognizing that he hadn't done anything to warrant such treatment. At that moment, Theo von Rainhafer, the family head of the Rainhafer family and Knox's father, entered the scene. Knox acknowledged his presence, knowing his role within the family. Following Theo's arrival, a beautiful girl with red hair introduced herself as Talia von Stilliner. Family had mentioned that Talia had requested night practice and would be spending time at their estate, and urged everyone to greet her warmly. Knox gazed at Talia and contemplated her significance. In the game Interlunatic, she was the hero and the character who opposed the future villain, Knox. Knox recognized that in the near future, it would be Talia who would eventually stab him in the chest with a sword. Family head Theo acknowledged Knox's presence at the dinner and suggested that since everyone was there, they should proceed with the meal. During the dinner, Knox noticed that Hartz and Alan were engaged in a discussion. Hartz then proposed to their father, Theo, that it was time to make a decision regarding the next person to enter Eldian Academy. Theo considered the suggestion and agreed that it was indeed time to make that decision. Eldian Academy held great importance within the game Interlunatic, as it was where pupils faced various challenges and fought demons, forming the main storyline. Knox realized that attending the academy was crucial for him. It would allow him to gather his own allies while following the overall structure of the story. However, family head Theo clarified that Eldian Academy only allowed 3 individuals from each family to attend. The limitation was intended to restrict the influence of the nobles. Theo mentioned that he had already used 2 slots for his first and second sons, which meant that the Rainhafer family had only one more entrance ticket available for the academy. Knox listened to the family head's announcement and thought about the importance of obtaining the remaining entrance ticket to Eldian Academy. He realized that he needed to do whatever it took to secure that ticket before he could focus on forming alliances. Knox then spoke up and concluded that the family head was proposing a fight between the brothers. The family head was taken aback by Knox's quick response, as he had not anticipated him being the first to react. Confirming Knox's assumption, the family head declared that a duel would take place in the practice hall 1 month from now to determine the next attendee. The duel would follow their traditions for such decisions. Hearts took the opportunity to mock Knox, urging him to stay quiet to avoid embarrassing himself. Alan joined in, belittling Knox and stating that someone like him, who had never wielded a sword, stood no chance against them. Knox calmly took a sip of his wine and responded to Alan's taunts, stating that they could discuss it after he emerged victorious. Alan shouted back, expressing his disbelief in Knox's abilities. Meanwhile, Knox maintained his focus and understood that the upcoming duel was another trial he needed to face in order to secure the entrance ticket. He refused to be swayed by the taunts and insults directed at him. Confident in his own abilities, Knox looked ahead and boldly declared that he would be the one to attend Eldian Academy. This surprised the family head, while it further infuriated Hearts and Alan. Talia, the young lady from the Stilliner family, chuckled at Knox's declaration and commented on his confidence. Knox glanced at her, but internally felt a sense of unease, realizing that he might have drawn the attention of someone he shouldn't have. Inside the family head's office, Theo acknowledged that something had indeed changed about Knox, as reported by the head butler. Theo pondered the cause of this change, wondering if Knox had been possessed by a demon. Regardless, he acknowledged that Knox had captured his attention. Theo instructed the head butler, Rodwell, to continue keeping a close eye on Knox. The family head was curious about the transformation in Knox and wanted to understand the reasons behind it. Meanwhile, Knox was running at the practice hall, sweating and panting heavily. Observing the scene, one of the maids commented on his frequent visits to the practice hall. Another maid mentioned the upcoming duel in 1 month, sparking curiosity among them about Knox's sudden dedication to physical training. Knox, overhearing their conversation, wondered why he was able to pick out their words so clearly and questioned if he had a special trait. At that moment, he received a system message indicating a slight increase in his stamina stat. Knox expressed disappointment at the small increment and reflected on the significance of stamina for him. He recognized that his low stamina was his greatest obstacle and a hindrance to unlocking his full potential with the traits swordsmanship and combat genius. Knox understood that the requirement to utilize the trait was to have his stamina stat reach 4. However, due to the curse of the week, it had taken him a month to increase his stamina by only 1.9 points. Knox felt frustrated with the curse of the week, a trait that reduced his growth rate by half. Despite putting in a lot of effort, he had only managed to increase his stamina by a small amount, and the terminal illness trait further hindered his progress. Knox realized that he needed to exert 4 times as much effort compared to others just to see minimal improvements. The difficulty of his situation weighed heavily on him. However, Knox decided to put aside those concerns for the time being. Just then, Rona arrived there, pushing a moving tray filled with the materials Knox had requested the previous day. Knox acknowledged her arrival, realizing that she was faster than he had anticipated. With the supplies now available, he felt confident about making progress. Contemplating how to reach a stamina level of 4, Knox reassured himself that there were no issues. He believed that his knowledge would allow him to overcome any obstacles. Curious about the purpose of the materials, Rona questioned why Knox needed them, expressing concern about their dangerous nature and their expensive cost. She pointed out that the scroll seemed to be the only useful item among them. Knox simply replied that people didn't know how to use those materials effectively, implying that their usefulness was hidden from others. As Rona looked at him with a questioning expression, Knox picked up a bottle of elixir and drank it in one go. Panicking, Rona shouted that it was poison. Sweat covered Knox's face as he acknowledged the potency of the poison. A system notification appeared, indicating that Knox had consumed the poison of the three-headed Gorgon, and his health would temporarily increase by 1.5 times. It also informed him that his death counter had started, with 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until death. As Rona grew increasingly panicked, she exclaimed that she would call the head butler for assistance. However, Knox urged her to wait and proceeded to eat the core, ignoring her pleas. Rona's worry intensified as she exclaimed that the core was not meant for consumption. A system notification appeared, indicating that Knox had consumed the core of the golem and would slowly be petrified as a result. Another notification followed, stating that a hidden piece had been activated and that the poison of the three-headed Gorgon was reacting with the golem's core. Knox was pleased with the results and thought that his plan was working perfectly. The golem's core was originally used to petrify people or increase their defense quickly, or to create artificial golems. However, when combined with the three-headed Gorgon poison, it had a special effect. Notifications continued to appear, indicating that a special effect had been activated and the poison of the three-headed Gorgon had been diluted, causing the negative trait curse of the weak to disappear. Knox was ecstatic, as the curse that had plagued him was now gone. However, Rona, with tears in her eyes, looked at Knox and expressed her concern, fearing that he might soon die. Ignoring her worries, Knox suddenly began to unbutton his shirt, causing Rona to cover her eyes in embarrassment and exclaim in shock. After opening a few more buttons on his shirt, Knox proceeded to pour an elixir bottle onto his head, resulting in a series of notifications. The dew of the Remembering Fairy countered the petrification effects of the golem's core, and a hidden piece was activated. Knox was granted the temporary trait Blessing of Growth through the interaction between the dew and the golem's core. Knox was pleased with the outcome, as his plan had unfolded just as he had intended. The notification indicated that the Blessing of Growth would double his stat growth until his stamina reached 5. With only a scroll remaining, Knox picked it up and used it. Another notification appeared, stating that he had activated the Rapid Stamina Growth scroll, which doubled his stamina growth rate. Knox contemplated the results, realizing that he had successfully eliminated the curse. And with the Blessing of Growth mitigating the debuffs from the terminally ill trait, coupled with the effects of the scroll, his current growth rate should be twice that of most people. This meant he should be able to increase his stamina stat at a faster pace. Suddenly, Rona jumped on Knox, causing him to nearly lose his balance. She expressed her concern with teary eyes, questioning if he was okay. Knox was slightly annoyed and told her to bring him a towel. However, seeing Rona's distress, he decided to go easy on her now that the curse had been lifted. With a smile, Knox assured Rona that he was fine. She continued to worry, suggesting that he should rest and consider calling the head butler. Knox reassured her once again, insisting that he was all right. Curious about his next course of action, Rona inquired about his plans. Knox simply replied, "Run." With that, Knox and Rona sprinted through the practice hall, catching the attention of Talia, who stood nearby and observed their actions. Talia, who had been observing Knox, questioned why someone as weak as him would accept a match against his brothers. Her maid, Emma, tried to advise Talia against staring at Knox and reminded her of proper etiquette. However, Talia interrupted Emma, expressing her frustration and disbelief at Knox's lack of sword skills and his refusal to accept help from the other knights of Reincarnation. Talia couldn't understand why she was so bothered by Knox's situation, considering that she believed he would simply end up getting beaten up in a month. Despite her thoughts, Talia couldn't shake off her annoyance. Determined to address the matter, Talia walked towards the practice hall, telling her maid, Emma, that she would be right back. Approaching Knox as he rested, Talia introduced herself, stating her name. Knox was surprised by her approach and wondered why she had come looking for him. He asked her what she wanted, mentioning that he had heard her name before. Talia felt flustered by Knox's cold attitude and thought to herself that he must have been surprised by her beauty. Talia confronted Knox, questioning his confidence in being able to defeat his brothers, and asked if that was the reason why he had accepted the match. She asked him if he thought that he could defeat his brother just by running like this. She then offered her assistance, expressing her willingness to help him. However, Knox calmly rejected her offer and told her to get lost, showing no interest in her help. Talia was taken aback by Knox's response and exclaimed in disbelief, expressing her indignation at being treated this way when she was offering her support. On the sidelines, Rona observed the exchange and thought that if Knox continued to speak in such a manner, it would make girls dislike him. Talia gave up on trying to persuade Knox and started to walk away from the practice hall, clearly upset with his refusal and dismissive attitude. Knox used his insight ability on Talia, gaining access to her stat window and learning more about her abilities and traits. He observed that Talia had impressive stats, particularly in terms of stamina, which was higher than most grown males. While her potential may not match the 3 sword masters or the 4 great mages on the continent, Knox recognized that she had the potential to reach their level and could effectively combat demons with her fire attribute magic. Knox also knew that in the near future, Talia's fire attribute magic would awaken to white flames and be used to burn the demonized version of himself. He understood that if he managed to make Talia his ally at this point, it would drastically alter the future events of the story. Therefore, he needed to find a way to navigate the original story while avoiding his own death. He pondered whether it was possible to maintain a good relationship with someone who would eventually be responsible for his demise. 1 month later, Talia walked through the hallway. She pondered about the praise she had received for her quick learning abilities and the expectations tied to the Stillreiner family's talent. However, she couldn't help but feel inferior compared to her sister's exceptional talent. Talia questioned her own potential and wondered if she could ever become a knight. She reminded herself of the qualities and principles that a knight must possess. They should never be consumed by greed, maintain a frugal lifestyle, and be willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. In addition, they must master the art of swordsmanship and adhere to proper form to become a true knight. Talia pondered the possibility of Knox being able to defeat his brothers, who had trained for years, by solely focusing on cardio exercises. She expressed her doubt, believing that it was unlikely for him to succeed. The next day arrived and Knox and Alan stood in the center of the ring, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Many people had gathered to witness the official duel that would determine who would earn the right to enter Eldine Academy. Thisila, the first wife of the family head, was also present at the scene. Meanwhile, the head butler, who was standing nearby, heard the family head calling out to him. The family head inquired about his thoughts on the outcome of the duel. The head butler, after considering young Master Alan's past performances, stated that it was highly likely that he would emerge victorious. The family head agreed, assuming the same. However, head butler couldn't help but wonder if the family had expected something different. Despite acknowledging that young Master Knox had undergone changes, the butler remained skeptical about his chances of winning. He considered it outrageous and impossible. Having once walked the path of a knight alongside the family head, the butler understood that the art of the blade could be intricate or straightforward. The level of skill one attained and the dedication one put into their training determined their proficiency. There was only one way to surpass someone who was previously ahead and force them to kneel, and that was the insurmountable wall of overwhelming talent. The butler pondered whether young Master Knox possessed such innate talent. Interrupting the butler's thoughts, the family head spoke. Acknowledging that the possibility might not be zero, there was a chance that the youngest, born with Reincarnation blood, possessed the talent of a sword emperor. As Knox stood on the duel grounds, he received a notification indicating that his trait, swordsmanship, and combat genius was inactive. In frustration, he contemplated his seemingly unlucky streak and questioned whether his luck stat was actually in the negatives. Despite his efforts, he couldn't reach a stamina stat of 4. A few days earlier, while Knox was running, he received multiple notifications activating his trait effects and gradually increasing his stamina stat by 0.1. and now his stamina had reached 3.8. Rona, who was running alongside him, expressed her exhaustion and questioned whether she had to continue running with him. Knox, while wiping sweat from his face, replied that it wouldn't be fun without her and jokingly mentioned who would take care of him if she didn't. Rona, with teary eyes, suspected that she heard him say something else. Knox then handed her a towel and assigned her another task, to which Rona responded with a pouting face. Playfully, Knox accused Rona of cursing him in her mind, but she denied it and accidentally bit her tongue in the process. Knox chuckled at the thought of Rona having good stamina and contemplated using his insight ability to view her stats. To his surprise, Rona's stamina stat was 4.5, surpassing his own despite his dedicated training. Knox was astonished by the strength of the Reincarnation family, where even a maid was stronger than an average man. Rona reminded Knox that it was already evening and suggested he rest before the duel. Knox panted heavily, felt the pressure of time, and thought that he didn't have enough time to increase his stamina. Back at the duel ring, Alan addressed Knox and proposed that he should just give up. Despite Knox being considered the shame of their family, Alan expressed hesitation in beating him too severely. Knox responded, stating that Alan didn't seem to want him to give up. Alan shifted his attention to Talia, the daughter of the Stormbringer family, and expressed his desire to impress her. He believed that Knox would assist him in achieving that goal. However, Knox expressed uncertainty about whether it was a wise decision. Observing Alan's stamina stat of 8, Knox realized that he couldn't defeat him using ordinary methods and contemplated alternative approaches. As the referee announced the duel between Knox and Alan for the admission ticket to Eldine Academy, he emphasized that both of them must accept whatever the results may be and that objections would not be tolerated. Knox felt nervous, realizing that everything hinged on this duel. His main objective was to find his memories and discover the sender of the letter, as he knew that after the 1-year grace period, his life would be in danger. The referee asked one last time if both of them were ready, and then he announced the beginning of the duel. Alan initiated the attack with a sword strike, but Knox swiftly dodged it by moving to the side. Alan quickly followed up with a kick, which Knox blocked using his sword but was still pushed back. Alan commended Knox's defense, and the duel continued with Alan launching another series of attacks, forcing Knox into a defensive position. Knox realized that the only consistent aspect of the damned inner lunatic game was that if he lost, he would have to give up everything. However, if he could win, he could regain control over his destiny. At that moment, a notification appeared, indicating an increase in Knox's stamina stat by 0.1. Knox's face lit up with a smile as he saw this development, realizing that winning the duel could grant him everything he desired. Alan saw Knox smiling and questioned if he had hit Knox's head too many times, and continued his relentless attacks, suggesting that perhaps hitting Knox some more would make him feel better. Meanwhile, Alan's mother, Facilla, observed the fight and remained confident that her son would be the last child of the family to enter Eldine Academy. During the duel, Alan launched a powerful attack that almost caused Knox to lose his balance. At that moment, Facilla overheard a remark expressing disdain for the situation. She turned her attention to the source and found the family head, who had a disappointed look on his face. Facilla thought to herself that one day, this family would witness her true power. The family head expressed disappointment, stating that he had been looking forward to seeing how Knox had changed and concluded that Knox's current performance was underwhelming. The head butler, concerned for Knox's well-being, offered to stop the duel, knowing that it would take Knox a long time to recover if they continued. Family Head compared the talents of Alan and Hearts to his first son, Garen, and found them lacking. He reminisced about the ability to dominate his opponents with overwhelming power, wielding the dark sword of domination. The family head pondered who would inherit it in the end. The family head made up his mind and rose from his chair, deciding to put an end to the duel. On the duel ring, Knox received a message that his stamina had increased by 0.1, followed by the activation of his trait swordsmanship and combat genius. Overwhelmed with excitement, Knox burst into laughter, surprising Alan and drawing the attention of the family head. Knox then activated a skill and a system message appeared, saying that the skill hour of the genius had been activated. Knox's thoughts raced as he recalled a saying that distinguished geniuses and the talented each had their own unique time. At that moment, he felt that it was his time, a genius time. With the skill active, Knox perceived everything around him in slow motion. It was as if time had decelerated, giving him a distinct advantage in the duel. He realized that while the enemy's movements appeared slower, his own actions were faster, granting him the ability to react swiftly and execute precise maneuvers. It was hard to fully utilize this skill, but his innate trait swordsmanship and combat genius had been activated, which allowed him to use the skill. Knox launched a powerful attack against Alan. As a result, Alan's sword was knocked out of his grip, leaving him defenseless. Knox's determination grew as he saw his victory within reach, firmly believing that he would emerge triumphant in the duel. As the sword slipped from Alan's grasp, a surge of anger filled his gaze as he directed it toward Knox. In response, Knox met Alan's furious gaze with a smug expression and remarked that the duel was fun. Overwhelmed by frustration, Alan could only manage a bewildered exclamation. Knox's mind raced, acknowledging that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The skill he employed had a limited duration of 5 minutes, leaving him with the urgency to conclude the battle within that time frame, regardless of the circumstances. Knox's face lit up with a confident smile as he addressed Alan and Hearts, stating that he had been holding back until now, finding the encounter tedious due to their lackluster performance. He proposed a swift resolution by urging them to attack him simultaneously. The unexpected request from Knox left both Alan and Hearts in a state of shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Knox then turned towards the family head and made a plea, seeking permission to engage in a 2-on-1 battle against his brothers. The family head's expression mirrored a mix of curiosity and doubt as he assessed Knox's demeanor. Meanwhile, Talia's voice trembled with concern as she whispered, questioning Knox's current actions. She couldn't fathom his motives. Observing Knox's newfound energy and determination, the family head sensed that something had changed about him. He was intrigued and decided to grant Knox's request, allowing the unconventional sparring scenario. Just then, Fassila rose from her seat, prepared to intervene, but her plea went unnoticed by the family head, who was resolute in his decision. With a simple command, he signaled the commencement of the battle, setting the stage for what was to come. Alan reclaimed his fallen sword from the ground, his movements fueled by determination. Hearts was seething with annoyance and resented Knox for daring to humiliate them in front of their father. Knox stood before them and maintained a serene smile, ready to confront them head-on. Hearts issued a warning, indicating that Knox should be prepared for what was to come, and without further delay, both Alan and Hearts launched their assault on Knox simultaneously, their swords clashing with a resounding clash. The air crackled with intensity as the battle ensued. Amidst the clash of steel, Alan, in a desperate attempt to strategize, gestured to Hearts, indicating that he should close in on Knox's left side. However, Hearts expressed his frustration and abruptly told Alan to shut up. Knox displayed remarkable skill and skillfully defended against their relentless attacks, blocking and parrying with precision. At that moment, a message appeared before Knox. It indicated that the hour of the genius had bestowed its special effect and had increased his low-grade swordsmanship of the Dark family's proficiency. A smile crept onto Knox's face, recognizing that he was now able to see the sword clearly. Seizing the opportune moment, Knox swiftly retaliated by countering their attack and landed a calculated strike on Alan's shoulder. Both Alan and Hearts, visibly exhausted, panted heavily as they struggled to catch their breath. In contrast, Knox stood composed, seemingly unaffected by the physical toll of the battle. He observed their perplexed expressions, aware that they must be questioning how he had transformed from a symbol of family humiliation into this formidable adversary. Their silent exchange was interrupted by Knox's voice, reaching Alan and Hearts as a reminder not to lose focus during their spar. Fueled by determination, Knox pressed on with his assault. Despite the high stakes of the spar, he felt joy in wielding the sword itself, and a smile spread across his face. Knox's swift sword swing captured the attention of Talia, the family head, and others present, eliciting surprise from their wide-eyed expressions. Hearts, who bore the brunt of the attack, struggled to process the impossible feat unfolding before him. Despite his attempt to block, Hearts fell to the ground, defeated. Alan and Hearts, both on their knees, uttered their frustration through gritted teeth. A message appeared before Knox, indicating the end of the hour of the genius skill. Knox stood victorious and breathed heavily, the weight of the battle apparent on his fatigued form. Seeing her sons defeated, Vasila shouted out in concern for Alan and Hearts, her worry evident in her voice. Knox turned his gaze towards the referee and silently inquired if the victor had been decided. The referee responded with an affirmative nod, confirming Knox von Rienhofer as the triumphant combatant. With a formal announcement, the referee declared Knox's victory to the gathered audience. Alan, consumed by anger, clenched his fists in frustration, unable to accept the defeat. Knox released his grip on the sword and shifted his focus to the family head, who was wearing a content smile on his face. Expressing his gratitude, Knox bowed respectfully to the family head before announcing his departure. As Knox made his way towards the exit, Talia locked her gaze on him, a determined expression etched on her face. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to reach out to Knox without delay, her mind set on the necessity of their immediate conversation. As Knox stepped outside, a sudden bout of coughing overcame him. He glanced down at his hands, only to find them stained with blood. Realization dawned upon him as he realized that he had used the skill for a little too long. Knox was well aware of the significant flaw within the skill hour of the genius. If he exceeded the skill's allotted duration, a debuff called recoil would take its toll. Just then, a message materialized, confirming the repercussions of the skill's recoil. It revealed that his life had been diminished by a duration of 2 days and 17 hours. Knox comprehended the gravity of this debuff, understanding that it permanently reduced his lifespan and made him more vulnerable to illnesses. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Knox let out a relieved sigh, grateful that the recoil hadn't manifested in front of others. He acknowledged that if his condition had been exposed, his admission to the academy might have been jeopardized. However, his respite was short-lived as his attention was drawn to a voice that called out to him. Knox turned toward the source of the sound and found Talia standing there. Her inquiry pierced through the air as she asked if he had sustained any injuries during the spar. Knox's thoughts raced as he realized that Talia had discovered his condition. He lamented the fact that it had to be Talia. Of all people, he couldn't allow Theo to find out about the skill's rebound. His mind raced with concerns, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Before Knox could say anything, Talia interrupted him, expressing her surprise that he had emerged victorious in a fight between siblings despite his frail condition. Knox was taken aback and questioned her words. In response, Talia blushed and confessed that she had misunderstood him. In the past month, she had observed Knox clumsily swinging a wooden sword and had never once witnessed him actually wielding a real sword. She had assumed his victory was due to his innate talent, so she decided to ask him how he had awakened and trained such a talent. However, as the duels concluded, she noticed a change in his demeanor when he was alone. Confused and concerned, she questioned herself about the true nature of Knox's abilities and the reason behind his current state. Inwardly, Talia came to a realization. She understood that Knox was not the good-for-nothing person that rumors portrayed him to be. Instead, he had dedicated himself to hard work and training in order to secure victory at all costs. When Talia witnessed Knox coughing, her worry took hold, and she reached out her hand toward him, asking if he was okay. However, Knox swatted her hand away, saying that he didn't want to be touched. Internally, he felt embarrassed, recognizing that his 2 years of obsession with gaming had hindered his ability to interact effectively with others. Moreover, he knew that Talia was a character who would kill him, which made it even harder for him to interact with her. Talia wore a sorrowful expression and apologized to Knox. Perplexed, he questioned the reason behind her apology. Talia explained that she hadn't realized how serious Knox was about the sword, as she had heard that his body had been weak since birth, leading her to believe he focused solely on stamina training. She expressed regret for misunderstanding him and acknowledged that portraying himself as a good-for-nothing was likely not his intention. She mentioned that Emma had taught her that people can make mistakes in their perceptions. Knox pondered how to respond to Talia's genuine honesty. He recognized her sincerity, which mirrored the traits he had observed in her character within the game. Despite possessing the qualities of a knight, she was the daughter of a proud and esteemed duke family, making it challenging for her to admit when she was wrong. Finally, Knox spoke, urging Talia not to disclose his bleeding condition to others if she held such a view of him. Talia confidently assured him that she wouldn't reveal his secret. Knox observed her response and thought that perhaps he didn't need to worry about others discovering his situation. Turning away, Knox walked off, instructing Talia to keep her promise. As Talia watched Knox's departing figure, her face flushed red with a mixture of emotions. In family head Teo's office, the family head expressed his satisfaction with his earlier conjecture. He turned to the head butler and inquired about his opinion on Knox's talent. The head butler expressed his views, stating that he initially struggled to comprehend why Knox allowed himself to be beaten. However, after observing the other children of his age and other young masters, the head butler concluded that Knox was the most exceptional among them. Family had agreed with the head butler's assessment and expressed his suspicion that Knox might possess additional hidden talents. He directed the head butler to closely monitor all of Knox's actions, emphasizing that their sole task should be observing Knox, regardless of his activities. The head butler acknowledged the order, affirming his commitment to carrying out his duties diligently. Family had wondered if Knox had enough talent to inherit the supreme black sword. He then acknowledged his limited time left and reassured the head butler of the importance of his ongoing task. The head butler bowed respectfully and pledged to give his utmost effort in fulfilling his responsibilities. Inside Knox's residence, he received a message indicating the completion of the tutorial quest and his victory in the first fight. Knox expressed his realization that this world had become a reality while retaining game-like elements. Another message appeared, announcing rewards for his achievement, which included 3 free stat points. Knox was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot. However, his excitement quickly waned as he realized that after an entire month of rigorous running, his stamina had only increased by a mere 2 points. He lamented, expressing his disappointment and suggesting that they should have granted him these rewards much earlier. But the stat he needed to invest these points in was not stamina. It was luck. Knox opened his status window and allocated all 3 points into the luck stat, raising it from 7 to 10. He reasoned that luck was valuable, especially in the inner lunatic game, as it was a stat that couldn't be easily increased through hard work. Knox, who was feeling eager to test the value of his increased luck stat, received additional messages regarding benefits, including mass clear rewards, a random gacha voucher, and a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. Knox expressed relief that the benefit system was still in place, appreciating the opportunities it provided. Knox eagerly decided to use the gacha right away, and a gacha machine appeared before him. He found it quite alien to see it in person. Knox rotated the handle, hoping for a high-ranking reward. He remembered that with his high luck stat, there was a 95% chance of getting an intermediate rank or above. He knew that the basic rank and ranks below were white, the intermediate rank was silver, and the advanced rank would be gold. The highest rank would be rainbow. Knox hoped for at least a gold rank or a higher rank reward. His excitement grew as his reward appeared, and he exclaimed in joy. As he opened the scroll, new messages appeared, identifying the rank and revealing that he had obtained an advanced trait called Supreme Ruler's Awe. Knox couldn't believe his luck and expressed his happiness at acquiring such a powerful trait. The skill information revealed that it was an active skill of advanced rank with no attribute. Its effect was that those with a lower status value than him would have all their stats reduced by 20%. Knox considered it a jackpot and smiled at the fact that it was a debuff skill. However, he was aware that there was another reward awaiting him. Knox then received a message asking if he would like to use the one-time use skill confirmation voucher. He knew that the skill he would obtain from this voucher was already decided, and it was one of the hidden pieces he needed to achieve his goal. He decided to save it for when Theo gathers all the siblings in the estate. Knox realized that it was almost time for Grain von Rienhofer, the second son of the Rienhofer family, to return to the estate after completing his training to become a knight. Knox acknowledged that he had to find the hidden piece and handle Grain, leaving no time for rest. However, he felt relieved that he probably didn't need to worry about Talia anymore, considering her character and the promise she made. He believed there was no reason for her to approach him again. To his surprise, the very next day, he found Talia standing in front of him. Knox questioned why she was there after they had settled everything the day before. Talia, looking down, spoke in a low voice, but Knox couldn't understand her, so he asked what she was trying to say. Talia then looked up at Knox with a confident expression and asked him how he had become so strong so quickly and how she could become stronger too. After hearing Talia's question, Knox remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed upon her. He then began walking and revealed that Talia had secretly observed him training for an entire month. Talia's expression turned puzzled as she questioned the notion of secrecy. Without hesitation, she swiftly followed Knox, urging him to wait. Talia insisted that they at least have a spar or that he should tell her how he trained. Reflecting on his knowledge of Talia, Knox recalled that she was a character driven by a strong desire to gain recognition from her sister. Knox paused and turned to face her. He reminded her that before asking how to train or seeking advice on becoming stronger, she should first think about her own talent. Talia looked at Knox, seemingly contemplating his words. Knox thought to himself that he had never comforted anyone before and wondered what he should say. Taking a deep breath, he added, "Don't compare yourself to others." With that, Knox left, leaving Talia behind. Talia expressed her surprise at his words and disappointment as Knox walked away. Meanwhile, Knox glanced back briefly and wondered if she would come after him. He didn't want her to witness him obtaining the hidden piece. Finally, Knox arrived at a place where his two brothers and his father, the family head, were waiting for him. Knox wondered if this was the Rienhofer family's barn, renowned for raising the finest horses on the continent. The family head acknowledged their presence and mentioned that the three young masters might already have an idea as to why he had called them there. He explained that they had been summoned to select a horse that would become their lifelong companion. Knox realized that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Horses were revered as the most sacred creatures in both the continent and within the Rienhofer family. If you've decided to become a mage or a knight, you choose a horse when you're young to have as a lifelong companion. Eldian Academy taught horse riding, and as the game progressed, there would be large-scale wars where horses played a crucial role. If a horse died, one would have to raise a young horse again. Since transportation magic was expensive, horses became a vital mode of transportation. Knox believed that it was essential for him to select the best horse for himself. Interrupting his thoughts, the family had announced that Knox, as the winner of the duel, would have the first choice. He emphasized that Knox had only one chance. This caused annoyance for Alan and Hartz. Knox strode into the barn, his determination unwavering as he set out to find the horse he sought. The family head pondered which horse the youngest member would ultimately select. Knox carefully surveyed the horses, finding them quite adorable. Suddenly, his eyes rested upon the one he had been diligently searching for. This particular horse appeared diminutive and seemingly feeble. Undeterred, he approached the horse and boldly announced his decision, surprising not only Hartz and Allen, but also the family head, who wore a perplexed expression in response to his choice. The family head decided to give Knox another chance to choose. Knox thought to himself that this opportunity was a reflection of how the others doubted his decision. However, he remained determined. Using his insight ability on the horse, Knox triggered a message stating that the target stat window was loading. Soon, the stat window appeared, revealing that the horse had a high rank, belonged to the obsidian species, and had the main element of darkness. Knox knew that most summon creatures were categorized into ranks, and depending on their growth, they could ascend multiple ranks. This particular horse displayed the potential to achieve at least a higher rank. What made it even more remarkable was that it was an obsidian horse, an exceedingly rare breed among many others. The term obsidian refers to a type of igneous rock. Knox was certain that if the family head had been aware of this fact, he would have undoubtedly claimed this exceptional horse. However, Knox was aware that the horse's current state made it less enticing despite its potential. Upon careful examination of the horse's traits, Knox discovered several positive attributes such as steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. However, these traits were currently inactive due to a debuff. The horse did possess a neutral trait called Unchanging Heart. Unfortunately, the most prominent and concerning trait was the negative attribute labeled Expected Death, which was currently in effect. This trait indicated that the horse had a mere 2 days, 16 hours, and 12 minutes left to live. Knox considered the negative trait to be more troublesome than a terminally ill trait in some aspects. Despite this, he firmly stated that he would not change his mind and would choose this horse. He believed that with his knowledge, he could save it. The family head's concern and disappointment were palpable as he questioned Knox's decision and thought that Knox might be projecting his own emotions onto the horse. In the family head's view, Knox appeared to be emotionally driven and weak, leading to a deep sense of disappointment. Expressing his hope that Knox wouldn't regret his choice, the family head began to leave. Despite Alan and Hart's attempts to call out to him, their pleas fell on deaf ears. The guards assured Alan and Hart's that they would keep a watch so that they could choose their horses. Knox pondered, wondering if the family head was genuinely disappointed with his decision. But just as he began to delve deeper into his thoughts, the head butler interjected, abruptly interrupting his train of thought and prompting Knox to choose a name for the horse. After a brief moment of contemplation, he settled on the name Carl, the very name he had used when conquering the inner lunatic. It held profound significance for him, making it a meaningful choice. Sometime later, Carl lay on the bed, covered under a bedsheet. Knox had taken the precaution of bringing Carl into his room to ensure his actions remained hidden from others. Knox looked at Carl and recognized the determination in the horse's eyes to keep living, mirroring his own ongoing battle. Knox recognized that Carl, like himself, was fighting to extend his lifespan, clinging to the desire to live a little while longer. Knox called out to Rona and demanded her immediate response. However, before he could finish his sentence, Rona suddenly appeared but stumbled, losing her balance and falling to the floor. She questioned how Knox had known about her presence. Knox playfully accused her of being caught red-handed and teased her about her habitual clumsiness. Knox then instructed Rona to take care of Carl. Rona looked surprised and commented, "A horse in the bed?" She pouted, imagining the daunting task of cleaning up after a horse in such an unlikely place. With a smile, Knox reminded her that Carl was unwell and encouraged her to do her best. Rona glanced at the horse and reluctantly agreed to take care of him. She then asked the horse if his name was Carl and inquired if he was hungry. Knox contemplated the situation, realizing that what was about to unfold would be quite shocking. He wondered if Rona would be able to handle it. 3 days later, in Knox's residence, a loud cry resounded from a room. Rona sat on the floor, cradling Carl's lifeless head in her lap. Overwhelmed with grief, tears streamed down her face as she mourned the loss. Knox watched Rona cry over Carl's death and realized that it was evident since she had put a lot of effort into taking care of Carl. He felt a hint of sympathy for her. However, Knox was already aware that this was going to happen. There was no way Carl could have been saved. Knox approached Rona and urged her to stop crying, emphasizing that her emotions were distracting him. He instructed her to stand up, and though Rona tried to express her despair, her words were stifled by her sobbing. Nevertheless, Knox assured Rona that Carl would return to his side. Rona was confused, and she looked at Knox with a questioning gaze and asked if there was something wrong with his head. Ignoring her remark, Knox told her to move behind him. Knox retrieved a scroll, and Rona couldn't help but question its significance. He then placed it on the ground and acknowledged the need to infuse mana into the scroll. As he poured mana into it, a circle materialized on the ground, emitting a vibrant purple. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Rona's shock was evident. Meanwhile, a smile graced Knox's face, hinting at his satisfaction with the unfolding events. Rona, bewildered by Knox's abilities, questioned his knowledge of mana usage, aware that such practices were considered illegal. Knox acknowledged his struggles in controlling mana, but chose to continue pouring mana into the scroll. He warned Rona that if she kept distracting him, Carl would die a second time, and it would be all her fault. Understanding the severity of the situation, Rona fell silent, covering her mouth with her hands. Knox recognized the need for utmost concentration, realizing that he was still someone who had yet to awaken his trait of genius of mana detection. Using mana in this empire below the age of 15 was strictly prohibited unless you are from the imperial family. Consequently, compared to other students who start learning mana control at a later age, the descendants of the imperial family exhibit several times more proficiency in magic. Knox thought that the only thing he could do right now was to pour as much mana as possible into the scroll. As Knox continued infusing mana into the scroll, he sensed a faint energy emanating from his palms, recognizing it as mana. A smile crept on Knox's face as he found the situation intriguing. He decided to utilize the one-time use skill confirmation voucher to ensure that he executed the magic correctly, as the magic he was about to employ belonged to the realm of black magic. A message materialized before Knox, indicating that he had obtained the skill Book of the Dead, necromancy, for one-time use. Another message informed him that Carl, the target, could be revived as an undead. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to use this magic. Deep within Knox's thoughts, he contemplated the existence of two types of beings that possessed the trait of undead within the inner lunatic world. The first type comprised beings resurrected through black magic or dark mana. The second type consisted of those who were reborn without ego and are reborn as stronger beings. Knox pondered the implications of reviving Carl as an undead, acknowledging that the revived creature would exhibit unwavering loyalty to its master, almost to a fault. However, he recognized that only one family in existence practiced the art of reviving corpses as undead. The Manhua family, known as a family of black mages that controlled the undead. While the Reincarnation family belonged to the Dark family as well, they were a night family. Knox contemplated that if that was the case, then the players that don't belong to the Manhua family would not be able to utilize their skills at all. However, with a knowing smile, Knox revealed that this assumption was not true. He had obtained a one-time use skill selection voucher, which allowed him to acquire the necromancy, also known as the Book of the Dead. Just as Knox continued pouring mana into the scroll, black hand-like figures started emerging from the circle. The hands reached towards the lifeless body of Carl, covering him. In the midst of this, blood began to drip from Knox's mouth. Concerned, Rona exclaimed, but Knox hushed her, signaling for her to remain silent. Knox persisted, his determination unwavering. However, suddenly, he sprayed blood from his mouth, indicating that his mana was running out. Frustrated, he looked down at his hands, realizing the diminishing energy within him. Yet, as he looked ahead, he witnessed a remarkable sight. Carl standing on two legs, almost floating in the air, enveloped by dark energy. From Carl's mouth, a resounding voice echoed, and Knox received messages confirming the successful activation of the skill. Another message appeared confirming that his pet Carl had been revived as an undead. Panting heavily, Knox wore a triumphant smile, knowing that he had achieved his goal. With tear-filled eyes, Rona called out to Knox, her concern evident. Knox got up and called out to Carl. As Carl approached him, Knox examined his companion's status. He observed Carl's traits, which included positive attributes such as steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. These traits had been inactive due to a previous debuff, but now they were active. Knox also noted Carl's basic information, such as his name, gender, rank, age, race, and undead horse obsidian, and his master's element, darkness. Finally, Knox discovered the negative traits, including the erasure of the expected death trait and the knowledge that Carl, as a temporary pet for 1 year, would grow at a rate of 1.5 times the normal rate. Additionally, Knox learned that he could summon or dispel Carl depending on his mana. Filled with satisfaction, Knox placed his hand on Carl's head and declared that he would be his master from now on. Knox found himself lost in thought, contemplating his next steps. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Rona unexpectedly jumped and hugged both Knox and Carl. Knox was taken aback by the sudden display of affection and questioned Rona's actions. Rona, in tears, responded, questioning how Knox could be so reckless with his use of mana. She expressed her concern for his well-being and scolded Carl for his recklessness as well. Carl turned his head away, his eyes closed. Rona was taken aback and questioned Carl, expressing how much she had cared for him. She then asked Carl to spit out the carrot she had given him. In response, Carl let out a defiant neigh. Knox smiled, recognizing the unfolding dynamics between Rona and Carl. He then thought to himself that the hidden piece would be his next target. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Knox ventured out from the territory, holding a map and a light stone. He acknowledged that the road he was taking was similar to the game he had played before. Putting the map back in his bag, he felt relieved knowing that obtaining the second hidden piece of the Reinhofer family was crucial. It would serve as a key to compensate for his terminal illness trait. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, and he glanced back. Seeing that there was no movement, he couldn't help but question his sensitivity. He then reminded himself that this was no longer a game, but a reality. He noticed a wooden sign in front of him, indicating that this was the entrance of the missing child's forest. A warning was written, saying that if young children enter, they may get lost and risk their lives. Therefore, it advised not to enter under any circumstances. Knox thought to himself that he did not want to die a second time. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation and the need for caution, Knox ventured into the forest, receiving messages that warned that he had entered the missing child's forest, and failure to clear this place will result in death. The missing child's forest was situated within Reinhofer's territory and was forbidden to enter. The combination of darkness and dense fog made it challenging even for skilled rangers and pathfinders to navigate through. Knox contemplated the name of the forest, realizing its dual meaning. It was a place that could make anyone feel lost, just like a child. But it also meant that even if full-grown adults kill monsters here, they wouldn't find any valuable artifacts. And the difficulty of the monsters would then increase for adults. Knox had died multiple times in his attempts to find the right way to clear the forest, which led him to believe that the missing child's forest had a difficulty rating of at least 2.5 stars, with 5 stars being the maximum. With a wry smile, Knox acknowledged that this game was designed to have the worst difficulty. As he reminisced, he recalled his previous attempts to clear the forest without any knowledge of the items that would appear. He realized that the forest was the perfect challenge for his character's terminally ill trait. Knox proceeded to craft a fire torch and ignited it. The emitted light allowed him to see ahead, and he understood that the crucial key to clearing the missing child's forest lay in the direction of the smoke. More precisely, he had to go in the opposite direction of the smoke. Before embarking on his journey, Knox paused, realizing there was something he needed to do. He turned around and spoke to someone hiding in the shadows, asking them how long they intended to remain concealed and suggesting they reveal themselves now. After waiting for a few moments without a response, Knox sighed, remarking that they planned to hide until the end. Drawing his sword, Knox swung it at nearby bushes, causing a loud cry to emanate from that direction. In Talia's residence, Talia expressed her disbelief that her beauty had failed to captivate Knox. She couldn't comprehend the situation. Her maid, Emma, pleaded with her, using her title, Young Miss, asking her to stop following young Master Knox. Emma explained that if Talia continued her pursuit, she would also face reprimands. Talia reassured Emma, stating that she would ensure Emma wouldn't get fired from the family. However, Emma tried to convey a different message, but Talia didn't grasp it. Later, during nighttime, Emma walked through a hallway, holding a lit candle. She contemplated Talia's talent and how she was respected as the potential next matriarch. Emma wondered why Talia felt inferior to her sister Chell, and why she seemed so impatient. Emma arrived at Talia's room and opened the door, speculating that she should have given up by now and would be sleeping. However, as Emma entered Talia's room, she noticed something was wrong. A sense of horror struck her as she called out, Young Miss? In her thoughts, she worried that Talia might have gone to find young Master Knox. Emma's voice echoed through the mansion, urgently waking everyone up. Another person inquired about the commotion, asking what was wrong and what had happened. In the forest, Talia smiled, covering her head with her hands. Knox was taken aback and called out her name. He questioned her presence. Talia got up and chuckled nervously and greeted him. Knox demanded to know why she was there, but before Talia could respond, he suddenly caught her by the waist and pushed her behind him, instructing her to stay there. Confused, Talia called out Knox's name, trying to understand the situation. Just then, they noticed a figure approaching them from the darkness. Talia immediately recognized it as a gray wolf. Shocked, she realized they were in the territory of the gray wolf. Despite having only a dagger at hand, she braced herself for the encounter. The wolf circled around them, displaying an evil smile, aware that it had found its prey. It let out a loud howl, signaling its presence. Knox remained calm, even in this perilous situation. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced toward the wolf, throwing his fire torch and launching a swift attack with his sword. His strike proved fatal, and the wolf fell down with a single blow. Talia was astonished by Knox's prowess and couldn't help but think how incredible it was. She marveled at how effortlessly he defeated the wolf, even though it was just one. Knox turned back to face Talia and repeated his question, expressing his surprise that it was her instead of his brothers who followed him. He demanded to know why she was there. Talia stumbled with her response, trying to come up with an excuse, mentioning a night stroll with a nervous laugh. Knox was not convinced and picked up his fire torch and warned her not to lie, threatening to leave her alone in the forest. Caught off guard, Talia grabbed Knox's arm and tried to stop him. Knox looked at her and waited for an explanation. Talia began to explain that she wasn't doing anything strange. She had just noticed how strong he had become and wanted to be strong like him. She saw him through the window and became curious about where he was going. Talia admitted that she had followed him to the forest without thinking much. Knox smiled to himself, realizing 3 things. Talia held him in high regard. She didn't harbor any hostility towards him, and he found relief in that fact. He sighed, understanding that Talia was still a child who didn't fully grasp the danger of following others late at night. As one of the core characters, he couldn't simply leave her there alone in the forest. Knox sighed once again and instructed Talia to follow him, clarifying that his intention was not to help her, but to prevent any trouble for his family. Talia felt embarrassed and apologized and admitted her mistake. Knox thought to himself that Talia probably wouldn't engage in any more reckless behavior. However, before they could proceed further, Talia interrupted, calling out to Knox. Talia blushed and expressed her gratitude. She looked at Knox and began to say something, but her expression abruptly shifted to shock as she noticed numerous glowing eyes in the darkness. Worry evident in her voice, Talia called out to Knox. He stood with the fire torch in hand, alongside Talia. The flickering light from the fire torch revealed that they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. These wolves had likely been drawn to the location by the loud howl of the wolf Knox had previously defeated. As the wolves closed in around them, Talia grasped Knox's arm tightly, trembling in fear. However, Knox abruptly pulled his arm away from her grip, sternly telling her to stay away. Talia was taken aback by his response, while Knox walked ahead, warning her that she would be in his way when he swung his sword. Deep in thought, Knox acknowledged the presence of unexpected variables and resolved to refocus. This particular area was part of the prologue and did not contain any boss monsters, but an elite monster 1 rank below the boss would appear. The evolved form of the gray wolf he had just defeated. An elite gray wolf. Knox understood that merely knowing his enemy wouldn't guarantee an easy encounter. The wolves launched their attack, but Knox swiftly retaliated, eliminating them one by one. Knox's attention turned to the wolf standing at the back, realizing the possibility of being driven into a corner. Prepared to defend himself, Knox braced for the incoming attack, reflecting on his past experiences as Yuchan, playing the inner lunatic and acknowledging his own weakness. In a single strike, Knox successfully vanquished the wolf, letting out a relieved sigh. Talia watched in astonishment, recognizing Knox's incredible sword technique, which she believed to be even more impressive than when he fought his brothers. She speculated whether Knox had slain gray wolves before. However, her expression turned somber as she realized that Knox still perceived her as weak. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the air, capturing their attention. Knox shifted his gaze ahead, knowing that what they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The elite gray wolf. Accompanied by a pack of wolves, the formidable foe made its grand entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the missing child forest, a group of people anxiously searched for Knox and Talia. One of them noticed footprints on the ground, recognizing them as the young masters and Lady Talia's. It was clear that they had ventured into the forest together. Talia's maid, Emma, fell to her knees in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. She insisted that they needed to enter the forest immediately. However, head butler Rodwell cautioned against such a hasty decision, deeming it impossible. Emma exclaimed in disbelief, questioning his reasoning. Head butler Rodwell thought to himself, aware that the missing child forest was one of the most challenging trials within the Reincarnation family. Despite being renowned as the strongest dark family in the South, the fact that they hadn't managed to clear this particular forest reflected poorly on their competence. It was unknown to them that only children who hadn't reached adulthood could enter the forest successfully, and that it could only be cleared by children. Head butler Rodwell pondered further, wondering why the young master had entered the forest. He doubted that Knox had been bewitched by a mind-controlling monster, as the tracks indicated careful movement, and there were no signs of anyone breaching the estate's strongest mana barrier. This meant that young Master Knox had intentionally entered the forest. Head butler Rodwell admitted to himself that he had been wrong in underestimating Knox's strength and resilience, acknowledging that he was no longer the weak and frail young master from before. With a determined tone, Head butler Rodwell explained that there was only one way for Knox and Talia to return. They had to rely on the young master's wisdom to find their way out of the forest. Emma's eyes filled with tears as worry consumed her. She blamed herself, believing that she was the one who had caused the young miss to be in this predicament. As Knox faced the wolves, he observed Talia and noted her ability to maintain concentration despite her fear. He advised her not to attack unnecessarily, warning her of the potential danger and instructing her to stay out of the direct confrontation. He urged her to conserve her strength and use it to escape if she were to come under attack, as it would increase her chances of survival. Knox, however, acknowledged that eliminating an elite wolf wasn't overly risky since its rating was only 2.5 stars. His primary goal was to ensure Talia remained alert and responsive to her surroundings. Examining Talia, Knox thought that she had learned well, though she hadn't reached a level where he could fully trust her to cover his back. Nonetheless, he decided to utilize his skill, Hour of the Genius, intending to dispatch the elite wolf swiftly. To his surprise, Knox noticed the wolf smirking, frustrating him and fueling his determination to uncover the wolf's motives. As one wolf charged at Knox, he managed to defeat it swiftly. However, the other wolves suddenly halted, leaving Knox perplexed. The elite wolf took a seat while the remaining wolves launched a coordinated attack from all sides. Knox fought valiantly, dispatching several of the wolves. Unfortunately, one managed to sneak behind him, poised to strike. Just as the wolf was about to land a blow, a dagger flew through the air, striking the wolf's neck and saving Knox. Knox turned to the side, surprised to see Talia, who had climbed a nearby tree. She cautioned him to be careful. Talia's thoughts raced as she realized that even though Knox had instructed her to flee in dangerous situations, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Knox gazed at her in disbelief, questioning in his mind whether she was truly going to help him. Talia expressed her concern, asking Knox if he was all right and if he was injured. Knox, thinking to himself, was surprised by Talia's assistance. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the growl of a nearby wolf. Reacting instinctively, Knox swiftly attacked, using his sword to kill 2 wolves. He assured Talia that he was all right, to which she expressed relief. Inwardly, Knox realized that it was not the time to be carefree and regretted showing his vulnerable side to Talia. He glanced down at his trembling hands and realized that the recoil was taking its effect. Nevertheless, he remained determined, knowing that the situation wasn't over yet. As an elite wolf approached him, he braced himself, anticipating an attack. The wolf circled around him for some time and suddenly charged toward Knox. However, to his surprise, the wolf passed by him, leaving him astonished. Knox wondered if the wolf had a different plan in mind. Suddenly, the wolf reappeared behind Knox and struck, slashing at him. Knox cursed his slowness and managed to evade partially, but his shoulder was injured. Talia shouted Knox's name in worry upon seeing his injured shoulder. Knox placed his hand on his shoulder, assessing the damage. He couldn't help but question if this wolf was truly a 2.5-star rated creature. Knox realized that the elite gray wolf in reality was smarter and more cunning than in the game. Meanwhile, the elite gray wolf, hidden in the forest, wore an evil smirk. Knox prepared himself for the wolf's next attack, acknowledging his surprise and the wolf's ability to control the other wolves. He also recognized the wolf's utilization of the terrain and geographical advantages. Knox focused his gaze in a particular direction, determined to be prepared. The wolf lunged from that direction, prompting Knox to swiftly swing his sword. In that split second, Knox believed he had skillfully struck his target. However, to Knox's surprise, his sword didn't reach the wolf as it stopped at a short distance. Knox was shocked, and the elite gray wolf looked at him with a cunning smile. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf attacked Knox. Knox realized that the wolf had been waiting for him to make a large swing and expose himself. Attempting to counter the attack with his sword, Knox's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he was facing the recoil of his skill. As the wolf closed in with its mouth wide open, ready to bite him, Knox thought about his overconfidence. Clearing the game multiple times had led him to believe he could do anything, but it was a foolish judgment. Resigned, Knox closed his eyes, feeling helpless. However, he then heard the whimpering sound of the wolf. He saw a dagger lodged in the wolf's eye. Knox was shocked and realized that if the wolf could create an opening, so could they. But the unexpected variable, the one who created the opening, wasn't him. It was Talia. Seizing the opportunity, Knox attacked the elite gray wolf. As Knox's sword pierced through its body, the wolf let out a loud growl and fell to the ground. Exhausted, Knox fell to his knees, panting heavily. Talia called out to Knox, expressing her worry. She then noticed the remaining wolves that were still present. However, upon witnessing their leader's death, the remaining wolves started running away. Talia rushed over to Knox, expressing concern for his well-being. Knox reassured her that he was all right, but he paused, shocked by his own thought. He had almost thanked the enemy who would eventually kill him in the future. Knox looked away and told Talia that there was no need to worry. However, Talia noticed the injury on Knox's shoulder, and with teary eyes, she voiced her concern about his well-being. Knox brushed it off, stating that it was just a slight wound. Talia persisted, expressing her relief that he wasn't injured elsewhere. Suddenly, Talia noticed a spider on her shoulder. Fear filled her eyes, and she let out a loud scream. Knox was taken aback, thinking that there was another monster. In her panic, Talia fell into Knox's arms and hugged him tightly. Knox was shocked and called out to her in a questioning tone, seeking clarification. Talia tightly hugged Knox as she spotted the spider. She held onto him even tighter, causing Knox to almost lose his balance. Knox wondered how long she intended to cling to him and pondered if she was scared of the spider. He flicked the spider off Talia's shoulder and questioned her decision to follow him into the forest if something as small as a spider frightened her. Talia, with teary eyes, expressed her fear of spiders, asking if Knox was scared of them too. Knox smiled and remarked that she wouldn't be able to become a knight with such fear. Talia looked at Knox, their faces just inches apart. She let go of him and blushed with embarrassment and shouted no. Knox responded, noting that she finally got off him. Suddenly, Knox coughed, and Talia expressed concern, asking if he was okay. Knox reassured her and reminded her not to worry. Knox thought to himself, acknowledging that Talia had contributed her fair share. He survived thanks to her, even though he couldn't express his gratitude due to her sudden scream. He then looked ahead and realized that now their goal was to escape the forest. Outside the forest, Emma remained on her knees, crying and confessing that she was the one who killed the young miss. Head butler Rodwell wondered if Talia and Knox didn't make it, realizing that Talia's disappearance would create problems between the two families. He also acknowledged that the Reincarnation family was often criticized for their incompetence regarding the numerous missing children in the area. Just then, a man pointed towards the forest, calling out to Rodwell and informing him that the fog in the forest was clearing. Everyone looked toward the forest in shock as Rodwell realized that the infamous missing child's forest had been cleared. Emma stood up and expressed her belief that if mana was being lifted, then it could only mean one thing. Head butler acknowledged that her earlier understanding was correct. This view meant that the forest had indeed been cleared, and their speculation had become reality. Emma, with teary eyes, realized that it meant Knox and had managed to clear the forest. However, before she could finish her sentence, they noticed Knox and Talia emerging from the forest. Someone shouted, announcing that the young master was coming out, and people started discussing the feat of clearing the forest. The incredible sight of Knox emerging unscathed left them in disbelief. Head butler couldn't help but smile, as he was now certain that the hierarchy among the descendants within the Reincarnation family would undergo significant turmoil. Knox, appearing casual, asked why everyone was gathered there. Emma looked at Talia and called out to her, hugging her tightly and expressing how worried they had been. Head butler informed Knox that the family had also been concerned about his disappearance. Knox couldn't believe that the family would worry about someone as useless as him, lamenting that the family's reputation as a dark family was about to decline. Meanwhile, Talia told Emma to stop crying. Emma wiped her tears, grabbed Talia by her hair, and declared her intention to go over the 71 rules of the Stormbringer family once again. She urged Talia to follow her. Talia apologized, but Emma quickly reassured her, stating that she would never dare to blame her, as she was just a lowly maid. She emphasized that the patriarch would personally teach her the rules. Knox observed Emma, and thought to himself that the maid seemed to possess extraordinary stamina. Emma then greeted Knox and thanked him for protecting their young miss. Knox turned his attention to Talia and acknowledged that even though he hadn't intended to go into the forest with her, she had proven her worth and shouldn't be too hard on herself. Knox entered his room, relieved that the ordeal was over, and placed his hand on his forehead. He contemplated the unexpected presence of Rodwell and the knights waiting outside the forest. He wondered if Talia had something to do with it. Nevertheless, Knox smiled and pulled something out of his pocket. A hidden piece. A message appeared, indicating that he had obtained a new artifact. The Black Flame Ring, categorized as an accessory of low intermediate grade. The ring had the attribute of darkness and provided a boost to stamina and mana. It could only be equipped by those capable of using dark mana. The ring also possessed a special effect. When defeating a target while wearing it, a small amount of their life force could be stolen and converted into the wearer's own. The amount stolen increased with the rank of the defeated target. Knox acknowledged that the Black Flame Ring was the only artifact capable of stealing someone else's life force, but he understood that merely possessing the ring wouldn't guarantee a longer life. Looking at the ring, he reflected on the limitations of extending one's life indefinitely. Stealing only a small amount of life force made it challenging to overcome the terminal illness. He decided to wear the ring, believing that as long as he could struggle and progress, it was far better than a hopeless life on the brink of death. Knox smiled with determination, sensing his life force and mana increasing. Knox turned toward the door of his room and called out to Rona, knowing that she was outside. The door opened, and Rona peeked inside, addressing him as young master. She asked if he was able to see through things, to which Knox responded that he might be capable of it. Rona's face turned red, and she asked if that meant he could see her naked body too. Knox gently tapped her on the head and questioned what on earth she was talking about. Rona exclaimed in pain, wondering why it felt like his finger flick hurt even more than usual. Knox suggested arm wrestling to Rona, who questioned if they were going to do it again. She prepared herself and proposed that if she won this time, he would genuinely increase her salary. Knox agreed, but warned her that if she lost, 20% of her salary would be deducted. They clasped each other's hands and got ready. Rona counted 1, 2, 3. The match began, but Rona's hand instantly touched the table, resulting in her loss. Rona was taken aback and stuttered, wondering what had just happened. She then regained her composure and confronted Knox, suggesting that he must believe it wasn't befitting of a reputable family's son to reduce a servant's meager salary by 20%. Knox waved his hand dismissively and admitted that while it might be true, he was the rumored good-for-nothing of the Reinhardt family, as per someone's rumors. He smiled and stated that he had decided not to care about trivial things like honor. Suddenly, he received a series of messages indicating that the effects of his trait, frequent sickness, had been activated. He obtained a wrist fracture level 2 and flu level 1. Knox groaned, frustrated with these negative traits. He then told Rona to forget about the salary reduction and asked her to bring him some ice and a wet towel. Rona noticed Knox's pale face and expressed concern. Knox thought to himself that for now, he would be satisfied with having the ring and that he needed to rest. Suddenly, a hazy memory emerged as a figure declared with certainty that the name was Yuchan. Knox thought to himself about the 2 hidden pieces he possessed, Carl and the Black Flame ring. It had been 6 months since he obtained them, but unfortunately, he hadn't had an opportunity to utilize them. The reason was that he had been grounded. Knox let out a sigh and expressed his frustration, stating that he hadn't gotten into any trouble and had even managed to clear the missing child's forest. He couldn't believe he was being punished when he should have been rewarded for his actions. He turned to Rona, seeking her agreement. Rona looked to the side and cautiously replied that, as a maid belonging to the family, she was obligated to speak favorably about the patriarch since it could affect her salary. Knox walked confidently and made a firm promise to Rona that her salary would indeed be reduced if she didn't comply with his preferences. Rona was taken aback by this statement, exclaiming her shock at the harshness of the patriarch and expressing her disbelief at his lack of understanding towards his feelings. Knox, feeling the weight of his situation, found a seat on the sofa and reflected on his current life. He had been working diligently to adapt and live a productive life while observing the growth of Carl. However, he couldn't continue living this way as he realized that his life was being shortened due to the terminal illness. He glanced at a message revealing that he had only 147 days left to live. Frustrated, Knox thought to himself about the system that seemed more interested in his life than he was, sarcastically thanking it for explaining the situation so nicely. Determined to change his circumstances, he stood up and declared that he couldn't bear it any longer. He resolved to approach his father and seek permission to go out somehow. Just as he made this decision, someone knocked on the door. Head butler Rodwell entered the room and greeted Knox before informing him that the patriarch had summoned him. Meanwhile, the patriarch recalled a memory from the past where he stood on a blood-covered battlefield facing numerous flying demons. He reflected on the night of slaughter, the devastation caused by the demons, and the humans caught up in the chaos. Opening his eyes, the patriarch acknowledged that someday one of his sons would likely learn the supreme black sword, but he couldn't rely on probabilities alone. He needed a certain talent because one of his sons would eventually have to kill him. As head butler entered and reported that the young master would soon arrive, the patriarch expressed his dissatisfaction with the delay and instructed head butler to bring Knox to him immediately. The patriarch acknowledged that even though he didn't know how to clear the missing child's forest, but Knox's ability to accomplish it deserved appropriate recognition. However, rewarding Knox had been delayed due to strong objections from the family's vassals, who doubted Knox's transformation and initiated an investigation to verify his claims. The patriarch couldn't ignore the opinions of the family's vassals, making the investigation a necessary process. Knox greeted the patriarch and paid his respects, to which the patriarch instructed him to rise. The patriarch acknowledged that Knox's actions were wrong, but as the patriarch, it was his duty to give credit where it was due, even if it belonged to someone considered a good-for-nothing. He had summoned Knox to discuss his reward and made a surprising offer. He would fulfill one request of Knox's, no matter what it was. Knox was shocked by the patriarch's words, questioning whether it was a trap, and feeling as if he had been metaphorically shot or betrayed. Nevertheless, Knox asked if he could request anything. The patriarch assured him that he could ask for anything, emphasizing his role as the patriarch of Reincarnation and swearing upon the long-standing history of the Black Sword to fulfill Knox's request. Knox looked at the patriarch, realizing that he was serious about granting his request. The patriarch, however, reminded Knox that if his request was too ridiculous, he might change his evaluation of him, expressing his trust that Knox wouldn't make a foolish request. Knox smiled and replied, assuring the patriarch that he understood and requested some time to consider his options. The patriarch agreed and granted Knox permission to leave the estate, but reminded him that he should not get into trouble as he did previously. Knox responded with a respectful smile, affirming his understanding and loyalty to the Reincarnation family. The next day, Knox stood outside the estate as Talia was about to depart. Talia smiled and enthusiastically suggested meeting at Eldine Academy the next time they saw each other. However, Knox didn't even look at her and remained silent. Talia, undeterred, repeated her statement with a smile, expressing her anticipation of seeing him again. Knox still kept his face turned away and didn't respond. Head butler advised Knox, telling him that he should answer when a lady asked him a question. Knox let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. He then turned to Talia and informed her that they would meet again only if she became a full-fledged knight before that. Talia, brimming with motivation, questioned the meaning of becoming a full-fledged knight. Knox, teasingly, stated that his definition of a knight was someone who wouldn't get scared even after encountering a super-huge spider. Suddenly, a punch landed on Knox's stomach, and he thought to himself that saying wolves might have been a better choice than spiders. Talia confidently declared that she would return after becoming a full-fledged knight and warned Knox to prepare his head for her. Knox was shocked by her statement and wondered if she intended to kill him. Emma, a maid of the Styliner family, stepped forward and bowed to Knox, thanking him for everything and especially for saving young Miss Talia. Knox sighed and dismissed her gratitude, stating that he hadn't saved Talia intentionally and telling her to stop bothering him and leave. As Talia left in her carriage, Knox pondered the fact that one person was now gone from his life. He couldn't help but feel that he was slowly getting used to this strange life, even though he didn't know the exact reason. He found himself somewhat enjoying it. Just then, a message appeared, indicating that he had 146 days left due to his terminal illness. Knox realized that he had no time to rest. A few days later, Rona informed Knox that he needed to hire a new maid and new servants. Knox, thinking about the idea of getting a new maid, was interrupted by the entrance of head butler Rodwell into the room. Rodwell greeted Knox and informed Knox that Eldine Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him, and from that day onwards she would be serving him. The maid greeted Knox and stated that her name was Jitri de la Villa, emphasizing that she would be his exclusive maid from that point forward. Knox acknowledged her introduction and introduced himself as Knox von Rienhofer. However, he couldn't help but activate his skill, allowing him to see Jitri's status window. The window displayed her name, sex, age, species, main element, and various attributes. Notably, her passive skill was listed as perfect housework, and her active skill was mentioned as monitoring player based on orders of Theo von Rienhofer. Knox took note of the last line, indicating that Jitri was monitoring him based on orders from Theo von Rienhofer. Knox received a message notifying him that due to the terminal illness, he had only 140 days left to live. He sighed, reflecting on how time seemed to pass rapidly when faced with limited time. However, he found a silver lining in the fact that he was growing stronger despite the severe penalty of his condition. Soon he would be admitted into the prestigious Eldian Academy. Rona informed him that he would start attending the Eldian Academy in 2 months. She asked if he felt nervous about it. Knox questioned if she was happy that he would be leaving this place for the academy. Rona was taken aback by this sudden question, but she soon became emotional and stated that she had already started missing him. Seeing her overreacting, Knox told her that she didn't need to act like that. He wouldn't reduce her salary. Knox thought that he didn't even have time to bully Rona. Within the next 2 months, if he didn't increase his stats, even by a little, then he would definitely not be able to survive the academy. Eldian was the Empire's finest academy, which gathered monstrously strong cadets from all corners of the country. After surviving rigorous training and entering the main storyline, he must take on the role of the villain, Knox von Rienhofer. Knox felt frustrated as he found everything to be incredibly challenging. Rona informed him that he needed to hire a new maid and servants. Knox pondered the idea of having a maid, and coincidentally, head butler Rodwell entered the room, informing him that Eldian Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him. The new maid, Jitri de la Villa, introduced herself with great enthusiasm, assuring Knox of her dedication to supporting him to the best of her abilities. However, Knox couldn't help but notice her status window, indicating that she was monitoring him under orders from Theo von Rienhofer. This realization made him apprehensive, as it seemed they wouldn't allow him to leave this place comfortably. Theo von Rienhofer was considered one of the most formidable antagonists and one of the strongest beings in the world. When contemplating how he attained his current position, many speculate whether it was solely due to his exceptional swordsmanship. Theo was so skilled that few doubt the significance of his swordsmanship in his rise to power. However, the primary reason for Theo's ascent to the top of the Rienhofer family was his innate suspicion of everything and everyone around him. Theo stood before Jitri, and he expressed great expectations for her this time. Jitri acknowledged his words with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Theo had learned that Jitri had been pushed back in the line of succession within the La Villa family, and he promised that if she performed well in her current role, the Rienhofer family would spare no efforts to support her in the succession. Jitri told Theo that she would assist young Master Knox with all her heart. However, to her surprise, she received a cold and stern no from Theo in response. She was greatly startled by the chilling aura emanating from him. However, she managed to compose herself and remarked that she would be monitoring him strictly and reporting every single detail to him. Theo's intimidating presence lingered even after Jitri left his office, as she found his words echoing in her mind. "Don't forget who your master is." Looking at her pendant, Jitri understood that she must not falter from this point on. Knox lay on his bed, contemplating the spy that Theo had sent to monitor him. He believed Theo's intention was to confirm whether the person within him was truly Knox or not. He knew that demon possession was a common occurrence within the inner lunatic, and in the original storyline, Knox's body had been taken over by the number 1 demon, Ball. Knox needed to ensure that his true identity remained hidden. Getting up, Knox reassured himself that everything would be fine as long as Theo didn't uncover his true self. However, he couldn't shake the worry that stemmed from Jitri. He recognized her as the problem. Jitri de Lovelia had a tragic past. Although not directly involved in the main storyline, she was originally meant to become the next head of the Lovelia family. But her parents were killed by her uncle, causing her to lose her position as the next head. To escape from her family's darkness, she became a maid of the Rienhofer family. On the surface, she appeared cheerful and always smiled. But inside, she was deeply scarred and broken, on the verge of collapsing. The revelation haunted Knox. He knew that in the course of the story, Jitri was destined to commit suicide before the first part of the main storyline even began. This left him facing a moral dilemma. Should he try to change the storyline and save someone who was supposed to be dead? Such a decision could have serious consequences for him, possibly putting his life at risk. The next day, Knox gathered Rona and Jitri before him. He announced that they would be hunting monsters within the forest in the territory. Rona was shocked by the unexpected request and exclaimed in surprise. Rona, with a worried expression, tried to take a leave of absence, claiming that she was sick. On the other hand, Jitri calmly nodded in agreement to his order. Rona caught Jitri's hand with teary eyes and pleaded with her not to agree to everything. Knox observed that it was normal for a maid to be scared of hunting monsters, as the request was quite absurd. However, he noticed that Jitri gave an immediate answer without hesitation. Addressing Rona, Knox pointed out that he knew she had used up all her leaves and therefore couldn't take a sick leave today. He playfully reminded her that he was a good-for-nothing and threatened to reduce her salary if she didn't follow his orders. Rona tearfully asked whether she should bring a bow or a sword for the hunt. Jitri then asked Knox if she should inform Sir Rodwell about his departure from the estate before starting to prepare. Knox agreed, realizing that his top priority now was to increase his lifespan since he was now free to go anywhere. With their preparations in place, Knox, accompanied by his two maids Rona and Jitri, embarked on their quest to hunt monsters. A few days later, the once ominous missing child's forest now appeared like any normal forest after being cleared. As Knox ventured deeper into the forest, a wolf suddenly leaped at him. Reacting swiftly, Knox readied his sword and struck down the attacking wolf. In doing so, he received a message stating that he had absorbed a small amount of the gray wolf's life force, granting him an additional 2 hours of life. Breathing heavily, Knox contemplated his recent hunt. He wondered if he had managed to eliminate all the wolves in the area, considering that a single hunt had given him 2 hours of life. He saw this as a successful hunt and felt pleased with his accomplishment. Jitri approached Knox with a water bottle and pointed out that an hour had passed since he began the hunt. She questioned if he was still not tired. Knox realized that he hadn't activated the hour of the genius skill, which caused the hunt to take longer than expected. As a result, he had only earned 1 hour of life instead of 2. Knox knew that the calculations wouldn't be perfect, but the outcome was far from what he had hoped for. He acknowledged that he couldn't keep killing monsters every single hour. Moreover, he was concerned about the diminishing number of monsters in the vicinity. Over the past few days, his continuous hunting had significantly reduced their population. This posed a threat to his plan of living a prosperous life, as the scarcity of monsters jeopardized the source of his additional life hours. Sighing, Knox admitted that the lack of monsters in the area was indeed a major problem. Jitri, however, found it surprising that Knox saw this as a problem, as most people would think he had become peculiar if they heard his concern. Observing the rising sun, Knox decided it was time to return to the mansion for the day. Jitri offered to prepare warm bathwater for Knox, ensuring it would be at a comfortable temperature. Knox internally acknowledged her capability as a support genius and agreed to take a bath before dinner, requesting the timing to be appropriate. Jitri smiled, acknowledging Knox's request, and assured him that she would handle the task. During this interaction, Rona expressed her concern, reminding him not to forget about her. She mentioned that she would clean up his room. Knox was surprised, but allowed her to do as she pleased. As Rona eagerly prepared to leave, Jitri couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Knox called out to her and said that he wanted to ask her a question. He then posed an unexpected inquiry, asking whom she served. Jitri was taken aback by the question, uncertain how to respond. Knox knew that Jitri had the support genius trait, but he was also aware of the fact that no matter how beautiful or great a sword is, if he can't use it, then he won't hesitate to throw it away. Jitri hesitated to reply, but Knox seemed to understand her unspoken answer. Jitri tried to explain that she hadn't even said anything yet. She attempted to continue, but Knox interrupted and reassured her that he already knew what she wanted to say. He appreciated her honesty and stated that he had no intention of interrogating her any further. Knox expressed gratitude toward her and declared that, irrespective of whom she served, he would consider her as part of his own. As Knox started to walk away, he reassured Jitri that she could also make use of him if necessary. He believed that a relationship based on mutual trust might not be necessary, and he was content with both of them using each other for their respective purposes. In Knox's mind, the bond he shared with Jitri seemed to be more of a mutually beneficial arrangement rather than relying solely on trust, reflecting his pragmatic outlook on their relationship. That night, Rona lay on her bed, eating candies and expressing her frustration about Knox. She complained that he always said things like, "If you don't run together with me, what fun would it be for me to train?" during their training sessions. She questioned whether he was going too far with his demands. Jitri looked at Rona and agreed with a laugh. She then thought about the rumors she had heard about young Master Knox being a changed person. While she initially dismissed these rumors as fabricated, The recent events made her question their authenticity. Knox had defeated the twins and secured his place in the academy. Jitri thought that Knox was someone who was solidifying his standing within the family. He was totally different from her, having fallen all the way down despite being a legitimate successor. Jitri pondered over Knox's statement from earlier that day, where he had told her to make use of him if needed. She wondered what he meant by that and couldn't help but be curious about his intentions. Soon after, groundless rumors began spreading within the Reinhardt family, claiming that Jitri was expelled from her own family and no longer deserved to be a maid for the Reinhardt family. Jitri, with tears in her eyes, received a letter that only added to her distress. The letter accused her of being an incompetent family head who had sold out her family, resulting in the removal of her rights as a direct line descendant. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to remain in the Reinhardt family for long, Jitri accepted her fate. She acknowledged that the Reinhardt family was one of the top dark families and that she, as a commoner who had lost her own family, had no right to serve them. She anticipated being cut off from the Reinhardt family soon and believed that she would end up serving someone else soon. Jitri entered the kitchen with a warm smile and greeted the other maids, but they didn't respond to her. She realized that everyone had heard the rumors about her and was now looking at her with disdain. Despite being used to such treatment, it still weighed on her heart. Just then, Rona appeared behind her, cheerful as ever, and exclaimed that she had been searching everywhere for her. Rona eagerly pulled her along, and they started walking together. Jitri couldn't help but wonder if Rona was unaware of the rumors, or if she was simply pretending not to know. She questioned whether Rona genuinely considered her a friend. Regardless, Jitri recognized that what Rona was doing now was something foolish. From her perspective, she, Rona, and young Master Knox, all three of them, were doing foolish things. Meanwhile, Knox sat near a window, holding a letter in front of him. He knew that the end was approaching, not just for Jitri. Knox concluded that Theo had probably received a similar letter. He was aware that the crimes attributed to Jitri's father were all false and fabricated. However, he was also unable to help her because there was no way to know what butterfly effect would be caused just by him helping her survive. In the missing child's forest, Knox was on the hunt for monsters. With a swift swing of his sword, he effortlessly took down a menacing wolf. Rona and Jitri stood by, observing the scene. Rona noticed a coldness in Knox's eyes and commented on how he appeared harsher than he used to be in the past when he was more merciful. Jitri, intrigued by Rona's remark, asked if that was truly the case. This left Jitri feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Knox continued his killing spree without breaking a sweat, eagerly anticipating the appearance of something. He was well aware that in the missing child's forest, a hidden boss monster randomly shows up when only 20% of the regular monsters remain in the forest. He had planned to kill the hidden boss monster to boost his stats, but it looked like his plan was not going to work as the monster had still not appeared. However, something suddenly passed by his face, leaving him shocked. He swung his sword in response, but didn't hit anything, and then realized that the hidden thing's speed was on a whole different level. Knox smiled, acknowledging that the hidden boss, an elite king wasp, was indeed challenging. He prepared to fight it, confident he could handle the battle. However, when Knox was momentarily distracted, Jitri noticed the wasp attacking and rushed to save him, taking the attack head-on. Knox wondered why Jitri had intervened since he believed he could have dealt with the attack himself. He questioned why she had saved him and pondered how many people would be able to run toward a monster that suddenly appeared. Nonetheless, Knox decided that he would use Jitri's actions to his advantage and protect her. In response to the situation, an angry expression appeared on Knox's face, and a message appeared stating that the hour of the genius had been activated. Jitri recalled a memory from her childhood when she was crying, and her mother expressed concern about her constantly falling down. Her father agreed and mentioned that there has never been a day that Jitri's wounds on her knee were completely healed. That was what her parents had always told her. However, that doesn't simply apply to only her knee wounds, but also her heart wounds. She wondered if her parents were prophesying over her previously. She also remembered Knox questioning her about whom she serves, which made her reflect on her own allegiances. Suddenly, She recalled a chilling memory of her uncle killing her parents and claiming the family for himself with an evil smile. Voices echoed in her mind, repeating the question, "Who do you serve? And if needed, feel free to make use of me, because I too will make use of you." As Jitri opened her eyes slightly, she saw Knox panting heavily before her, calling out to her with concern in his voice. Knox had received a message saying that he had defeated the monster and that special rewards would be given to him. However, he ignored the message and instead reassured Jitri that everything was over, promising to take her back safely. Rona expressed concern and urged Knox to head back to the mansion quickly. Jitri observed Knox's expression and thought that he was lying. She questioned whether this was really the expression of someone who was just trying to make use of her. She wondered why she sensed a slight tremble and anger in his voice. Family head Theo read a letter and found it troubling. Head butler Rodwell confirmed that based on their investigation, the contents of the letter were true. The Lavilia family had decided to completely cut off Miss Jitri. Theo reflected on his initial plan to bring Jitri into their family and have him take over the Lavilia family. Since they had lost their previous head and were in an unstable state, he had thought that this would be the perfect time to take them over. With the involvement of Rian Heifer, they should have been able to bring them into submission somehow. However, with the sudden expulsion of Jitri, their plans were rendered useless. Theo admitted that they can't do anything now, so he asked Rodwell for advice on what to do with Jitri. Rodwell remarked that if they placed a maid who didn't belong to any family besides Knox, they would be looked down upon within Eldane Academy. So he advised dealing with this quietly on their end. Theo expressed that he had similar thoughts. As they discussed what to do with Jitri, a butler interrupted with urgent news about Knox bringing back an injured maid who had been poisoned during the hunt. The maid's condition was critical, and Knox had used an expensive antidote without permission. Rodwell questioned the butler if Knox had used the Mandrake's purifying potion. The butler nodded in agreement, confirming his suspicion. Rodwell sighed and mentioned that it was actually an extremely expensive potion. Theo wondered if Knox had grown attached to the maid so quickly and expressed concern about the potential consequences of personal feelings in their plans. Rona called out to Jitri and was relieved to see her awake. Jitri, still recovering, wondered about what had happened and if Knox was safe. She questioned her decision to jump in front of the boss monster. Through her tears, Rona informed Jitri that Knox had used the Mandrake's antidote to save her life. The doctor had initially refused to administer the antidote, but Knox had forcefully threatened him, leaving him no choice but to use it unless he wanted to die. Jitri knew the value of Mandrake and questioned Knox's actions. She wondered whether Knox was truly only planning to use her. As she tried to get up on the bed, Rona expressed concern and advised her to rest more. Ignoring Rona's concerns, she inquired about Knox's whereabouts. Rona revealed that he had gone to look for the Chamberlain and had asked her to inform him once Jitri woke up. Rona prepared to leave and told Jitri that she would be back soon, also urging her to make sure to get plenty of rest. Once Rona left the room, Jitri walked toward her suitcase, contemplating her decision to leave. She packed her belongings, overwhelmed with feelings of unworthiness that made her believe she didn't deserve to stay. As she sorted through her things, she took out the pendant, which held a picture of her late parents. With a heavy heart, she removed the picture, deciding to leave the pendant behind along with a heartfelt letter expressing gratitude to Knox for saving her life and using the pendant to pay for the life-saving potion. As Jitri was about to leave, she encountered Knox in the hallway. He asked her where she was going right now. With a cold expression, he asked again, demanding to know where she was going. Knox's voice resonated with urgency as he confronted the doctor about the situation. He expressed his frustration at the doctor's apparent prioritization of the precious medicine over the critical condition of a dying person. The doctor responded hesitantly, explaining that he couldn't administer the medicine without permission from the patriarch. Knox's retort questioned the doctor's authority within the family hierarchy compared to his own. The doctor apologized in acknowledgement of his mistake. Unsatisfied, Knox made it clear that he intended to personally report this to his father and demanded the doctor to act promptly. The doctor complied, administering the potion to the unconscious Jitri. Rona, concerned about Jitri's well-being, inquired about her condition. The doctor reassured her that now that the poison had been neutralized, Jitri would recover. As Knox attempted to exit the room, Rona called out to him. Knox's response was curt, informing her to report directly to him once Jitri regained consciousness. Knox took an unexpected step to seek out family head Theo. Their conversation began with Theo remarking on the rarity of Knox seeking him out, speculating whether it had something to do with the maid. A message appeared before Knox, signaling the activation of a skill called the Master of Acting. Knox then reminded Theo that he had promised to grant him one wish, and Theo confirmed his agreement. Knox revealed his request and the name of the person he wanted as his wish, Jitri de Lovelia, who had been exiled from her own family. As Knox contemplated his decision, he realized that his actions might set off a chain of events that would impact the main story. Concerns about Theo's potential espionage seemed trivial compared to the gravity of his realization. Knox recognized that Jitri's attempt to save him held the answer that she hadn't explicitly told him previously. The family had agreed to Knox's wish, expressing his willingness to make it happen. Knox, however, had one more matter to address. He acknowledged Theo's status as his father, and just then, a warning message appeared, indicating that the Master of Acting was losing efficacy due to his agitated state. With a steely gaze, Knox expressed his frustration and requested Theo to stop toying with his people. Sometime later, Knox found himself facing Jitri in a hallway. He questioned her intentions and asked where she thought she was going. Jitri trembled, explaining that she intended to leave as she felt she no longer had a place there. She thanked Knox for everything he had done. Knox's inquiry persisted, asking why she was abandoning her responsibilities as his maid. Jitri admitted to being ordered by the patriarch to surveil Knox, even if it involved deceiving him. Tearfully, she questioned why Knox was trying to stop her, considering the extent of her deception and her lack of options. She wondered why he would want to hold her back despite her betrayal. In his thoughts, Knox pondered the contrast between the acting facade Jitri presented and the more genuine, resilient side he was witnessing now. He recognized her struggle and determination to persevere through difficult times. Knox's response to Jitri's guilt was unexpected. He acknowledged that people often deceive each other. Jitri voiced her concern that she had committed a grave offense against him. In response, Knox stated that was precisely why he was stopping her. After committing such a serious transgression against him, she wanted to leave without addressing it. So he asked her who had given her the authority to leave. Jitri was left shocked by his response. Knox then declared that she would be staying in this place. He expressed his disregard for her Lavilia family name and emphasized his need for her talents. Jitri was taken aback by his pronouncement. Knox reaffirmed his desire for her to stay by his side as his maid, until she repaid the offense of deceiving him. Jitri's eyes welled with tears of happiness as she accepted his offer, promising her loyalty and assistance until the end. With a smile, Knox welcomed her decision. Jitri took the conversation further by recalling a previous question he had asked her about whom she served. Knox confirmed that he had indeed asked her. Jitri questioned if he now knew whom she served. Knox smiled faintly and stated that he knew it now. Rona engaged in gossip with her colleagues while cleaning the floor. She recounted the dramatic event involving Knox threatening the doctor. However, her speech was cut short when Knox unexpectedly spoke up, scolding her for insulting him right in front of him. Rona was surprised to realize he had been listening all along. Knox's words were laced with sarcasm as he pointed out Rona's attempt to change the topic and avoid responsibility for insulting him. Rona quickly shifted the conversation, expressing concern for Jitri's well-being and offering to take over the task of laundry. She swiftly grabbed the laundry basket from Jitri's hands and hurriedly left the room, shouting that she would go dry the laundry. Frustrated, Knox sighed, complaining about Rona's consistent habit of causing trouble. Shifting gears, Knox addressed Jitri again. He brought up his upcoming enrollment in the Eldane Academy, a plan that involved them going together. Jitri confirmed her awareness and mentioned that she had already made preparations for it. She listed various items she had gathered, including basic tools, books, medicine, emergency items, clothing, and the cadet uniform for external trips. In his thoughts, Knox acknowledged her change in behavior. He appreciated that she no longer forced herself to put on a smile in front of him, allowing for a more genuine interaction. He preferred this authentic dynamic, one free of unnecessary compliments and superficial conversations. He mused that even in tough situations they wouldn't betray each other, emphasizing a sense of trust. Jitri asked if Knox was truly all right, as there were negative rumors circulating about him lately. This caught Knox's attention, and he seemed surprised by the notion of worse rumors than the ones already in existence. Curious, Knox inquired about these negative rumors, prompting Jitri to reveal that there was a rumor suggesting that Knox was keeping her as his maid because he had feelings for her. Knox reacted with a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Internally, he reflected on the fact that he was feeling embarrassed about playing the role of Knox and creating such rumors. He apologized to Jitri for inadvertently involving her in the rumors, to which she reassured him that her intention in sharing this information was to make sure he wasn't uncomfortable due to the gossip. Knox acknowledged his infamous reputation, describing himself as the useless and foolish youngest son of the family. Jitri tried to downplay it, but Knox warned her not to lie, threatening to fire her. Jitri then mentioned having heard other rumors about Knox, including ones that labeled him as perverted. She questioned if those rumors were true. Knox's thoughts wandered as he considered his evolving image. He noted that while he was previously seen as a reckless and weak individual, he now seemed to be perceived as a capable troublemaker. Despite this, he understood the need to strike a balance. He recognized his role as a villain, aiming to let the protagonist shine. He emphasized that he wasn't the protagonist of Inner Lunatic. Knox decided to steer the conversation away from the rumors and shifted the focus to a task he had in mind. He explained to Jitri that just like her, he needed to prepare in order to survive at Eldine Academy. Jitri inquired about what kind of preparation he was talking about. Knox thought to himself that Jitri's personality trait of being single-minded indicated her unwavering trust in a particular person, presumably him. He considered it advantageous to share some of his plans with her, as her trust would make it easier to enlist her help. Knox elaborated that he was planning to study magic before entering the academy and asked for her assistance in this endeavor. Jitri appeared surprised by his intention, pointing out that practicing magic was illegal in the empire they lived in. Knox confirmed that he was aware of the illegality and was still determined to proceed. He responded nonchalantly, stating that he was used to acting recklessly. Jitri expressed her understanding and acknowledged that Knox likely had a reason for making this decision. She agreed to help him by looking for basic books on magic that could assist him in his studies. Knox noted her competence and seemed content with her willingness to help. Suddenly, they both heard voices in the distance, urgently urging someone to move quickly and prepare. Knox became curious about the commotion and wondered what could be causing such a ruckus. He glanced out of the window and saw a carriage parked outside. A voice was instructing workers to ensure that preparations were done properly, announcing the return of someone named young Master Grain. Knox recognized the name. Grain had returned after graduating from Eldin Academy. He realized that he had almost forgotten about this important event. With a smile, Knox thought about the opportunity this presented for him to extend his life. He informed her that he would need to go on a distant mission for the time being. Jitri questioned him about what he was up to now. Later at the dinner table, the family head, Theo, toasted Grain's successful graduation from Eldin Academy. Grain thanked his father for the acknowledgement. Knox observed his older brother, Grain, who was Theo's second son. Using his special skill, Knox activated Grain's status window, revealing some basic information about him. Grain was a 16-year-old human with a main element of darkness. Knox contemplated Grain's personality traits, describing him as a lustful man who becomes cheerful when surrounded by materialistic women and is an opportunist. He acknowledged that Grain's true nature remained concealed because Knox himself was perceived as an even worse good-for-nothing. He recognized Grain's political adeptness and his ability to get along with others in the realm of politics. Grain had used his talents in playing politics to easily graduate from the academy. Eldin was very famous but also very difficult to graduate from. The academy had stringent admission exams, with less than 1,000 individuals passing and only half of those admitted managing to graduate. Family head inquired about Grain's upcoming departure to Chitairs. Grain confirmed that he would be leaving for Chitairs, a territory to the south, in 3 days. The family had deduced that Grain's mission would likely involve monster hunting, considering the time of year. Knox's thoughts delved into the details of Chitairs. It was a neutral territory located beyond the Reincarnation family's land. It bordered Tajilan to the east, a region with an undeveloped desert along its borders that was infested with monsters. Grain's mission from the imperial family was to counter the monster wave in Chitairs. Completing this mission was essential for becoming a recognized knight of the imperial family. Grain discussed the situation, explaining that Chitairs became overrun by monsters during winter and that the imperial family wanted to take preemptive measures against them. The family had emphasized the importance of not bringing shame to the Reincarnation name and reminded Grain of the potential impact on neighboring areas. Internally, Knox acknowledged that the Chitairs mission held a significant role in the overarching story. He saw it as more than just a simple monster hunting quest. It was intertwined with various complex storylines. Recognizing the potential benefits, he realized that his involvement in the Chitairs subjugation was crucial to gain what he needed. Seizing the moment, Knox turned to Grain and expressed his desire to join the Chitairs mission. Grain was clearly surprised by Knox's request to join the Chitairs mission. He questioned whether Knox truly understood what Chitairs was like. Knox replied that he had heard about the area's intermittent monster attacks and the increasing forces of secret bandits. Grain mentioned that he had been hearing a lot about Knox recently, particularly about his involvement with clearing the missing child's forest alongside the second daughter of the Stormbringer family. Knox admitted that it was indeed true. Knox recognized that Grain possessed a skill called precise detection. This skill allowed him to discern the reasons behind someone's restlessness, and if the target's stats were lower than his own, he could quickly identify the underlying causes. This skill had transformed Grain into an expert in navigating the world and playing politics. As Grain continued to question Knox about his victory over the twins and his decision to hire a commoner maid, Knox's skill-steal mentality activated, countering Grain's precise detection. Knox confirmed that all the rumors were indeed true. Grain sighed and acknowledged Knox's achievements, but his demeanor quickly shifted to a more contemptuous tone. He stated that he couldn't allow someone who hadn't even been admitted to Eldian Academy to join him on the mission. He expressed a preference to avoid being responsible for collecting Knox's corpse. Suddenly, the family head interrupted the conversation, getting up from his seat. Grain seemed taken aback by his father's interruption and awaited his response. The head of the family stated that he would serve as a guarantee that Knox would remain safe during the mission. He then turned to Grain and issued an order, telling him to bring Knox along on the mission. Grain reacted with defiance, exclaiming, "Father." The family head's gaze turned cold, and he reiterated that it was an order. He shifted his attention to Knox and informed them that the family would provide the necessary supplies for the mission. The family head instructed them to make preparations for the departure within the next 3 days. Knox's thoughts raced, wondering why the family head had granted his permission so easily. He considered whether Theo, the family head, had some ulterior motive behind this decision. Grain's voice interrupted Knox's thoughts as he asked him what he was up to. Grain sighed and wondered if Knox had genuinely lost his sanity. Knox retorted, challenging that regardless of how absurd he might appear, he couldn't be any more insane than he had been before. Grain seethed with anger as he questioned if Knox was just joking with him. Suddenly, Grain grabbed Knox by the collar, expressing anger and warning Knox to be cautious. He hinted that it would be a pity if Knox got injured on a rare opportunity like the Chitairs mission. At that moment, someone entered the room, and the glass fell from their hand and exclaimed in shock. Knox turned and swiftly caught Jitri as she was falling. Jitri, after accidentally spilling a drink on Knox, bowed and expressed her apologies. She offered to wash the spill and suggested that Knox should head to his room first. Grain, observing this situation, let out a disapproving sound. Knox addressed Grain as brother and acknowledged the mistake made by his maid and excused himself and mentioned his departure 3 days later for the Chitairs subjugation. As Knox left the room, he thanked Jitri for helping him avoid a troublesome situation. Jitri responded by remarking on his talent for finding trouble. She then expressed concern about the upcoming dangerous mission in the Chatter's region, but Knox reassured her, only to be interrupted by Rona's sudden appearance. Rona, in a state of worry, questioned Knox about his plans. Knox couldn't help but wonder if she had forgotten his status as her young master. He confirmed that everything had been decided, hinting at news about his participation in the Chatter's subjugation being widespread. Jitri and Rona both expressed concern about the perilous nature of the Chatter's region, citing the high numbers of monsters and bandits. Knox inwardly reflected that this was precisely why he intended to go there, to extend his own life. He calmly responded that he understood the risks. Knox then proposed that he would go on the subjugation mission alone and requested Jitri and Rona to remain behind. Jitri rejected this idea and stated that as his exclusive maid, it was her duty to assist him no matter the location, and she resolved to accompany him on the mission. Knox voiced his concerns to Jitri, warning her about the potential risks and dangers she could face during the mission. She acknowledged the risks but reminded him that he too had vulnerabilities, being weak and prone to illness. She pointed out the practical difficulties he might encounter during the journey, like forgetting things and needing assistance with daily tasks. Knox sighed, realizing that the trivial details he hadn't worried about in the game were now real concerns. Looking at Jitri, Knox contemplated the situation. He understood that if something were to happen to him, her position in the Reincarnation family could be compromised. It seemed that she had no choice but to accompany him. Knox agreed to her participation, on the condition that she follows his orders and learns to ride Carl. Jitri acknowledged her orders and mentioned that she had already gotten closer to Carl. Rona was shocked, and she questioned Jitri if she had really gotten closer to Carl and asked how she had managed to do that. Jitri mentioned that she had used half of her salary to buy high-quality sugar cubes for the horses, and after that, Carl opened up pretty quickly. Rona felt sadness and questioned Carl, asking if hay was not considered food, and went on to label him as a bad horse. She further remarked that Carl was a beast, much like his master. Knox then firmly announced his final decision. Rona would remain behind, while Jitri would assist him on the mission. He instructed Jitri to make thorough preparations. Knox looked at the sulking Rona and thought that she seemed so concerned just now. He wondered if she would be all right. Their attention shifted as a knock sounded at the door. The head butler entered the room and informed Knox that the patriarch had an item to pass to him. Knox's thoughts raced as he considered the significance of this item. He recalled that Theo, during dinner, had mentioned that the family would provide necessary supplies for the mission. Knox suspected that the item might be one of those supplies, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Theo's support during dinner was part of a larger plan. Family head Theo's gaze fell upon Knox as he entered the room, acknowledging his presence. Knox, aware of the purpose of his visit, inquired about the item Theo had for him. Theo confirmed and then unveiled a sword before him. Knox's eyes rested on the sword, and Theo spoke, stating that the item's acquisition depended entirely on Knox. Theo explained that the sword he revealed was none other than the sword of Reincarnation's first patriarch. Knox's thoughts raced as he processed this revelation. He realized that this sword had never appeared in the game Inner Lunatic, not even in his previous 27 playthroughs. The novelty of this item left even a seasoned player like him astonished. Knox couldn't comprehend Theo's intention behind gifting him such a significant artifact. He recognized the need to obtain the sword, but was puzzled by its worn appearance. Theo appeared to have sensed Knox's concerns and proceeded to explain that the sword, although weathered, had been the lifelong companion of the first patriarch and held equal significance to him. Knox then sought clarity and asked Theo to explain the test he must undergo to obtain the sword. Theo's instruction was simple. Hold up the sword. As Knox lifted the sword, a dark aura enveloped it. He soon realized that the sword was absorbing his mana, an unexpected and revealing turn of events. As Knox continued to hold the sword, he quickly noticed a change in the blade's color. Theo observed this transformation and expressed his satisfaction, noting that Knox had already begun to sense mana, just as he had anticipated. He explained that the sword's unique ability was to absorb its master's mana and amplify it several times over. Knox processed this information, realizing that the sword's power was intricately tied to the user's mana. He voiced his understanding, acknowledging that wielding this sword would not be an easy feat. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a warning message that appeared. His mana was rapidly being absorbed. Due to this sudden change, his trait of being a master of acting became unstable. In a flustered state, Knox realized the potential danger of having his mana absorbed so rapidly. Theo then outlined the condition for obtaining the sword. Knox had to hold on to it for a duration of 10 minutes. Knox, his face now drenched in sweat, contemplated the challenge ahead. He couldn't help but think about Theo, suspecting that his involvement had something to do with this trial. As Knox struggled to maintain his composure, Theo revealed the sword's name, Stormbringer. The weight of this revelation added to Knox's apprehension as he grappled with the task of enduring the next 10 minutes while holding onto the sword in his current mana-draining state. As Knox held the sword Stormbringer in his hands, a status window appeared, revealing information about the sword. Stormbringer was currently in a weakened state, with the potential to grow from an intermediate to an advanced grade. Its elemental attribute was darkness, and it had a special effect. Every time the user killed something with this sword, it absorbed its user's mana and converted it into its own stats. Once it absorbed a significant amount of the user's mana, it would discharge it, unlocking its power. Knox struggled to process this information, realizing that it wasn't the most pressing concern at the moment. However, another message appeared, indicating that his mana had been completely exhausted, and the sword was forcefully converting his life force into mana. Knox's life was rapidly depleting. Panicking, Knox thought about giving up, but to his horror, he found that he couldn't let go of the sword. Frustrated, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, the family head, Theo, observed the situation as Stormbringer absorbed Knox's mana. He contemplated the nature of Stormbringer and the kind of sword it was. It was a magic sword that granted tremendous power, but also brought harm to its wielder. Theo remembered that the first patriarch of the family had used this sword to build up their family's reputation. However, despite their rise to prominence as a reputable dark family, subsequent generations had struggled to properly wield the sword. He knew that 9 out of 10 people would collapse immediately due to exhaustion as soon as they held the Stormbringer. Even lasting for more than 10 minutes while wielding it was considered an impressive feat. Theo himself could only manage to hold it for barely an hour. Despite the dangers, he had deliberately ordered his youngest son, Knox, who hadn't fully learned how to control mana, to hold the sword. Over the course of recent incidents, including Knox saving the maid and other significant family events, it was becoming clear that Knox's involvement was not coincidental. Theo couldn't help but speculate that Knox was growing at an astonishing rate, perhaps possessing a talent akin to a sword emperor. This thought led him to test Knox. If his son could endure holding the sword for 10 minutes, it would signify that he had the potential to become the greatest patriarch in the family's history, eventually surpassing Theo himself. And if that were to happen, Knox might eventually succeed in killing him. Finally, after a strenuous struggle, Knox managed to subdue the sword's effects. Theo calmly remarked that his thoughts about Knox hiding his strength were correct. Confused, Knox questioned what he was talking about, but Theo simply walked away and told him that the sword was his from now on. As Theo departed, Knox panted heavily, his thoughts echoing with frustration as he asked him to give back his life force before he left. 3 days later, the group prepared for their departure on the Chatter's subjugation mission. Jitri commented to Knox about the numerous supplies they had to bring along and expressed relief that the dimensional pouch could hold all of them. However, there was no response from Knox, which left Jitri puzzled. She couldn't understand why he seemed to be in a bad mood when he had been eagerly awaiting this subjugation mission. Knox sighed inwardly, his thoughts consumed by the recent experience with Stormbringer draining his life force. He felt far from thankful for Theo's additional item request, considering the toll it had taken on him. Turning his attention to grain, Knox noted that he had brought an excessive amount of supplies. Grain had made it a condition for Knox to carry these items in return for allowing him to join the mission. Although Knox found it a bit excessive, he reasoned that he would make use of grain supplies. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when he noticed that the two pathfinders were quarreling over the correct direction. Murmurs among the group expressed concern about getting lost and wondered when they would arrive at this rate. Grain approached a knight named Ron and asked about their progress. Ron, the Night Order captain Grain had hired, apologized and explained that he had never taken this route before. Jitri turned to Knox, asking if they were lost. Knox, frustrated by the incompetence of the Pathfinders, muttered, "Idiots." Jitri, addressing Knox, questioned what he meant by that statement. Knox clarified that he wasn't talking to her. It was meant for those incompetent buffoons. Knox approached Grain and began the conversation with concern, saying that it seemed like they had gotten themselves into a situation. Grain responded curtly that it was none of his business. Undeterred, Knox asserted that they had lost their way. In an outburst of frustration, Grain snapped and told Knox that it was none of his business. Knox maintained his confident demeanor and stated that he could get them to the destination. Hearing this, Grain was taken aback and asked in disbelief what he meant by that. He couldn't help but doubt the feasibility of Knox, who had spent his entire life within the mansion, being able to guide them to their destination. Knox, however, remained resolute and requested to be hired as the Pathfinder. He claimed to have talent in this area and even mentioned that the family's vassals had complimented his skills. Grain, still skeptical, asked if the vassals had genuinely praised him. Jitri observed the situation and realized that Knox was blatantly lying. Grain weighed the options and considered that arriving late could pose problems. However, he also contemplated the possibility of Knox failing to lead them, which could dent his confidence. Ultimately, he smirked and agreed, remarking that since he was that confident, he would let him take the lead for now. With unwavering confidence, Knox pointed the way and told them to start moving. As the sun began to set, the group set up their tents for the night. On one side, Grain shouted at his subordinates, clearly bewildered by how quickly Knox had found the right path. He pointed out that they were in the unexplored south, where even trained guides often struggled to navigate. Grain demanded an explanation from his subordinates, asking them how Knox had managed to do it. One of them argued that Knox did find the way. Grain retorted in frustration and told him to shut up. He questioned if they wanted him to believe that Knox had managed to find the way so quickly. He couldn't comprehend how that was even possible. Knox observed from a distance and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He knew the way well, as it was an easy task for a veteran player. Since the Chattis area was a strategic hub, he had visited it more than a few hundred times. Jitri approached him, curious about how he had found the way so quickly. Knox pointed to the ground and asked her what she saw there. Jitri was puzzled, prompting him to direct her attention to some footprints and feathers on the ground. He explained that they were the footprints and feathers of an owlbear, a creature with a bear's body and an owl's head that lived in the south. Its habitat was along the southern Chattis border. So, by following the direction of those tracks, they would easily find their way to Chattis. Jitri then questioned whether it was safe to set up an overnight camp in the habitat of owlbears. Knox reassured her, saying that since they were afraid of fire, they wouldn't come into a camp where there were so many people. Meanwhile, within the group, conversations began to circulate. One person commented that he had heard that young Master Knox had changed a lot. He questioned whether he was much better than the second young master who had studied at the academy. These remarks fueled Grain's jealousy as he overheard them. In response, he turned to his butler, Schultz, and inquired if it was true that Hartz and Allen had lost to Knox. The butler confirmed that it was indeed correct. Grain then revealed his intentions to see just how strong Knox was. The butler, with a sinister grin, took out a small bag and revealed that he had the perfect item for this task. Grain immediately recognized the item, and an evil smile crept across his face as he remarked that it was going to be a long night for Knox. As night descended, everyone in the camp had fallen asleep, including the guards. In the darkness, a figure appeared amidst the bushes near Knox's camp. Inside Knox's tent, he opened his eyes and contemplated whether it had already started. He grabbed his sword and rose from his resting place. Jitri awoke and called out to him. However, Knox instructed her to wait there and exited the tent. Knox stood outside in the moonlight, and as dark figures approached him, he realized they were 4 ogres. He noticed something placed on his tent and suspected that it was the cause of the ogre's presence. as the soil there was mixed with the female ogre's pheromones. He believed that Grain had used this to lure the male ogres during their mating season to intimidate him. Smiling confidently, Knox drew his sword and addressed the approaching ogres, calling them his life forces. At that moment, a message appeared, indicating that the artifact, Stormbringer, was responding to the user's mana and will. An orc charged at Knox with his club, but he successfully deflected the attack with his sword. He then leaped into the air, dodging the attacks of the other ogres. His sword began to glow with dark mana as he descended towards one of the ogres. He landed on the back of the ogre and plunged his sword into it, finishing it off. The remaining ogres swung their weapons at him, but Knox noticed their movements and swiftly attacked all three of them. Looking at his sword, he thought that it was pretty good. He had been worried that it might consume his mana recklessly, as it had in the past when he was in front of Theo, but his concerns had been unfounded. As another ogre attacked him, Knox quickly dealt with it. He felt like the sword was moving easily in the direction that he wanted. Knox surveyed the scene, with 3 ogre bodies lying around him. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that only one ogre remained. The last ogre, overcome with fear, threw his weapon aside and began trembling. Then, he turned and fled. Knox, determined not to let the ogre escape, whistled and called out to Carl. Carl, glowing with malevolent mana, swiftly arrived and Knox mounted it. Together, they chased after the fleeing ogre. Knox quickly caught up to it, and with a single swing of his sword, he finished off the last ogre. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a message informed him that he had gained 1 day and 9 hours after defeating the ogres. Jitri exited the tent and expressed her concern for his well-being. Knox dismounted from Carl's back and reminded her that he had instructed her to wait in the tent. Jitri questioned the unexpected appearance of ogres at the forest entrance and suggested waking the others just in case. Knox, however, explained that someone had intentionally lured the ogres there, mentioning Grain von Rienhafer's name. He believed Grain had used the ogre's behavior to orchestrate the attack and had set up his tent further away from them on purpose. Jitri deduced that Grain might be trying to keep him in check, and Knox agreed, speculating that Grain thought he lacked the qualities to become a successor candidate for the family. Therefore, Grain had decided to test his abilities in advance. Knox contemplated the situation, thinking about Grain's actions. He believed that Grain, compared to the eldest son Garen, wasn't as strong, so he resorted to cowardly plans like this to gather information. However, he was determined to show Grain that such tactics wouldn't work on him. He then crouched near one of the dead ogre's bodies and retrieved a small bottle. Jitri, puzzled, asked what he was planning. Knox poured ogre blood into the bottle and inquired if she knew how to attract more ogres. He knew that using the ogre's blood would be a way to lure more of them, as ogres were similar to humans. They would surely seek revenge for their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Grain suddenly woke up and noticed a reaction from a mana detection crystal. He was puzzled because it was a magical tool designed to detect the mana of monsters in the idea, as it was a new tool that he had received from his father. He pondered that they were still at the entrance of the forest, so there shouldn't have been any powerful monsters in their current location. As Grain contemplated the situation, he felt large tremors, and his butler urgently entered the tent, advising him to evacuate immediately. Grain exited the tent, alarmed, and inquired about the situation. The butler reported that a large group of ogres had appeared, and the soldiers were currently engaged in battle with them. Taken aback, Grain thought in shock that this wasn't where the ogres should have been appearing. Morning arrived, and the dead ogres' bodies lay on the ground. Grain, in frustration, shouted at his butler and accused him of planting the soil on top of his tent. However, the butler denied the accusations and found it strange, as he had definitely planted the soil on Knox's tent. Meanwhile, Knox woke up and stretched, letting out a yawn. He looked at Jitri and remarked on the refreshing morning. Jitri, seeming weary, agreed and suggested they eat. Knox sat down on a box and invited Jitri to join him, even though she protested that she was a maid and couldn't eat with him. Knox insisted, citing their current mission and the potential danger of monsters. He playfully mentioned the possibility of ogres appearing, similar to what happened near his tent. Jitri was taken aback by Knox's attitude, and she couldn't help but comment that the master she was serving was a little shameless. Knox chuckled and advised her to get used to it. Meanwhile, Grain ordered his people to pack up the tents. Knox observed the tents and thought that the blood-stained tents needed to be thrown away. He suspected that the ogres would keep chasing them if they didn't get rid of it. Jitri asked Knox about his intentions for what to do next and whether they should help Grain and his group. Knox responded with a nonchalant expression, questioning why he would do that. Jitri was taken aback and pointed out that it meant the ogres would keep coming after them. Knox acknowledged this and confirmed that even if they moved away from this location, the ogres would likely continue pursuing them. However, he had his own motives for this, as he had intended for ogres to follow them from the start, but if he told her about his plans, she would probably nag at him. He needed more ogres to extend his life, and there was a hidden reason for which they would soon be needing ogres. After he was done eating, he got up and declared with confidence that it was time to pack up and depart. Somewhere in the forest, an ogre walked alone, unaware that something was closely observing it from behind. The ogre felt a sense of unease and turned to look, but saw nothing. Suddenly, it was violently pulled downward and dragged away, leaving behind only bloodstains on the ground. On the second day of Knox's journey, he assessed the terrain and thought about his progress. He had successfully mapped out the area, but Chitairs was still a considerable distance away. Despite this, he felt optimistic about the situation. At this point, Grain called out to Knox and inquired about their pursuers, the ogres. He wanted to know if Knox had a plan to shake them off. Knox replied with confidence, explaining that they could indeed evade the ogres. However, he cautioned against launching a large-scale attack, as it would draw the attention of other monsters. Instead, he emphasized the importance of swiftly exiting the forest to avoid any problems. Grain, though, regarded Knox suspiciously, wondering what he meant by saying there wouldn't be any problems. As the soldiers began to praise Knox for his knowledge of ogres, Grain felt a pang of annoyance. He realized that, inadvertently, Knox had taken command of the soldiers. Just then, one of the soldiers noticed that Knox had been tapping the ground with a wooden stick since they began their journey that day. Curious, he asked him why he was doing this. Knox explained that he was tapping the ground because monsters could appear at any time. This revelation surprised two of the soldiers, who in fear questioned him further. Knox smiled and confirmed their suspicions, stating that they were indeed in a dangerous area filled with monsters. However, before he could finish explaining, the ground suddenly began to shake, startling everyone. Something ominous started emerging from the ground in front of them. With an excited expression, Knox remarked that the worm was coming out. The worm was a unique monster, resembling a hybrid between a snake and an earthworm. In the inner lunatic, it was known as a malformed dragon that hadn't fully developed yet. Knox knew that despite its inability to use magic, it was still renowned for its formidable strength. Even if 10 ogres came charging at them, the worm would still be more difficult to defeat. However, he had been seeking this very creature. He knew that the soldiers might be shocked if they realized that he had lured the worm by tapping on the ground. Nevertheless, he had a plan in mind, and he didn't seem concerned about the soldiers' reactions. After all, they had willingly chosen to enter this dangerous realm. With calm authority, Knox gave a command, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. One soldier expressed confusion, questioning the decision to hide, while another wondered why they weren't going to attack. But Knox had a different strategy in mind, letting their enemies defeat their enemies. That was the reason why he had no intentions of shaking off the ogres from the start. Suddenly, the soldiers turned back, alarmed by loud noises and the sight of a large group of ogres approaching them. Jitri, filled with horror, called out to Knox and expressed her concern about the multitude of ogres catching up to them. Knox, maintaining his composure, assured them that there was no need to worry. He then turned to Jitri and asked her if she knew what the worm loved the most, yet hated the most at the same time. Jitri, puzzled, sought clarification just as a loud sound rang out. They noticed that the worm had arrived near the ogres and was screaming at them, setting the stage for an unexpected confrontation. Knox explained to Jitri that ogres were the worm's main food source, but they were constantly seeking revenge, making them archenemies. This information was crucial for skilled adventurers who knew how to exploit this enmity. Jitri, perplexed, asked Knox what he meant by make use of that. As she inquired, the worm pinned one of the ogres with its mouth. The ogres retaliated by attacking the worm with their clubs. The shocking sight of the ogres and the worm battling each other left everyone in astonishment. Grain felt frustration, wondering how Knox had possessed such information. Jitri asked Knox if they should just wait at this point. Instead of answering, Knox collected some small rocks and observed the ongoing battle. Then, without warning, he hurled a rock at one of the ogres, striking it in the back. He continued throwing rocks, targeting each ogre. Jitri, filled with worry, questioned his actions. She expressed concern that the ogres might turn their aggression towards them. She couldn't fathom why he was throwing rocks at the ogres. As the worm killed one of the ogres, Knox received a series of messages indicating stat increases and a life extension due to defeating the ogres. Knox smiled and internally apologized to Jitri, as he needed to damage the ogres at least once to gain experience points. Knox's expression changed as the worm dispatched the last ogre, and he received another series of messages, extending his life and increasing his strength stat once more. As the battle unfolded, Grain found himself growing increasingly frustrated. He thought it was already over, and despite Knox making use of the ogres, they seemed to be losing. Fear crossed his face as he contemplated how to escape safely from the seemingly invincible worm. However, at that moment, Knox's voice reached everyone. He instructed them to prepare to attack and recommended firing arrows or throwing spears at the monster's mouth. One of the soldiers hesitated, but another urged everyone to follow Knox's lead and attack. The soldiers followed his command, launching arrows and spears at the worm, causing it to scream in pain. Knox was ready to take his turn. He activated the skill, Hour of Genius, causing time to seem as if it had stopped. The projectiles were in midair, and everyone around appeared frozen, except for Knox. He charged towards the worm, launching himself into the air and arriving near the worm's head. In a split second, he slashed his sword multiple times, landing back on the ground just as time resumed its flow. The worm's entire body was cut, and blood gushed from multiple wounds. A series of messages appeared, indicating that his life had been extended by 10 days for defeating the worm. He now had 122 days of remaining life. Knox couldn't hide his satisfaction as he thought about the unexpected bonus of 10 days. He attributed their success to the ogres, acknowledging that without them, defeating the worm wouldn't have been so easy. He received another message, this time indicating that his stamina stat was now at 5, and the effect of the trait, Blessing of Growth, had disappeared. Knox couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at the loss of this hidden piece of power, but clenched his fist, determined to make the most of his newfound stamina. One of the soldiers, concerned for his well-being, asked if he was hurt anywhere. Knox reassured them that he was unharmed and commended their efforts. The soldiers, however, were quick to praise him, expressing awe at his actions. Knox modestly downplayed his role and suggested they reorganize themselves. Just as they were about to regroup, they felt the ground tremor once again, and another worm emerged from the ground. Panic spread among the soldiers, and they quickly took defensive positions. Knox, too, was surprised by the appearance of another worm. A soldier urgently shouted at Knox to get back, and another told him to move out of the way. However, before they could react further, a figure suddenly appeared in the air and swiftly sliced the worm with a single slash. Knox recognized the person's face and couldn't help but wonder what he was doing there. Knox found himself in a perplexing situation as he looked at the man standing over Worm's lifeless body. His thoughts raced as he recognized the man before him, Paracelsus, the sword genius, one of the inner lunatic's most formidable characters and one of the 3 sword emperors, alongside Theo and Celsus's student. He knew that Paracelsus had a deep-rooted disdain for nobles, which made this encounter all the more unexpected. Paracelsus, seemingly unfazed by the tension in the air, asked for a word of thanks for saving him. Schultz, standing beside Grain, was clearly irritated by Paracelsus's presence and demanded to know who he was. Paracelsus, in an informal manner, introduced himself and suggested that they could regard him as a mere mercenary. Knox could understand his hatred for nobility based on his past experiences when he was younger, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. According to his extensive knowledge of the game, the first encounter with Paracelsus was supposed to take place in Eldine Academy, not here. He began to worry about the implications of this unexpected encounter. As he grappled with confusion and concern, a guard approached Paracelsus, inquiring about his identity and requesting identification. Paracelsus, apparently unperturbed, readily agreed to the check. As the group continued their journey towards Chitairs, Grain couldn't resist engaging Paracelsus in conversation. He asked Paracelsus if he was indeed a mercenary and whether he was also headed to Chatters. Paracelsus, with a sigh, confirmed that Chatters was his first stop, explaining that he had heard it was an excellent place for monster hunting at this time of the year. Knox couldn't help but ponder Paracelsus' intentions. He knew that in order to further his training, Paracelsus did travel everywhere within the Empire before school started. So he wondered if he was now on a quest to train in various regions. Curiosity piqued, Grain continued his questioning, remarking on Paracelsus' youth and his apparent confidence in his skills. He even went so far as to offer him a position under his command for monster subjugation and promised generous compensation. Paracelsus remained composed and remarked that since they were sons of one of the Sword Emperors, Theo Reinheifer, he was indeed curious about both of them. However, Schultz was angered by his rude behavior and was about to voice his displeasure, but Grain intervened, suggesting that Paracelsus take some time to reflect on it. Grain regarded Paracelsus with calculating eyes and recognized the formidable skills that had allowed him to dispatch the worm with a single strike. He was determined to recruit him as one of his people, as that would help him divert the attention of the soldiers away from Knox. As the sun began to set on the horizon, a small village came into view. Knox informed Grain that they had arrived in Chitairs. Knox's thoughts drifted as he looked ahead, remarking to himself that the village appeared even more desolate than it did when he played it as a game. As they entered the city, a poor girl approached them and timidly asked for something to eat. Grain looked at her for a moment, but continued on his way, ignoring her plea. Knox, too, turned his gaze away from her. Disappointment welled up in the girl's eyes, and Paracelsus, who observed the situation, couldn't help but feel disappointed in their behavior. Soon, a man named Taijin appeared before their group and introduced himself as the security chief of the village. He recognized Grain as someone who had graduated from Eldian Academy and Knox as his younger brother. He revealed that he had been informed of their subjugation mission and their arrival in advance. Paracelsus couldn't help but reflect on the coincidental meeting with one of the Sword Emperors, Theophon Reinheifer's sons. He had high expectations when he learned that the prestigious Reinheifer family was personally involved in the subjugation mission in Chatters. However, his expectations seemed to wane as he recalled Knox's fight against the worm. He regarded them as sheltered young nobles, capable of decent sword techniques, but still lacking in real-world experience. Surveying the city's sorry state, Paracelsus noted that the city was unable to function properly. According to him, the Knight Order was preoccupied with misappropriating funds for their own gain, leaving the city's residents defenseless against the monster wave. The people of Chatters were so desperate that they would be grateful for something as basic as food. Taijin then led them to an inn and informed them that since it was already quite late, he would provide details of their mission tomorrow. He acknowledged that while the inn wasn't much, they would be able to get some much-needed rest after their long journey. As the group members discussed the arrangements for their stay and the number of available rooms, Paracelsus approached Grain to address the offer he had extended earlier. Grain's face lit up, and he inquired if Paracelsus had made a decision. However, Paracelsus, with a simple and direct response, declined the offer. Grain was taken aback by this decision and asked what he intended to do instead, expressing concern that he wouldn't face the monster wave alone. Paracelsus calmly responded that he planned to stick to his original intentions and move accordingly. He wished Grain and his group a safe subjugation mission. Grain, not pleased with this response, muttered an insult about commoners. Paracelsus, undisturbed by Grain's comment, remarked that in the world, those with the skills would find their way, and competent individuals tend to attract rumors. With night falling, Knox advised Jittery to get some rest, as they would be on the move again the following day. Knox entered his room, approached the window, and peered outside. There he spotted the girl and two other children sitting by a fire. Suddenly, the girl's eyes fluttered open as she heard a voice calling out to them. The other children woke up and looked at Knox, who was standing near them. Knox then asked if they wanted some food. Without hesitation, he opened a bag filled with provisions and began distributing it to them, telling them to eat up. The girl's face lit up with happiness, and she asked if they could really eat these. Knox nodded, confirming that they could indeed have the food. Inwardly, he pondered the fact that he couldn't save everyone. He recognized that this act of kindness might be attributed to Yuchan's benevolence and generosity. The girl wiped away a tear of happiness and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. However, Knox was already thinking ahead. He wanted to build a future where these children wouldn't have to beg for food. And to achieve that, they first needed to survive in Chitairs. Meanwhile, Jittery, who had been observing from behind a wall with her own bag of food, couldn't help but smile to herself. She had suspected that Knox was just putting on a cold front earlier, and now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. The next day, the village security chief took Knox, Grain, and the others on a tour of the village. Taijen began by explaining that the southern Chitairs region was typically overrun with monsters during the winter season, which prompted them to request funds and reinforcements from the imperial family for protection. Grain, noting the state of the village's defenses, pointed at a wall and inquired if that was all they had to protect the village. Taijen confirmed this, mentioning that the wall had been standing for a long time and needed repairs. Knox couldn't help but feel a sense of despair at the village's vulnerability. He understood that once the monster wave started, the village would likely be wiped out within an hour, given their current state of defense. As it was just a sub-chapter of the game, it was his choice whether to intervene and save the village or not. Most of the time, he chose to help the Chitairs region, and the reason was that it had a high value. He knew that Chitairs would become a really expensive piece of land in the future. Taijen then revealed a new piece of information. The monsters this year seemed different, with a significant increase in the number of rampant monsters compared to previous years. Knox recognized that the villagers were unaware that having more rampant monsters could actually benefit them in the long run. Taijen dropped another bombshell, mentioning that some villagers had reported sightings of a griffin. Grain, looking thoughtful, recognized that Griffin's appearance definitely made the situation way more severe. He then asked Taijen about the location of the Griffin sighting, and Taijen revealed that they had been seen in the wilderness. Knox knew that one of the most important factors in the Chitair subjugation would be whether or not they were able to drive away the Griffin. The Griffin was the king of the wilderness, designed to be stopped, but not defeated. However, Knox was determined to achieve the seemingly impossible task of defeating it. Their journey continued, and soon they arrived in a barren area known as the Endless Horizon of the Wilderness, which connected to Tahalan in the east, a neutral zone famous for its desolation. Knox recognized that something was amiss here. He knew that griffins typically stayed near Tahalan, not in the Chitairs village. He voiced his suspicion and questioned whether they knew the reason why the griffins were in the Chitairs region at this time. His question left everyone present in shock, but he held a strong suspicion about a traitor within their ranks who might betray them during this subjugation. He was aware that the subquest had begun, and he decided to start by rooting out the most corrupt element within the village first. After some time had passed, in a room at an inn, Schultz, Grain's butler, tore a document in anger. He had not been worried about Knox at first, because he had heard that he was just a useless brat, but now he had fallen for Knox's scheme and lost favor with Grain. He was furious because he had put in significant effort to gain Grain's trust. So now he was determined to get his revenge. Just then, he noticed Knox's maid descending the stairs. He recalled her name, Jittery, and her commoner status. In a moment of impulse, he intercepted her, gently taking her hand, which startled her. Jittery was taken aback and asked him if he had any business with her. Schultz, with a malevolent expression, asserted that he had plenty of business to discuss, and suggested having a private conversation between the two of them. Jitri, however, firmly shook his hand and managed to free herself from his grip, responding that she didn't believe they had anything to discuss privately. In frustration, Schultz sighed and attempted to justify his desire for some amusement, reminding her that even though he was a knight in service, he deserved to have some fun. He placed his hand on her shoulder and insinuated that she might feel the same way. Jitri, feeling trapped and frightened, shouted for him to let go. But in the next moment, she had a realization. If she rejected his advances now, it could jeopardize Knox's standing with Grain and bring unwanted attention from the family. She didn't want Knox to suffer the consequences. With an evil grin, Schultz claimed that she would pay for her master's actions, citing the loss of more than 10 years of his life's efforts. However, just as things seemed dire, a voice interrupted, offering to pay for something. Before Schultz could react, an object flew past his arm. To Jitri's relief, it was Knox holding his sword, wearing a cold expression. Soon, Schultz let out a loud scream of pain. Knox stared at him with a steely gaze and demanded to know how he would like him to pay. Schultz panted heavily, his shoulder injured, and his face drenched in cold sweat. He questioned Knox's actions, suggesting that even he wouldn't get away with such behavior. Then, he attempted to leverage Grain's influence by insinuating that Grain would not tolerate what Knox had done. Knox, with his eyes cold and unwavering, confronted Schultz, asking if he was trying to threaten him with his brother. Before he could react, Knox's sword swung again, and another piercing scream echoed through the room. Schultz, still in pain, looked at him and protested that this was completely wrong, emphasizing that even if he had the support of his family, he couldn't do this. Knox, however, interrupted him and asserted that he was not the one who didn't know his place because of his family being behind him. It was Schultz. Knox's sword descended and took away Schultz's life. Jitri was shocked by this sudden turn of events. She expressed her concern about what he had just done and mentioned that young Master Grain would not let this pass. Just then, Grain entered the room and demanded to know what was happening. He then noticed his butler's lifeless body and questioned Knox if he had just killed him. Knox calmly accepted that it was indeed he who had done this. Grain pointed his finger at Knox, expressing outrage by questioning how someone like him, who was good for nothing, could claim responsibility for killing his knight. Knox responded calmly, stating that his understanding of the sequence of events was incorrect. He then suggested that Grain should ask him for the details of what had transpired before passing judgment. Grain, seething with anger, grabbed his collar and demanded to know why he had killed Schultz. He warned him that if the reason wasn't justifiable, he wouldn't escape punishment. Knox responded calmly, stating that he had heard Schultz attempting to sexually harass his maid, and as her master, he couldn't possibly stand by and allow such mistreatment. In anger, Grain questioned if he had killed his knight just for a commoner like her. However, everyone present was left stunned as a massive amount of aura began to radiate from Knox. Knox then asked if Grain could take responsibility for what he had just said. Knox pushed away his hand, and Grain was overcome by fear as he felt Knox's power. He couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing youngest brother of their family was actually this talented. Grain backed off and realized that he should have reported the incident to him first. Knox reminded him of his reputation as the family's good-for-nothing, implying that he wasn't accustomed to such protocols. Instead, he proposed that they leave the resolution of the matter to their father once they returned to their estate. Grain realized that Knox wanted something from him, but he eventually agreed to leave the decision to their father. Knox smiled faintly and expressed that it was a wise decision. He then turned to Jitri and inquired if she was hurt anywhere. As Knox and Jitri walked out of the room, Grain couldn't help but question when he had become so strong. He was also sure that he had seen the sword Knox was holding before. Grain understood the gravity of the situation and realized that underestimating Knox during this subjugation mission would be a catastrophic mistake. Under the soft illumination of the moon, Knox and Jitri stood in contemplative silence near a well. Knox's mind was preoccupied with the turmoil within the soldiers, who seemed divided into factions and faced a crucial decision, whether to follow Grain or him. Knox turned his attention to Jitri and noticed her trembling. Concerned, he inquired about her well-being. Jitri assured him she was fine, but her gaze soon shifted back to him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she expressed her concerns for him. Questioning his actions and the potential consequences, she feared that his actions might invite more danger and enemies. Knox was taken aback by her emotional response. In response to her concern, he assumed a stern expression and reminded her not to forget the nature of the master she served. He emphasized that he was the good-for-nothing within the Reincarnation family, stressing that regardless of the circumstances, she should never bow her head. Jitri wiped her tears and nodded, promising to keep his words in mind. On the other side, Grain set down his mug of liquor, visibly frustrated by the audacity of the good-for-nothing attempting to surpass him. Reflecting on the initial days when Knox was placed under his charge by his father, Grain had merely considered him a troublesome burden. However, as they embarked on their mission, Knox proved to be entirely different from Grain's initial expectations. Recalling the sword that Knox had wielded earlier, he pondered whether its resemblance to his father's sword was merely a coincidence. Realizing the need to be cautious, especially after the loss of Schultz, he contemplated whom he could trust to monitor Knox closely. At that moment, the Night Order captain, Ron, entered the room and reported that the situation on the first floor had been handled. Ron also expressed his observation that Knox seemed different from the rumors they had heard about him. Grain considered both Ron and Knox to be distinct from rumors. He knew that Ron was supposed to be a captain of a Night Order that had been operating in this area for a long time. He had even done background checks to confirm this. So, Grain couldn't understand how Knox, who had only been immersed in books, could possess a better understanding of the area than a seasoned captain like Ron. He was displeased with the potential inefficiency of his investments, but he knew that the monster wave hadn't appeared yet, so he decided to utilize Ron's Night Order a little more. Instructing Ron to eliminate all bandits and monsters in the vicinity, Grain emphasized the need for immediate reporting should Knox exhibit any unusual behavior. Ron acknowledged the order before preparing to leave the room. The next day drew to a close, and the village bustled with activity. As night descended, Jitri asked Knox about his activities during the day and whether he had examined the village's compromised walls. Knox confirmed their instability, prompting Jitri to inquire about their strategy for stopping the impending monster wave. However, Knox simply turned away, suggesting they depart. Surprised by his sudden decision to leave the inn and head in the opposite direction, Jitri sought clarification. Knox, with a mischievous grin, hinted at his plan to recruit a new member to their team. Internally, he mused that even in a small village there might be a character with remarkable talent. Alina, the genius potion maker, was a character that he had recruited every time he had come to Chitairs, and this time, too, he intended to enlist her as his potion supplier. Some time later, Knox and Jitri disguised themselves and journeyed through the sewer towards their destination. Jitri couldn't contain her curiosity and questioned the legitimacy of finding a genius potion maker in such a rundown place. Knox assured her of Alina's existence, but Jitri remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why someone of such talent would hide in a remote location. In response, Knox stated that she had her own reasons to stay in such a place. His thoughts wandered, recalling that this was the hidden route to clear Chitairs. He knew that in the future, Alina would work for someone other than the Archive Empire. Clearing Chitairs using the hidden route was the key to securing Alina's assistance. Knox pointed in a specific direction and instructed Jitri to follow him carefully to avoid any mishaps. Jitri acknowledged his guidance and silently wondered if such a person truly existed in this place. As they moved forward, she noticed a faint light emanating from a nearby location. Knox also caught sight of it and speculated whether that was their destination. Inside the room, Alina sat on a chair, lost in her thoughts and sipping on her drink. She expressed her disbelief about being stuck in such a place and questioned how she ended up like this. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned to find Knox and Jitri looking at her. Knox greeted her with a smile, declaring, "Found you," internally acknowledging her as his potion maker. Startled by their sudden appearance, Alina stammered and questioned their identity and reason for their visit to such a place. Jitri was taken aback and couldn't believe that the brilliant potion maker Knox had spoken of was the drunkard before them. A few minutes later, Alina gathered herself and apologized, expressing her surprise at their connection to a distinguished family. Knox reassured her that it was all right and quickly revealed that he had come here because he had something to talk to her about. He told her to stay focused, and Alina agreed to pay attention. In his thoughts, he recognized that at this point of the story, Alina was a genius character who had the highest potential for development and was a skilled potion maker. So he was determined to get her on his side here. But he also recognized that she had some flaws. His eyes scanned Alina's status window, revealing her basic information. Alina was a 21-year-old half-elf, with her main element being wood. Most of her statistics were average, but her charm was notably high, and she possessed the passive skill blessing of production. Her positive traits included being cheerful, a genius potion maker, and an unawakened low-rank spirit mage. However, Knox couldn't help but sigh when he noted her negative trait. Drunkard. Knox questioned how many genius characters the good-for-nothing of the Reincarnation family could recruit, and the answer was none, let alone a precious genius potion maker. Despite her problematic traits, Knox declared that he didn't have a choice. With teary eyes, Alina apologized for any perceived offense she may have caused. Jitri, however, discreetly voiced her concerns to Knox, suggesting that recruiting a drunkard might not be a wise decision. Knox concurred but explained their lack of alternatives, and Jitri guessed that the reason why Knox was still trying to recruit her might be complicated. Alina was listening and finally spoke up, questioning why they had come here looking for her. Knox didn't beat around the bush and made a straightforward proposal, inviting her to join him and offering to provide what she needed most. Alina was initially shocked by the offer, struggling with her response. After some contemplation, she respectfully declined his offer, stating she had a personal mission to fulfill in this place. But when Knox questioned if she was refusing because of something related to her friend May, her eyes widened in disbelief. Alina questioned how he knew about this, and Knox revealed that in the near future, May would be executed. Alina stood up with a shocked expression, about to question, but before she could speak, Knox added that if Alina accepted his offer, he might be able to save May. With a confident smile, Knox extended his hand toward her and asked if he had changed her mind even a little. Alina pondered as she recalled Knox's words. In the near future, May will be executed. So, if she joins him, he will rescue May for her. She couldn't shake the thought of May, her one and only friend, from her mind. She recalled a vivid memory of May standing confidently before a group of knights, fearlessly confronting them about the unjust imposition of additional taxes. Despite the disdainful looks from the knights, May persisted, pointing out the suffering of the people and the neglected state of the walls, even with funds provided by the imperial family. Alina couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing that it had been her who was dragged away. She thought about how the situation might have been different if she reacted more aggressively back then. As tears streamed down her face, Alina admitted her inability to save her friend alone. She couldn't shake the doubts about Knox's ability to rescue May either, doubting whether he would even try. The weight of the situation lingered in her thoughts, leaving her with a sense of helplessness and a fear that this memory would haunt her for a long, long time. In a bustling bar, members of the Night Order reveled in laughter and clinking mugs of liquor. As Ron emptied his mug, his friend prepared to fill his own and asked for his opinion on Grain. Ron dismissed Grain as a gullible fool, recounting how they duped him by posing as members of the Night Order, and he had believed them without any suspicion. Everyone started laughing after hearing this. Ron's friend reached into his pocket and mentioned that, although they had obtained it by coincidence, it was worth rummaging through the real Ron Night Order's place. He then pulled out a token and gleefully remarked that with this token, they could aim for even bigger jobs. Ron displayed a similar token and shared his plans to showcase this badge to the Reincarnation family. They would assume that he was the captain of the Ron Night Order and would provide him with benefits befitting someone of that position. Another member chimed in, mentioning that while the thing did happen due to coincidence, it was interesting that both their names were the same. Ron then remarked that if they held Grain as a hostage, they could secure a substantial payout. Considering that they were discussing a member of the Reinhardt family, the possibility seemed even more likely. Laughter filled the air as everyone agreed with the suggestion. However, one member expressed a hint of hesitation, voicing concerns about the potential repercussions of their actions, particularly when dealing with the formidable Reinhardt family, the most influential among the 3 dark families in the region. He wondered if there were any bandit groups that had survived after meddling with that family. However, before he could finish his sentence, the group's disapproving glances silenced him. One of the members resorted to calling him a fucking coward, while Ron's friend pointed out that this was why people called him an idiot. The hesitant member was silenced, and Ron raised his hand to halt the argument. With a menacing smirk, he demanded to know if everyone understood where they were. He revealed that they were in the Chatters, an area even abandoned by the Imperial family. Ron detailed his plan, proposing to hold Grain hostage, extract the ransom, and then flee to the east, an enemy nation surrounded by deserts where even the influential Reinhardt family's power would hold no sway. He emphasized the prospect of living a life of luxury after seeking asylum in the foreign land. Ron's friend praised his cunning strategy, reaffirming his position as their captain. The hesitant member voiced his concerns about the involvement of Knox, wondering if their deception had gone undetected by him. Ron, with a pensive expression, acknowledged Knox's dangerous nature, cautioning the group to steer clear of him until their affairs in the current territory were settled. Another member dismissed Knox's significance, labeling him as a mere child and deeming any worries about him unnecessary. The group collectively laughed off Knox's potential threat, affirming their confidence in their ability to handle any obstacles. Ron, signaling for the group to enjoy themselves, encouraged everyone to drink up, intensifying the revelry within the bar. But suddenly, the candles illuminating the room were extinguished by an unseen force, plunging the room into darkness. Everyone present was taken aback, but none showed any panic. Soon, one of the members questioned what had just happened, and another member asked, "Who the hell turned the lights off?" Ron attempted to calm the others, but his efforts were cut short as some liquid substance fell on his face. As Ron wiped his face, he noticed a crimson hue on his hand. He sniffed the air and questioned whether it was the scent of blood. Soon, his eyes fell upon a gory sight, a crimson fountain gushing beside him. In a state of panic, he stood up and in a loud voice questioned what was happening right now, but just then felt something beneath his feet, and when he looked down, he saw one of his subordinates lying dead there. Alarmed, he realized that enemies had infiltrated the bar and questioned the assailant about his identity, but he didn't realize that a figure had appeared behind him. Knox gazed at Ron with cold, unwavering eyes as he addressed him with a chilling demeanor, questioning why a vermin like him was speaking so rudely. Ron, displaying his combat prowess, swiftly distanced himself from Knox. Even in the darkness, he recognized that it was Knox who was attacking them. Knox chastised their attempt to rob the formidable Reinhardt family and accused them of overestimating their own capabilities. Ron attempted to maintain his facade of innocence, but Knox cut him off and revealed his comprehensive knowledge of including the misappropriation of funds with Tegan. He also showed awareness of Ron's manipulative intentions with Grain, leaving Ron internally cursing as his cover was blown. Ron attempted to persuade Knox and question what he wanted. He then suggested to Knox that he should think carefully as getting rid of Grain could elevate his position within his own family. All he needed to do was to look away this one time. Ron emphasized that there was no need for take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Ron's subordinates encircled Knox, seemingly ready to attack. In response, Knox's sword emitted a dark aura as he swiftly eliminated one of Ron's men. With his cold eyes fixated on Ron and a knowing smile, he questioned if Ron thought he was naive enough to believe his words, considering he was openly emitting such murderous intentions. Ron was unable to contain the tension any longer and ordered his subordinates to attack Knox from all directions. Despite their coordinated efforts, Knox effortlessly dodged their strikes and swiftly dispatched them with precise and lethal sword movements. Chaos filled the room as Knox retaliated against Ron's men, his fluid and calculated movements leaving a trail of fallen adversaries in his wake. Ron was taken aback and wondered if Knox had been hiding his skill this whole time. He realized that the situation was getting dangerous, so he decided to end the confrontation swiftly. Soon, a bluish aura began to envelop him, and he reminded Knox that he was dying because of his own arrogance. One of Ron's men remarked that Knox was done for this time, since his captain was going to use the Southern Sword technique. Soon, Ron launched a fierce attack at him, fully confident in the power of his technique. However, Knox remained composed, standing his ground without flinching as the attack approached. He calmly observed the straightforward assault and remarked that Ron was more simple-minded than he had expected. With a swift swing of his sword, Knox effortlessly nullified the incoming strike, and a message appeared before him mentioning that he had destroyed the enemy's attack as a genius swordsman. Frozen in shock, Ron could only watch as Knox dismantled his all-out assault with ease. Ron's men, lying at Knox's feet, expressed disbelief and questioned how he had managed the technique. But before he could fully process the turn of events, Knox swiftly disposed of him. He then approached Ron and demanded to know how a lowly vermin like him dared to ask for what he wanted. Just then, a message appeared before Knox, confirming his successful mastery of the Southern Sword technique. With a smirk playing on his lips, Knox basked in the bluish aura and stated that he had already obtained exactly what he wanted. Knox's successful mastery of the Southern Sword technique was evident as a bluish aura enveloped him, and he prepared to unleash its power. His eyes closed briefly as he contemplated the concept of genius. He questioned what it truly meant to be a genius. Did it simply imply that one was more exceptional than others? If that wasn't the case, did it mean someone who had proven that they could reach a higher level that most people couldn't? Throughout his perilous journey, Knox had continually questioned himself, seeking to unravel what it meant to be a genius. With renewed focus, he opened his eyes and swung his sword, acknowledging that while this technique might seem minimal compared to what awaited him in the future, it would be more than sufficient to overcome his adversaries. Ron, fallen to his knees, could only watch in astonishment as his subordinates fell one after another. Knox's mastery of the Southern Sword technique caused mayhem, leaving the subordinates at the mercy of the relentless onslaught. Their pleas for their captain's aid echoed futilely as Ron found himself frozen in shock, unable to assist. A sense of disbelief consumed Ron, and his eyes lost their luster as he recognized that Knox was currently using Chitair's Southern Sword technique. He couldn't help but question how a kid like him was using the sword technique that had taken him more than 10 years of his life to master. However, Ron snapped back to reality upon witnessing Knox standing before him, looking down at him with an icy, cold gaze. Ron recoiled, creating space between himself and Knox, his expression wrought with panic and warning. He urgently emphasized the potential repercussions of Knox's actions, asserting that Taijin would not let him escape unpunished, and that he might already be aware of the situation here. In response, Knox dismissed his concerns with a confident retort, refuting any possibility of witnesses observing his actions. Ron persisted, arguing that the surviving individuals present would bear witness to the event, but Knox hushed him and proceeded to elucidate his intentions, addressing Ron directly as Bandit Captain Ron. He emphasized that what he was doing could simply be construed as an act of assassination. Ron was clearly taken aback by his words and sought clarification. Knox, wearing a smirk, noted Ron's confusion and implied that he might have failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Knox emphasized that if no one survived to recount the events, this incident would be perceived as a mere assassination. Drawing his sword with a sly smile, Knox embraced the imminent course of action, leaving Ron to confront his fate. Elsewhere, within the confines of a dimly lit prison, the flickering fire torches cast eerie shadows across the space. A young girl, her face marred with bruises, was shackled and visibly exhausted, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Standing before her, Taigen's menacing figure loomed. Taigen addressed the girl as May and questioned her reluctance to comply with his demands. He emphasized her options: to work for him or be sold off to other nobles. He then slapped her and questioned her about refusing the options. However, May faced him defiantly, fearlessly meeting his gaze despite the dire circumstances. She adamantly refused to yield to the likes of him. In response to her defiance, Taigen caught her face. With a disdainful expression, he belittled her, asserting that her current situation left her with no choice but to struggle helplessly on the ground. Unbroken by his cruelty, May defiantly spat at him, an act that visibly startled Taigen. Infuriated by her defiance, Taigen struck her once more, his patience wearing thin. He sneered at her, taunting her with the possibility of being sold off to a black mage, a fate undoubtedly more perilous than her current predicament. As May grappled with the oppressive circumstances, her mind wandered back to a poignant memory from her time in the orphanage. She recalled a sister gently reprimanding her, expressing disappointment in May's persistent struggles with alchemical mixtures. The sister attributed this difficulty to what she perceived as an inherent lack of talent on May's part. May acknowledged that she had zero talent from the start, not just in alchemy, but also in swordsmanship and various other pursuits. However, her thoughts shifted to Alina, a fellow orphan who stood in stark contrast. The sister's demeanor changed as she praised Alina's exceptional abilities, remarking that there was nothing left for her to teach. She questioned how they could have someone as talented as her in the countryside. The memory of the sister's admiration for Alina lingered in May's mind. Sister's words about Alina's brilliance and her regret over her background as a war orphan stirred a complex blend of emotions within her. In her eyes, Alina embodied an alchemical genius, an individual who seemed to emanate a radiance beyond the confines of their humble beginnings. She recalled how Alina had always shone brightly, as if destined for altogether, one far removed from the confines of the orphanage. In a moment of reminiscence, Alina's bright smile and her invitation to play still lingered vividly in her thoughts. And this was why May had decided to sacrifice herself for Alina's sake. She was certain that Alina was destined for greater things, far beyond what someone like her could ever hope to achieve. Undeterred by Taigen's threats and violence, May confronted him with a smile, revealing that a life of struggle was all too familiar to her. Dismissive of any consequences that might follow her demise, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Taigen. Taigen, overcome with anger, raised his hand to strike May, but his action was abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. Knox's figure emerged from the dimly lit corridor as he urged May to cease harming herself. He emphasized that if she were to perish within the confines of the prison, it would undoubtedly bring sorrow to Alina. Taigen was surprised by Knox's unexpected intervention, but he inquired about the reason for his sudden appearance with a faint smile. Knox, devoid of emotion, addressed him directly, declaring that, by the decree of the imperial family's law, Taigen was to face execution. Knox then suggested that he surrender, pointing out that his partner, Ron, had already met his end. Taigen wore a pensive expression and lamented the unfortunate turn of events. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Knox and asked if he had come alone. Knox, unafraid, affirmed that he had indeed come here alone. A smirk appeared on Taigen's face as he remarked that it seemed like the young master of a noble family had underestimated him too much. He then questioned whether Knox really thought that he could defeat him alone. Knox maintained his composure and responded with a subtle smile, affirming his belief in his ability to overcome the odds. Taigen's anger surged as he drew his sword, remarking that even though things were progressing faster than he had expected, it didn't matter anymore. Suddenly, reinforcements flooded the room, effectively blocking any possible escape routes for Knox. Taigen gave the order to eliminate Knox, and the soldiers, armed and eager, heeded his call, charging forward with resounding battle cries. Despite the overwhelming odds, Knox remained a picture of calm and collected composure. He closed his eyes, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos around him, hinting at a hidden confidence or a planned strategy. As Knox's eyes opened, a message materialized, declaring the commencement of the hour of the genius. The world around him appeared to halt, suspended in a surreal moment in time. A notification flashed, indicating that the skill's duration was limited to a mere 5 minutes. Knox strode confidently towards the soldiers, his progress unimpeded by any obstacle. Strands of yellow light swirled around him as he moved, time slowing to a crawl, with only a single second having passed. By the time he had passed through soldiers, only 2 seconds had passed. Continuing on his determined path, Knox swiftly approached the prison cell. He effortlessly unlocked the door, his focus unwavering as he made his way to Mei. While passing Taijin, he paused briefly, locking eyes with his opponent. For seconds had slipped by since the initiation of the Hour of the Genius. Knox then resumed his stride toward Mei. With Mei nearby, Knox extended his hand towards her face, and a message materialized once more, indicating that there were 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. Knox decided to disengage the activated skill, allowing temporal normalcy to resume its course. Drawing out a potion, he administered it to Mei, prompting her to open her eyes. Barely conscious, Mei inquired about his identity, prompting him to reveal himself as Knox von Rienhofer. He assured her that by the time she woke up from her sleep, everything would be over. As Taijin's gaze locked on Knox, a sense of disbelief enveloped him. He couldn't help but question how he had defeated his subordinates so quickly. But suddenly he felt something amiss, and the next moment he collapsed to the ground. As he looked back, he saw blood trickling from his wounded legs. What shocked him even more was the sight of his subordinates succumbing to unseen sword strikes. Horror gripped his heart as he tried to comprehend what was happening here. Taijin's focus shifted back to Knox, who let out a chilly warning that his death wouldn't be easy. Taijin looked into Knox's eyes, devoid of any empathy. He was covered in cold sweat, finding himself questioning if he was seriously supposed to believe what was happening right now. That he, the great Taijin, was losing to a mere brat. Amidst the chaos, Knox's mind circled back to the question that had plagued him throughout his journey. What does it mean to be a genius? But a sudden shift of perspective pivoted his thoughts. He then wondered what genius meant to the character Knox, who himself was a genius. Knox lunged his sword toward Taijin, painting the ground in a deep crimson hue. Taijin stared at Knox in horror, grappling with the disbelief that he, the great Taijin, had been defeated by a mere brat. At that moment, he recalled the knight captain of the Chatter's mercenary corps, who was his father and the most outstanding person in the village. Every man wanted to be like him, and everyone respected him. However, a childhood memory of witnessing his father abusing a woman haunted him. His father turned to him and asked if he knew the reason why the people here followed him. Taijin averted his gaze in fear and replied that he didn't know. Suddenly, his father grabbed his hair and with an evil smile, imparted a harsh reality to young Taijin, that the reason was strength. If you possess overwhelming strength, then you can get away with doing anything. And that was the law of a city on the borders of the Archeim Empire. Taijin mustered some courage and asked his father if he was the strongest person on the continent. His father, releasing the woman from his grip, admitted his own insignificance. He revealed that he was just a nobody on this continent. There were numerous unbelievably strong swordsmen on this continent, and there were also many genius kids that were Taijin's age who were stronger than him. That was what it was like for a continent that was experiencing war. Revelation struck him, and he realized that the reason he had survived so far was because he had chosen not to fight those geniuses. But now he realized that Knox must be one of those unreachable geniuses his father had mentioned. He understood what it meant to be so talented that no one could reach you. In a moment of resignation, he sighed and acknowledged that his impending demise was a consequence of his choice to engage with Knox. The clash between Knox and Taijin reached its climax as Knox thrust the sword, bringing an end to Taijin's tale. The once great Taijin succumbed to the prowess of the rising genius, his story concluding on the battlefield. In Alina's cabin, she sat alone in her room, enveloped in a sense of hopelessness, lost in thoughts about Mei. The weight of uncertainty hung heavy until, unexpectedly, Mei entered the room and called out to her. Alina, her voice tinged with shock, uttered Mei's name. Alina rushed towards Mei, embracing her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Amid sobs, she expressed the fear that May had truly left her. May, with a gentle reassurance, apologized, recognizing the distress she had caused. Internally, she reflected on her own actions, acknowledging the selfishness of wanting to do things alone while leaving Alina behind. Alina gradually calmed down and, with a still quivering voice, asked about young Master Knox's whereabouts, expressing a deep need to thank him. Jitri responded, mentioning that Knox was likely resolving the situation and engaging in a conversation at that moment. Alina, intrigued, inquired about the nature of the discussion. Jitri revealed that it seemed like Knox was taking some time for a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother. Jitri's internal thoughts, however, hinted at a skepticism about the true intentions behind this seemingly heartfelt conversation. In Grain's room, Grain grew increasingly impatient and wondered how long Ron was going to keep him waiting. He questioned the audacity of Ron for making a noble from the Reinhardt family wait. However, he couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong. A knock at the door interrupted his impatience. Cautiously, he inquired about the identity of the visitor. Knox directly entered the room and revealed his presence, prompting a surprised response from Grain, who questioned him about his sudden appearance. Knox, however, simply urged his brother to talk for a moment, emphasizing the importance of the matter. Grain, wearing a frustrated expression, questioned the necessity of a conversation with him. Knox, however, stared at him with cold eyes, his attire bearing stains of blood. It didn't take Grain long to realize the seriousness of the situation. Despite his reluctance, Knox emphasized the gravity of the situation and compelled him to take a seat. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Reinhardt family, the head butler read a letter detailing Knox's actions. The letter conveyed that Knox had purged the corruption within the Chitairs and administered suitable punishments to those involved. Furthermore, Knox had submitted a request for a separate reward from the family head for accomplishing these tasks. However, the head butler was unable to discern what Knox desired, so he apologized and handed over the letter to the family head, Theo. As Theo read the letter detailing the situation in Chitairs, he contemplated the worsening corruption in that region. The complexities surrounding Chitairs were rooted in the fact that, while the corruption there escalated daily, nobody bothered to address it simply because it wasn't considered profitable. However, Theo acknowledged the issue was not that straightforward. Chitairs was a significant headache for the imperial family. He delved into the strategic importance of Chitairs, situated to the east as the last line of defense. If Chitairs were to fall, monsters would likely advance toward the center, posing a severe threat. The central government had invested considerable resources, funds, troops, and mercenary corps to safeguard the relevant areas. Chitairs, although seemingly useless, couldn't be entirely abandoned due to its critical role in preventing a greater catastrophe. Theo voiced his concerns about the dangerous bandit groups, especially singling out Taijin as a formidable threat. Even for Grain, dealing with these groups posed a significant challenge. The head butler concurred, stating that if the Ron Knights, or rather the Ron Bandits, were to attack Grain, the situation could take a dire turn. In response, Theo asserted that if Grain and his group couldn't handle a situation of that level, they didn't deserve to be called a Reinhardt family. He revealed that he had already assigned the Black Sword Knights to them to ensure their safety. However, he redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand, Knox. Theo contemplated the motivations behind Knox's actions and expressed his difficulty in understanding why Knox would purge the corruption in Chitairs without any clear gain. The same applied to Knox's request for Chitairs. He wanted the imperial family to give him authority over it, but Theo couldn't understand just what could be gained from such a desolate place. Knox had even mentioned that if he were unsuccessful, he was willing to give up his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhardt family. Theo found this proposition perplexing, wondering what could be gained from that decision that would prompt Knox to give up his familial rights. The head butler hesitated before asking if Theo would reject Knox's proposal, but Theo ultimately decided to accept it. If Knox could genuinely overcome all threats in Chitairs, he would undoubtedly gain jurisdiction over the region, allowing Theo to grant it to him. Theo smiled, considering this a good opportunity to assess Knox's ability to manage a territory. The head butler acknowledged his decision and mentioned that he would send a letter to the Empire to initiate talks to obtain Chitaires. Theo granted his permission to proceed with this. After the butler had left, he glanced at the letter, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but question just how far ahead Knox was planning. Grain found himself shaken to the core as he tried to confirm whether Knox meant that Ron and Tigan wanted to kill him and that he had been their underling all this time. Knox affirmed that all of this was true. His mind raced, contemplating the audacity of those who would attempt to deceive the prestigious Reincarnation family. Frustration clouded Grain's thoughts as he shifted his gaze towards Knox. In his internal reflections, he acknowledged that Knox was proving to be more troublesome. Sensing Grain's scrutiny, Knox smiled and casually inquired if he was afraid of him. Grain's face contorted with a mixture of emotions, and he replied cryptically, "How amusing." Internally, he acknowledged the need to restrain himself. Passing the upcoming test to become a knight was paramount, and succumbing to the provocations of someone like Knox could jeopardize that. Resigned to the reality of the situation, he reluctantly accepted Knox's offer, realizing that his life hung in the balance. Suppressing his pride, Grain asked Knox what he wanted in return. Knox was pleased to learn that his brother was quick to calculate the pros and cons. He then outlined his demand, the right to command all the soldiers under his jurisdiction. Grain immediately agreed to Knox's condition. He knew that even if he withheld the army, his life now rested in Knox's hands, and he had to admit that he was uncertain about Knox's true strength. Seeking to balance the scales, Grain laid down his own condition. He asked Knox to guarantee his life and ensure that the outcome of their collaboration favored him. Knox agreed to his conditions, but he pointed out that he had made two requests, guaranteeing his life and influencing the outcome. Grain restrained himself and reluctantly offered the mineral rights and artifacts of his large mine in exchange. He then asked Knox to ensure that he took care of things properly. Knox assured him that it was a small price to pay compared to his life. Rising from his seat, Knox smiled and conveyed his appreciation for Grain's cooperation during his stay in Chitaires. However, his expression turned serious as he cautioned Grain against any impulsive actions. Sometime later, in Alina's cabin, she sat on the ground engrossed in documents, expressing uncertainty about creating metallization and corroding potions, as she had never made them before. However, after contemplation, she concluded that it was indeed possible. Knox, seated nearby, praised her for her thoughtful response. Jitri expressed concern and questioned whether it would truly be okay, as his plans seemed too dangerous. She acknowledged that as an ordinary maid, she shouldn't be asking such questions, but wondered if there was a specific reason he needed to kill the griffin. May echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the importance of not losing their hero in vain. Knox reassured them, dispelling their fears. He stated that if the plan were impossible, he wouldn't have proposed it. He could understand why they were so worried, but he couldn't tell them that there was something he needed to obtain after killing the griffins. So he had no choice but to lie. Responding to the lingering questions, he firmly declared that he had thoroughly considered the plan, discouraging any further inquiries. Jitri, understanding the situation, pledged to prepare everything needed for the task. Knox knew that killing the griffin and chatters at the beginning of the game was actually close to impossible, as no one had succeeded in doing so. Suddenly, a sly smile spread across his face as he revealed that this was only true when they excluded him. He then started to explain the plan to the group and warned them to listen carefully, as he was not going to repeat it. It was impossible to defeat Griffin using a conventional playstyle in this particular scenario. However, there existed a hidden route that allowed for Griffin's demise, and this secret was exclusively known to the so-called stagnant water gamers. Knox fell into this category, having successfully completed Inner Lunatic 26 times. This explained his determination to vanquish the Griffin in the shadows of Chatters. The task was challenging but straightforward, with the promise of a significant reward motivating him to pursue it. Knox questioned the group, asking if they understood the plan. In response, they enthusiastically affirmed their understanding. With a concise end to the explanation, Knox declared the plan would be set into motion the following day. As the next day dawned, Knox, in a moment of contemplation, patted his horse. The gravity of the situation settled in. He had to put his life on the line, a necessity in the unforgiving world of inner lunatic to which he had transmigrated. The ground began to shake as numerous monsters of diverse races charged toward the defensive outpost, signaling the commencement of the plan. Knox stood atop the defensive wall and surveyed the approaching menace. He barked orders, and Alina and May responded with crisp voices, while Grain, wearing an annoyed expression, grunted his acknowledgement. Knox addressed the soldiers, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and reminding them that they had only one chance. The soldiers responded with a resounding affirmation. In a moment of reflection, he wondered why this moment felt so new. The realization that he had become Knox von Rienhofer, the sole strategist, weighed heavily on him. Dietrich arrived behind him, expressing concern about whether he would truly be all right. As she had mentioned the day before, the plan seemed too dangerous. But Knox silenced her, gesturing for her to stop. He then looked at her with a calm demeanor and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he wouldn't die. Knox then jumped off the wall, and thoughts surfaced in his mind about the moment he made a promise that he could not keep since he was terminally ill. Skillfully slowing his fall by sticking his sword into the wall, he propelled himself toward the approaching horde of monsters. Initiating the assault, he hurled a corroding potion at an iron golem, making it an easy target. A swift slash was all it took for the iron golem to fall. A series of messages appeared, indicating that he had successfully defeated the iron golem, and the proficiency for Chatter's Southern Sword technique had increased. Knox began killing monsters left and right, stating that if he hadn't made that promise, he might actually die. A sly smile crept onto his face as he started slaughtering the monsters, urging them to become his stepping stones so that he could finally enjoy the game more, which had now become his reality. His expression widened as he noticed a colossal griffin soaring overhead. Facing the griffin, Knox greeted it with a determined look and questioned whether they should get started. The shock was palpable among the onlookers. Elena, overcome by the spectacle, questioned the reality before her. She couldn't fathom a knight capable of such combat prowess. Was it truly humanly possible? May, equally astonished, expressed her thoughts on Knox's speed, noting that his movements surpassed the limits of their eyes to follow. She couldn't help but wonder just what kind of place the Rienhofer family was. Jitri provided some background on the Rienhofer family, a family renowned for swordsmanship, and also a place where internal conflicts take place to determine the inheritor of the Black Sword. Jitri confidently asserted that Knox was the most talented among the candidates. Meanwhile, Grain, feeling a tinge of jealousy, grappled with a headache induced by the constant praise lavished upon Knox. Jitri found herself contemplating the reasons behind Knox's decision not to address the circulating rumors about him. She harbored a certainty that Knox had his motivations, even if they remained elusive. Just then, May spoke up and admitted that the rumors about him might not be entirely accurate. She speculated that there were compelling reasons for Knox to maintain a facade of being a good-for-nothing, though she couldn't fathom what those reasons might be. Jitri, wearing a knowing smile, acknowledged her sentiments. She then bowed and urged the others to play along with Knox's act, emphasizing that he was a wise person after all. Before she could articulate her thoughts fully, Alina cut in and questioned if she wanted her to hide Knox's true nature. Alina reassured her with a smile, and May also pledged to keep silent. After seeing this, Jitri couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming among them. Suddenly, Griffin's war cry reverberated, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. Grain, witnessing Griffin's formidable presence, couldn't believe that Knox intended to face such a powerful opponent. In his mind, Knox seemed to be teetering on the edge of insanity. The battle commenced with Griffin launching its claws at Knox, who agilely dodged the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Knox aimed to strike with his sword, but Griffin swiftly evaded by employing its powerful wings to ascend. After the Griffin flew in the air, Knox turned his cold gaze to Grain, as if silently instructing him to take action. Though frustrated, Grain recognized the following orders. Thus, he obediently directed the troops to refrain from firing until the griffin neared the fortress walls. Once it approached closely, they were to unleash the ballistas upon his command. Ensuring clarity, Grain asked if everyone comprehended the task, and in response, he received a resounding acknowledgement from the soldiers. They then began to prepare the ballistas for action. Finally, the moment arrived when Griffin neared the fortress walls. Grain signaled the soldiers with a green light, and ballistas were unleashed towards Griffin. Upon realizing the imminent danger, the creature emitted a fearful cry. Unfortunately, it was too late. A ballista pierced its wing, prompting a painful scream. The griffin soon entered a free fall towards the ground. Knox observed the unfolding events with a satisfied smile and recognized the need to neutralize Griffin's flight ability to defeat it effectively. Without hesitation, he consumed a metallization potion that increased his stamina by 1. Confident in his preparations, Knox reveled in the unfolding strategy to bring down the formidable foe. Some days ago, Grain, overwhelmed by anger, protested Knox's request to create ballistas, considering it beneath him. He suggested that they could ask someone else to do that. However, Knox's response was straightforward. He suggested Grain face the griffin on the battlefield if he found the task distasteful. After a brief contemplation, Grain gave in and questioned how many ballistas he needed. Returning to the present, Knox approached the fallen griffin and considered Grain's potential usefulness, noting his good instincts. Knox's gaze, cold and calculating, locked onto the injured creature as he acknowledged that the only thing left would be the effectiveness of Alina's potion and proving himself by defeating the griffin. The griffin was overcome with fear and attempted to flee, but it encountered an unexpected obstacle. Despite its attempt to take flight, the pain from the wound on its wing forced it back to the ground. Knox advanced toward the struggling creature and taunted him. He noted Griffin's frustration at the unexpected turn of events, emphasizing that normally such injuries should be nothing for him, since he was the griffin, a high-level monster. But the ballista bolts that pierced through his wing were not normal. They had been slathered with tons of poison that the griffin liked so much. Knox ominously told him to look forward to what was coming, as the real pain would set in within the next 5 minutes. As the griffin swung its claws towards Knox, he coolly responded, stating that 5 minutes were all he needed. The skill, Hour of the Genius, activated, and everything in Knox's perception seemed to be frozen in place. Knox was overwhelmed by the pressure radiated by Griffin and realized that it was definitely different from the game. However, he knew that he would not be the one who would be dying today. The griffin, initially confused, was suddenly slashed multiple times from different directions. By the time the creature realized, Knox had already maneuvered behind it. Knox, seizing the opportunity, looked at Grain and called out his name. Grain, in shock, questioned whether this was truly the Knox he used to know. Nevertheless, he reluctantly acknowledged the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballistas. Ballistas rained down at Griffin, piercing him from multiple angles, and Griffin's painful cries reverberated through the air. Knox let out a chilling laugh, and his sword began emanating a dark aura. Pointing the weapon toward the wounded griffin, he wore a cold smile and declared that it was time to put an end to this. Griffin's anguished scream echoed through the battlefield as bolts pierced his formidable form. Onlookers, both soldiers and civilians alike, stood in shock and disbelief, witnessing the intensity of the unfolding battle. Knox, undeterred by the agony he had inflicted, charged at Griffin, unleashing a technique known as Black Execution. In a swift and calculated move, Knox severed Griffin's retaliatory claw with a single slash. Before Griffin could comprehend the rapid turn of events, Knox's sword cleaved through the mythical creature, splitting it in two. As Griffin crumpled to the ground, lifeless, Knox declared his victory by calmly sheathing his sword. The skill hour of the genius ended, and the strain of the technique took its toll, evident in his heavy panting. When his cold gaze met the surviving monsters, it sent shivers down their spines. Gripped by fear, the monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing the monsters retreat, The people of Chatters erupted in victorious cheers. Knox received a message notifying him that he had gained a 60-day extension after defeating the griffin, and the remaining life he had left was 179 days. The joyous cries of the people echoed, and some shed tears of happiness. Observing the jubilation around him, Knox couldn't help but smile and express that it felt pretty good seeing everyone happy. Meanwhile, Grain was frozen in shock at the unexpected ease with which Knox dispatched the formidable monster. Griffin was a high-level monster, so he couldn't believe that a monster like that was stumbling around because of Knox. His thoughts echoed with the notion that taking down such a creature should require at least the prowess of an academy professor. The realization weighed heavily on Grain as he contemplated whether he had no choice but to acknowledge his strength. He realized that if everything Knox had shown so far was true, he might bring about a significant change to the successor ranking within their family. After a moment of contemplation, Grain made a firm decision. He acknowledged the need to align himself with the right side of this unfolding scenario. Approaching Knox along with the soldiers, he asserted control over the situation, stating that he would oversee the safe removal of Griffin's corpse, leaving Knox in charge of loot distribution. Knox was puzzled by this unexpected move from his brother. Before leaving, Grain advised Knox to go back and have some rest. With a knowing smile, Knox recognized the impact his display of strength had on Grain. As Grain departed, Knox seized the moment to access hidden clear rewards. A message materialized presenting the details of the obtained item, Griffin's Heart. It was categorized as a miscellaneous item with an advanced grade and a wind attribute. The Griffin's Heart was also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness and held a special effect. It could be utilized to create an elixir. This elixir had the unique capability of altering stamina and agility. Depending on how skilled the alchemist was, the elixir would either increase or decrease those stats. Sometime later, in Alina's room, the Griffin's Heart lay in her hand, and she agreed that, as Knox had said, there was power of wind within this heart. She speculated that if they made good use of this, they could create elixirs or equipment that had only existed in rumors. Knox didn't have much time to wait around and was determined to use the heart to make an elixir. So, he asked Alina about the time required to create an elixir. Alina explained that it depended on the situation, and with the tools she currently had, it might take a while. Knox, determined to accelerate the timeline, offered to provide all the necessary tools. But amid this conversation, he extended an unexpected proposition. With a casual demeanor, he expressed his desire to hire both Alina and May as servants of the Reincarnation family. The shock on their faces was palpable. May expressed their commoner status and questioned the feasibility of such an arrangement. But Knox remained unfazed and questioned if something like that was important. He asserted that if they possessed something he needed, he would utilize them, and there was no reason for them to not make use of him as well, but he emphasized that he would not allow a subordinate to harm their master. Knox recognized that no one was able to make use of the monster's core properly at this point in time, especially since it was an item that had never been seen before, particularly as it was a unique item obtained by defeating a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be beaten. Crafting with it would be impossible for anyone other than a genius. Just then, Alina spoke with a firm declaration of trust, stating that they would follow and trust Knox for the rest of their lives, given that he had saved them. Knox's smile revealed his satisfaction with her answer. He contemplated the acquisition of two genius characters and recognized the potential they held. As he prepared to depart, he informed them of their departure in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted secretly upon their return to the family estate, away from prying eyes. Emphasizing the need for secrecy, both Alina and May affirmed their understanding with a resolute yes. Knox and Jitri ventured out of Alina's hideout, making their way toward the inn through the sewers. Amid their journey, Jitri abruptly halted, prompting Knox to inquire about the reason for the sudden stop. Jitri expressed her observation that he was different from what she had heard about him. Knox, confused, asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor about him being a selfish person who only cares about himself. But she knew that at least that part was not true. She then requested Knox to promise her that if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could be of help, despite her lowly status. She also expressed confusion about why so many people disliked him. Knox turned around and started leaving, assuring Jittery that he would seek her help if the need arose. He then shifted the conversation, expressing concern about the chilly night and urging her to move quickly to avoid catching a cold. As they continued their journey, Jittery couldn't help but smile at Knox's nagging. However, an embarrassed expression later clouded her face. In front of her, Knox was lying on the bed ill, and he knew what she was about to say, so he stopped her from doing so, finding it humiliating. Jittery reassured him, acknowledging that such things happened, emphasizing that he was still growing. Just then, a message appeared before him, revealing that he had contracted a negative ailment, cold, due to frequent sickness, and another negative ailment, chronic cough. Knox sighed in frustration, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Some days later, as Knox and Grain returned from their expedition to Chitairs, a guard's announcement echoed through the territory, welcoming them. The news of their return quickly circulated among the people, drawing attention to the presence of May and Alina alongside them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers speculated about the newcomers. A debate unfolded among the spectators, questioning whether May and Alina were the new servants of Knox. Some expressed skepticism, citing Knox's history with women and insinuating that his apparent improvement might be a facade. Concerns about potential consequences for speaking ill of Knox arose, warning against potential beheadings for those who criticized him openly. Amid the chatter, doubts emerged about the truth of Knox clearing the missing child's forest. Some dismissed it as a lie, while others countered, referencing the patriarch's affirmation of the events. Knox was accustomed to the persistent image that seemed to cling to him and realized that, regardless of his actions, the perception of him as a good-for-nothing persisted. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Knox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning if they didn't have any work to do. He remarked that they must have plenty of time on their hands to waste. The rebuke prompted a swift dispersal of the onlookers, creating a hasty retreat. As the crowd scattered, head butler Rodwell approached Knox and delivered news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with him. Knox's expression shifted to seriousness, and he began anticipating the impending conversation. A couple of minutes later, the young master stood in his father's office. Theo looked at him and acknowledged his arrival. Knox immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and conveyed that he understood he had been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes, mentioning they needed to discuss certain matters, and hinted that his youngest son might also have something to share. Theo continued, noting that rumors praised Knox's critical contribution to the mission's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return, save for the traitors. Even Garen had acknowledged his accomplishments. Knox tensed and cautiously asked if his elder brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk as he responded affirmatively, stating that Garen admitted he could hardly have completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, casting his gaze downward, wondering what Garen might be aiming to achieve with such praise. Theo calmly closed his eyes, pulling out a small bundle of papers, and told his youngest son that he didn't summon him for trivial matters. He handed the papers to Knox, commending him on accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Rienhofer family name once more. In keeping with his promise, Theo would grant him what he had asked for. Knox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Theo then informed him that traitors now officially belonged to him. The young master rose, smiling as he bowed in gratitude before thanking his father for his generosity. Afterward, Theo tapped a thoughtful finger on the table and rubbed his chin, watching his son intently. Knox, sensing a lingering question, wondered what else his father might want to address. Theo soon voiced the thought. Knox was Knox Rienhofer, the family's youngest son. Would he consider taking his father's place? Knox's eyes widened in surprise, fear flickering across his face. Theo narrowed his gaze, studying his son's reaction as Knox bit his lip, pondering why this topic had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, An unusual palace stood tall. A red-haired, masked man held a device resembling a watch, displaying how Knox had killed the griffin. He reported to an older man who wore a pink feather on his shoulder that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the Reinhofer brat had been victorious and that traitors had been completely conquered. Rumors circulated about the youngest son's achievements. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Crumbs, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Kemi asked if it was truly worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Reinhofer family had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with nothing to lose. Kemi bowed respectfully, agreeing with him. They both wore golden jewelry on their necks and arms, their skin a shade darker than most others around them. Smiling, the red-haired man rose and took the hand of a young girl with short red hair who wore a pink scarf. Crumbs tenderly stroked her cheek and told her that the day they would subjugate the kingdom and the day she would awaken was close. Back in his father's office, Knox remained unsure how to respond to Theo's question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Theo of the heavy responsibility that came with leading the family. Knox looked at Rodwell with intensity, yet Theo disagreed. He asserted that now was indeed the right time. Feeling panic rise, Knox apologized to his father, respectfully declining the proposal. He clarified that he couldn't assume the title, not now, and even suggested that Garen would be a more fitting choice. Theo slammed his fist on the table, declaring that it was not Knox's decision to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he didn't want the headship, deeming it too burdensome and beyond his capability. Theo questioned whether his son feared responsibility, to which Knox calmly replied that he found such feelings to be natural. After a pause, Theo closed his eyes and told Knox he understood and respected his choice. For now, Knox expressed his gratitude, and Theo warned him that his extraordinary talent wouldn't remain hidden forever. People would continuously test him, and he must be prepared for it. Knox wanted to respond, but simply nodded in agreement. Theo then dismissed him, knowing he was likely tired from his journey. Thanking his father for his consideration, Knox left. Minutes later, Knox was back in his room, sitting as Jitri, his maid, stood nearby. She asked if the head of the family had truly not scolded him. He reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about, as nothing negative had happened. There was no mention of him needing to reject anyone. Jitri looked away with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that chambers for Alina and May had already been prepared. Knox praised her, calling it excellent work. She dismissed it as merely the duty of a maid. Yet before she could finish her thought, the young master interrupted. He told her that if everything in the world was done as it should be, then there would be no hatred, theft, and murder. Jitri awkwardly placed a finger on her lip, and he again praised her, telling her that she did well. She bowed before him and thanked him. Knox looked serious. He was thinking that it seemed like everything was serious now. He would become the best student at the best educational institution for magicians and knights, the Elaine Academy. At this time, Theo told Rodwell that their conversation with their youngest son had been difficult, as he thought. Butler told him that he still felt that he had raised the subject too early, because if Knox had known thoroughly everything there was to know about his position, his answer might have been different. The head of the family did not agree with him, and told him that the young master's look was as if he had already written out his own future for himself. If Knox is afraid of anything, it is not his position, or even him, but something more inevitable. He was afraid of something like when you look into the abyss. Theo thought that, at the moment, Knox was only afraid of death. He wondered why, in his reality, he was still afraid of this. Rodwell told him that he was not supposed to say such things, but he thought that his youngest son was greatly affected by what happened to Madame. Theo smiled sadly and agreed with him, then told him that Knox might even blame him for this, because for him, he was just a pathetic person who could not protect his mother. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, so he told the head that he believed that Mr. Garen would soon become active and was planning something big. Theo frowned and told him that he would take that into account. In an unknown place, there were many corpses. The whole earth was red with blood. Many demons flew towards Theo. Suddenly, one of his grown-up sons appeared in front of him. He told him that his father should just give in and go along with it. Theo thought that this was the power of the Grand Duke. Talia stood in front of the mirror. She was wearing a beautiful fluffy yellow dress, and there were many more clothes lying around her. Emma was folding her clothes and asked her if she looked good. The maid looked tired, holding a burgundy dress in her hands, and called out questioningly to her mistress. Emma told her that she had shown her this kit almost 20 times. Talia ran back and forth and examined the new dresses. She said that this dress looked good, and the other one too. She asked what accessories to match the dress. There were accessories and beautiful pink shoes on the table. Emma told her that she was too excited. There was a slight blush on Talia's face. She happily told the maid that everything was so beautiful. Emma sighed heavily and told her that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about young Master Knox, since this would be their first meeting since he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned away from her and blushed, then asked if maybe that dress with ruffles would look better on her. After that, she frowned with displeasure, and Emma said, offended, that she was not helping her at all. She had to admit that she didn't care about it. The maid looked to the side wearily and told her that she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Reinhofer family estate, Knox looked handsome, wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful jewel on his collar. He saw Alina. She buried her head in the sofa. She heard his steps, raised her head, and then told him that he had come. Alina looked shabby, and there were bags under her eyes. He agreed with her and told her about the elixir, but he didn't finish the thought and asked her worriedly how she was feeling. The young master told her that she didn't look very good. Alina smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, telling him that she was always like that when she was focused on her goal. She'd take care of her friends, so Knox didn't have to worry about it. Alina smiled and told her that she was the best. She laughed sweetly and then told the young master that he didn't need to worry about them, and he'd better take a look here. She pointed her hand to the side. Knox looked there and saw a bottle of blue liquid. It glowed. The young gentleman walked up and took the bottle into his hands. Basic information about this item appeared on a black screen. It was a disposable type wind elixir with an advanced level. The attribute of the elixir was wind, which gave +1 point to endurance and +3 points to agility. The elixir had no requirements or special effects. The bottle of liquid levitated above Knox's hands, and Alina looked at him expectantly, asking him if he liked it. The system notified him that the effectiveness of this potion was increased by 200% since it was made by the genius of alchemy, Alina. The young master smiled and thought that he had finally got it. The elixir of wind not only increases stamina, but also has a hidden agility indicator. Agility greatly influences the skill hour of genius. Therefore, he simply needed to get this potion. It was good that he had the genius of potions, Alina. If he hadn't recruited her, everything could have been much more difficult. She waited for his answer. The young master continued to smile and told her that she had done a great job. Alina blushed with joy and smiled. Knox immediately drank the liquid. Turquoise energy appeared around his body, and for a second, it was as if the wind blew. He told them that they were all finished now. The young master went out into the corridor, followed by Jitri. He smiled and confidently said that it was time for them to visit Alina. At the moment, his main characteristic was this. His name was Knox. He was male, 15 years old, his race was human, and his attribute was darkness. Knox had no accomplishments. His bonuses were a genius in close combat, a genius in magical perception, a strong mind, and a master of acting. His limitations were mortally ill, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Knox's stats were better. His stamina was 6 +1 point. His mana was 9 +1 point. His luck was 11 +1 point. And his charisma was 26 points. In addition, he possessed skills such as Genius Hour, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, southern sword, and ignition technique. Knox's remaining life, due to his fatal illness, was only 150 days. The system notified him that the Magic Perception Genius bonus had been activated as his mana had reached 10 points. Some time later, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. It was the Elan Academy building. It looked luxurious. A HSE-drawn cart arrived at the academy grounds. Knox came out, and Jitri was behind him. The young master looked very handsome, even wearing white gloves. Everyone began to discuss his arrival. One student said that he had white hair and lavender eyes. He asked if this was the youngest son of the Reinhofer family. The guy with blonde hair told him that he had heard that Knox was the one who would be entering the academy this year. The guy asked if this lousy son really went to the academy. He was told that he needed to watch his words. Otherwise, he might lose his head. Knox smiled and then asked why it was so noisy here. He rubbed his neck with his hand, looked at them arrogantly, and then asked if there were dogs yapping around somewhere. The men immediately fell silent and left. The young master also walked toward them. Jitri looked at him worriedly and then opened her eyes wide in surprise. She saw another cart with a horse, and Emma emerged from it. She smiled and called out to the young master. Jitri bowed before her, while Knox looked displeased, telling her that they had already arrived earlier. The system notified him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable because he was too shocked. Emma agreed with him, saying it was because it was the Elaine entrance ceremony. She pointed to the carriage and told Talia she needed to get down and greet Mr. Knox. Talia began to panic, loudly asking if Knox was really there. She quickly slammed the carriage door and told Emma they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Talia exited, dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face red with embarrassment. Knox looked at her, thinking that although he expected her to be here, everything felt unexpectedly strange. He remembered practicing with a sword in the training room, suddenly dropping it in shock and asking Ron what she had just told him. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she'd only mentioned they were planning to betroth him to Lady Talia. She was about to elaborate, but Knox, panicked, grabbed her shoulders and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a huge problem, but now he hopelessly closed his eyes, realizing that after checking, it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not pleased. Talia was visibly embarrassed, stuttering slightly. She smoothed her hair and greeted him awkwardly. Knox looked away and returned her greeting emotionlessly. Talia seemed thrilled, smiling as she looked at him. Jitri approached her master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Knox responded irritably, telling her not to say that. Talia happily asked how he was doing. Coldly, he replied he was fine and asked how she was. She answered that she was fine too, blushing. Their conversation was interrupted by a horse's neigh. Everyone turned toward the sound. In front of them was a green carriage. Knox thought of another renowned genius of Elaine Academy, Eleanor de Rival, who was from a rival family secretly ruling the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair, exuding an air of grace. Eleanor stepped down, smiling as she announced her arrival. Knox thought about her intense dislike for the original Knox in the game. Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and addressed her servant, calling him Mr. Knox. She remarked she hadn't known he'd been selected to enroll in the academy, expressing her gladness to meet him. Knox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed, recalling a childhood memory. She added that she was the same heir to the merchant family he had looked down upon, giving him a slightly menacing look. Eleanor smiled, mentioning that she never thought they'd meet again. Knox reflected on her status as the only daughter of the richest merchant family, owning nearly half the continent, and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He panicked a little, remembering their childhood argument. The system notified him that his master acting skill was again unavailable. He recalled his childhood, seeing a young girl with red hair, looking at her displeased and calling her a non-entity, scoffing at the notion that status could be bought with money. Little Eleanor had blushed in shame and cried. Knox looked at her, realizing their tense relationship was a consequence of his actions. He thought that it seemed there were more people than ever ready to pierce his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong, noting he wasn't acting like himself. Crossing his arms, Knox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really enjoyed hearing insults. Knox narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking she was a stubborn fool. He suggested she leave if she intended to quarrel. Eleanor laughed, telling him she knew he was still the same nasty fool. The young master frowned, asking her what she wanted and if she was really that desperate for his attention. Eleanor, laughing sweetly, apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. Knox thought to himself that he knew her disdain for Knox wouldn't vanish. He activated his vision skill, and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were, she was female, 15 years old, of the human race with a wind attribute, and held titles as a genius at counting and acting. However, she had limitations, vanity, pride, and a weakness against Southern sword techniques. As Knox studied her stats, he noted that her characteristics remained the same, which, in his view, was better. The rival family, he thought, was willing to pay dearly for the title of D in their name. Eleanor's father paid dearly. She hated it, but still, she made the most of this fact. She was too vindictive and touchy, and old Knox foolishly decided to quarrel with her. Knox tested her patience and quietly remarked that she shouldn't have been meddled with at all. Eleanor bowed before them and told him she would leave, but they wouldn't say goodbye, as they were not close enough to wish each other well. Knox, calm as ever, told her that it didn't bother him since he didn't expect anything better from a hillbilly like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Talia that they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. She looked a bit worried and thoughtful, but quickly agreed with him. They headed toward the academy entrance, and Knox thought that now he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Talia because she was his fiancée. But he would try to make the most of this situation. As he glanced at the Elaine building, he thought it was time to get back on his feet. A couple of minutes later, they were inside. The young master looked around and told his bride that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already talking to each other, and Knox considered that although some of them might be useless and not aligned with the original story, it would still be advantageous to enlist their support. He remembered several individuals: Paracelsus Lenore, the girl with yellow hair, the guy with black hair, and the girl with pink hair. The strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be best to avoid them to prevent completely derailing the plot. A cautious approach was necessary. Suddenly, he asked the maid and dais if he thought too many eyes were on him. Jitri told him that this was indeed the case. The aristocrats glanced at him every now and then, with shock and occasional contempt in their gazes. The maid furrowed her brows and told him she thought he would be popular in Elon. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the looks were too unkind for him to consider himself popular. Talia looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, someone coughed loudly, asking if everyone could hear him. Silence fell, and Knox looked at the stage. Realizing everything would finally begin, servants bowed before a man as a girl with white hair stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating caramel on a stick, and greeted everyone with unusual clothes, azure eyes, and a strange mark on her chest. She looked somewhat human, though the students murmured, questioning if she was a child or a dwarf and where the professor was. Knox thought they were idiots, for before them stood an unimaginable monster that could not be judged by appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master, detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noah Avon Trinity. Her age and race were unknown. Her attribute was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of Elaine Academy and one of the Four Sages. Noah's bonuses were genius from mana detection and goodwill, with limitations like inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charm points. She had 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with active skills, Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. The young master turned pale, realizing this was a character he should stay on good terms with. Talia looked at him questioningly, but he warned her to say nothing about this girl if she valued her life. Noah smiled widely, introduced herself, and sweetly announced she was the new dean of the academy. Raising her finger, she warned the students, not finishing her thought before her hair stood on end and her eyes glowed blue. Threateningly, She warned that if anyone called her shorty again, she would kill them. Afterward, she sweetly asked if they understood. She told everyone they would begin the trial entry into Elaine Academy, surprising them, as the code did not mention such rules. Noah looked arrogantly at a student who raised an objection, telling him that this was the rule of the new dean to weed out the rabble. A huge, strange seal glowed with blue light beneath the students. She wished everyone to experience it, and sinisterly wished them good luck. Knox widened his eyes, realizing it had started. Suddenly, all the students disappeared. They found themselves in a forest, with the sun shining brightly. The students lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A bearded man with a bald head shouted at them to get up, calling them idiots for lying down in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the ordeal. But the man turned his attention to Knox, the young master, who stood on shaky legs, struggling to stay upright. The man squinted and examined Knox, who swallowed nervously, noting how the man's bald head gleamed like a halo. This was Vernon, a martial arts instructor and academy graduate known among players as Takaki, an incongruous nickname due to his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Knox thought it would be challenging to prove himself to him. Vernon scrutinized him and, with a loud voice, called him Snow White, asking if he pitted himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression didn't betray him, and replied that nothing was wrong. Activating his master acting skill, Vernon told him to stop talking about the future and learn to use his instincts, warning him against thinking nasty thoughts. Knox calmly raised his hand and asked Vernon to tell them about the entrance test. He told him that for now, he could put aside topics of conversation that did not relate to the matter. The instructor agreed with him and then told him that first, they needed to wake up all the sleeping students, so he had better cover his ears. Of course, he still needed it. Knox obediently covered his ears with his hands. Vernon's hands glowed with a blue glow, and then he sharply clapped his hands. After this, a very loud, obnoxious sound was heard, so the students started screaming. They stood up and asked what that sound was. The guy with brown hair asked loudly, "What kind of freak did this?" The instructor hit him hard on the head with his hand and told him that he was that freak. He asked him if he really had any problems. The guy looked at Vernon's bald head. His head seemed to be glowing, so he and the other students squinted at it. The instructor folded his hands on his chest and asked him if he not only called them names, but also decided to make a dissatisfied face. Does he have an extra life? The guy quietly apologized to him. A couple of minutes later, students were carrying other students on stretchers. The instructor shouted to them that they needed to move the students who could not wake up to a safe place. After this, the remaining students stood in front of Vernon, and he told them that since they had come to their senses, he would tell them about El Dean's entrance test. Jam listened calmly to his speech, and then thought that this test was to diligently catch monsters on this island of magic as a reward. After the death of the monsters, gems of different colors would remain. The fewer mana gems, the higher their value. He wondered why everything was like this. Wouldn't more be better? The young master answered this question to himself. He smiled and thought that this was only half true, because in a test, they look at two things. The first is sensitivity to mana. Of course, this had already been tested with the help of Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from its spell was the best. The second test checks the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. It is these two indicators that allow magicians to perform best in battle, and that is why the gems are specially selected in this way. That was the whole point of the test. Vernon told the students that this place was created through the spell of Noah, the current dean. There are a lot of creatures here, and pathetic worms like them don't even know how to fight, so they will be given an indulgence. They can unite in teams. The students immediately began to look at each other to spot a partner. Suddenly, a sword began to appear next to Knox. A sword also began to appear in the disciples' hands, so everyone looked at it in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people on a team is 8, and that it would be better for them to hurry up and decide. After that, he turned around and told them that he would be waiting for them at the top. Everyone looked at him in shock. A girl called him and told him that she still had questions for him. The guy asked if he really just left like that. The man told him that he had left. The guy with the brown hair rubbed his head with his hand and said that the place where he was hit still hurt. He asked why the instructor needed to hit him on the head. Everyone else watched him leave seriously. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and asked if there were anyone who wanted to help the princess besides her. Behind her stood a girl with long yellow hair. Alina smiled and said that she would generously reward those who went with her. She swore on the name of her family. The students looked askance at Knox, and he turned away from them and walked into the depths of the forest alone. He smiled and thought that in the game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person simply would not survive here, and what matters most here is a person's knowledge. In order to strengthen his terminally ill body, he needed to use this. He approached the cave and said that for this, it would be best for him to act alone. Jan smiled and quickly ran inside it. Meanwhile, the instructor stood at the top and his subordinates stood behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his headdress and then thoughtfully rubbed his beard with his hand. He said that no matter how you look at it, it's very strange because the new student not only withstood the dean's magic, but he didn't finish the thought and asked if Knox had also gone into the forest alone. Does he have no sense of fear at all? Or what? Vernon said that's definitely not the case, and there's another reason he's not worried. It was clear in his gaze. Even an uncut diamond is still a diamond. He said he's waiting for Knox to show him what he's worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Reinhofer family. He looked down and waited for him to show them everything he could do. After some time, Knox's sword was covered in blood. There were many dead monsters lying on the ground, and gems lay next to them. He walked further, and a man watched him. It was a girl with long white hair who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Talia, the yellow-haired girl, and the pink-haired girl were fighting together with goblins all around them. They held swords in front of them. It was bloody, and the girl with yellow hair was without a sword. Talia thought worriedly about where Knox had gone. She planned to stick with him. The girl with pink hair suddenly called out to her loudly, telling her that she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl told her that she needed more enthusiasm. Talia agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was called Penelope, and she was holding a large purple gem in her hands. It glowed and sparkled beautifully. Penelope told them that they had gone quite far. She believed that purple crystals were valued far above the rest. The girl with pink hair told her that maybe this is not so. After all, this is a test for Noah, one of the 4 wise men. She was sure that there was something hidden behind all this. Penelope agreed with her and then looked around excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles, their clothes bloody, and they were sighing heavily. The princess told them that she thought that in their current state, not everyone would be able to make it further. The girl with pink hair frowned, thinking that this would not work because she promised Penelope to take her to the top. The current Aram Empire is rotten to the core, so in order to restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must take the throne. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin and thought that she needed to do everything possible to make this happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could simply gather those who were still able to stand on their own feet and move on. She asked her what she would order them to do. The girl with pink hair told her that she had thought about it too. Penelope frowned, squeezed the purple crystal tightly in her hand, and then relaxed it. She remembered the guy with yellow hair who looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them that they would move on. They needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Knox had already left the cave. Steam was coming out of his mouth because everything around was covered in snow. He rubbed his hands, trying to warm them up. The system notified him that the 3rd-level chilly limbs restriction was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing would work intermittently. Additionally, all of his character's stats would temporarily drop. Knox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled heavily, thinking about how he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the restriction of chilly limbs had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to come up with something for this limitation. Looking forward, he muttered that this was quite enough for now. He walked further and a small fireball levitated beside his shoulder. Knox looked around. Snow and snowdrifts were everywhere, and the wind was blowing. He noted that this was quite fitting for the frost witch Noah. The young gentleman looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood this was the top of the mountain, but there was too much ice here. Breathing intently, he closed his eyes and sat down. Placing his palm on the ground, purple energy began emanating from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would work if this place were an ordinary island. The ice began to crack, and purple energy glowed within the entire mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He thought that this place was artificially created by Noah, and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Knox stood up, his hand glowing purple as if absorbing energy. He mused that it was difficult to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the dean of the academy. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack, and huge ice monsters emerged, their bodies several times larger than Knox's. The young master observed them and noted they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He commented that such monsters could easily kill a beginner, but for him, they were just dust beneath his feet. One troll swung at him sharply, but Knox quickly dodged. Another giant swung a huge wooden stick at him, but the young master crouched, dodging once again. When the troll tried to hit him a third time, Knox blocked the blow with his sword. His eyes glowed purple, and he thought about Noah's obsession with talented students. She wouldn't put students in a corner before they blossomed. Ice trolls weren't weak enough that any student could handle them. In the real world, encountering them would only make a person wish for a swift end. He looked seriously at the monsters, deep in thought, but didn't finish his contemplation as 4 huge trolls stood in front of him. A girl with long white hair watched him from behind a tree. Hidden, Knox darted forward, past the trolls, thinking about how Noah's might have a specific behavior pattern as an indulgence. The first troll would always hit vertically and stay in the center, while the next would strike horizontally, slower due to a wide swing. He ran toward the last monster, thinking that this one would try to pierce him, but had the weakest blow of all. As the last troll swung, Knox blocked the attack with his sword, smiling as he realized he could parry the strike. He immediately swung his sword, cutting through the monster. Moving swiftly, he began to strike the other trolls with his sword. Blood spilled from their bodies as he withdrew his weapon and struck another monster sharply. With all the opponents defeated, they collapsed to the ground. Knox bent down, picking up a gray gem that had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he pondered why he ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that Noah specifically placed here, and he would be able to exchange it for a very important scroll. The young master would strengthen his hour of genius skill after completing this story. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair held a purple crystal, telling his partners that at this rate, they would be the first among their peers. Elena appeared displeased, but a girl with brown hair looked at the gem with interest, expressing hope. The girls smiled joyfully, clapping their hands, and agreed that they had done well. Eleanor, lost in thought, agreed, and said this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts trailed off as she remembered Knox going into the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange feeling and looked down, emotionless, recalling her childhood. A man shook her shoulders, demanding why she had quarreled with Rienhofer's son, clad in a long burgundy coat. He shouted, reminding her that they must rise above others. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Elena looked at him in fear, crying, as he shouted that she needed to find a way to approach Knox at any cost. She thought that this man had never seen her as his daughter. Currently, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Knox had disappeared to, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Maybe he knew a secret way to pass this test with a high score. Suddenly, she raised her hand and told everyone that she had a proposal. She smiled and told them that if any of them wished to rise even higher with her, then, in the name of the rival and family, she would guarantee them an even greater reward. Everyone began to discuss her proposal. The girl with short hair asked her if she didn't like this gem, warning that they might get hurt if they went any further because it was too dangerous. Elena smiled sweetly and agreed with them. Then, she asked if they agreed that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. The guy with blonde hair confidently told her that he would go further with her. She agreed with him, and a guy in dark clothes asked if he could join them too. Elena looked down sadly, thinking that everything always came down to money. She didn't know what Knox was up to, but it wouldn't hurt to find out. After that, she smiled artificially and asked them if it was time to move on. At this time, Knox was on the top of the mountain. He thought that the reason to take risks and go alone was simple, because everything would be rewarded in full. He looked at the corpses of the ice trolls, thinking that there was almost no opportunity to improve the hour of genius skill in this game. It was almost impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Knox said that nothing could be done about it, even if he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, turned around, and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this because he had held his sword tightly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him. Smiling, he told Knox that he hadn't expected to meet him again in this way. The swordsman smiled sweetly and told Knox that he was truly glad to see him. The young master looked at him in shock, clenching his teeth. This was not in his plan. A black screen appeared in front of him with the basic information of Paracelsus written on it. Male, 15 years old, of the human race. Attribute steel. No achievements. His bonuses were a genius of the sword and melee, a brilliant physician, strong in spirit, merciless to strong people, and compassionate to weak people. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, despises aristocrats. He had 10 points of stamina, 8 points of mana, 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and 25 points of charm. His skills were fourfold: passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer sword, and basic living sword. Knox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the prophetic dream game and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing here. The young master remembered that Paracelsus should fight the main character of the prophetic dream game at this part and be inspired by his kindness, since he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly, Knox's eyes opened wide as he realized something might be wrong here. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, abruptly pulling out a small dagger and throwing it at Knox. The young master managed to react, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the main character was, who was supposed to entertain the swordsman. Paracelsus grabbed his sword and smiled, then told Knox he was interested in the crystal in his hands and demanded he hand it over. The system notified the young master that the master acting skill had been activated. Knox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a dirty worm with contempt. Paracelsus began to attack him with his sword, and the young master quickly leapt back from the strikes. He thought he must be mistaken, or perhaps the main character simply hadn't appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck with his sword again, but Knox blocked the blow. Paracelsus was fast, and he immediately swung at Knox again. The sword's tip almost struck the young master, who pulled his head back, frowning. He thought he would really have to entertain Paracelsus. He asked him if he realized he was now confusing all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled ominously, saying he had no idea what Knox meant, but something had bothered him when they'd met before. In Château's, he had already wielded a sword perfectly. The young master asked him what he meant, and Paracelsus sweetly replied that he apparently had many worries. He asked if Knox could simply do as he asked so they could each solve their own problems. The swordsman remarked that the gem would likely yield the highest score. Knox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly told him he'd leave him no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood opposite each other, the atmosphere oppressive. The young master told him he was acting basely, asking if he'd planned this from the beginning. Paracelsus smirked and told him that he'd fallen for it himself. Knox thought that he might be the strongest character, but his talent had yet to fully awaken. Even as a genius, he had his genius hour skill for such situations, but now wasn't the time to fight seriously. The young master looked serious, considering that he might need this skill if the main character truly didn't exist, and he had to save Eleanor. He pursed his lips, realizing it was risky, but unavoidable. Knox told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if he really remembered his name, and teasing if Knox would ask him to be gentler out of old friendship. The young master frowned and called him by his name. Celsus. The swordsman smiled slightly. Knox pointed his sword at him, saying he knew he only joined the academy to uncover the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelsus glared at him, calling him an idiot. The young gentleman smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Eleanor, who, along with her team, is scaling higher grounds in search of greater achievements. Unexpectedly, Eleanor encounters Princess Penelope's group above. Upon seeing her, the princess calls out to Eleanor, acknowledging her arrival. Eleanor respectfully greets the princess, expressing her reluctance to obstruct her path. However, she seeks confirmation on a matter. Meanwhile, nearby, Knox and Paracelsus continue their intense duel. Paracelsus' sharp strikes target Knox's vital points. The princess, facing Eleanor's group, expresses her intention not to engage in meaningless conflicts. A member of her group, with pink hair, gestures respect, but encourages the princess to reconsider her decision. The princess mentions the difficulty of defeating both opponents unless they are severely injured. Moreover, if both adversaries decide to cooperate due to their dire situation, it would pose an even greater danger. Understanding the challenging circumstances, the princess stands firm and Eleanor obeys. As Eleanor observes the battle between Knox and Paracelsus, she remarks on Knox von Rienhäfer's unexpected strength, pondering when he became so formidable. Everyone remains focused on the battle, unaware of a dark figure approaching Eleanor in the snowy backdrop. Even Knox and Paracelsus are too preoccupied to notice anything beyond their fight. Approaching Talia, Echidna inquires if she's watching the fight. Startled, Talia hadn't noticed Echidna until she spoke. Echidna expresses surprise at Eastern Death being among the new students, identifying him as Paracelsus. Talia, curious, questions Echidna about Paracelsus's opponent Knox. Echidna elaborates on Paracelsus's reputation as a skilled swordsman, renowned for defeating numerous Eastern bandits. Talia acknowledges Paracelsus's rare talent. Echidna then mentions seeing the fifth son of the Rienhäfer family in a new light, acknowledging his unexpected prowess in swordsmanship. She reflects that if he weren't a worthless libertine, he could have become an exceptional knight. Listening to Echidna's remark about Knox, Talia spoke in place of him. I don't think Knox is, lascivious like that. Echidna immediately turned to Talia and asked why she knew him so well. Talia turned away embarrassedly and said nothing more. Returning to the battle between Knox and Celsus, at this moment Paracelsus swung his sword towards Knox and called him a wretch. Knox remained in a defensive state, thinking that he was being provoked. It was a natural reaction, because Celsus was his only mentor. Furthermore, he was dead, because of the wretch of Mill's Academy. Paracelsus now appeared serious, saying, "Playing with you is enough." Finishing the sentence, Paracelsus rushed in to fight Knox with all his might. Just then a notification appeared stating the acting genius was taking effect. Knox smiled and asked, "Why is that? I'm not the one who killed your mentor." What Knox had just said further infuriated Paracelsus. Paracelsus pushed Knox's sword forcefully with his own, followed by a series of powerful sword strikes from Paracelsus. But in Knox's mind, his attacks had become simpler. He might be a genius, but he was still very young. Knox now understood all of Paracelsus's sword techniques. He quickly turned the sword, rendering Paracelsus's attacks ineffective, then struck directly at Paracelsus's stomach, causing him to step back. But contrary to what we thought, in a very short moment, Paracelsus managed to catch the sword. Paracelsus now smiled triumphantly, looking straight at Knox. Seconds later, Paracelsus swiftly rushed forward, aiming his sword straight at Knox. Knox used his black sword to block the blow in time. Paracelsus confidently declared, "Let's see if you can still blabber those nonsense words." Knox retorted provocatively, "I'll keep saying that." Although appearing calm, Knox was struggling to defend against Paracelsus's attacks, thinking that his attacks were becoming sharper. I can't prolong this anymore. After thinking this, Knox tried to push Paracelsus back with his sword. With a cold glare, Knox realized and apprehended that, at the moment he used his master's technique, Life Blade, he was sure to lose. Obviously, there must be a reason why it was considered the Emperor's technique. In just a moment, with a powerful sword technique, Paracelsus pushed back and knocked Knox's sword away, declaring that Knox was distracted. Knox remained calm, showing that he was still fine, using his villainous persona to manipulate Paracelsus. Looking at Paracelsus with the disdain of a noble towards a commoner, Knox said, "The way you try to take from others really shows that you are indeed a lowly commoner." The notice board now displayed a message stating that the Paracelsus nobility disdain characteristic had been activated. This aligned with Knox's expectations, as he heard the contemptuous words from a nobleman named Paracelsus. "The very nobles who created this miserable world," Paracelsus sneered. Knox continued, almost mockingly, "You simply need someone to despise. Such a waste of time, isn't it?" As their swords clashed, Knox maintained a smile, asking, "Wouldn't you feel content if it all ended here? You don't want to hear more about your mentor?" Whether Knox was stalling or waiting for something, his gaze shifted towards the group of students observing the battle. He calculated that just a little more time was needed. The monsters attacking Eleanor would appear at precisely 9 o'clock. The system then issued a warning. The current time was 8:58. Unaware of Knox's manipulation, Paracelsus returned his challenge with a smile. "I can still extract information from you after I've severed a few of your limbs." Knox's response was stern. "Do you think you can peacefully leave after harming a noble?" Paracelsus glanced at the spectators behind him, replying, "I'll consider that later." "Don't you think we have quite an audience now?" Knox calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, as this will be the final blow." Paracelsus thought Knox was overly confident. With a face full of curiosity and assurance, Paracelsus charged towards Knox, challenging him to prove his confidence. Moments later, Paracelsus's eyes changed, feeling something inexplicable as he only saw Knox's deviously smiling face. With a confident smile, Knox activated his genius moment skill, rushing towards Paracelsus with a speed that he couldn't match, seeing only a golden sword streaking towards him. Paracelsus seemed immobilized before Knox's overwhelming speed. In his mind, he could only utter, facing Knox, as their swords clashed. Paracelsus's arm holding the sword was pushed back, unable to withstand Knox's swift strike. However, Knox's aim wasn't to defeat Paracelsus. He coldly stated, "Right now, I don't have time to bother with someone like you." Eleanor expressed surprise on her face and wondered silently. Did he suddenly become stronger in an instant, even while battling Paracelsus, the strongest freshman? But then her attention was diverted by an unfamiliar creature approaching. In her mind, she barely had time to think that something was approaching, a shadow, moving very fast. Could it be a specter? Facing the specter about to strike her, Eleanor felt helpless, thinking, "There's no way I can evade this attack. Am I going to die suddenly like this? Is it all meaningless?" At this moment, Eleanor could only cling to herself, engulfed in fear, unable to do anything, but her life was saved when a strike came to destroy the specter. Her eyes now facing the image of Knox, who had just defeated the monster, appeared before her. Knox frowned at the sight and remarked, "What a gruesome scene." Facing Knox, Eleanor hesitantly said, "Why do you always do this?" Knox, with disdain in his voice, replied, "I didn't expect that even though we've cooperated, you still couldn't defeat this monster." But Knox thought to himself that such a reaction was natural. The specter was an upper-middle-class monster. What's worse is that initially this monster wasn't even in Nosemaze, because the real monster is the protagonist who killed Paracelsus's teacher. The reason he's involved in this is probably because Eleanor was supposed to die at his hands. But that cold demeanor of hers has somewhat diminished after being saved by the protagonist. However, now it doesn't matter anymore because the protagonist no longer exists in this world. The princess now approached Eleanor, facing Knox, expressing, that was too harsh. Though you saved Eleanor, this new development is too abrupt. Ignoring the princess's criticism, Knox respectfully bowed. You must be Your Highness the Princess. The princess continued, holding those responsible for such situations are the teachers of Eldine and Noah Von Trinity. Because the Spectre is not the kind of monster students can defeat. Knox didn't hesitate to refute the weak defense of the princess, saying, Our enemies don't choose their opponents. Strange indeed, Princess Penelope. I thought you of all people would understand that the most. Knox's words rendered the princess speechless. Echidna stood up and retorted, How dare you disrespect the princess, Knox von Reinhardt. Do you also perceive an issue here, HM? Is that why you've come forward to assist us? Facing the notable figure of Knox with dusty pink hair and vertical pupils, surely, she was Echidna von Janos, the princess's confidant and the heir to the Janos lineage. Her alias, the Insidious Serpent, hinted at her distant relations with the Reinhardt house. From the start, how could a shadowy lineage possibly ally with a celestial one? Such a simplistic scenario couldn't possibly fit within this inner lunatic. At this moment, Knox assumed the expression of a classic villain, stating, I have nothing to say to a mere lapdog of a celestial. Infuriated, Echidna snapped, Are you insulting the Janos house? Knox maintained his aloof demeanor, replying, And if I am? Just then, the professor intervened from above, bellowing, Cease this internal dispute immediately. With that, he leapt down from the snowy ledge with authority. Knox, upon seeing the instructor's arrival, disregarded Echidna and inquired, Has the examination concluded? The instructor, observing Knox, declared, Yes, all examinations have concluded. Upon receiving this information, Knox promptly presented the obsidian shard he had acquired. This action surprised even the instructor, who exclaimed, I never expected someone to obtain the obsidian shard. You've exceeded my expectations. Aside from your penchant for surprises, the instructor then announced that the valedictorian of the entrance exam would be Knox von Reinhardt, the individual who had acquired the obsidian shard. Those who obtain the obsidian shard shall be cohort companions. Does anyone object? At this point, the timid princess timidly raised her hand to speak. What about the creature earlier? Was it part of the exam? I find it unlikely for such a monster to appear here. We'll need a reasonable explanation for this. In response, the instructor assured, Certainly we will investigate, although it's not a sufficient explanation since someone was nearly harmed. However, we will compensate individually for student Eleanor. And you, with the white hair, will be rewarded for your heroic deed. Knox, appearing noble, turned and said, I don't require it. Yet, in his mind, he pondered, I won't be foolish enough to involve myself with Eleanor any further. Even if everything is chaotic and the protagonist doesn't exist in this world, this matter isn't right at all. Moreover, if I accept the reward, I'll have to admit my involvement. I must avoid any misunderstanding at all costs. After finishing speaking, Knox turned and walked away, but the voice of Echidna made him pause. She called his name, Knox von Reinhardt, and asked, Why did you save me? Knox, trying to avoid the situation, found everything pulling him back. In his mind, he thought, damn it, I knew things couldn't be so smooth. His inner notification also displayed his emotions, fluctuating with the content, portraying the acting genius, wavering. Knox tried to regain the charismatic aura of a villainous character, turning slightly to reply, I just defeated a monster, and you happened to be there. This answer puzzled Eleanor, leaving her standing in silence. Knox then tried to leave immediately, feeling anxious. Damn it, it's over. Eleanor de Rievelin. Just as her nickname suggested, the Golden Fox, she was cold and calculating, believing everything in the world, including someone's dedication, could be bought with money. But why did Knox save her? He didn't even accept the reward the teacher offered. Knox's cold response, I just defeated a monster, and you happened to be there, didn't satisfy Eleanor. It was clearly a terrible lie. Someone across from Eleanor spoke up, I don't think he meant any harm. Didn't someone say that? That he's just a mediocre little guy. Eleanor remained skeptical, saying no. I suspect a lot. That wasn't a lie. He must have his reasons. Really? Eleanor asked the person opposite, I'll have to investigate further. Yes, miss, the person replied. I'll investigate this. Eleanor insisted, no. I'll investigate it myself. If the Rainhafer family finds out they're being followed, they won't take it lightly. The person nodded, yes, miss. The scene shifted to Knox's mansion at the academy. Jitri stood by, worried, asking Knox, Master Knox, are you all right? Knox's face was pale, his hands and feet cold. He reassured Jitri, I've taken care of it. You don't need to worry. But in his mind, he thought, but it's worrying. We need someone to play the role of the main character. It's essential in my quest to regain my memory and find out who sent me that mysterious message. I can't afford any more complications. But Knox, the person whose body I'm inhabiting, is a real villain. Suddenly, Knox's eyes widened. He stood up eagerly, clenching his fists, and said, there's still a way, isn't there? Jitri, taken aback, asked his master, and Knox confidently smiled, there's a way. The only way to play both the villain and the hero in this world. Knox didn't reveal the method as the scene shifted to a gruesome battlefield. Monster corpses and soldiers littered the ground. A woman with long blonde hair stood in the midst of the battlefield, wielding a sword. A man approached her, announcing, Lady Luna, the demon horde has begun to stir. He expressed concern. He will awaken. Upon Luna's declaration that a bloodstorm would once again engulf the continent, she ordered the man, named Duth, to prepare for departure. We must achieve our goal. You understand, don't you? She then left, donning a cloak with a badge on the right chest, depicting a crescent moon and a four-petaled flower. With a graceful yet bloody beauty of the battlefield, she declared, all for the destruction of the Arkheim Empire. Her proclamation ended this chapter, leaving many mysteries. Guess who will truly become the main character to replace the original protagonist? And share your thoughts in the comments. Continuing from the previous episode, at this moment Knox's thoughts drift back to memories. He asserts that there is something that gamers who have played countless games have all noticed. There is a very fragile boundary that separates the main character from the final antagonist. I also agree with that. Both have had quite similar experiences. This includes even the bosses that are absolute demons. In most recent games, when the antagonist appears, they often have undergone trauma or lived an unjust and tragic life. The main character is the same in a way. Simply put, even the antagonist has their own reasons to explain who they are and why they do what they do. Everyone always goes crazy for antagonists like that. Of course, this doesn't mean that the main characters and antagonists are exactly the same. An antagonist will always remain an antagonist. They cannot become the main character, even if it only applies in games. In a world about to be destroyed without a main character, the only way for an antagonist to survive would be to make themselves both the antagonist and the main character. At this moment, Knox stands facing an alleyway, the stream of light from the alley emitting sparkling blue radiance that catches the eye. Knox complains that he doesn't like risks much, but what needs to be done must be done. He has no other choice but to do this. The largest villainous organization in Interlunati, a group for those who want to overthrow the royal regime. Mentioning this, his hand begins to rise, a source of magical power emanating from his palm. Immediately afterward, the entire space in front of him is engulfed in that blue light. Knox declares that he will infiltrate Lunatic. At this point, the scene shifts to the academy, where the professors are sitting in a silent meeting as nobody is speaking. The headmaster seems lost in thought. Two professors begin discussing recent events. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? Do you know anything about it? The purple-haired professor responds, You're the one overseeing the exams? Have you made another mistake? The other professor, with a disgruntled face, retorts, I've told you, I did nothing wrong. The headmaster begins to feel annoyed by the professor's commotion and speaks up. What are you two arguing about? Nothing at all. Let's continue. Have we missed anything? We haven't said anything yet. I've already informed everyone about the specifics. Haven't you noticed anything? At this moment, another professor lightens the mood. The headmaster is talking about the enemy appearing in the entrance exam, threatening the academy. The headmaster confirms this. The goal of that person might be to bring down the Eldine Academy and overthrow the empire. Eleanor de Rievelin has only just begun. So do you know why she, the star of the financial world, is being targeted? The purple-haired professor speaks up, yes. Because the Rievelin Trading Company, which the Rievelin family runs, holds 70% of the goods distributed throughout the Archheim Empire. The guiding professor adds, if our enemies intentionally target the Rievelin Trading Company, it means they have a next target as well. The headmaster acknowledges this and says, exactly. That's why what's happening this time is both a challenge and a warning to the Academy. We must prepare carefully for what is about to happen. All the professors in the meeting agree and respond affirmatively to the directive. At this point, the principal was about to leave but suddenly remembered something and paused, asking, oh wait, there's one more person who could also be considered quite dangerous. One dangerous person? That's right. The image from before flashed back. A girl we thought was a student observing Knox, but it turned out to be the principal in disguise. The principal revealed one student, possibly the most talented one in this new batch of students. The purple-haired professor also hurriedly asked, surprised, who's that? In his mind, he secretly thought Noah Vaughn Trinity. Someone she considers talented, too. This is the first time that's happened after what happened with the princess. And the principal also announced the name she's expecting is Knox von Rienhafer. Knox, that name that's infamous yet mysteriously absent from the Rienhafer family, right? The principal departed, confirming, indeed, that child. When it comes to Knox, the principal paused for a moment and said, he might be even stronger than me. This shocked the purple-haired professor deeply, and the other professors were no less astonished. Did I mishear? How could that name, infamous as it is, come up again? Turning back to Knox, after stepping through the stream of blue light that seemed to connect to somewhere before Knox's eyes now was a tavern. A man spoke up, asking, hey boy, what are you doing here? Are you lost? Hearing the question, Knox thought he must be Karen. He's the owner of the tavern leading to the outside world, but his true identity is slightly different. Knox approached the counter, sitting across from the man, and said a phrase laden with implications. Moonlight strokes the feathers, an empire rich and powerful. Hearing that, the man fell silent for a moment, then responded with a gruff tone, come on in. Even though I don't know why, he gave you the code. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? I'm Karen. That's what people call me. So, I'll let you in. To enter the headquarters of Lunatic. Now Knox stood before a shelf of alcohol, pondering. As he thought of the numbers, he grabbed the bottles in a certain sequence. 3184. As soon as the last bottle was lifted, a stream of blue energy burst out from that shelf, intensifying by the moment. Facing that energy source, the system also began informing Knox, you have made contact with high-level magic. Your mana will temporarily reverse. Mana Sensation Genius will be disabled, initiating player transfer to the designated location. As the final announcement concluded, Knox's image slowly disappeared as it did the first time he appeared in this world. His stats were still too low. He felt dizzy, but reality didn't allow him to think too much. Right after he completed his teleportation, a sword pierced straight into his neck. Facing him now was a beautiful blonde girl. Facing Knox, the girl asked for his identity. Knox smiled lightly and mentioned her name, Luna. Despite the blood still flowing from his neck, he remained calm and said, leader of the Lunatics. The only unknown sword master among the three. I'm here for you, he said to Luna. Luna asked in surprise, how do you not only know our secret headquarters, but also who I am? Knox asked again, who are you? Knox raised his hands to show that he was not an enemy and stated his name, Knox von Rienhafer. I want to join the Lunatics. Now at the Academy grounds, under the moonlight, Paracelsus sat contemplatively by the window. Knox von Rienhafer seemed to know something about the old man's death. He even knew that his mentor had died. It seemed he was thinking that one of the three sword masters had suddenly died because of someone else. The disgrace of the Rienhafer lineage. It was indeed a joke. He hadn't expected them to lie like this. In a small instant, he could be defeated in a speed battle. He had never seen anyone as fast as the old man. All the information about him must have been falsified from the beginning. The rumors about him and his actions were all lies. He moved to the bed, wringing his hands, thinking further. But why? Why would the Reincarnation hide someone so skilled? But it's not my concern. I will crush anything that stands in my way, even a prestigious family. As Paracelsus began to drift in his sleep, memories flooded back to him. The Empress of the Empire, Esteban von Archheim, had gone mad and attempted to rule through a totalitarian regime, leading to a rift in royal power. In the political backdrop, the benevolent Princess Penelope was also maneuvering to counter the crown prince. One would have to choose a side to survive, or join the Eldine Academy and contemplate the side to follow while studying there. That was his final mission. I've given you everything I have, he thought. Then the image of his mentor collapsing before him, followed by a mysterious figure, stood before his scared body. I'm sorry for leaving you, Paracelsus said. Suddenly, he woke up from dreaming about his deceased mentor. His face was sweating, and he looked at his hand, which emitted a glowing red energy. But now, all he could complain about was why the dead man haunted his dreams like this. Returning to Knox's location, the notice board displayed information about the woman in front of him. This character's name was Luna, 20 years old, with the main element being the moon. With extraordinary swordsmanship and combat skills, along with a series of formidable stats. In Knox's mind, Luna reminded him of one of the three sword emperors, a monstrous creature who fought shoulder to shoulder with knights and reached the pinnacle at just 20 years old. Luna's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and unlike the dark sword that one could only learn upon becoming the patriarch, Knox could learn her sword techniques if he gained her trust. Of course, he had to join the lunatics and prove his strength. Luna then asked, why would someone from the Reincarnation clan be interested in a criminal organization like this? Despite a level 1 bleeding condition, Knox calmly responded, all for bringing down the Archheim Empire. Luna was somewhat surprised by the answer. Knox explained, surely you know. We need to take down the Eldine Academy first, which is currently under the kingdom's protection, before moving on to the kingdom itself. I'll be your spy. Luna smirked sarcastically and asked, do you think you're capable of that? Knox replied seriously, of course. Luna, now taking Knox's attitude seriously, sheathed her sword and said, you've got guts. What's your name? Knox von Reincarnation. Duff. All right, Duff. Prepare for the moon trial. Duff nodded in acknowledgement and approached Knox, handing him a cloak. Put this on and follow me. Knox, curious about the cloak, followed. They arrived at a place resembling an altar, illuminated by the eerie red moonlight filtering through the trees. Knox looked up and thought, good, everything is going according to plan. As he stepped into the center of the temple, numerous enemies appeared. Kill them all. And remember, don't lose the cloak you're wearing, instructed Duff. Knox curiously questioned the reason. Duff replied, because it's the only way to prevent you from revealing yourself to the Berserk. I actually already knew the reason. The Berserk state, one of the worst attributes. Trading clarity for overwhelming power. The deep red moon, once someone falls under its influence, no one can maintain their sanity. More accurately, it's madness. So this trial requires two conditions to pass. Staying under the moonlight and being wary of the Berserk state and killing all the monsters. Initially, the game didn't provide information on how to pass this trial because in a world with protagonists, no one joins the antagonist side, so no one knows how to overcome it. But I'll manage. Luna stood behind, a reminder once engaged in the challenge. Only two things would happen. Either to overcome it and become a lunatic's follower or to perish here. It surprised him, yet it was what he desired. A smirk blossomed on Knox's lips as he turned to Luna, proclaiming, let's see. At that moment, Duff stood at the altar, using a dagger to let blood drip onto the shrine's floor. Immediately after, a matrix was activated, crimson streaks illuminating. Duff's gaze shifted, revealing a horde of monsters beginning to emerge. This was surely a situation beyond their current capability. Each creature was at least a chimera, if not more formidable. But no matter, there was still a way. With confidence, he discarded his cloak, his face resolute. Meanwhile, Luna stood observing, silently contemplating, is he insane? Soon after, notifications began to appear. The blood moon was inducing a berserk state in players. Caution, you may lose control of your mind. Caution. Once lost, you may not regain control. His eyes gleamed with delight as the surge of power coursed through his body. Notifications indicated all players' stats increased by 1.5 times. Other stats also began to escalate significantly. The adverse effects of Berserk were activated, yet luck and charm were not enhanced. Successive messages warned of the eclipse causing an abnormal state known as Berserk. Attention! You may suffer from mental instability. Caution! You cannot restore your sanity once lost. Now, everything before Knox was enveloped in a crimson aura akin to blood, his eyes indicating his corruption. Notifications displayed all players' stats increased by 1.5 times. Name: Knox von Reinhafer. Gender: male. Age: 15. Primary element: dark magic. Strengths: swordsmanship and combat genius. Monoperception genius. Insightful, good memory, indomitable spirit, saintly acting. Neutral trait: immune to celestial harm. Weaknesses: terminal illness, frequent illnesses, frostbite in extremities, reincarnation. Stats: endurance, increased to 9.3. Mana, increased to 13.8. Luck, 10 willpower, increased to 16.95. Charisma, 26.2. Hidden stats: dexterity, 7. Active skills. Moment of genius. Dark race, swordsmanship. Male swordsmanship. Enthusiasm. Noticeable transformation. Your lifespan depends on the terminal illness with 142 days remaining. The effects of the Berserk trait were triggered. However, luck and charisma were exceptions to the list of stats enhanced by Berserk. Witnessing the scene, Luna also muttered, "That guy, is he going insane?" Knox's eyes were vacant, as if he had just overdosed on drugs, unexpectedly shedding his cloak. It was as if he was abandoning his own life. Or were we holding him back? Luna declined to respond. She believed he was never the type to heed warnings. Whether he lived or died was irrelevant to us. Duff expressed concern, saying he was from the Reinhafer family. According to von Reinhafer, if he attempted to target Lunatic, wouldn't we benefit from capturing him? Luna replied with a meaningful smile, denying the possibility. "No, I'm sure that won't happen. Did you ever think von Reinhafer was a loving father?" Duff answered, "No, not really." Luna reassured him, "Just observe for now. That scoundrel must have a plan. I'll follow your lead." Knox was now facing a horde of monsters, his body frozen either by the effect of his transformation or sheer excitement. But we couldn't tell. As the monsters began to attack, a red-colored beast approached Knox. Facing it, Knox jumped high, wielding his dark sword emitting dark energy. One swift strike ended the bloodthirsty creature. He smirked inwardly. The world is now painted in bright red. That's the description of the moon trial in the inner lunatic. My stats have all increased slightly. Not only that, but my talent, height, and shoulders have also improved, taller and broader now. I'm at a level where peers can't easily defeat me. Other monsters approached one by one, and with a cold gaze, Knox swiftly decapitated them, causing the monsters behind to momentarily pause. The Berserk state, one of the worst traits in Inner Lunatic, had been activated. It only appears during a blood moon. But from the start, I came here with the intention of exploiting it because of the talent I possess. A notification appeared, stating, due to 2 unique genius attributes, you have been able to temporarily disable the Berserk state of the blood moon. Swordsmanship genius, combat genius, and mana perception genius. The announcement indicated that the Berserk state had been temporarily disabled. Knox pondered, "It's simple. Looking at the levels of talent from this world's perspective, it's unfair. And I am one of the beneficiaries. But so what?" Knox's fiery image, along with his dark sword under the blood moonlight, descended, annihilating. He began slaughtering all the monsters. Luna and Duff could only be astonished by Knox's current state. Another notification appeared. Due to the influence of the relic, Dark Vein Ring, your lifespan has been extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Knox exclaimed joyfully, "If you have any issues with that, feel free to consult the nanoscopic physicians." While Knox was consumed in his frenzy of carnage, Luna's voice chimed in, but he couldn't hear anything amidst the cacophony. Too noisy, he thought. With a grim countenance, Knox advanced toward Luna, wielding his obsidian sword. With a sober expression, he inquired, "Has the challenge concluded?" Reflecting on the gruesome scene caused by Knox, Luna remarked, "I believe we should acknowledge him as one of the lunatic members." Duff added, "There are only a few individuals on this continent who have attained such skill." Luna, seeing everything come to an end, called out to Knox, "Hey, Knox von Reinhafer, you're through. Come back." But Knox, engulfed in the annoying clamor, couldn't hear anything beyond the noise. Has he succumbed to darkness? Perhaps we should eliminate him. After dispatching the last monster, Knox moved from the altar towards Luna. Standing before her and Duff, he softly inquired, "Has the challenge ended?" "Yes, it's over," Luna remarked, feeling like she had raised a monster. Duff confirmed, "Indeed." Knox smirked inwardly, "I've succeeded." Luna, with a similar sentiment, thought, "Knox von Reinhafer, you're an interesting one." She then called out to Duff, who respectfully answered. Handing Knox his cloak once more, Duff explained, "Here, take this cloak. Only lunatic members can wear it." A notification popped up. "You have received the lunatic member cloak. Details: name, lunatic member cloak. Type, equipment. Grade, high. With the addition of 1 to your willpower. The mandatory condition to use it is being an official member of Lunatic. Accompanying this is a special effect. You will a unique skill, Moonlight Oath. Members of Lunatic will be identified by the cloak's emblem. It's made from the silk of the black spider, capable of nullifying all light-based adverse effects. Alongside this is the active skill, Moonlight Oath, a high-grade ability. This effect is only activated when you wear the Lunatic member cloak. A radiant moon pattern will appear on the cloak, identifiable only to Lunatic members. Outsiders won't see it. The notification also adds that based on the game's time, after 1,800 hours when day transitions to night, your combat strength will increase by 1.2 times. After reading the entire notification and the buffs added, Knox exclaimed with joy and silently thought, "These are truly amazing." Continuing from the previous episode, Knox was now wearing a bright, cheerful smile as he draped himself in the Lunatic member's cloak. In his mind, Knox quietly assessed the conquest of Lunatic. The passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, is also a skill that will be useful anywhere, though it's unfortunate it has to be used at night. It's a passive skill that can multiply my attack power by 1.2 times. That's truly rare within Lunatic. Glancing at his stats board, Knox evaluated, "I've also gained an extra stat point in willpower." With a satisfied expression, Knox thought, "I've gotten the best results." After indulging in his thoughts for a while, Knox finally paid attention to his surroundings and saw Luna in front of him. She looked at Knox, puzzled by the mischievous smile he wore while gazing into the indefinite space. Luna then turned to Knox and remarked, "It seems you want more from me. Is that right?" Knox, with a calm expression, replied, "As far as I know, no newcomers have performed as well as me on the lunar trial. In that case, I was thinking that I should be treated accordingly." Luna assessed Knox's request and then smiled and said, "Well, not bad, bold newcomer. Although I wonder how long you'll be able to act this audaciously." She then turned to the side and requested something from Duff. Duff obeyed and confirmed the request. He then brought out a white mask and handed it to Luna. Luna took it and presented the mysterious white mask to Knox as an additional reward, saying, "This is an artifact that Lunatic obtained recently. The mask is called Moonshadow." Luna further explained, as its name suggests, it's an artifact that creates a clone. It'll probably help you as you become a spy in the academy. Luna then asked Knox, "How's that? Are you satisfied with this?" With a content smile, Knox replied, "Definitely." In his mind, he was delighted, thinking, "I finally got my hands on it." The artifact, Moonshadow. At that moment, a system notification appeared. You are able to use the artifact, Moonshadow, creating a clone of the player. Please enter your name, traits, and basic information. When Knox wore the Moonshadow mask, the image of Knox appeared with an additional similar figure beside him. Knox admitted, "This is the biggest reason why I got into contact with Lunatic so early in the storyline. It's an artifact that can create a clone of the player. I could be the protagonist and the villain. This is the artifact that'll allow me to do that. Breaking out of his train of thought, Knox removed the mask and turned towards Luna, thanking her and referring to her as Captain Luna. Luna, with a serious expression, cautioned Knox, "Listen carefully, bold newcomer." She then explained further for Knox to understand there are a total of 5 ranks within Lunatic. Excluding the captain and vice captain, the members are ranked from 1 to 3. Since you're here for the first time, you'll start from rank 3. Upon hearing this, Knox nodded his head and smiled lightly, confirming that he understood everything. Luna continued, "All right, stand by until you get your first mission. I hope you don't disappoint me." Knox von Reinhafer. Knox remained silent and headed towards the exit. Before leaving, he bowed one last time and walked through the connecting gate. After Knox left, Luna turned to Duff and remarked, "That kid was pretty interesting. Don't you agree, Duff?" Duff confirmed that he shared the same opinion. He scratched his chin, curious, and said, "I have no idea how he endured the madness of the Crimson Moon." Luna glanced at the moon and replied, "I can understand why you'd say that because people who are not geniuses wouldn't even last 5 minutes. Even if he is a genius, to be able to fight without the robe means he's got enough guts to put his life on the line." Duff agreed, saying, "I agree with that too." Afterwards, Luna made her own decision and spoke to Duff, "Let's watch him for now. Let's see if he'll entertain us, and if he'll be of help to our organization." Meanwhile, Knox had left the mysterious location of the lunatic. Passing through the Knox gate, he returned to the tavern. The tavern owner noticed Knox had stepped out and asked, "Seems you've taken care of your business." "Huh?" Knox replied, "Yes, somewhat." In his mind, he thought others would ask me why I did such a crazy thing if I had really risked my life at the altar. Of course I didn't. The perfect resistance to the trait Berserk would be to possess 2 specific genius traits, swordsmanship and combat genius, as well as mana sensitivity genius. Simply put, only I can use the power of the Crimson Moon. The tavern owner recognized this and remarked, "I guess you've gotten what you wanted." Knox, feeling slightly annoyed, asked Chiron, "Do you have some business with me?" The tavern owner replied with a somewhat sad tone, "It just feels unfair." Self-introductions followed. Knox was surprised by the tavern owner's request. The tavern owner explained that self-introductions were about introducing their names to each other. Knox happily complied and introduced himself as Knox von Reinhafer. He then asked, "We're done now, right?" Seeing that the tavern owner knew his name, Knox didn't linger and bid farewell. Before Knox left, the tavern owner, with good intentions, remarked, "It'll be pretty tough trying to keep up with the academy's schedule. But if it's you, I guess it'd be harder for you to hide your strength." The tavern owner also advised Knox, "Anyways, don't stand out too much." Knox said nothing further and left the tavern. By now, he had returned to the academy dormitory. As he entered the room, he assessed, it looks like the plan progressed smoothly. Inside, Jitri was waiting for him. Seeing Knox return, Jitri, with a worried face, called out to him and scolded him. "How could you secretly sneak out on the first day of school without your maid?" Knox felt a bit confused about the current situation. In his mind, he thought, "No way. I checked that she was asleep before I went out." Seeing Knox lost in thought and with a blank expression, Jitri tried to pull him back and asked if he was listening to her. With a sigh, Jitri said, "I've told you multiple times before, but you must refrain from doing dangerous stuff. Even though a lot of negative rumors have been spread within the family, there's still a chance for rehabilitation." Seeing Jitri's excessive concern for him, Knox felt a bit embarrassed and sighed. He then shifted the topic and asked Jitri, "Oh, that aside, how was it for you today? From what I know, maids and servants take lessons too." Jitri, with an emotionless face, replied, "Nothing much happened." However, looking at her face, he could tell that something did happen. "Is there nothing that can be done about this? Even though those are lessons that only maids and servants take. Most of them are low-ranked nobles. Jitri has become a commoner now. She's the perfect target for others to cause trouble." After pondering over Jitri's situation for a while, Knox took out a cloth pouch and handed it to Jitri, saying, "Here, take this. If you run into any problems during lessons, open this pouch." Jitri didn't refuse to take the pouch and wondered what it was. Knox, with a cunning smile, reminded Jitri, Only open it when you run into trouble. He explained, because it's an item that will resolve any situation, very reasonably. Jitri wondered and asked Knox, "Can I open it now?" Knox confirmed that he couldn't. With his charm, Jitri ceremoniously thanked Knox and acknowledged, "Understood. If I'm ever in such a situation, I'll open it." Knox expressed, "Good. Don't hesitate. If you find yourself in a dangerous situation, use it. Got it?" Jitri replied with a gentle smile. "Yes, young master." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "You've successfully joined the Eldeen Academy." Knox's expression seemed eagerly awaiting this moment, thinking it had finally arrived. Another notification followed. "New mail has arrived in your mailbox. Would you like to open it?" Knox promptly accepted the option to open it. Upon opening, a goddess appeared, her beautiful iridescent wings shining behind her. Knox was surprised and frozen by what was appearing before him. As soon as he selected to open the notification, a familiar voice from when Knox first entered this world spoke, saying, "Hello. Long time no see, Knox. If you've received this letter, then that means you've succeeded in getting admitted into Eldeen Academy. I knew that you'd be able to become a student of Eldeen Academy without a problem. I'm really glad you did." Knox thought to himself, the tone of this letter is as if the writer is able to see through me. This person definitely knows me. The mysterious voice continued, "But the trials are only just beginning. You probably had a tough time up until now as well, but what awaits you is even tougher and will hurt even more. No one, but you can do this because only you can see the ending of this story. I know this sounds irresponsible, but I'll do my best to help you as much as I can. Even though this might not be much, I hope you accept what's attached to this mail." Knox received the contents of the letter and assessed that it wasn't much help this time either. He decided it was time to reorganize his thoughts. Knox speculated, "There's a high chance that the person who sent me this mail is an inner lunatic game master. The fact that he's able to freely interfere with the system, and the fact that he's able to send me something proves that that's the most likely conclusion." He resolved, and so, I must focus as much as I can on clearing the Knox storyline, my lost memories, and clearing the game. With too much information and mysteries, Knox decided, enough with problems that I can't resolve right now. Another letter appeared on the screen as a gift for him, so Knox decided to open it to see if it held anything useful. Upon selecting, he saw a character system where he was very surprised by what he saw. The screen displayed the names of characters in the inner lunatic game. A guess popped into Knox's head, and to prove it, he tried selecting a character, Talia von Stillreiner. Instantly, a series of screens displaying information about Talia appeared. Next was his father, Theo von Rienhafer. Detailed personal information, attributes, and skills of Theo were all displayed. This shocked Knox, and he evaluated what an incredible ability. He further assessed this gift. It's something that a GM would be able to send. Though Theo, this crazy bastard, his stamina increased by 0.2 in such a short time. He already holds the title of the Sword Emperor at his age, and he's still getting stronger? Oh, that's right. When I looked at Theo's increased stat, I realized this. This world only looks like the game, but it's still not the actual game. Knox then complained, "At this rate, the difficulty is too high." He then held up the paper with information about classes and evaluated, "I guess I should be glad that the choosing of classes went smoothly." The scene shifted to another location where many maids and servants were gathered, seemingly in an area designated for their studies. Jitri was present at the moment. However, the atmosphere around her seemed somewhat strange. Anyone who saw her began to gossip. A maid behind her asked the person next to her, "Hey, is that her? The one from the Lovelia family who became a commoner?" The maid next to her replied, "I think that's her. I don't know how she can be so shameless as to come all the way to Eldeen with her young master." The two maids looked at Jitri with disdain, although they were just servants like her. One expressed, "If I were her, I'd have been too embarrassed to come here." The other added, "She probably wants a chance to strike it big in life. And she has a pretty face, it'd be easy for her to bewitch others with it. She's the maid of the rumored good-for-nothing son, after all." At this point, another maid joined the conversation. The one in the middle, with a scornful look, said, "From what I heard, he's known to be very lustful. Obviously, she'd make use of that. Isn't that obvious? Yeah, true. Which location was her family in again? Well, since it's not a famous place, there won't be a need for us to be worried about her. The gossip with these filthy rumors about Jitri weighed heavily on her, but she restrained herself and said nothing. In her mind, she thought, I've endured countless insults hurled at me. Since a fallen noble doesn't have a future, things like that are a luxury. However, I mustn't allow it to cause any inconvenience to young Master Knox. Then Jitri decided to approach those rude maids and said, I'm sorry, but may I have some of your time? A maid stepped forward to represent. With an arrogant expression, she asked Jitri back about spending time with Jitri with a contemptuous look and introduced herself. I'm the daughter of a count. I'm Gazelle of the Flores family that's serving young Master Kane. Do you think I have the time to talk to a mere commoner like you? Jitri's expression remained unchanged as she replied, I heard you spreading unfounded rumors about my young master just now. The maid opposite her didn't even regard Jitri and retorted challengingly. So what about it? She added, It's not my fault that there are negative rumors about your young master being spread in high society. If you're asking me to apologize, I'll be rejecting that request. Jitri felt uncomfortable, thinking, it's just like what young Master Knox told me. Status matters greatly in this place. Then Jitri reached into her pouch, which Knox had instructed her to use only in important situations. Jitri silently thought, it can't be helped then. Immediately after opening the pouch, a smoke appeared as if by magic. The blurry image of Knox appeared. This made Jitri freeze in awe. As the smoke cleared, everyone around could clearly see the miniature image of Knox appearing in some form of projection. This startled the group of maids opposite. At this point, Knox appeared with a displeased expression, assessing the situation. Jitri bowed to him, unsure where to begin. Knox then looked at the maids in front of him, introducing himself as Knox von Reinhafer. He said to them, I don't know what happened here, but that doesn't matter. If Jitri has chosen to open this pouch, one thing's for sure. Knox pointed at them and gave them a terrifying look, saying, You are Eulad, over there. While the maids wondered if the person appearing before them was indeed the son of the Reinhafer family, Knox, with a menacing look, threatened, You're all dead meat. Know that I'll be sending your heads back to your families. Immediately after finishing his words, Knox's image disappeared without saying anything else. Jitri also stood frozen, saying nothing more for the current situation. Her face now expressionless. She regretted trusting Knox and thought, Young Master Knox, this is the object that'll resolve situations reasonably. However, the maid opposite turned pale with fear. Immediately, she knelt down before Jitri. She glanced up at Jitri and asked her, What's your name? Jitri sighed and introduced herself as Jitri. In her mind, the maid trembled in fear, thinking she just sighed. This is bad. The Reinhafer family could easily erase my family from this world in an instant. And seconds later, in front of everyone, she bowed deeply and said, Miss Jitri, I'm so sorry for being disrespectful. I will never do it again. Please forgive me this once. Jitri, observing this scene, silently remarked, It really got resolved just as young Master said it would. But this means there'll be more negative rumors of him, though. Jitri now wore a cold, master-like expression and asked the maid, just what was he thinking? Then, Jitri departed without saying another word. Sometime later, Knox and Jitri were walking together in the academy grounds. Jitri noticed Knox's troubled expression and asked, Master Knox, are you all right? Your dark circles are quite deep. Knox attempted to assure her that he was fine, but with a discomfort expression, he shared, since I managed to complete the class selection somehow. Suddenly, a young man stood before them. With a smile, he greeted Knox, Greetings, youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Knox, puzzled, asked who he was. The young man introduced himself as Rick, Miss Eleanor de Ravelin's servant. Rick then smiled and said, It's an honor to meet you. Knox looked at Rick and inwardly questioned, What the hell is happening here? Subsequently, a series of notifications flashed in his mind. You are shaken. Acting genius has been activated. You are no longer shaken. Knox's mind evaluated. a dangerous character, is approaching me from the first half of the story. This young man's specialty is Rick the Deceitful. In the next 3 Knox stories, he betrays the Revlon merchantry to deepen the story's plot. He's a servant of a demon and a demonic worshipper. In other words, he's the traitor who will backstab Eleanor. The saying that the enemy of your enemy is a friend is just utter bullshit in the inner lunatic. Rick is simply the worst kind of trash. Getting involved with him will bring more harm than good. Rick then presented a precious artifact to Knox on behalf of Miss Eleanor. Knox, maintaining his cold demeanor, accepted it and curtly told Rick to leave. Internally, Knox thought, I'm curious as to what the artifact is, but this is a poisonous apple. I mustn't accept it. Rick, receiving Knox's cold response, appeared puzzled. Knox prepared to draw his sword and asked, Do you intend to make me repeat myself? Rick froze, unable to respond. Knox glared at him before turning away without another word. As Jitri prepared to follow Knox, she courteously nodded to Rick, then ran after Knox, urging him to wait. Concerned for Knox's health, she advised, You have a feeble body. What if you fall down while walking too quickly? Knox retorted, Just how pathetic do you think I am? Jitri pointed out recent health issues he faced, making Knox reluctantly admit, I won't deny that, but I'm all right now. I won't die suddenly. Jitri responded, Yes, I know, but I just feel uneasy. You're usually right in the center of events. Knox remarked, I guess I'm pretty popular in that sense. Jitri looked at him disdainfully, noting his confidence. Knox then stared at Jitri, thinking, well, more importantly than being her master, Knox is someone who saved her life. Moreover, in the case that a character possesses the trait, single-minded, they'd be very worried when they're apart from their master. Jitri suddenly remembered the recent encounter and asked, Oh, by the way, why did you act that way to that person just now? Knox inquired if she was referring to Rick. Jitri confirmed and said yes. You seem more emotional than usual. At this moment, Knox placed a hand on Jitri's shoulder with a serious tone, reminding her, Listen carefully, Jitri. No matter what happens, having him around you is never a good thing. Upon receiving Knox's advice, Jitri's mind pondered, I wonder if it's because of the problem he had with Miss Eleanor. He's not someone who'd act that way. I'm sure there's a good reason for this. Jitri then refrained from further inquiry and responded, All right, I understand. I'll keep him at a distance, as per your advice. Knox appreciated her understanding. He then left, silently evaluating, If I think about what will happen in the future, we must also keep Eleanor at a distance. Otherwise, we'll attract a lot of attention. He added, From now on, we must be really careful. At present, Knox found himself in a very large lecture hall. In the center stood an instructor. Knox, wearing a displeased expression, silently pondered, Is what I thought. Why on earth have I been met with such tribulations from the start? The instructor began announcing, Today, you'll be forming the team that you'll be with for the next year, and we'll go through team bonding. To form a party. The most important thing is to know one another. Knox's expression darkened further as he lamented inwardly, I was too optimistic about my situation. I didn't think that having no friends would also be an issue in a game. The instructor then suggested to the cadets who get along with one another, please form a team of 4. You'll be given 30 minutes for this. Knox, now in a difficult situation, thought it can't be done. It's impossible for the public outcast, Knox, to gather 3 team members. Knox then raised his hand to inquire, What happens if we're unable to form a team? The instructor affirmed Knox's question, stating, You'll be given an F. You won't be allowed to repeat this course, so please take note. The instructor then gave Knox a slightly threatening look and said, You can't work alone. Understood, Knox? Knox could only confirm his understanding. In his mind, he lamented, What? An F from a start? It is very difficult to graduate from Eldine. If you get an F in even one subject, you'll be expelled immediately. I mustn't let that happen. The lecture hall now bustled with greetings from the students, clearly prioritizing the outstanding ones. Among them were Princess Penelope and Paracelsus. A new character in the story was also greeted. His name was Leon, also one of the geniuses of the academy. In contrast, no one wanted to invite Knox to join their group, despite his brilliance. But with that cold demeanor, no one wanted to team up with him either. Knox, now bowing his head on the table, I need to think of a way for Knox, an outcast, to make friends. On Eleanor's side, a man with a seemingly insincere face approached her, saying he was very athletic, despite not looking like it. Another woman also came and said, "No, Eleanor will team up with me. I'll treat you to a special meal that only my family can provide." However, Eleanor didn't care about what they were saying and continued walking in a certain direction. Surprisingly, she stopped in front of Knox and called out his name. With a smile, she asked, "Looks like you didn't like my gift, huh?" Knox remained silent and brushed off Eleanor. Unperturbed, Eleanor continued, "What do you think? Will you give me the chance to repay my debt?" Knox, with an uncomfortable expression, asked her, "What are you talking about?" Eleanor, appearing charming, proposed to Knox, "I'll team up with you." Knox looked at Eleanor and thought, although that sounded arrogant, I knew instantly that I'd end up on a team with her. And, to add on, suddenly, Talia interrupted their conversation and proposed Knox. "Team up with me." Talia, with an expectant expression, awaited Knox's acceptance. In this situation, Knox felt somewhat burdened and evaluated. "I have another burden joining me." Seeing Knox pondering over the offer, Talia didn't hesitate to propose again to join his team. Knox, feeling perplexed in this situation, sighed as more complications came his way. Eleanor now also pays attention to Talia's expression and turns to look at her. Talia, feeling shy, stands waiting for Knox's response. In Knox's mind, he silently evaluates, "I understand." Talia is kind to begin with. Whether or not she likes him, she must feel sad that Knox, her fiancé, is all alone, so she wants to help him. That drives me nuts, though. Observing Knox's awkward demeanor now, Eleanor remarks, "How unexpected." Knox, with a cold expression, questions the significance of what Eleanor is referring to. Eleanor, with a mocking smile, says, "I'm fascinated that someone like you has a friend." Knox can't find much to say, with a foolish expression, thinking to himself, based on what Knox has done so far, I can't exactly refute that. But, strangely, I'm getting angry. Talia, still want to continue talking to Knox, says, "Knox, you're going to team up with me, right?" Eleanor understands the situation and assumes that Knox has agreed, saying, "We just need one more member, isn't that right?" Knox, though reluctant, silently agrees and says, "Looks like my opinion doesn't even matter anymore." Eleanor asserts, "It's not like you've got any other choice, right?" Knox, with an uncomfortable expression, can't respond and thinks to himself, "You and your sharp intuition." It's as Eleanor has said. In order to recover my memory, I need to stay in Eldine Academy, and I also need to get good results. Knox reassures himself, for the sake of the upcoming first episode, I must place within the top 10%. The first battle against an archdemon. That will be the first time for me to act out both the villain and hero's roles. With a determined gaze, he contemplates everything and looks forward to the future. After some searching, a boy has been chosen to join the group with Knox. The boy introduces himself as Pell and greets the members of the group. Knox uses the system's ability to view all of Pell's information and stats. He is somewhat disappointed that the final member is just an ordinary person. But when looking at Pell's skills, the information board indicates that Pell possesses an active skill called Power of Blessing. This greatly pleases Knox, and he evaluates. Although he has mediocre stats, that's not the point. The Power of Blessing. This is one of the most overpowered skills with an inner lunatic. That forcefully awakens the talent of the protagonist team member. Although, it's unfortunate that it can't be used on the protagonist himself. However, this raises curiosity in Knox's mind. He wonders, but this is strange. Why does some character from the academy possess a rare skill that only saints and saintesses from a monastery can have? Well, I guess I can think about it later. Pell is considered quite friendly. He warmly greets the other members of the group. Eleanor also appears very friendly and introduces herself as Eleanor de Revelin. She hopes everyone will work hard. Talia is no exception, introducing herself as Talia von Stillrainer. Glad to be a part of this team too. Knox, on the other hand, is completely contrary. With a cold demeanor and an unpleasant personality, he says, "Is there a need for me to introduce myself? I hope you guys don't hold me back. Pull your own weight." The instructor now gains attention and says, Looks like everyone is teamed up. I hope you all get to know each other well by next week. Also, your current teams will remain the same for one semester. All right then, class dismissed. Knox shows his discomfort and says, that crazy old man. Talia, somewhat confused, reminds Knox, I think you just spoke your inner thoughts out loud. Knox doesn't hesitate and replies, I know. I wanted him to hear it. Talia tries to advise Knox, saying, I don't think it's good to swear at the professor. Knox doesn't care and leaves. Before leaving, he says, whatever. The team has been formed anyways. Talia tries to hold Knox back and calls his name. With a somewhat shy expression, Talia asks Knox, what does your lesson schedule look like? Oh, I'm not asking for any special reason, though. Knox, oblivious to the true meaning behind Talia's question, thinks, sigh. I can't believe she just asked me that. It's obvious what she's after. Seeing Knox's silence, Talia attempted to justify herself, saying, I'm just curious. Yes, I'm just asking because I'm curious about it. With his cold demeanor and being a straight guy who had never had a lover like Knox, he found this situation quite unpleasant. Knox then sighed in annoyance at Talia and said, You're trying to find out what the easiest subjects to get high marks are, aren't you? Do you think I'll tell you that for free? Misunderstanding. Talia tried to explain, That's not it. Knox, however, remains steadfast in his own thoughts about Talia, stating, I'm not letting you trick me into giving you free information. That's never going to happen. He then left the lecture hall, leaving Talia feeling annoyed. Later, on the bustling streets of the 4th District, known as Academy 4th District, Knox and Jitri were out shopping for various items. Jitri remarked, there are quite a lot of things that need to be bought. She flipped open a notebook and read out some items needed, including grimoires, equipment, and textbooks. Jitri then commented to Knox, I guess there's a reason why they say that commoners would have a hard time graduating due to the expense. Knox, with a calm expression, replied, well, that doesn't affect me. His mind pondered, in any case, if one has a talent that's able to graduate from this academy, they'll be able to get a lot of sponsors even if they're a commoner. Unless that talent is really useless, there's a low chance that money will become a problem. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the street. Jitri, being here for the first time, remarked it's getting a little noisy. Knox explained to her, it's a district where all sorts of people gather after all. Anything can happen. He then reassured her, we don't need to worry about them. Knox's attention was drawn to a man causing a scene. The man was being rude and aggressive, spitting on the ground and pointing fingers at others. Knox recognized him as Leon von Marvis, the young patriarch of the Marvis family, one of the top 3 dark families. Knox realized that Leon was probably facing financial difficulties due to his family's bankruptcy. Despite this, Knox expressed concern, saying, even so, he's a kind person, so I hope he'll get past this. As the confrontation escalated, Leon unleashed his mana and summoned undead creatures, causing panic among the crowd. Knox, alarmed, thought to himself, fuck, is he out of his mind? He's batshit crazy, he shouldn't be doing this even if that guy triggered him. There are this many people here in the 4th District, and he wants to use his mana? To use his black magic? The undead appeared, each wielding a sword, their dead eyes fixed on the merchant. Seeing Knox sprinting towards them, Jitri anxiously asked where he was going. Knox turned back and said, that kid has gone completely crazy. Those eyes look like he's about to create trouble. I need to stop him. Jitri, puzzled, asked, how do you know that just from seeing his eyes? Knox, with eyes that had seen much, affirmed, I can tell because I see it often. This left Jitri perplexed, watching as Knox rushed towards Leon. The merchant, now frightened, exclaimed, you're crazy. Do you know what you've just done? How dare you? Stand back. Knox, surrounded by a purple mana aura and wielding a sword, stood between the merchant and Leon, demanding that the merchant leave quickly or face death. The man, upon being spoken to, became enraged and exclaimed, what? You rascals! How dare you try to climb over my head? Do you know who I am? But before the man could say more, Knox interrupted him abruptly and retorted, how ridiculous! Do you need me to tell you who I am? Simultaneously, Knox removed his hat and cloak to reveal his face. Upon seeing Knox, everyone around was surprised by his appearance. The scene then shifts to Talia's room. Talia, at this moment, is trying to inquire from Emma. So, you're saying that even though I teamed up with Knox, he won't let me know what his class schedule is like. This is him being shy because he's going through puberty, right? Is it not? Answer me, Emma. Emma, sensing Talia's eagerness for an answer, calmly responds, there's no way I'd know what he's thinking. Miss Talia, let's calm down a little. Talia still harbors curiosity within herself and reflects. I try to be as mature as I could. I try not to judge people easily and try not to hold Knox back. But still, thinking about these matters makes Talia feel embarrassed, seeing her mistress in an unstable state of adolescence. Emma silently worries she'll stay dejected for a few days at this rate. What should I do? If I knew this happened, I wouldn't have spoken so nicely of Master Knox to her. Recalling a previous incident when Talia had just left the Reincarnation family mansion, Talia had asked Emma, Hey Emma, why is my fiancé so cold towards me? Emma optimistically replied, It's because he's undergoing puberty. Talia pondered the meaning of this. Emma further explained, That's how boys at his age usually act. They grumble all the time and act coldly towards others. Reflecting on her past words to Talia, Emma begins to regret, thinking, looking back, I think that was when she started to develop more feelings for him. At that time, I didn't think it had become a huge problem. Should I have been more careful with my advice? Yeah, I'm sure of it. Miss Talia definitely likes Master Knox. Since things have turned out like this, Emma tries to add a reason, saying Miss Talia, I don't think that's what Master Knox truly feels. Talia, puzzled by Emma's inconsistency, asks, What do you mean? Emma attempts to explain, since he's already your fiancé, he might be acting like that so he can keep a clear line between personal life and your life in the academy. However, Emma's words seem to neither resolve the issue nor reassure Talia. Talia becomes even happier and more hopeful. She joyfully grabs Emma's hand and exclaims, Emma, I knew you were knowledgeable at dating. Emma, feeling confused, doesn't know what else to say. Talia, now elated, expresses, You sound like a pro in dating. I'll keep asking you for advice whenever I have concerns from now on. Emma, hoping to calm Talia down, tries to call her by name. Seeing Talia's radiant smile, Emma silently apologizes and admits to herself, I've never dated anyone before. Suddenly, there's a knock on Talia's door, interrupting their conversation. Emma inquires, I am maid Emma of the Stormbringer family. May I know what you are here for? The person outside, Eleanor, greets and explains, I'm Eleanor de Revelin, who's in Talia's team for the Team Magic Combat class. I was wondering if she's available for a short moment. Seeing Eleanor's presence, Talia can't help but be curious. Meanwhile, Emma, with caution written on her face, prompts her mistress to respond, If you didn't make a prior appointment, please arrange for one at a later date. Eleanor, understanding Talia's mindset, then brings up the name Knox von Reinhafer, saying, I'm here to talk about him. Upon hearing Knox's name, Talia immediately rushes outside. Eleanor continues, Nice to meet you, Talia. We're meeting for the second time today. Returning to Knox's location, with a serious expression, Knox asks the man, Do you need me to tell you who I am? The man, upon noticing Knox's distinctive white hair and purple eyes, confirms, the one from the Reinhafer family that got admitted into the academy. Knox, with a cold expression, replied, I don't like repeating myself, though. The man, now fearful, stepped back and said, My apologies. I was unable to recognize who you were because of the robe you're wearing. Knox, feeling annoyed, retorted, Get lost. This is me being generous. I hope I don't have to repeat this for the third time. The man obeyed and ran away, leaving Knox facing Leon. Leon, noticing Knox's intervention, felt puzzled. He then said to Knox, But I was talking to him, though. Seeing Knox's silence, Leon commanded his undead to attack Knox. Knox immediately gathered purple mana in his left hand and launched a direct attack at the undead's head. With a stern face, Knox interrogated Leon, Do you talk with black magic? Following this statement, Knox's power surged, causing the undead's head to shatter and fall to the ground. Knox continued, You might as well beg the Imperial family to arrest you. Seeing his own undead easily defeated, Leon regained his composure and replied, I see. Since it's illegal for us to learn magic before we become adults, I didn't think that far ahead. Leon then thanked Knox and apologized for his actions. With Leon calm again, Knox said, if you understand your situation, then buy what you need and get lost. Knox then threw a large bag of gold to Leon and said, and if you don't have enough, use this. Leon took the bag of money and found it filled with shining gold coins, leaving him puzzled. Although Leon didn't complain about the money, he still asked, why are you helping me? If you're trying to make me feel indebted to you, it won't work. Knox calmly replied, those few pennies mean nothing to me. Though, I can't say I don't have any purpose behind it. Leon responded, all right, then turned to Knox's undead and began to dispel them. As the undead bodies faded away, Leon approached Knox holding a gold coin and said, then I suppose this money is for shutting my mouth. The power of the undead. I feel the unique power used by the Marvis family that controls the undead from you. Holding the coin, Leon infused it with dark mana, causing it to levitate. He then questioned Knox, I am breaking the deal down, Reincarnation. Why do you possess the power of my family? Continuing from the previous part, in the previous section, Eleanor had arrived at Talia's room to meet her and seemed to have a particular intention. Talia, now curious, asked Eleanor more about what she had mentioned regarding Knox, saying, you said you have something to talk to me about. May I know what it is? Eleanor, observing Talia's manner of speaking, silently assessed what's happening. Her reaction is quite different from what I imagined. She's so elegant. Eleanor wondered, could Knox really have feelings for her? But then she smirked, affirming to herself, nah, no way. Someone like him would only see an engagement as a restraint. I'll have to be more straightforward as I talk. After some contemplation, Eleanor bluntly stated, Knox is a dangerous person. This surprised Talia greatly. Eleanor then added, firstly, he's the son of one of the top 3 dark families. There's also the fact that there are lots of negative rumors about his behavior. However, Talia had her own perception of Knox. At this point, her mood became somber as she said, I don't think that Knox is a bad person. Hearing this denial, Eleanor's mind only conjured up unpleasant memories of Knox. She sighed and remarked, I wonder if other people think like you as well. In her mind, she pondered, Talia von Stillreiner, you're indeed strange. Why would someone as honest as you like a good-for-nothing like Knox? The emotions that I feel from those eyes of hers, her hostility and anger towards me. Talia, with a determined voice, expressed, let me make this clear. While Knox might be a little lacking, I don't think he's someone that would do something bad. Although he does get misunderstood easily because he acts coldly towards others. That's just a small part of who he is. Hearing Talia's defense, Eleanor seemed somewhat uncomfortable and brought up some rumors, saying, I've heard about your marriage talks with him. But that's not good enough of a reason for you to support him. You know it too. Marriage talks between noble families can change as easily as flipping your hands. Upon hearing this, Talia immediately refuted, that's not why I trust Knox. Eleanor maintained her viewpoint and asserted, people don't change easily. Talia respected Eleanor's thoughts and acknowledged that Eleanor's perspective might be correct. But she still reminded Eleanor, I hope you remember this one thing. Knox saved you. If Knox wasn't there back then, you'd definitely have died. I believe you already know that as well. Then Talia turned to question Eleanor. So why are you still suspicious of Knox? Eleanor, with a hint of disdain on her face, relaxed her expression and replied, it seems that I've misspoken. She then stood up and said, let's end our conversation here. Thank you for giving me your time. Talia didn't attempt to push further and bid Eleanor farewell. Eleanor left with a somewhat dissatisfied expression, feeling that her good intentions were not received properly. Outside the academy's grounds, after leaving Talia's room, Eleanor stood silently as if struggling with her thoughts. At that moment, Rick appeared and approached her, calling out Miss Eleanor. He looked at her face and guessed, did the conversation not go well? It's unlike you to look upset. Eleanor didn't respond to Rick. Instead, she asked Rick, what do you think is the most important thing for a merchant? Rick immediately replied, of course, that would be eyes that are always wary and doubtful of others. Upon hearing this, Eleanor fell into contemplation, thinking about suspicion. She also concluded, that was what drove me to achieve the nicknames Fox of Wealth and Star of the Finance World. The image of being looked down upon by Knox resurfaced in Eleanor's mind, but this time accompanied by a question, he's actually changed? However, she quickly dismissed it, don't be ridiculous. There's no way that'd be true after such a long time, right? However, Eleanor's attempt to hold her dress tightly and her affirmations contradicted each other, as if she was trying to resist thoughts about whether Knox had truly changed. Returning to Knox and Leon. In the previous segment, Leon was trying to inquire about why he possessed his family's power. Then, Leon's mana flow became increasingly intense as he awaited Knox's response. Concerned for those around him, Knox immediately requested, "All of you, get out of here." Knox wore a displeased expression as he witnessed the overflowing mana. Facing Leon, Knox silently thought, this situation has gotten complicated. No matter how money-obsessed Leon is, it'd be impossible for him to keep the secret of me using his family's power without anyone knowing. Leon, with a cold expression, told Knox, if you wanted to negotiate with me, you should have brought along something suitable for the negotiation. Huh, are you saying I should have proposed something to you? Knox smiled and replied, this involves your family. I doubt you'd exchange anything for that. Hearing this, Leon asked, that you speak as if you know me very well. Knox then provided information about Leon von Marvis. Your family is one of the top 3 dark families like the Reincarnation. One of the families that had the greatest influence. Leon, with an uneasy tone, remarked, I don't like how you're using past tense. Knox responded, you must already know that your family has fallen from what it used to be. Then, Knox mentioned a name, Sylvester, causing Leon to feel somewhat unsettled. Knox added, I know that those people used territory war to overthrow the patriarch of the Marvis family and took away most of the Marvis territory. Leon, now reluctant to continue, said, are you trying to use the fact that you have more information than me in consideration of my desire for revenge? Knox chuckled and replied, revenge? No, I don't make moves for such goals. What I want is the revival of your family. For a young patriarch to be recognized and for your family to once again reach the top of this continent. Knox then turned to Leon and asked for confirmation. Isn't that your real objective? Hearing this, Leon, with a somewhat unsettled demeanor, responded, not bad. It seems you do know me well. He then reverted to the previous question and asked Knox, so, how did you get your hands on the power of the Marvis family? Knox answered, I got it by chance. I only learned recently that this power is related to your family. Leon, upon hearing the reason, confirmed that he would trust Knox. Knox wondered, are you not going to ask me more questions? Leon replied, you already gave me the answer I want. Evaluating this, Knox thought, I see. What he wanted to know from the start wasn't how I got his family's power. He wanted to know how much I knew about him, and why I decided to intervene in his matters. Knox responded to Leon's offer. Well, I'm glad you have your answer. At this moment, Leon didn't want to ask anything further and said, thank you for your help today. I'll be sure to repay it in the future. Knox then departed, saying, don't worry, I'm not expecting you to repay it. The next day, at the office of Eldine Academy's principal, Noah Von Trinity. The entrance to the room was also affected by Noah's icy mana. Knox entered and was pleased to finally be here. A place he had been looking forward to. Knox provided further information about this place. Knox's lifeline, light and resting place. The moment to strengthen the hour of the genius. The hour of the genius. Even among the skills of inner lunatic characters that possess the genius trait, it's considered the strongest skill. You could say that this is a kind of DLC for inner lunatic. It can be understood that DLC is additional content that developers add to their game after it has been released for some time. At this moment, Knox recalls the achievements he once achieved in the game. You're the first to succeed in completing Inner Lunatic 10 times. You've unlocked a hidden trait. Your playable character has been given the active skill, Hour of the Genius. Caution. This is only a skill that can be obtained when your character has at least 2 genius traits. Now facing Noah, Knox reflects, at first it was just a game that I liked. So, I didn't know what was in the DLC when I bought it. If it weren't for that decision I made back then, I'd have died a few times by now. Thinking back on it gives me the chills. Noah praises Knox, saying, "You were really great this time around. Knox von Reinhafer. Your family was raising a monster this whole time?" Huh? Knox responds, "I can't believe you're calling me a monster so blatantly. Don't you think you've gone a little too far, Dean?" Noah asserts, "But I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" At this moment, Nana's icy aura emanates, causing everything around to begin freezing. With a cold expression, she says to Knox, "Otherwise, how else could we explain you being able to fight this ice troll so calmly? Why would someone as skilled as you be called a good-for-nothing? I can't seem to wrap my head around it no matter what. Is it because the Sword Emperor, Theo von Reinhafer, has bad judgment of character? Not a chance." Knox starts to feel anxious. Damn it, she's suspicious of me. Well, I guess this much was to be expected since the original Knox was indeed a complete good-for-nothing. The announcement appears. Acting genius has been activated. Knox calms down and thinks, however, that's no longer the case. Another notification appears. You are no longer shaken. Knox calmly responds to Noah's suspicions. No matter what kind of person I was in the past, I don't think that should matter to you. Noah acknowledges, yes, you're right. But, did you know? Your talent has gotten me excited. You've gotten so interesting that I want to steal you away. Knox responds seriously, Dean, I don't think that's something that's appropriate to say. I'll act as if I didn't hear that. Knox then recalls events during the competition. Moreover, you also followed me from behind after polymorphing yourself. Noah confirms Knox's discovery and then gets to the point. Revealing the magic scroll, well, yes. Let's see how much longer you can hide things from me. Knox seems to have been waiting for this and thinks, finally, I'm getting it. Noah explains further, this is why I've called you here. A skill-strengthening scroll. It'll be able to greatly increase the efficiency of one of your abilities. It's a really precious item. Knox acts oblivious. It's my first time hearing of such an item as well. Noah doesn't dwell on it and says, all right, take it. Noah then hands the magic scroll to Knox, who eagerly takes it. Upon holding it, Knox feels a slight shock emanating from it. Noah notices and chuckles to herself. Knox, puzzled, wonders, what was that slight shock? Did I imagine it? Knox decides to open the scroll and evaluates. Well, that's probably just me getting excited about what's to come. Immediately, a series of notifications follow. You've obtained a new artifact, displaying the information of the artifact. Name, Skill Strengthening Scroll. Category, Consumable. Grade, Supreme. Special Effect. You can increase the effects of a skill by 1.5 times. Then the system prompts the Skill Strengthening Scroll can be used. Would you like to use it? Knox accepts without hesitation. The system guides, please choose the skill you'd like to strengthen. Knox decides to use the scroll for the skill, Hour of the Genius. The system confirms you've used the artifact. After successfully using it, a surge of mana envelopes Knox's entire body. The system adds, your skill has been strengthened. You've obtained Hour of the Genius Plus. You've acquired the artifact at an early stage. Additional effects will be given. After a few seconds, the system continues. Your skill effect has increased by 2 times. The active duration of the Hour of the Genius has been modified to 10 minutes. Knox reads all the notifications and smiles satisfactorily. This is what I've been wanting, and to get it so early is the best harvest I could get. Evaluating the skill after the boost. Knox thinks the Hour of the Genius is a skill that's very hard to strengthen. It's an overpowered skill to begin with, so there aren't many ways to make it stronger. One of those ways, however, is by using this scroll. To be able to get this artifact at such an early stage is the best harvest I could get. Noah notices Knox's satisfied expression and asks, did you get the results you wanted? Knox thought to himself, I can't get any more involved with her than this. He then confirmed with Noah in a cold tone, yes. If you have nothing else for me, I'll take my leave. Noah responded cheerfully, all right, you may leave. You must be tired from rescuing your fellow student during the test. As Noah mentioned the incident, the image of rescuing Eleanor replayed in Knox's mind, leading him to conclude, I guess it'd be meaningless to hide anymore. He sighed, not wanting to say more, and replied, yes, it just happened somehow. Please ignore it. I don't want to attract the attention of the Academy. Noah understood Knox's intentions and reassured him, sure. Don't worry about it. Go back and rest. Before leaving, Knox added, I sincerely thank you for your generous heart. Watching Knox depart, Noah silently thought to himself, Knox von Reinhafer. He's a dangerous one. I'll have to be careful for the time being. Meanwhile, Noah sat alone in the chilly room, saying to himself, I look forward to the kind of monster he'll grow into. Then she posed a question to someone else or to her alter ego. Don't you agree? The scene then shifted to the lecture hall. Professor Ross, with purple hair, was delivering a lecture, saying so, you need to learn the properties and traits of each element. Knox, sitting above, appeared bored, thinking basic magic of the Empire. It was never talked about in detail in the original story, but what's important here isn't the class. Professor Ross von Celestia. Knox took the opportunity to gather information about the purple-haired professor. His name was Ross von Celestia, 35 years old, possessing the earth element ability. He was one of the professors at Eldine Academy. The professor also had characteristics such as a great desire for studying, self-reflection, talent in hidden weapons, and being principled. Alongside these positive traits, he also exhibited negative traits like obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and being cold-hearted. After reading, Knox thought he'll be playing a critical role in this chapter. Knox also evaluated Ross's stats and skills, concluding he's not very strong. But it's good to know all this information in advance. It's actually impressive that he was able to become an academy professor with those abilities. Meanwhile, Professor Ross seemed to notice Knox's strange behavior as he kept looking at him. But the professor continued the lecture, asking the students, let's start the lesson then. Knox, uninterested, continued to think he's already acting all proud and looking down on his fellow students. What kind of incredible talent could someone like him have? Do you know it can be really stubborn too? Huh? At this point, Professor Ross, noticing the lack of focus from Knox and other students, tried to regain control of the class, saying, every single human on the continent possesses elemental mana, not just the students of our academy. Today, we'll find out what element you have and how to manifest it. Suddenly, Professor Ross called out Knox's name, asking, Cadet Knox von Reinhafer? Surprised by being called, Knox responded, yes. Professor Ross then asked Knox, do you know what element you have? Knox replied promptly, darkness. The professor continued, what are the characteristics of darkness? Knox, showing no hesitation, answered smoothly, unlike the four elements, it's corrupted and does not mix well with the others. However, it is considered to have quite a lot of destructive power as compared to the other elements. In return, it's notorious for being hard to control, and there are only a few individuals or families that are able to use it properly. Not achieving his purpose, Professor Ross continued to inquire, what's the opposing element to it? Knox bluntly responded, divinity. Seeing Knox's confidence, Professor Ross began to show confusion and question further. In that case, if divinity and darkness clash, which do you think would come out on top? Knox calmly replied, divinity would. Unable to do much, Professor Ross expressed discomfort and commented, people don't usually speak ill of their own family's element. I guess you're a special one, aren't you? I'll ask you just one more question then. Then he asked a sensitive question. If you were to fight with someone with divine mana, what would you do? Knox's smile turned sinister as he answered, well, while that person was still unaware, I'd kill that person. I'd make sure of the kill so that it wouldn't create any future troubles for me. Hearing this, the lecture hall fell silent, everyone horrified by the response. Professor Ross, deeply shocked, internally questioned, what the hell did he just say? Continuing from the previous episode. Now in the dormitory area of maids and servants. In Rick's room, Eleanor's butler, he sits on the bed deep in thought, holding a syringe containing a terrifying red liquid in one hand, while trying to tightly tie a band around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeds to inject the red liquid into his body and emits a satisfied moan of desire. As the needle pumps the liquid into his body, dark and eerie veins begin to surface around the injection site. The liquid gradually spreads from his arm throughout his body, and Rick's face displays a look of satisfaction. After the injection, Rick walks over to the mirror, admires himself, and wickedly smiles. A demonic tattoo appears on his chest. He mutters to himself, "Now, I just have to put in a bit more effort and I'll be able to become a real demon." Suddenly, a demonic hand emerges from the mirror, and the demon confirms, "Yes, it's like you said, Host Schultz Denifer. You'll be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human. You won't need sleep and won't age. You'll become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans." Rick joyfully smiles, then kneels to thank the demon, promising, "I'll do everything in my power to revive you." The demon doesn't respond, but gives a wicked smile and gradually disappears into the mirror. Rick dresses himself again. His face changes, his eyes returning to their normal black color, and he continues his plans unnoticed. Back in the lecture area, Professor Ross and the students are surprised by the protagonist's response during the confrontation with an enemy. Knox calmly smiles and replies, "Well, while that person was still unaware, I'd kill that person. I'd make sure of the kill so that it wouldn't create any future troubles for me." Professor Ross is astonished by the response and remarks, "You would want to pull out the roots before they grew into any future issues." "I wasn't expecting such an answer." Knox sits down and apologizes, saying, "I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I simply thought that was the most efficient method of doing things." Meanwhile, a notification appears, indicating that Acting Genius has been activated powerfully. Professor Ross looks at Knox with a puzzled expression and silently evaluates him. Unwavering eyes, an upright posture, and shoulders that aren't bent downwards. Knox von Reinhafer truly meant what he said. "I'm starting to understand a little why Dean Noah is interested in him." However, as his thoughts halt, he loudly calls out, "Assistant, prepare the imp right away." The assistant, upon receiving the command, hesitantly asks for confirmation. Professor Ross coldly stares at the assistant and says, "Did you not hear me? I'm asking you to prepare for the magic adequacy test." The fearful assistant, without further questioning, prepares as instructed. Professor Ross then looks back at Knox and asserts that kind of haughty attitude needs to be brought down a level. He strokes his chin in satisfaction in order to obtain a sharp sword. It must be tempered thousands of times. After a while, when the assistant brings a cart into the lecture hall covered with a white cloth, the students begin to gather below. The assistant, still anxious, starts to unveil the cloth. As the cloth is removed, the students' eyes widen in astonishment at what is revealed before them. Professor Ross calmly explains, "They're the lowest-ranked demons provided by the association. They're known as imps. A terrifying creature with a small red body and 2 horns on its head is revealed." Though the students become increasingly anxious and curious about the presence of a demon in the lecture, Professor Ross reassures them, while it's very aggressive, it's not that threatening. Because it has low health, cadets can easily kill it. Despite the professor's assurance, the students remain apprehensive and fearful because, after all, it is still a demon. The students below also express their concerns. "This is only the first class, though. I guess this is the level of Eldine Academy." Professor Ross interrupts them, saying, Now, stay focused. You guys are the elites that got accepted into this academy, aren't you? You must remember this. Your ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate all demons that exist in the world. For you to do that, you all will need to get used to the beings known as demons, of which we still know very little about. Listening to the professor's words of encouragement, some students began to show their determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to do. All of you are to infuse your mana to force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox looked at a demon with disdain for this action, feeling that something was out of place. According to the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the 2nd year. Something's off. After condensing mana into your palm, let it flow into your target. Before a student could follow the professor's instructions, the professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. In his mind, he murmured, "No matter how incredible the Reinhafers are, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp in the first lesson. A new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably. I'll teach you how things work here, Reinhafer." Suddenly, when Knox stood before the caged creature, The professor's expression turned puzzled. He looked at the creature in the cage, which was terrified, trembling with fear, its eyes tightly shut, refusing to face Knox. This made the professor wonder what had happened while he wasn't paying attention. Knox looked at the bewildered little creature, wondering why it was so scared when he hadn't done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students had been mesmerized by the creature, causing them all to hallucinate, except for Knox. At the same time, Talia was also mesmerized, holding the creature's cage and claiming it to be her maid, Emma. She promised Emma that she wouldn't do it again. Other students similarly felt something strange in their bodies that they couldn't describe, or they felt as if they had just eaten a delicious cake. Talia continued to cry and apologize to the cage. Suddenly, Knox interrupted the chaotic atmosphere and said to the professor, Professor, I'm sorry, but can you change my imp? I haven't done anything, but it's already trembling in fear. The professor, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Knox with confusion. Knox wondered who would make such a sound in the sacred classroom. When he turned back, he caught the professor's face shining like crazy. The professor had completely changed his attitude towards Knox, eagerly asking, Hey, Knox, how did you force that imp into submission? Knox reiterated, Wait, I just said that I haven't done anything yet. The professor, even more excited upon hearing this, praised Knox great. I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing that great talent within you. Incredible. I'll give you a chance. The professor then turned to Knox and declared, Please listen up. I'll give you the chance to become the best student. Knox was surprised and internally confirmed the best student. This is what I think it is, right? In his mind, various illustrative scenes appeared, and he expressed the kind of thing in dramas that you must never do. Being an assistant. Hearing the professor's announcement, the other students were half delighted and half apprehensive, saying, I'm so jealous. He gets to become Professor Ross' best student? Wow, he has to accept. Suddenly, Knox raised his hand and declared that he refused that title. He bloodily expressed his thoughts. It's being the best student in name, but isn't it just being a slave? Hearing Knox's blood refusal, the professor was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it was true. The other students also wondered what Knox was thinking. Meanwhile, the outstanding students in the class were cramped after trying to resist being mesmerized, observing Knox with uncomfortable glances. Especially Echidna, she silently evaluated Knox. I can't believe he's the only one standing up normally. Who the hell are you? Reinharnation. Continuing from the previous episode, a few hours ago. On the academy corridor, Professor Vernon was following Professor Ross, eagerly exclaiming, I'm telling you, that filthy-looking white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. I guarantee you that Knox kid is a crazy bastard. Professor Ross appeared indifferent, replying, Even so, he's just a new student. It's too hasty to make any conclusions just because he made some achievements. Don't put such high expectations on new students. Professor Vernon expressed, Ross, your problem is that you're too close-minded. Dean Noah also asked us to watch out for him, didn't she? He's definitely talented. What more is needed? We're talking about a student whose talent is recognized to be the best by one of the four sages. Professor Ross disregarded this and stated, I'll need to see him with my own eyes. You don't need to care about this anymore. Professor Vernon still tried to catch up, saying, You and your obnoxious attitude. Hey, wait for me. Returning to the present, Professor Ross, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and couldn't believe that Knox had rejected his offer. He stuttered anxiously, asking Knox for the reason behind the refusal. Meanwhile, other students shared similar sentiments, expressing, Is he crazy? That was a chance to assist Professor Ross with his class. He's the biggest authority on magic education. There are mountains of people queuing up to be his top student. I can't believe he just threw that chance away. That's exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing of the Reinharnation family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That's why good-for-nothings like him shouldn't be allowed here. Hearing the gossip about himself, Knox felt a bit puzzled, but remained resolute in his thoughts. Say whatever you want. I won't change my mind anyways. Knox also felt annoyed and remarked, Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why is everyone around me creating trouble? At that moment, another student spoke up to Professor Ross. Professor Ross, I have a question. Professor Ross, with a mournful face, allowed the student to speak his mind. The student then looked at Knox with unfriendly eyes and wondered, why are you giving this chance to Reinhardt? There are many more outstanding students than him, aren't there? He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated, moreover, your strength is magic, right? I think the princess and Echidna are worthy of being considered for the top student position as well. Knox looked at the student and confirmed he was an asshole. He expressed, look at how hard he's trying to leech off of a rising family. Smart asshole. He knows who to butter up. I better remember him. Professor Ross, hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and said, the professor is the one that decides who is the right person. But if I say that, you guys might not be convinced. There could also be negative rumors to say that I'm biased towards the talent of Knox. So, let's set the record straight. His gaze turned serious and challenged the students. I'll tell you right now why he's the right person to become my top student. Then Ross turned to Knox, his eyes softening with affection. Knox sensed the discomfort and silently expressed, crazy bastard, I told you I'm not doing it. Professor Ross then announced, firstly, let's start with how he subdued the imp's mana. Knox at this point falls into contemplation, thinking that a summary of Ross' opinion would be something like this. Number 1, I don't know why, but I was able to subdue the imp quickly. While it might be a low-ranked demon, it's not easy to do, so it's not surprising that Ross is fascinated by it. Number 2, the talent I have, mana sensitivity genius. Then Knox's thoughts shift towards Professor Ross and suggest that Ross has studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would be able to easily tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Interrupting Knox's thoughts, Professor Ross continues, for that reason, it's only fair for Knox to become my top student. Knox bluntly refuses, saying I already said I'm not doing it. Getting a straightforward rejection from Knox, Professor Ross, bewildered, says, Knox, you can take your time to reconsider. Then he looks at Knox with a somewhat creepy gaze and says, you're rushing your decision here. Knox feels disgusted and says, please speak after you wipe your saliva. Knox then decides to leave the classroom and says, to begin with, there's a more suitable candidate. So, I'd be grateful if you would give up on me. Leaving Professor Ross saddened, he continuously calls out to him to try to keep him. All the geniuses in the class witness this, each having their own thoughts. Princess Penelope expresses he's different from the rumors I've heard. Echidna also agrees and admits my apologies. My information gathering ability is lacking. The princess says it's all right, Echidna. I think I've just gotten a little curious about him. She also remarks, Knox von Reinhardt, whether he'll become a light to the imperial family, or a dark cloud that hovers over us. Back to Knox. By now, he has left the classroom, and now he's breathing a sigh of relief. He complains uncomfortably, why is Ross suddenly acting like that? He was looking at me like I was some food covered in honey or something. Why aren't there any normal characters in Inner Lunatic? But I've managed to get him off me, so I should be able to live in peace for now. A long day passes. Now it's also night. Knox is in his own room with a gloomy face. Jitri notices Knox's weary expression and asks, did something bad happen in the academy? Knox replies with exhaustion, yeah, something horrifying. Then he remembers the memory from this morning after leaving Professor Ross' classroom. Wherever he is, Professor Ross' presence bothers him, trying to persuade Knox to become his top student. Whether it's in the classroom, the canteen, or even in the restroom, Professor Ross doesn't give up on him. He even sticks his head into the restroom to persuade Knox, become my top student. Knox leaves the restroom with a disgruntled and angry face. However, Professor Ross still tries to ask, Knox, are you done considering? Become my top student. Knox responds with a disdainful expression, Professor Ross, please stop it, you crazy bastard. Professor Ross doesn't know when to stop. He persists. His face appears excited as he says, I like how you're rough with your words. I like it. Knox recounts the whole ordeal to Jitri and expresses his discomfort and helplessness. That bastard Professor Ross kept asking me to become his top student. Jitri is also puzzled hearing the story and expresses, that bastard Professor Ross kept asking me to become his top student. Then she wonders, but by Professor Ross, are you referring to the person known to be the best in magic theory? Knox confirms that it's him. Jitri, puzzled, expresses, that's strange. From what others say, I remember him being a good professor. Why would he do something like that? Knox reveals, I know he's an alright person as well. And Knox recalls the negative traits of Professor Ross. Then Knox looks out the window and expresses, the problem is those traits he has. Meanwhile, at the Reincarnation family estate, a group of family soldiers with tense faces is demanding someone to stop and warn others not to let that person pass. At this moment, on the mansion's grounds, a blood-drenched sword is being dragged across the floor. Held by a man with white hair and violet eyes, he emits a sinister aura, indicating he is also one of the heirs of the Reincarnation family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance towards the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands everyone stop him. Did you not hear what the patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen into the room. The man pays no heed to the soldier's warning, lightly chuckling and remarking, that's so harsh. In the next moment, with astonishing speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in fear, trying to comprehend what just happened and the sudden appearance of the man behind him. The bloodstained man says, that's not how a father should treat his son, is it? With that, he ends the lives of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, inside the patriarch's room, Theo and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Reincarnation family bursts in without the patriarch's permission. His entire body emanates a terrifying aura of dark mana, with the corpses of the fallen soldiers behind him. The oppressive atmosphere renders the head butler unable to move, filled with fear. As he wonders, Master Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time. The patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks his son, Garen, I never thought you'd come back to the Reincarnation family again. Garen smiles and retorts, what reasons do I need to come back to my own home? Father, Theo, with a somewhat intimidating cold expression, questions Garen, is this place your home? Garen receives the question with a less jovial expression than before. He then lightly chuckles and tells Theo, I'm sure I told you already. It's time to give up. He further declares, there's not much time left. Is there? Theo responds, that's none of your business. Garen warns Theo, the demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it'll rise and devour everything in its sight. Theo, with a cold and firm expression, confirms to Garen, it sounds like you want that to happen. Garen then states, well, my business here is simple. He then menacingly asks Theo, where did you hide that sword? Theo, shocked by his son's audacity, looks fearful and reiterates, the first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide Stormbringer? However, the first patriarch's sword, Stormbringer, had already been entrusted by the patriarch to Knox. The dangers awaiting Knox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next installment. In the previous episode, Garen boldly questioned the patriarch, the first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide the Stormbringer of Jean von Reincarnation? Angered by this, the patriarch scolded Garen, Jean von Reincarnation. How dare you speak the first patriarch's name? You must be really out of your mind. Garen, unfazed by this, laughed it off, saying, is that what's important right now? What matters is getting stronger and building a stronger force. That's what's most important for a noble. Dismissing it, Garen argued, Garen doesn't know what truly matters. Garen doesn't respect, but brings up things from the past. If you know what truly matters so well, then why did you leave that woman to die? Hearing this, the head butler, concerned about the topic being discussed, warned no. That woman mustn't be brought up in front of the patriarch. At this point, seemingly losing his composure, he said darkly, did you just say that woman? You've truly disrespected your mother with that. Garen immediately denied what Garen said and confirmed, my mother is Priscilla von Oral. She's my only mother. He emphasized further, that woman is your mistake, and she's nothing but a guest within the Reincarnation family. Upon hearing Garen's criticism, the patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded Garen leave the room. Garen tried to call out to his father, as if to confirm what he was saying. The patriarch, now emanating a terrifying dark aura, stared at Garen and reiterated, "I said get out." Then he warned Garen, "I do not wish to cut off my own son's head." Faced with the threat from his father, Garen decided to leave. But before doing so, he ominously stated, "You'll regret this. Soon enough, you'll understand, is prepared for my sake." Garen then left, leaving Theo with a pensive gaze. The head butler, now worried, asked, "Patriarch, are you all right?" Theo turned away in shame and admitted, "I slipped up. I showed you an unsightly side of me." The head butler denied it and said, "Please don't say that. I'm someone who swore my eternal fealty to the Reincarnation family." But, expressing concern, he added, "If the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried that things will get dangerous. So, I think it would be good if you decide on a new successor soon." Hearing this, Theo pondered about a new successor he would have to decide on in the future. The head butler provided further implied information about a new successor he could consider. "Yes, it so happens that we just received some good news through a letter. Master Knox is the top student of this time's Eldeen admission test." Surprised, Theo confirmed, "Is that true?" "From what I remember, the new dean of Eldeen Academy is." The head butler continued, confirming, "Yes, Noah Von Trinity. One of the four sages has acknowledged Master Knox's talent." At this point, reflecting on the name Knox von Reinhefer, Theo also felt contemplative and thought his growth might still be insufficient, but if he truly has the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Knox might end up sitting there. Returning to Eldeen Academy, Professor Ross still persistently invited Knox to become his apprentice. Knox remained steadfast in refusing, saying, "I don't want to." Professor Ross didn't appear saddened but added, "I'll provide a lot of supporting funds. You could graduate from Eldeen Academy without having to pay for anything." Knox bluntly stated, "I have tons of money. Don't you know that I'm from the Reinhefer family?" Professor Ross emphasized further, along with immense fame. However, Knox remained indifferent, saying, "What use is fame for a good-for-nothing? That's just a luxury that I don't need." At this point, Professor Ross had exhausted all incentives and attempted to persuade, "Please reconsider." Knox sighed irritably, thinking, "My ears are about to bleed from his persistent nagging." Knox recalled the previous evening when sharing everything with Jitri. Jitri, upon hearing Knox's concerns, asked, "Even so, shouldn't you listen to him if he's being so sincere?" She added, "I looked into Professor Rossmore, and this isn't how he normally behaves. They say that he's an educator who's usually focused on helping weaker students." Knox chuckled wryly, admitting to Jitri, "You're right. This isn't something that I can just avoid. No matter how crazy he is, he'll give up after he knows what I'm lacking in." Jitri also conceded that yes, I did think he was a little strange. Returning to the present, Knox still felt uncomfortable but wanted to clarify things and spoke to the professor. "Although you did explain yesterday, honestly, I still don't understand. Why would a professor as good as you want me to be your apprentice?" Professor Ross explained, "Because you're outstanding." Knox disagreed and asked earnestly, "I'd like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me and not the other outstanding students?" Professor Ross, now with a serious expression, asked Knox, "Do you have some time?" And expressed, "You must have heard a lot about what a good-for-nothing I am." Knox mockingly replied, "That means I have nothing but time." Professor Ross chuckled and said, "You got me good. In that case, will you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the best herbal tea that I bought from the Reborn merchantry." Despite not wanting to, Knox tried to comply with Professor Ross's request. Professor Ross poured another cup of tea for Knox and began to explain, "The reason why I need you, an outstanding apprentice, is so that I can complete my research." Knox became curious about the professor's research. Professor Ross elaborated, "Yes, in order to obtain someone weak who can't use mana, so that I can fulfill my lifelong wish." As the professor's face grew increasingly somber, he continued, "That is why I need you. Because I no longer wish to see anyone die while too powerless to even struggle." He also revealed that, yes, just like how my son died. The Knox character listened intently to Professor Ross's story. In his mind, he thought about the behind-the-scenes stories of each character that he didn't know while playing through Inner Lunatic. In this world, there would always be an abrupt new situation that would appear. Then Professor Ross began to recount his own life story. I was born into the family of Viscount Celestia as the first son, and I had led the family. I had no outstanding talents, but was able to be admitted into Eldine Academy with just my theoretical skills and became a professor. I always received poor results in practicals, and my peers would look down on me. No matter how good I was at written tests, it wouldn't take away all of the contempt that they held for me. I always overcame my low confidence with my research. After constantly working hard, I was able to become a professor and even got married to a woman. Despite that, there was not a single person who completely acknowledged the achievements that I'd made as a professor. The achievements I made and my theses were published under another person's name, and everyone looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I was able to have a son with my wife. My one and only child grew up and was admitted into Eldine Academy. He was able to successfully overcome all hardships and graduated from the academy. He said this to me, "Father, I'll work hard so that people will be able to speak highly of you." I was so happy hearing that. My son joined the squad that was directly under the Emperor and joined the battlefield at the forefront. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of me and to raise the reputation of the Celestia family. But on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't even long after the war started. He died after being struck by an arrow that only had a touch of mana in it. Now, does this explain why I would be obsessed over this thesis and my research for the sake of the week? After listening to Professor Ross's tragic story, the Knox character silently evaluated, "This story is nothing significant. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more of such stories. But I wonder why." The back of the professor that I saw through the monitor and Professor Ross's back right now, they seem different. I think I'm able to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little. The Knox character then told the professor, "I'm sorry, but I'm more certain after listening to your story. There's someone better suited for this than I am. Someone that would listen to your story better and more seriously than me. I think that's the kind of person that you truly need right now." Afterward, the Knox character decided to leave, and before doing so, he said, "I will see you at the next lesson." Professor Ross watched the Knox character leave without stopping him. Then his gaze fell upon a photograph of his son on the desk, filled with fond memories. He smiled faintly and remarked, "There's a resemblance between them." At this point, the academy had returned to the night. In the dormitory, in the Knox character's room, right at that moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, "What? Say that again. Who came back?" Jitri, with a serious expression, replied, "The first son of the Reincarnation family, Master Garen, has returned to the family. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have died so far." Upon hearing this news, the Knox character worriedly thought Garen von Reinhafer, the first crown prince, Lewis, and the #1 bad-ending maker of Inner Lunatic, have finally started moving. After hearing that bad news, the whole room gradually fell silent. In Knox's mind, he thought the worst bad-ending maker. He then looked up at Jitri and asked, "Jitri, you've been to our family estate recently, right?" Jitri confirmed, adding, "Had Butler Rodwell summoned us, so I went there with Rona." Surprised by this information, Knox thought to himself, "The guy despises Theo's second wife, Knox's mother, whom Theo truly loves instead of his own mother. I don't know if he hates Knox, but if that's the case, then he might even harm Jitri." Knox sighed and complained, "Why did I have to make so many enemies?" He then asked Jitri, "Did Garen do anything?" Jitri recounted with concern, "Come to think of it, Knox, when I heard this, I was angry. I clenched my fist silently, evaluating that asshole. Did he really cause some trouble?" Immediately after, Jitri elaborated, "Master Garen tried to scout me." Knox was taken aback upon hearing this. Jitri, with a troubled expression, began to recount everything. At the Reinhafer family estate, Rona and Jitri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were engrossed in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and approached them. Rona and Jitri stood respectfully. Garen, noticing Jitri, remarked, "What's with that maid? She looks extraordinary." He then called Jitri over and asked her identity. "Who are you? I've never seen you around before." Jitri stood before Garen, courteously and replied, "Greetings, I'm Master Knox's exclusive maid. My name is Jitri. Nice to meet you." Garen, impatient, said, "Enough with the formalities." He then made an offer. "I want you to become my maid. I know you're capable." Garen smirked and continued, "You have enough ambition within you that can satisfy me." However, Jitri politely declined, stating, "My apologies, but I'm already serving Master Knox. I'm afraid I'll have to reject your offer." Irritated by the refusal, Garen warned her, "I'm sure you know who I am. Why on earth are you refusing my offer? Did that brat give you a lot of money?" Jitri calmly responded, "It's because I want to serve him. Master Knox respects me. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are, but..." She paused briefly, her face shining brightly as she spoke of Knox, above everything else. "I wish to stay by Master Knox's side to see what he'll do." Hearing such words from a servant, Garen felt uncomfortable and sighed. "I can't believe she wants to serve a brat like him. She's a strange one." He then offered a lucrative deal. "I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying you." However, Jitri remained steadfast. She bowed respectfully, apologizing to Garen. With Garen's temperament, he was clearly angered by her refusal and wouldn't overlook this matter. Returning to the present in Knox's room, Jitri continued to recount. "He asked me to become his maid and even offered to raise my wages." Hearing this, Knox felt somewhat saddened and asked Jitri, "By how much?" Jitri honestly replied, 3 times my current wage." Knox, worried, silently contemplated, "Although I do have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet. I can't use that much money, but I can't give up on Jitri." Jitri, puzzled by Knox's expression, stood up. Facing Jitri, Knox offered, "If you want a wage raise, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about it and focus on your work." Jitri was surprised to find that Knox had been worrying about her salary all this time. Jitri suddenly chuckled charmingly. Knox found it perplexing, wondering if he had said something wrong. Jitri teased Knox. She turned away and said, "Oh, about that. I'm sorry." Knox, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion, thinking, "What just happened? Did she just laugh at me? No way." Knox gently asked her again with regret, "Have you already decided to work with Garen?" She replied, "Whatever you're thinking of, that's not what's happening. I won't follow Master Garen, and the wages I'm receiving now are sufficient." Upon hearing this, Knox felt less worried but still curious. So he asked again, "Why did you laugh then?" Jitri, being mysterious, replied, "I can't tell you that." Knox became irritated, saying, "This is an order." Jitri responded casually, "Something funny just came to mind, so I laughed." Knox retorted, "Jitri, you've gotten worse at lying." Jitri turned away and sighed at her foolish master. However, Knox was lost in thought, thinking, "Whatever the case, I'm good as long as I haven't lost her. But Garen, that asshole, I won't let him off if I ever catch him. Of course, that'd be after I become stronger." After their conversation, it was time for the outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory classes in the Eldine Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the history of Arkham Empire, which talks about the creator god, Arden, and the strongest unified kingdom that people have forgotten about. The second is horsemanship. The third is knightly code and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic magic of the empire. And lastly, the subject that Knox has the most difficult time with, the cursed stamina training. Thinking of this, Knox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in the line as usual. However, with his negative attribute, Knox was struggling to keep up. His head was spinning, breaths coming in short gasps. Running, chin-ups. Knox's stamina had reached its limits. Knox sat on the grass, drinking water and complaining about himself. Suddenly, a teacher approached and remarked, "This is so strange, Knox. You're like a mayfly." Knox sprayed water out of his mouth in surprise and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The teacher explained, "You're exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but it feels like you have a lot of trouble when it comes to stamina. It's as if you're being blocked by a large wall that you can't overcome." Upon receiving the teacher's evaluation, Knox pondered, as expected of an Eldine Academy instructor. It's as he said, Due to the terminally ill trait, Knox's stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. Knox then stood up and questioned, "Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words?" The man replied, "I apologize if that was rude, but it'd be good if you take heed to what I said. If you move recklessly in this manner, you might end up shortening your life." Knox responded, "Right? I'll keep that in mind." In his mind, Knox evaluated, "There's a countdown for my heart. How could I not take heed to what you said?" At the same time, a notification popped up, reminding him, because of the trait, terminally ill, your lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate. Knox grumbled, "This is so darn annoying." Paracelsus stood nearby, observing Knox's actions. Knox seemed like a fool talking to himself and staring into nothingness, which made Paracelsus suspicious. He stood there and loudly remarked to Knox, "I can't figure him out at all. He did all that stuff at the admission test to get first place, but he's hiding his stamina now?" In his mind, Paracelsus thought, this is definitely related to him acting like a good-for-nothing. Paracelsus's constant staring and comments annoyed Knox, who turned back and replied, "That annoying bastard. If we fight again, you'll get it good." The scene then shifted to the town next to the academy. Knox, dressed in a black cloak, walked through the streets discreetly. Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up, "HM, I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." Reinhafer's youngest son? It was Rick, Eleanor's servant. Knox, recognizing Rick's presence, internally grumbled, "Why the hell? Is he doing this to me? This freaking game destroyer." Knox spoke to Rick, "HM, I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." Rick, with a smile on his face, greeted Knox, "Long time no see." Reinhafer's youngest son? Knox looked at Rick with wary eyes, seemingly questioning his intentions for appearing here. "My," added Rick. His real name is Schultz de Nefer, the worst bad ending maker that's on par with the first prince, Louis von Arkheim. He belongs to the demonic humans. He has several abilities like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, talented with hidden weapons. Along with that, he is cunning, skilled in bat, Gumiel northern sword art, a traitor, and a con artist. His stats are stamina 4, mana 4, luck 3, willpower 5, charm 12. Passive skill, negotiation revision. Knox, recalling the story's events, became worried. Later on, he'll attack the rival and merchantry and betray Eleanor, which means he's the #1 person to avoid. Knox looked at him with disdain and said, "You're the one who came to give me that gift previously. What business do you have with me?" Rick maintained his cheerful expression and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I saw a noble of the influential Reinhafer family walking around without a servant. I was just a little puzzled." Knox immediately responded, "That's none of your business." Rick didn't mind and continued smiling, "That's true." Then he changed the subject. "Oh, since it's fate that we met here, shall I help you as you purchase some items? I have a lot of free time right now." Knox sneered and said, "Ha, I doubt that's the only task that the head of the rival and family assigned to you." Rick, showing respect, replied, "Since the past, great nobles have always closed their eyes to servants who deviate a little from their work." But the next second, his eyes changed, looking at Knox with hidden meaning. In Knox's mind, he thought, "I must find out what he's scheming. There must be a reason why he approached me." Then Knox responded, "I don't like people who talk a lot." Rick understood and answered, "Yes, sir. I'll make sure to remember that." Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. "These are the documents you've requested." Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid. Holding the documents, she focused on examining them. Most of the documents she received were related to Knox. After reviewing the additional information about Knox, Eleanor pondered, Knox von Reinhafer. Why on earth did he save me? She felt a mix of confusion and sadness. There was no reason for him to do that. In the first place, the Reinhafer family has pretty much no interaction with the Revelin family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, but he rejected it. The youngest son of the Reinhafer family that I know doesn't have that kind of personality. What's for sure is that he started behaving differently starting from resolving the missing child's forest incident. But I don't know the change. Upon thinking about it, she sighed deeply. And it seems she also sensed Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent movements have been strange. He's also gathering people within the merchantry. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned towards the window. She pondered deeply. When she closed her eyes, the image of her father filled her with fear. He continuously interrogated her. That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that? His face was furious as he spoke. If it was needed, you should have given everything you had. Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she cried a lot. At the same time, her childhood memories resurfaced of attending a funeral at the church. The maid at that time was very sad and crying. Eleanor was very young then. The little girl stood before her late mother with a crestfallen face. But that experience made Eleanor stronger. She remained determined, swallowing back her own tears. The image of a strong, yet lonely woman looking towards the future emerged in her mind. Returning to the marketplace, Knox and Rick were now buying some items as Rick had mentioned. As they passed by the shops, Rick explained, "There's no need to buy a high-grade orb to use in magic classes. When you become a second year, you'll be given an even better orb for free. For the pot and ladle that'd be used for alchemy, you need to buy one that's made with a special type of iron. Items will usually be made in the empty chemical room. You just need to meet the minimum requirements." After shopping for a while, the purchased items piled up into a mountain. Knox continued to follow without saying a word. Rick added, "The store that you see further and has connections to the Eleanor merchantry, so you can get items at an affordable price. Let's see what else there is." While Rick pondered what else to buy, Knox contemplated, "While I don't want to admit it, Rick's talent is the real thing. The con artist, trade and passive skill, negotiation revision that he has. If he weren't a demonic human, I might have considered recruiting him." After tallying up the items to be bought, Rick approached Knox. I think you've probably purchased everything you need now, right?" Knox confirmed, "Yes, this will be sufficient." Immediately after, Knox's gaze turned cold as he interrogated Rick, "But I still don't know why you were looking for me." Suddenly, Knox lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, causing Rick's face to contort, losing the fake smile. Knox growled, "Why did you approach me?" Rick pretended ignorance and asked Knox, "What do you mean?" Rick's response only fueled Knox's anger further. Knox tightened his grip on him and lifted him higher. "Wasting time isn't in your favor, is it?" Rick dropped the pretense and began to smile sinisterly. Well, it looks like my conversation with you will be a quick one. I'll get straight to the point." As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Knox sensed the danger and turned back to assess a barrier. Based on its appearance, it's magic that blocks out sound. At this moment, Rick's face turned menacing. He smirked devilishly. Then with both hands, he tightly held Knox's hand with immense strength, making it impossible for Knox to resist even though he tried to exert more force. Knox instinctively pulled Rick's shirt, revealing the demon tattoo on his chest. Knox's eyes filled with anger, and the dark aura around him intensified as he interrogated Rick. "The one you serve isn't the first prince, but a demon, right?" When Rick heard Knox revealing his own secret, he was taken aback. "You really do know a lot of information." Immediately after, a sinister aura enveloped Rick. He then smirked triumphantly, stating, "I don't think my master will like that." This ominous aura made Knox uneasy, and he began to sweat. Behind Rick appeared a terrifying red-faced demon, its eyes glaring at Knox. Rick's eyes also changed to a yellow hue, seemingly merging with the demon's power. Despite facing this intimidating presence, Knox remained calm. He coldly spoke to Rick, "Do you really think your master will grant your wish?" Rick remained confident, confirming of course. After a while, they both let go of each other. Knox warned, "I hope you don't end up regretting that." Rick, still composed, buttoned up his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Knox then turned and left, but before doing so, he issued a final warning to Rick. "Oh, just in case, if you dare to insult me and my family again, I'll kill you." At this point, Knox's eyes and face truly showed anger. This warning was the last Knox would give to someone like Rick. Hearing this, Rick understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously acknowledged, "I'll bear that in mind." Knox then left the marketplace, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Vernon is in charge of today's lesson. He begins the class by addressing the gathered students. "All right, now that everyone's gathered, we'll start the class." One student whispers to another, remarking, "Isn't that the crazy instructor from back then?" Another student wonders, the bald head. Suddenly, a bespectacled figure interjects, warning them, "Be careful. It's okay to call someone who's not bald-headed a bald head, but if you call someone that's bald-headed a bald head, then that's very disrespectful." Hearing the lengthy explanation from the bespectacled student, the others simply respond with an, "Oh." However, Professor Vernon seems to have overheard their conversation. His face tightens in anger. He doesn't say anything but clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly. In his mind, he thinks, "Calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair." He then composes himself and continues the class. "I'll tell you about the location for the class first. This place is the Chlorial Plains. It's a famous place within Eldine Academy that has lots of amazing trees and plants. You'll be learning the basics of horse riding here." Behind the professor, assistants arrive with horses. Professor Vernon encourages the students, "All right, try riding your assigned horse or the horse that you brought here." Many students below begin to feel apprehensive about today's lesson. One complains, "I haven't had a chance to take a good look around this place yet." A woman nearby asks, "There are people who have their own horses." Others express their concerns. "A horse? I've never ridden one before. And why must we come to Eldine Academy just to learn how to ride a horse?" A man beside them reassures, "We don't have a choice. It's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right?" While the other students grumble about the horse riding lesson, Knox pays no attention to their complaints. He immediately summoned his horse, which was Carl. Right after that, a shiny black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared energetically. Then, the other students also received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Vernon spoke up, "All right, try to ride them. Please grab on tightly so you don't fall off." Knox's gaze at this moment was fixed on another person, Paracelsus. He was riding a horse. No matter how awkwardly, it seemed quite clumsy. Knox looked at him and evaluated. He's pretty good at riding a horse. Well, he's lived in the East for so long, he should be able to ride a camel or a horse. Then, Knox mounted Carl and began to move, looking quite majestic. The other students were quite surprised and whispered among themselves, "How could a good-for-nothing like him have such a horse?" The Reinhefer house is rich, although they're still not as rich as the Revelin house. The image of Carl with the blue flame was stunning. Knox smiled inwardly, thinking Carl is indeed a fine horse. This is the benefit of being a veteran player. Back with the other students, one of them was practicing riding a horse, successfully mounting one and feeling joyful. The professor standing beside him praised, "Well done. Slowly communicate with your horse and ride it." Then he turned to all the students who were ready on their horses and announced, "Okay, it seems like all of you have gotten familiar with riding your horses. It's time to start the Knox race of this class." Hearing this, the students were quite surprised. "A race? But aren't there people who only started riding a horse today?" Other students chimed in, "What? That doesn't make sense." Especially, one student was very angry and complained, "This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs." The brown-haired student appeared frightened, saying, "This is madness." The bespectacled one standing nearby seemed dangerous, saying, "Is he angry because you guys called him a bald head?" But before he could finish, the professor with a shiny bald head appeared behind him and gave him a tap on the head, knocking him unconscious onto the grass. The bald professor looked serious and said, "The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your own horse and turn the corner located in the nameless forest at the end of the forest, and then return to this place. The first to get back will be given additional points. Any questions?" Knox, standing at the opposite end facing the shiny bald head, silently thought, "The rules are as simple as his hair." Then Knox muttered to himself, "Well, that's not what's important now, though." Talia, standing behind, nervously asked Knox, What did you say? Knox replied coldly, nothing. Mind your own business. However, he had many plans in his head, and the information he knew beforehand helped him strategize. Even though horse riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place is very important. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Since it's their first appearance, it's been arranged so that the protagonist meets the demonic human. Rudger, the demonic human that appears in this episode, causes all the students to be stuck in a nameless forest. The protagonist then overcomes the demonic human along with the other academy cadets. That's the basic sequence of this episode. Thinking about this, Knox tightened the reins and thought, there isn't a protagonist here. In such a place where there are so many strong personalities, I wonder how things will turn out with the absence of a leader. Thinking carefully is important, but actions must be taken. At this moment, Talia proactively suggested to Knox, Knox, do you want to go with me? Later, she hesitantly explained, I'm not scared. It's just in case something happens. The forest is quite a dangerous place after all. Eleanor was also there at that moment and chimed in to disrupt Talia. I guess you're confident enough to worry about others in a race, huh? However, as soon as Eleanor appeared, Knox's gaze turned hostile. He stared directly at her and uttered harshly, Can you not bother me and just go on your way? Misunderstanding Knox's intention, Eleanor was driven away, speechless. Her face was thoughtful as she walked away, returning to her horse. Now, only Talia and Knox remained. Talia, now sincere, admitted, well, I guess this is indeed a race. It's best to come back as quickly as possible. Knox, go on ahead first. I'm not that good at horse riding. Hearing Talia's self-doubt, Knox coldly remarked, the race isn't what's important. He then left, leaving Talia perplexed by his manner. Talia stood there, pondering, if the race isn't what's important, then what is? Soon, all the students returned, and the professor announced the race has begun. Get going now. Immediately, all the students raced off at full speed. Knox was among them, riding Carl on the far right side of the group. Each student tried to take the lead, urging their horses on. A confident boy boasted to others, I won't lose to commoners who haven't even ridden a horse until today. Suddenly, one student's expression turned fearful. Carl seemed to sense the danger ahead. The blue flames on him intensified, his eyes alert. Knox, sensing what was about to happen, restrained Carl and said, Carl, I know. Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. Beneath the student's feet, a large magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire area and all the students present. The other students were terrified, wondering what was happening. Knox kindly explained its teleportation magic. He then advised them, everyone just stay still, unless you all want to die here. Immediately after, beams of blinding light emanated from below the magic circle, causing all the students to shut their eyes. In the next moment, all the students vanished, leaving only lingering shadows and murky dust. The surroundings returned to a quieter state, with only the sound of the wind blowing across the grass. Suddenly, a sinister foot with long claws appeared, surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. A man, or more precisely, a demon, had appeared. Surrounding the demon was a dense and frightening aura of bloodlust. The demon silently sensed the long-hidden power surging within it. It was ecstatic and whispered to itself, Finally, my opportunity for revenge has come. This demon seemed to be the one Knox mentioned, called Rudger. Let's see what Rudger is seeking and who he's searching for, which might just be our unfortunate Knox. Knox at this point sensed the unusual situation and quickly warned all the students, everyone just stay still. His eyes gradually turned serious as he said, unless you all want to die here. Immediately afterward, Knox decided to dismount and urged Carl to leave the magic circle's area, saying, I'm counting on you. Just moments later, while all the students were still confused about what was happening, the magic circle activated and transported all the students to another place. At this time, in a different location within a forest, all the students had been teleported here. Some students were still shocked after being suddenly transported elsewhere. A black-haired woman held her head, complaining, My head hurts. Where on earth are we? The man next to her speculated that they were in a forest. A nearby girl, overhearing this, denied it lies. We were just on the plains. Each person had their own opinion, causing the students to become increasingly confused about their whereabouts. Many believed this was just a test. Knox stood silently among the crowd, his eyes seriously observing the surroundings and silently assessing. This is definitely teleportation magic. But this is different from Dean knows. The formula itself seems unstable. In moments like these, Knox was also quite a respected figure. The princess noticed his demeanor and approached to inquire. "Do you know what's happening?" Knox, although aware of what was happening, still responded coldly, "I'm trying to figure it out." Then he added cryptically, "But one thing for certain is that there are outsiders that aren't with the academy." Echidna, with an arrogant attitude, stepped forward to interrogate Knox. "What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell us the details." However, Knox did not hesitate to put her in her place. "Know your place, Echidna. You're not the princess." He believed he had no reason to say anything to Echidna. Echidna, being reprimanded by Knox, was left speechless, her face angry, but she kept her thoughts to herself and said nothing. Teleportation magic. That's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence. Eleanor, who was also behind, inquired to confirm teleportation magic. That's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence. Knox did not hide and confirmed it was true. Eleanor, needing a reasonable explanation from Knox, questioned why he thought so. Talia, also present, with a worried and curious face, said, "I'm also curious about why you think so." This could be a test of sorts from other professors too. Knox sighed in frustration at the group of privileged people, thinking, this is why people who live comfortably can't make it. They're way too complacent. In his heart, he was certain this is inner lunatic. We're within a game that boasts of being one of the most difficult games. However, he did not share this with them as it was his own secret. He found a reasonable excuse and told them the magic power looks way too unstable. At the same time, the skill, acting genius, had been activated. Knox continued to explain a disorganized formula. The fact that it completely disregards the safety of the target and is only focused on the function is proof. One of the elite students, hearing Knox's explanation, agreed and said, "Yes, the formula is strange. Moreover, if this was done by the professors, they wouldn't want to endanger us. And there's no reason they'd do that to this many children from reputable families in Eldine." Hearing Leon's words, the other students began to trust Knox a bit more, but no one spoke up. Leon continued to ask everyone to confirm a common opinion. "I think Knox is correct. What do you guys think?" It must be acknowledged that Knox had experienced all of this before, which allowed him to easily make this assessment. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the first time, yet his evaluation was not something an ordinary person could make. The princess, hearing Leon's additional explanation, silently praised him. "I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is definitely unstable. It's right to think that an outside influence is at play." She began to feel uneasy and speculated. Could this have been done by brother? The other students did not worry as much. One of them spoke up, "In any case, we need to get out of here quickly." Others heard this and also agreed to leave the place. At this moment, Leon warned everyone, "I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana for long." Echidna, not understanding and raising her voice, questioned, "You dark families are trying to take things into your own hands, huh? You need to prove what you're saying first." Immediately, the princess beside her demanded that she stop. The princess confirmed, "Echidna, everything they've said is correct. If we stay in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, we'll be as good as dead." The princess's words made Echidna pause, and she dared not speak further. After hearing the princess's confirmation, the others hesitated, but then agreed. Come to think of it, the way the magic circle is deployed is indeed strange. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. Others chimed in. The princess is indeed sharp. She learned magic earlier than we did, didn't she? Paracelsus, standing nearby, listened but did not comment. However, his eyes became vigilant. He turned in one direction, drawing his sword and readying for battle. He signaled everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited abilities, noticed nothing amiss. Paracelsus coldly asked her, "Can't you smell the stench of blood?" He added, "This is a monster that's intermediate rank or above. Its location is above us." What Paracelsus mentioned also alerted Knox, and he detected it too. Above them appeared a bird-like monster with a large body and 4 wide wings. The wind from its wings made everyone below cautious. However, before the bird could make a sound, Knox swiftly leapt up. With one move, his sword slashed multiple times across the bird's body. His expression remained cold and composed. As the bird took the hits from Knox, he warned all the students that all of you get ready. The large bird, easily cut down by Knox, lay on the ground. After defeating an intermediate-level monster effortlessly, Knox seriously declared, "In this dangerous situation, I'll take command of the fight." The other students, hearing this, were reluctant to acknowledge, "What? Who's taking command?" Many thought Knox is taking command. The good-for-nothing? That's crazy. The princess, surprised by Knox's quick response, thought, "The ambush of a monster whose presence I didn't even detect. He was the first to detect it? The good-for-nothing of House Reinhardt?" The elite students witnessed this, but neither denied nor agreed with Knox's declaration. The bird monster was not entirely defeated, as its body seemed to be infused with a bloodthirsty mana, making it more ferocious. The princess, still in deep thought, wondered, how is he suddenly so different? Knox von Reinhardt. Meanwhile, a bald professor, looking at his stopwatch, wondered, seriously, is the current batch of students completely talentless in horse riding? How is it that no one's back yet? This is the worst time record in history. This indicated that the bald professor was unaware that the students had been transported away. Suddenly, Professor Ross rode up quickly to report an incident. The bald professor, seeing Ross, asked Ross, "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be having a class with the second years?" Professor Ross quickly replied, "That's not what's important now. Where are the students?" The bald professor, still unaware of the situation, responded, "They're having horse riding lessons in the plains." But he soon sensed something amiss. "Wait a second, this feeling. What's wrong?" Professor Ross explained, "A person that uses demonic magic has been spotted in the academy. 3 hours ago, a huge magic circle was activated, and we tracked it down to these plains." The bald professor, now angry, exclaimed, "Of all times, it had to happen when Dean Noah wasn't around. Damn it, we need to get going now." Suddenly, Carl, Knox's horse, came running alone toward the destination. Attached to Carl was a letter written by Knox. The bald professor, seeing Carl, recognized him as Knox's and quickly took the letter. The letter mentioned that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest and immediate assistance was needed. The bald professor read the call for help with some concern. Knowing the nameless forest was a dangerous place, he and another person hurried there. "It'll take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use more teleportation magic. I hope they'll all be safe." Meanwhile, in the nameless forest, Knox had just finished thoroughly defeating the bird-like monster. Looking relaxed, he was cleaning his sword. Echidna, having witnessed Knox easily slay the monster, could no longer maintain her haughty expression and had to admit, "I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was the correct one, Reinhardt." The princess approached, but before she could speak, Knox coldly interjected, "Forget it. I don't need forced apologies, princess." The princess was puzzled by Knox's words. He then bluntly stated, "This incident is an extension of what happened previously. Please give me the authority to take command of all the students. By the law of the imperial family." The princess hesitated and responded, "But it could get dangerous. The princess will take charge of the students personally." Knox felt annoyed and troubled by her response. He quickly called for a young man named Pell. When Pell stepped forward, Knox asked him, "Tell me the manual that needs to be followed in emergency situations." Pell hesitated, but then complied with Knox's order. "The top priority is to protect a member of the imperial family, and the authority to take command will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage." After Pell finished, Knox addressed the princess. "Princess, you're the only member of the imperial family here, and you're also one of the most powerful individuals needed to defeat the demons in the future. The lightning mana and power of punishment you possess are passed down only within the Imperial family. Knox added, and so, even if everyone dies here, we must protect your life. That's the law of the Empire. The princess, hearing this, hesitated and remained silent. Knox continued, also, the person who made the fastest judgment during that ambush was me. So, please give me the authority. Knox's face slowly formed a cunning smile as he extended his hand toward the princess, concluding, authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you. The princess felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether she was moved or frightened. After hearing Knox's speech, proving himself as the suitable leader of the student group, Talia's face began to blush. He wants to become the leader with everyone's life on the line? Incredible. She stared intently at Knox, assessing him. I was indeed right. Knox is the true knight role model. Sensing something behind him, Knox turned to see Talia gazing at him with sparkling admiration. Puzzled, he thought, what the hell is wrong with her? Knox then addressed the crowd. Anyways, if there aren't any other opinions, I'll become the leader and take charge of us. If you don't like the idea, then prove your worth with your abilities. With a confident smile, Knox added, if you could do that, I'll gladly give up this position as the leader. None of the students voiced any objections. However, a clever-looking young man thought to himself, if something bad happens while he's protecting the princess, the leader would definitely face severe punishments. Even if he does well at the start, something will surely go wrong eventually. That means Knox is drinking poison from a holy grail right now. He stood right behind Knox, mocking him. Mindless idiot, do what you want. Knox heard his words and turned to look at him with utmost affection. Seeing Knox's gaze, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly turned away, terrified by Knox's love for him. After a moment of silence, everyone tacitly understood that Knox would be the leader. Knox then declared, it's decided then. Starting from now, follow my instructions. If you don't, you'll be punished according to the law. The princess silently agreed with Knox's every word. Even the echidna, who disliked Knox, could only grumble internally. After clarifying everything, Knox began to command everyone. We'll start moving now. Everyone follow me. Knox then took the lead. Eleanor, seeing Knox leave without further explanation, felt confused. Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're going first? Knox, without bothering to explain, gave her a frightening look and said, I'm not good at explaining things, so make sure to follow me closely. Then he led the group, thinking to himself, if you guys knew just how many times I've played this chapter, you'd be horrified, because I'm a veteran of this damn game. Meanwhile, in a cave, someone was observing the students' actions through a magic orb as they encircled and killed a beast. This man was none other than the demon Roger. He leisurely watched the students struggle like prey. Suddenly, a voice called his name, Roger, accompanied by a terrifying black mist. From within the mist, a mouth appeared, surrounded by numerous eyes. The entity commanded Roger, devour the humans of Eldeen. Get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow. Roger obediently listened, kneeling, and then extended his hand to receive the black energy into his body. The mysterious figure continued, if you do that, I'll share my power with you even though you don't deserve it. As the black energy entered Roger's body, the veins in his arm turned black, his body seeming to endure immense pressure. But soon, he controlled the power, clenched his fist, and responded, yes, my lord. I'll deal with this in a way that shall not disappoint you. At that moment, he was holding a dark purple magic core. Once the black mist disappeared from the core, the mysterious figure vanished, and the core fell to the ground. Roger, looking into the magic orb, muttered to himself, Eldeen, this is a perfect mission for me. I'll punish you for the sin of abandoning me. The orb reflected the image of two professors riding towards the nameless forest. His gaze focused on Professor Ross, uttering his name, Ross von Celestia. It seemed they had known each other before. The terrifying aura from Roger spread throughout the cave, causing birds to scatter. The evening began to set in. Under Knox's direction, the students quickly subdued the beastly boars. Knox then spoke, "From here on, we'll need to assign roles." He looked at Leon and Paracelsus, saying, "You help me." Paracelsus, though slightly displeased, reluctantly agreed. "It's a fact that you defeated me, so I'll play along for now." Leon, however, responded differently, bowing respectfully. "I'm probably lacking in skills, but if I can be of help, I'll do my very best." Knox looked at the two geniuses in front of him, following his orders, and silently marveled. "Good. With this, I've got the strongest new students on my side." Then his gaze shifted to another place as he thought to himself. Next up would be. Knox gathered some elite students and said, "There are two ways to get out of this forest. Someone has to break the barrier from outside, or to kill the caster that used the teleportation magic within the barrier." The princess, upon hearing this, asked, "In the case of the latter?" Knox explained, "Indeed, it could get dangerous, but we don't have any other options here. It'll take Professor Vernon about 2 days to reach this place from the plains if he travels in a straight line. Our best option would be to try and survive as best as we can while killing the caster." Though he said this, Knox also thought to himself, "Actually, I already know. This event can't be resolved with the first method. If we want to get out of here, we must kill the caster. The caster is Rudger, the demonic human that lives in this forest." After explaining the situation to all the students, Knox spoke up, "We'll first gather some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this much." Hearing this, Paracelsus feared that Knox was referring to something they had killed, and quickly asked, "Oi, Mr. Noble, what are you asking us to eat?" Knox nonchalantly replied, "This is a pig. Any problems with it?" Paracelsus sighed and said, "Hey, I know you're pretty skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is the back mountain of a noble that they use for hunting. We can't eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous." Knox looked at the pig's carcass and confirmed, "I'm aware of that. I also know that the plants in this vicinity can't be eaten recklessly." Paracelsus, even more puzzled, asked, "Why are you asking us to eat it if you know all that? How are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was in the East, I never went this far. Do you know how long your stomach would be in pain for?" Saying this, Paracelsus wore this grunt-led expression. Knox, seeing him, thought silently, "This lunatic, he only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts. I better not get too involved with him." After thinking for a moment, Knox sternly ordered him, "Shut up and be quiet. I have my ways." At this point, Knox picked some herbs and told Leon. "Leon, summon undead and ask them to protect the students from the monsters." Leon quickly agreed. Knox then turned to Paracelsus with a sigh and requested, "I want you to protect the princess. Except for that cheeky mouth of yours, you actually have pretty good skills." Being insulted like that, Paracelsus was quite angry, but endured it as it was an order from the leader. "I'm definitely going to beat you until you're half dead in the future." After the two of them left to carry out their tasks, Knox began his own work. First, Knox found a large flat stone to use as a table. Then he used various available ingredients from the forest to cook. Finally, the main ingredient, a piece of purple demonic pig meat, was separated. Just looking at it, no one dared to eat it. All the students who were terrified and wondered what that disgusting thing was. "Look at that color. I think we'll die if we eat that." After grilling the pork for a while, Knox placed an herb on it. From the herb, a golden aura spread and gradually infused into the meat. After a while, the meat changed from a dreamy purple to the color of normal meat. The students who witnessed this were surprised. Knox then explained, "I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had. The crimson rake plant is capable of neutralizing poison of middle-rank monsters and below, and the horned boar is one of those monsters." The other students reluctantly acknowledged this. "Is that so? I think I've read that in a book somewhere. But the Reinhafers have no reason to starve. How would he know such information? I don't know either." Then Knox turned to the princess and asked, "So then, princess, do you like it rare or medium rare?" He thought to himself, "I'm boldly excluding the option of well done. There was once a mention within the game that well done meat is thrown away." At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. Meanwhile, at the two professors' location, they were riding horses hastily towards the nameless forest. The bald professor was using a device to contact the academy's principal, Noah Von Trinity. On the other end, he began reporting the situation. "Dean Noah, can you hear me?" "Yes. This demonic human is at least intermediate rank or above. The academy has determined this to be a grave matter. I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Ross." In response, there was only a sound of munching. The bald professor continued. "The other elite professors are already out on other dispatch missions." Contrary to his worries, Principal Noah was still calmly eating, the sound of her chewing clearly audible. Shocked, the bald professor thought, "What was that? That sounded like someone was eating snacks." However, he reassured himself, "Nah, I know she's crazy, but there's no way she'd be casually snacking in a situation like this." But Professor Ross beside him bloodily questioned, Dean, are you eating snacks right now?" Caught, Principal Noah nonchalantly asked, "Oh, you heard that?" Her question left the two elderly men speechless. Seeing their silence, Noah reassured them, "There's no need to be so worried." She confidently asserted, "They'll come back without any major issues." While she was sitting in her ice chamber, leisurely eating snacks, the two professors were still very worried about the students. But if they were second-year students, this situation wouldn't be as dire, but their first years, they haven't even been studying at the academy for that long. They're basically dunces right now. Professor Ross beside him also shouted in agreement. He's right. Their expressions were far from calm. Sweat ran down Professor Ross's worried face. They haven't even learned basic defense magic properly. However, to their surprise, Principal Noah cut the connection without bothering to listen further. The two old men were left helpless. "Damn it. It can't be helped then. I'll just do as much as I can." The bald professor was no longer calm, urging his horse to run faster. Professor Ross behind him called out Vernon. In his mind, the professor worried, "My top apprentice, Knox, I will never let you die in a place like this." Back at the nameless forest, all the students seemed to have eaten their fill of the food Knox had prepared from the beast. They were now gathering around the campfire to rest for the night. However, Knox continued to do something that puzzled the students. Seeing Knox's actions, Leon asked Paracelsus, "Why are you spilling the hornboar's blood around?" Paracelsus kindly explained, "If you use the blood of a stronger monster instead, weak monsters won't even dare to come near us. That's something we do often even in the East. Travelers are most vulnerable when they set up camp at night. After all." Hearing Paracelsus's explanation broadened Leon's knowledge. The other students were also amazed. At this moment, Princess Penelope approached Knox and called his name. Knox turned back, scrutinizing her with his eyes. The princess smiled warmly and thanked him. "Thank you. Thanks to you, we could keep the other students safe." Knox, indifferent to the gratitude, cautiously reminded the princess, "We still have a long way to go. There are still a lot of monsters around, and we haven't defeated the mage. Plus, the night is long." While the two of them were talking, the other trainees began to sleep in an attempt to regain their strength. The princess looked at all the trainees, missing no one, and said with a sigh, "I know, but the fact that no one has died so far, I think that's thanks to you." Despite her gratitude, Knox remained indifferent as he looked at the princess. Her face gradually turned sorrowful as she admitted her past mistake. "Please forgive Echidna's manners. She's just biased against dark families because of the usual negative feelings people have for them." Maine, puzzled by the princess's apology on behalf of Echidna, thought to himself, "Why does she even care about me? I don't like how this is going." He then told the princess, "You don't need to worry about someone like me. You can't go thanking the good for nothing that was thrown away by his own dark family. The imperial family would be in shock if they found out." The princess disagreed with his self-deprecation, asserting, "That's one way of looking at things." Her gaze turned serious, and Knox's image in her eyes was entirely different from the rumors. She frankly stated, "But I think differently. If I can save more people, even if I have to join hands with a demon, I will do so without hesitation." Knox, concerned by her serious words, cautioned, "That's such a dangerous thing to say." In response, the princess quickly retorted, "I'm just kidding." Knox felt a bit annoyed by her attitude and thought to himself, "Damn it. Did her switch turn on?" He evaluated her, Penelope von Arkheim. She's known as the Princess of Kindness, but her biggest flaw is that she's an extreme utilitarian. Looking at the innocent princess before him, Knox judged she's a dangerous character that would give up her own life for her beliefs. Her nickname as the Princess of Kindness could easily turn into the cold-blooded princess. Ending the conversation with the princess, Main took out a cloth bag, emitting a menacing purple aura. He raised the bag and addressed the other trainees. "We'll now team up in fours to set up the tents. I have some decent cloths, so each of you can come take one." He thought to himself, having a dimensional pocket is definitely convenient. Seeing Knox's announcement and the bag he held, the trainees began to murmur, "Why are you carrying around things like that? What the hell? That's the Reincarnation family for you. I heard that when you turn 5 in the family, they push you off a cliff." No way." Annoyed by the absurd rumors, Knox thought, to think there'd be such bad rumors going around. I guess that's how things are for a dark family. The other trainees began setting up camp according to Knox's instructions. Main, standing next to Talia, reminded her with a worried expression, "We better be careful." Talia, confused, asked him, "Be careful of what?" Main, unable to explain what he already knew, coldly responded, "It's nothing." He then continued to instruct the other trainees, "After you guys have decided on the night shift rotations, take turns guarding this place." He started to plan in his mind, "It's time for me to get started too." There's a problem that exists in the second episode of the Academy during this ambush. If we don't kill the mage that set up the barrier quickly, it'll become impossible to clear this scenario. Meanwhile, the trainees were finishing setting up the camp. Everyone seemed exhausted and fell asleep around the campfire, taking turns guarding. Main continued with his plan, thinking, "And that means if no one kills the mage, we won't be able to complete this story." As Knox drew his sword and walked in a certain direction, Leon, seemingly entrusted by Knox with something, watched him go alone. Within the barrier, the sleeping trainees began to sense something approaching. A young man woke up, quickly drew his sword, and alerted the sleeping trainees, "Everyone, get up." Others hurriedly reported, "Princess, we've got trouble." The princess ran out and anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" The man explained, "A huge number of creatures that possess mana are gathering near here." The area around the trainees' resting place was enveloped in a terrifying miasma. Echidna, worried, stood protectively in front of the princess. "Please stand behind me, princess." Paracelsus also quickly drew his sword, ready for battle, assessing the situation. "Oh, here they come." Hornboar's blood doesn't mean anything in the face of a stronger monster after all. He then looked around, seemingly searching for Knox, and asked, "So, what do you intend to do?" However, they realized Knox was no longer there. Talia anxiously called out, "Knox isn't here?" Leon stepped forward, began using his magic, and told everyone, "He's gone elsewhere temporarily. He's left this battlefield to me." Echidna, angry, shouted, "What? He was so confident about protecting the princess, yet he went somewhere else?" Leon rebutted, "Yes, but he didn't run away." Echidna, still doubtful, questioned, "How would you know that?" The other trainees, seeing the approaching horde of creatures, felt very anxious, "But there's just way too many of them. This is too dangerous." Eleanor also spoke up, "Echidna is right. This is way too many monsters for us to deal with." Leon, turning to her, affirmed it's all right. He then began to unleash his magic, green mana spreading around him. Witnessing his tremendous power, the princess was quite surprised, thinking, such a ridiculous amount of mana. Echidna, with a troubled expression, thought, "What on earth is happening right now?" Leon, entrusted by Knox at this moment, was also very curious. "I've become curious, Knox von Reinhafer, about the kind of person you are and why you've given me this responsibility." He recalled when Main, before leaving, had given him a dark purple magic core, which had surprised Leon. Returning to the present, Leon confidently declared, "I declare this as the patriarch of the Marvis household." The result of this battle. Mid-sentence, a monstrous wolf charged at him. But Leon, using his enormous mana, quickly blocked it. In an instant, summoned entities appeared and slashed at the wolf. The strike was so powerful that it split the wolf's body in half. But that wasn't the end. His summoned army of zombies began to engage the monsters. With eyes full of confidence and determination, Leon continued, "I declare this as the patriarch of the Marvis household. The result of this battle will solely be decided by me." Leon von Marvis. At a different part of the nameless forest, in front of the demon's cave, a magical array was set up all around. Knox calmly stepped into the range of the magic. Even though he knew about it, he wasn't afraid and directly walked in. As soon as Knox stepped onto the magic circle, a system notification appeared stating, "Mana sensitivity genius has neutralized intermediate restrained magic." Therefore, these magic restrictions had no effect on him. Knox continued to walk through the magical constraints, his face serious and his eyes determined. Another notification appeared. "Due to the effects of the lunatic member's rogue, your attack power has increased by 1.2 times. The moment he stepped into the magic, Knox detected the presence of the demon named Rudger. He took the initiative to speak. "How long do you intend to remain hidden?" The demon, surprised at being discovered, let out a mad smile, showing interest. He began to slowly walk towards Knox, his voice deep and menacing. "A mere academy student is able not only to figure out my location, but is also bold enough to fight me." Rudger's eyes then gleamed fiercely. The red aura of blood emanated from him, instilling fear in those around. Knox was ready for the battle. Acting genius has been activated strongly. His expression changed from cold and emotionless to cheerful, and he smiled cunningly, saying, "Those are words you should only say when you're worth something." He then threatened the demon, "You're the one who ought to know his place." His words successfully enraged Rudger, whose smile vanished, replaced by a fierce look. Veins bulged on Rudger's face as he roared, "How dare you!" The next second, he vanished, moving at great speed towards Knox. Claws extended to end him. However, Knox blocked the attack with his sword, the impact releasing a burst of energy around them. After deflecting the blow, Knox swiftly slashed horizontally at Rudger, forcing him to retreat to dodge. Rudger looked at his hand, now corroded by the black flames from Knox's sword, and furiously demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Knox, with a cold tone, replied, "There's no need for me to tell you that." His cold demeanor further infuriated Rudger. The demon's body was fueled by demonic power, black veins spreading across his form. A terrifying aura emanated from him as he snarled, "I'll beat the words out of that arrogant mouth of yours." Rudger charged again, his arm now wrapped in a blood-red aura. But for Knox, it was all too easy. He quickly severed Rudger's once-joined arm. Realizing his arm had been cut off, Rudger was left stunned, unable to react, his face blank with disbelief. Knox, after chopping off Rudger's arm, looked at him coldly and thought to himself, "One piece skip. What happens from now is what matters. Well, there's no need for me to even use my skill." As Rudger's arm fell, he finally came to his senses. Knox, with an unwavering expression, considered, not with this difference in level. Even though he's borrowed the power of a demon, he's still just a demonic human. Rudger's face now showed a mix of fear and anger as he screamed, imputed breath. The severed arm regenerated into a bizarre form. He then extended the arm towards Knox, exclaiming, "Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you think you've won. Have you?" As the arm approached, Knox observed it calmly, not bothering to evade. In his mind, he assessed he's way weaker than the current Knox. At the moment, Rudger's long arm attacked. Knox quickly blocked with his sword. His eyes became increasingly menacing. A notification appeared, indicating that swordsmanship and combat genius had been activated. You have destroyed your enemy's attack. Immediately after activating the skill, Knox's strikes grew stronger. He knocked Rudger's arm aside, causing it to become deformed. Rudger was utterly shocked when Knox repelled his attack. As Rudger momentarily lost focus, Knox gathered mana into a magic orb on his left and taunted him, An attack like this is useless. The next second, Knox's attack hit Rudger's body, causing him to scream in pain. Acting genius has been activated. Simultaneously, Knox's face turned cold. He directed his murderous gaze at Rudger, who lay on the ground in agony from Knox's dark strike. With a terrifying expression, Knox grabbed Rudger's limp arm and lifted him up. His menacing face glared at him and said, "You didn't think that'd work on me, did you?" Rudger lay on the ground in pain, unable to do anything. His teeth clenched in anger. "I should have been careful from the start. The good-for-nothing of House Reinhefer? He's foiled my plans?" Now, with Knox pinning his arm down and pressing his body to the ground, Rudger still tried to lift his head to glare at Knox, snarling, "How dare you humiliate me? The one who's received the blood of the Archduke?" Knox ignored his meaningless words, calmly raised his sword with a chilling gaze, and said, "This is farewell. I've had enough of you." As Rudger saw himself about to be finished off, sweat began to pour down his face in fear. But at that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Stop." It was Professor Ross. He hurriedly rushed over, gasping, and pleaded with Knox, "Please stop, Knox." His face was very frantic as he admitted, "He's my apprentice." Hearing Professor Ross say that, Knox was very surprised. He froze, astonished. "What?" Professor Ross, with a regretful expression, bowed his head and said to Knox, "Sorry for allowing me to go through all this. But it's true. He's Rudger, my apprentice." Rudger, lying on the ground, hearing this, also gave a contemptuous smile. "Huh, your apprentice? Don't be absurd, Professor Ross. Was I ever your apprentice for even a single second? You abandoned me. Who lost my arm in the war of our empire. You drove me out of the academy heartlessly because I no longer had any value." Rudger angrily shouted, "You call yourself my teacher? You're self-deluded." Hearing these harsh criticisms from his student, Professor Ross sorrowfully clenched his fist and admitted, "Yes, I might have abandoned you, but it's not what you think. I only made such decisions because I was worried for you. I didn't want what happened to my son to happen to you. My only choice was to expel you from the academy because you were so adamant about going to the battlefield." Despite Professor Ross's explanations, Rudger did not want to understand and continued to hold a grudge against him. His eyes full of hatred, he said to Ross, "We're the ones who decide the path we'll take." He recalled the scenes he had to go through. "Ross, you were conceited, and the whole continent became aware that I was abandoned trash of the academy." Professor Ross was deeply remorseful for what he had done. "I didn't know that happened to you, but does the magic you so desired really look like this? Is this really the magic that we both wanted?" Rudger appeared indifferent to Professor Ross's question. He gave a sly smile and said, "I know that it's too late for me." Right after, his whole body seemed to gain new strength. He struggled against Knox and broke free from Knox's grip. Knox was surprised by his actions and carelessly let him escape. Immediately after, Rudger abandoned his target, Knox, and charged straight towards Professor Ross with the intent to exact his revenge. He rushed at Professor Ross, his face full of fury, holding a blood-stained knife. His eyes filled with hatred, he shouted, "But I'll bring at least you to the afterlife with me." He screamed, "Ross von Celestia." Professor Ross was terrified, unable to react in time. In other words, he resigned himself to this death for what he had done. However, the author does not let him die just yet. At this moment, we only see a stream of black energy from Rudger being blocked by a purple stream. Professor Ross, who was previously so terrified that he closed his tightly, waited for death. But when it didn't come, he opened his eyes to see why. Before him stood the handsome figure of Knox, blocking his way. Taking on the role of the protagonist, Knox declared, "Things that I've done that can't be changed. I have some of those as well." At the same time, his entire body was enveloped in the purple energy, knocking Rudger out of the danger zone. The moment after he finished speaking, Knox's figure appeared right behind Rudger. His sword was ready to finish him off. Rudger, his body still not reacting, stood motionless as if rooted to the ground. When he finally realized it, his face twisted, and he muttered to himself, "What? How are you so fast?" At this point, the system also began to announce, "Acting Genius is now activated to the most extreme level. The synchronization of Knox von Reinhafer with the player has increased. Knox, with his sword ready to strike, no longer had a cold expression. He smiled lovingly at the soon-to-be-dead Roger and said, "I understand the feeling of despair you have to endure, but it can't be changed anymore. That's a really inelegant emotion. Don't you agree?" He smiled lovingly at the soon-to-be-dead Roger and said, "I understand the feeling of despair you have to endure, but it can't be changed anymore. That's a really inelegant emotion. Don't you agree?" Right after saying this, Knox's entire body became different due to the enhanced stats. Another warning rang out. You might lose your mind. However, this didn't affect Knox. He continued to swiftly swing his sword. The blade quickly sliced Roger's body in half. He didn't have time to say any last words, only managing to utter a few meaningless sounds. Knox's cold eyes turned to look at the demon's body, which had been cut in two. After a while, the demon's body gradually dissolved into black mist and disappeared as if it had never existed. Professor Ross witnessed the entire scene, unable to suppress his sorrow. He collapsed to the ground, watching his apprentice vanish without being able to do anything. His eyes filled with grief. He lowered his face to the ground, helplessly accepting the truth. Then, Professor Ross softly called out to Knox. Knox responded, puzzled by what he wanted to say. Suddenly, the professor asked a meaningless question. "What should I do?" Knox, confused, replied blandly, "What are you talking about?" At this point, the professor began to open up. "You know already, don't you? My research and thesis exist only for the sake of those who are weak, but I'm no longer sure if there's any meaning to my research. I'm not even able to protect my own apprentice. I wonder if there's any meaning to continuing my research." Knox stood behind, listening but not responding. Professor Ross, in his sorrow, scooped up some dirt, watching it fall through his fingers, and said, "I lost the direction of my life." Seeing this tragic scene, Knox showed no emotion. He wiped the blood from his face and replied, "I don't know how you're related to that demonic human." Knox looked at the image of the fallen professor and thought to himself, "This is the lesser evil. I need his thesis to be published so that artifact creation and the strengthening system can be unlocked within the game. He must continue his research. But is that really all?" As he thought this, his hand clenched in hesitation. At this moment, a notification appeared, stating, "Your emotions have interfered with the character, Knox von Reinhafer." Knox's eyes softened, seemingly filled with many unspoken words. Another warning popped up, warning, "Acting genius is wavering." Simultaneously, a light rain began to fall over the forest. After a moment of hesitation, Knox started to speak with genuine emotion. "Actually, something like that isn't important to me. However, I don't think your research is worthless." As he said this, Knox himself was hesitating, questioning himself. "I thought I believed that making use of Professor Ross was the best decision. So why am I wavering?" Under the rain, Professor Ross, his face full of sorrow, asked Knox, "Haven't you seen how powerless I am?" Knox, with a confused expression, confirmed, "Yes, I've seen. You look pathetic." Then, Knox's face gradually softened as he thought to himself, "I understand now. He's gotten inside of my fence. That's why I'm wavering. Every word he says affects me." Breaking his train of thought, Knox stepped lightly towards Professor Ross. Speaking in a low tone, he said, "I'm lazy by nature. Please don't ask me to do too many tasks. I don't really like tea. I prefer coffee. I don't need money. I also don't think much of things like fame." Professor Ross, baffled by Knox's remarks, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ignoring the question, Knox continued, "However, your research is different." At this point, a gentle, sunny smile appeared on Knox's face, even in the rain. He looked at the professor and confirmed, "It's of value. I guarantee that." In his mind, he whispered to himself, "Maybe, just maybe, a game addict like me is envious of you, who contributes to the love in this world." Simultaneously, the magical barrier began to break down as its creator was defeated. Knox knelt on one knee, showing respect. His knee got stained with mud from the rain. Professor Ross began to grasp what Knox desired. Knox then spoke resolutely. "Professor Ross, I'll become your #1 apprentice." The romantic scene left everyone in awe. Professor Ross could hardly believe Knox's request. Knox continued his thoughts. "Nothing has changed. The back of Professor Ross that I've seen only via the monitor. There's only him and me, an unorthodox thinker." Knox then said to the professor, "If needed, I can match with you. I can be at the height of your back as you cry inside while talking about your son." These were words that men often find hard to say to each other. As the barrier disappeared, the students were safe. All the monsters had been killed by Leon, and their corpses piled up before them. Paracelsus, seeing no more danger, sheathed his sword and sighed in relief. Leon looked at the slain beasts and felt at ease. Paracelsus, witnessing Leon's power, thought to himself, "To think Knox isn't the only lunatic here. What the hell is with all those undeads? They're on a completely different level to normal undeads. They feel fundamentally different." The princess also felt reassured and said to Echidna, "It's so hard to believe that there's an army of undead with that kind of strength. The Dark Families. They are truly capable of destruction that's hard to believe." While I don't want to admit that, it seems that the rumor that the Marvas household is back is the truth. Leon von Marvas. We do well to remember him. Echidna, bowing, replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll pay attention to his activities." Leon, still in a daze, held the mana crystal Knox had given him and thought, the highest grade mana crystal. If it weren't for this, there's no guarantee I could have one. Grateful to Knox, Leon clenched the crystal and acknowledged. It's as if he's seen the future. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the somber atmosphere among the students. "Hey, everyone. Hey, is everyone all right?" A bald professor appeared, shouting to check on the students. His shiny head was like a glimmer of sunlight in the gloomy rain. The students, seeing the professor, felt more anxious than before. Paracelsus, annoyed by the noise, turned away as the bald professor grabbed an unlucky student, shaking him to check if anyone was dead. The princess approached and confirmed no. "There's someone who left the battlefield, though." The professor, seeing the princess, stopped his frantic actions and respectfully said, "Princess, pardon me for being late with my greetings because I was in a rush." He asked, "May I know who it was that left?" The princess replied, "It's Knox von Reinhafer. But I don't think he's in any danger, because we could only survive this long thanks to him." Professor Ross, in disbelief, asked for confirmation. "Is that the truth?" From afar, Leon affirmed yes. "The mana crystal he gave me helped us." Paracelsus chimed in. "He also resolved the tent and ration issue for us." Well, he basically did everything. The bald professor was astonished by the students' recounting. A group of students discussed Reinhafer. "He might not be the trash that we thought he was. He's definitely problematic when it comes to women, though. And he did act like a good-for-nothing. He also treats servants pretty badly. I heard he had bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley before." "Really? Maybe he's also problematic when it comes to men?" The discussions about Knox were now completely different from the rumors that had circulated before. The bald professor was less shocked by the danger Knox had faced than by the positive comments about him. Conflicted, the professor thought, "That white-haired brat again. Come to think of it, the barrier has disappeared. I confirmed that the large-scale transportation circle of the demonic human and the barrier can only be broken from within." What's happening? Not enough time has passed for Ross, who's a weakling, to have resolved everything here. That means, after pondering, the bald professor began to realize. The image of Knox's annoying smile appeared in his mind. He had to admit that everything had turned out well thanks to Knox. After the incident where a demon kidnapped students into a forest, everything was resolved, and Knox was now sitting in Professor Ross's office. He was diligently taking notes. At this moment, the system announced ordinary acting is now activated. You will not waver. Knox's eyes gradually became contemplative as he recalled everything that happened before. After that incident, I had no choice but to become the apprentice of the strange professor, Ross von Celestia. Professor Ross was very happy to show off to the bald professor. Back in Professor Ross's office, he was cheerfully humming while putting a magical bracelet on Knox's wrist. Knox resignedly let him do whatever he wanted. Knox felt helpless, thinking to himself, for the sake of unlocking the artifact system in the future, his research is an absolute necessity. In the game, inner lunatic Professor Ross never died, but things are different now. If I don't save him, then I'll be the one suffering. Knox suddenly swung his arm, his elbow hitting Professor Ross square in the face. Knox then casually remarked as if it was an unintentional action, "Oh, sorry. You were bothering me so much. I reacted unknowingly because you touched me." However, Professor Ross didn't seem angry. On the contrary, he was cheerful, saying, "It's all right. I know you did that on purpose, so no need to act coy in front of me," even though his nose was bleeding. Seeing the professor's expression, Knox felt both helpless and annoyed. Knox then seriously said, "You know me that well, and you still chose to bother me? I know the Empire's laws include sexual harassment laws." Professor Ross replied, "For someone who acts like the good-for-nothing of a reputable household, you're saying some really smart stuff. The Empire's laws. If you look at the relationship between a commoner and a noble, you'd see the laws have been broken down for a long time." Knox was displeased. "I don't think that's what a professor of Eldeen, an institution directly under the command of the imperial family, should say." Professor Ross nonchalantly responded, "It doesn't matter as long as you don't tell on me." Knox, annoyed by the professor's indifferent attitude, thought he's seriously insane. Professor Ross, holding the magical bracelet, said, "This time around, I recommended you along with Leon von Marvis. I'm talking about my recommendation to the imperial family for the two of you to go into the treasure vault of Eldeen and take an artifact." Knox was surprised, asking incredulously, "What? You really did that?" Professor Ross casually confirmed, "Yes. As you know, I can be quite convincing. Doing this much for my top apprentice is not a big deal, so there's no need to feel pressured." In Knox's eyes, the professor was now shining brilliantly. Unable to hide his joy, he moved closer and asked, "Whoever said I felt pressured?" Professor Ross was surprised by Knox's sudden change in attitude. Knox clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. "Since you went through the trouble of preparing a gift like that, I'll gladly accept it." The professor was at a loss for words, seeing Knox's shameless attitude. "You seem even happier than when you became my apprentice. I'm overthinking things, right?" Knox didn't care about what the professor said. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking, Eldeen's treasure vault. What an unexpected jackpot. Knox then moved towards the Academy's storage room. He looked around, evaluating. This place is co-owned by the imperial family and the household. While there are a lot of incredible artifacts in here, I know the one that will have the best efficiency. If I get that at this point in time, I'll be able to grow several times faster. Suddenly, his steps slowed down. Eleanor appeared behind him, commenting, "I would have never imagined you opening the treasure vault of Eldeen." She smiled mockingly. "Looks like you got yourself a good teacher." Huh. Knox, too lazy to pay attention to her, coldly responded, "Think whatever you want." He sighed inwardly. Eleanor's share in the rival and merchantry has been acknowledged, so she's going in with me. I hope she doesn't cause any trouble for me. Eleanor, seeing Knox's cold attitude, mentioned, "You're greatly mistaken if you think I don't want to give away the artifacts that I donated. I have every intention of making sure that you are properly paid for saving me." Knox, hearing this, turned around indifferently. "You like to make things troublesome for me as usual." Eleanor smiled and asked, "You heard about how it works from Professor Ross, right?" She then took out the key to the artifact room. With an expectant look, she asked Knox, "What artifact are you going to take?" Speaking of this, Knox gradually became interested, smiling maliciously as he said, "The item I'm looking for is..." No one knew what Knox had told Eleanor he wanted, but she was very shocked, stammering, What did you say?" She asked again, "What did you say you wanted?" Knox, appearing indifferent and considering it normal, complained, "Are you going to make me repeat myself twice?" Eleanor crossed her arms, expressing her attitude, "I don't know why you'd want an antique like that. I guess it's not completely surprising if it's just a hobby of the son of a rich family." Knox didn't want to waste much time there, so he mentioned, "How about giving it to me first before we continue talking?" Eleanor, hearing this, smiled knowingly and said, "Wait before that. Knox von Reinhafer, I need to test whether you're fit to receive an item from this place or not." Hearing her say that, Knox was confused, his mind filled with questions. I wasn't told of something like that. Eleanor confidently stated, that's my special right as the person who donated the artifacts. The Revel Merchantry is already fully in control of Eldine, after all. After saying that, Eleanor clapped her hands, and then the space around them began to change to another place. This surprised Knox greatly as he looked around, full of curiosity. In his mind, he thought space teleportation magic. I've seen this countless times in the game. Eleanor, seeing Knox's rather calm expression, remarked, You're not surprised? Huh. Knox replied, I've experienced things even more surprising than this after all. Then she invited Knox to sit down. She started the conversation. Let's not waste any more time and begin the test. Knox von Reinhafer. Knox appeared cold and puzzled about what Eleanor wanted to discuss with him. He thought to himself, she's making you work for the artifact. Well, it's just a formality, so it shouldn't take long. Eleanor, now showing a serious attitude, questioned Knox, why did you save me? Knox was quite surprised that Eleanor did all this just to clarify why he had saved her. He indifferently asked, That's the test? Eleanor, with a determined attitude, said it's up to me to decide what question is asked. Knox felt a bit confused by her persistence. Trying to make an excuse, Knox said, As I've told you previously, I simply... But before Knox could continue, Eleanor slammed her hand on the table, interrupting him. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something. She then propped her chin up with her hand, appearing cute with a beautiful yet threatening smile. Lies don't work on me. Oh, maybe you already knew? Faced with Eleanor's stubbornness, Knox was also scared, muttering to himself, There's something that I forgot. In Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting genius and ordinary acting is acting genius can see through the lies of another person. That means what Eleanor says is the truth. Now cornered by Eleanor, Knox grumbled, You're really such a pain in the ass. Eleanor, maintaining her usual calm demeanor and a knowing smile, said to Knox, Oh my, didn't you already say something like that just now? At this point, Knox was at a loss for what to do, his face turning ashen as he asked himself, curses. What do I do now? Seeing Knox's pale expression, Eleanor teased him, suggesting he was quite frustrated. When Knox heard her mocking comments, he told her to shut up. You must have lied about wanting to give me the artifact personally, he said. Eleanor, noticing Knox's hesitation, emphasized, Is that important right now? What's important is that you'll lose out if you don't answer my questions. Knox was truly at a loss, assessing the situation and thinking it's way too risky to have come all this way just to lose the artifact. To begin with, she'll suspect me if I try to get out of this meeting. It'd be better to just face it head on here. He then devised a solution and asked Eleanor about her desire regarding why he saved her. Eleanor confirmed that was indeed her desire. Knox looked away and said, It's because it was necessary for me. Eleanor, still puzzled, asked why. Knox coldly replied that she was part of his plan. Eleanor was stunned, feeling as if struck by lightning. She quickly questioned him about the plan he mentioned. Knox folded his arms and replied indifferently, I don't think there's a reason for me to tell you that much, is there? Eleanor, frustrated by her lack of knowledge, decided not to press further and moved on to another question. Knox gladly answered her. She recalled something from her past, asking what happened in the ballroom in the past. Did you not save me because you feel indebted to me because of that? Knox firmly responded that it was not the case. Eleanor was somewhat disappointed by his decisive answer, asking, It's not because of the past? What intrigued her the most was being a part of Knox's plan. What on earth does that mean? Knox reiterated, Everything I've said is true. You probably already know that, though. Eleanor remarked that keeping too many secrets was not good. However, Knox did not feel that he was the one with a problem. He thought Eleanor was the one at fault. Eleanor seemed to avoid that and brought up something people had been saying about him lately, that he had changed quite a lot from the negative rumors before. Knox, uninterested, replied indifferently. Eleanor ignored his attitude and continued, I don't believe that. Even though you saved me, I still remember what you said to me in the past. Her gaze turned hostile as she glared at Knox. She was about to say something, but Knox interrupted, Do as you please. Eleanor was very annoyed by his cold, indifferent attitude. Knox, unconcerned, suggested, blame me and hate me all you want. It's your right to feel however you want. I'm saying you can do whatever you want. What you feel towards me will not change anyway. Knox reminded himself to stay firm in his stance to avoid any random incidents. He then decided to stand up and said, "Are you done here? Now that I've received the artifact, I'll be going back." Eleanor was absorbed in thought, convinced that Knox had truly changed. Despite his attempts to act coldly towards her, a woman's keen intuition could not be wrong. After Knox left, Rick entered the room. Eleanor still had many questions about Knox and picked up a teacup, mumbling to herself, why did Knox choose that kind of artifact when there are so many other better ones? Rick thought, although it's not a bad one, it's not the best either. Honestly, I have no clue why a knight like him would need an orb. Eleanor continued to wonder what Knox was thinking. There were many items that were better, like swords, elixirs, shields, and armors of the top quality. But instead, he chose an old-looking orb. I doubt he's doing this to make me feel indebted to him. Rick smiled reassuringly. Well, I don't think you really need to think so much about this, do you? It's not like he caused you any harm. Eleanor still had some concerns. Is it really okay to think of this in such a simple manner? It's not like I have any other choice, though. She then changed the subject and asked Rick about the state of the merchant trade. Rick reported that everything was going well. The nobles of the capital and Talonfeather are buying Revel & Household's products in large quantities. This is all thanks to you. Eleanor felt pleased with Rick's report and asked him to continue monitoring Knox. Report back to me if anything happens. Understood? Rick accepted the order with a respectful bow. Yes, young miss. Please don't worry. However, behind that, he had a sinister smile. Knox had returned to his room, holding the old orb he had obtained from Eleanor, with Jittery by his side. As Knox examined the orb, the system notified him that he had acquired a high-level artifact, the Great Sage, the highest-grade orb, but the identity of its creator remained unknown. Basic information. The Great Sage, highest-grade orb, category equipment grade advanced. When the conditions are met, it will become the highest grade. Attribute. Mana +2, stamina +1. Equipping requirement. Must have 10 mana from birth. Special effect. Obtain passive skill, magic auto-compensate. Displaying information of the skill gained due to the artifact. Passive skill, magic auto-compensate grade intermediate. Automatically compensates for magic-related skills that are intermediate or lower by greatly increasing their power and effect. Knox smiled with delight after reading the stats and attributes. To think I'd be able to get this at this time. I'm really lucky. Knox infused the orb with dark mana, causing it to float in the air. He looked at the orb, pleased, thinking, Eleanor probably doesn't know that this is a good item, but there's a special way to use it. Meanwhile, the system warned, the conditions have not been met. The artifact is unable to utilize its full effect. This was within Knox's expectations, as he knew the way to use this high-level item was to say the real name of its original owner. That'll upgrade it to the highest grade. The original owner of the artifact is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future. She's also one of the characters I frequently took as my teacher in-game. Knox hesitated, thinking it was too early to activate the artifact. If I activate the artifact, I'll be revealing my identity to her. Since this is only the first half, this level of effect would be sufficient. Jittery, noticing Knox's satisfaction with the item, questioned why he chose such an old orb. There must be numerous items in Eldane's secret vault. I also heard there are tons of items for knights. Knox reminded her, have I never told you before? I'm going to use magic too, so I need both types of items. Jittery was shocked by his decision. Understanding her reaction, Knox said, oh, guess I really didn't mention it. Looks like I forgot to mention it. Jittery sighed in exasperation. Just what do I do with him? She quickly advised, wouldn't it be difficult to learn 2 things at the same time? It's not that I doubt your abilities, but Knox responded nonchalantly, if it really doesn't work out, then I just need to get money from my family and live my own life, right? Jittery was a bit confused by his answer and revealed, I've boasted to others that you've been working harder lately. Knox didn't pay much attention. He just laughed with delight and said, I didn't ask you to do that, though. Jittery awkwardly laughed and remarked, Knox, Do you know that you can be pretty nasty sometimes? Knox then emphasized to her, I'm a good-for-nothing, remember? Jitri added, and you play with women a lot. Hearing this, Knox shook his head and denied it, saying, that's really just an accusation. She then provided evidence. I heard all about it. How Patriarch Theo was also quite the womanizer in the past and is now repenting for his past mistakes. Knox seemed indifferent and said he wasn't aware of that. He then relaxed and lay back on the bed. Jitri then remembered a letter sent to Knox and handed it to him. She mentioned it seems to be from the Imperial family. They've requested that you read it yourself. When Knox heard it was from the Imperial family, he sat up, puzzled about why they would send him a letter. Jitri handed him the letter and revealed, Echidna was the one who asked me to pass it to you. Please take a look at it first. Knox opened the letter and worriedly wondered, why the hell is the princess paying so much attention to me? I can't allow more unknown variables to keep appearing. The letter read, Hello, Knox von Reinhafer. Thanks to your previous actions, I was able to keep my life. Thus, based on the laws of the Empire, I'd like to give you a reward. I'd like to invite you to the capital of our kingdom, Talonfeather, to receive your reward in person. You'll be departing in 3 days at 9 a.m. I hope you'll accept the reward of the Imperial family. From Penelope von Arkheim. After reading the letter, Knox felt uncomfortable, thinking, damn it. She wants me, someone from a dark family, to go to the capital? What kind of reward is that? Jitri worriedly commented, if you think about the conflict between the dark families and the divine family, this could be a trap. She then grasped Knox's sleeve, advising, Master Knox, I think it would be best for you not to go. It's too dangerous. Knox became serious and said if they want it, they can summon me anytime, implying there might be something hidden behind this invitation. He decided to go anyway and instructed Jitri to stay in the dormitory and not follow him, though she was very worried and wanted to accompany him. He sternly told her it was an order and she must obey. Jitri had no choice but to worry about what might happen to Knox. Knox thought to himself, the place where Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction have established their base. Talonfeather, that place is under the control of the divine family, which means it's basically hell for a dark family. Thinking this, he felt upset. I can't believe she is asking me to go there. What on earth are you thinking, Penelope von Arkheim? When I played Inner Lunatic, there were a few important things to note. The first was whether the Knox attribute given to the player could be made useful. If you chose swordsmanship and combat genius, the path forward would be combat or the sword. If you chose mana sensitivity genius, the path forward would be as a mage. The second was the camps. The player had to choose between opposing sides and achieve meaningful results from there. For example, thinking this, Knox looked at the person before him, Princess Penelope von Arkheim. She asked Knox what he wanted to discuss with her. Knox, showing little friendliness, replied, there's nothing much. Someone as insignificant as me wouldn't have any business with you. The princess kept her cheerful demeanor and said, please don't say that. I'd feel hurt, you know? Hearing this, Knox felt even more annoyed by the woman before him. He said nothing more and continued to brood. He noted, among the camps within Inner Lunatic, the strongest are the Imperial faction, led by the princess, and the radical faction that opposes them, led by the dark families. Lastly, the merchant faction, which is led by a significant amount of funds, tries to decide the continent's dynamics. While each has its own way of doing things, one thing is certain. The relationship between the Reinhafer household, a dark family, and the Imperial family. I don't know the exact details, but you could say that relationship is the worst. Seeing Knox's contemplative expression, the Princess Zudong spoke. I'm guessing you're thinking, I'm going into the lion's den. Is that right? He wondered if she was probing him. As a good-for-nothing, he couldn't just back down. Knox bluntly replied without reservation, I'm sorry, but it's true that I'm not glad about going there. The princess, hearing Knox's uncomfortable words, covered her mouth and chuckled, reassuring him, no need to be too worried. I'm just going to the capital with you to reward you for what you've done for me. Knox didn't believe her casual words and thought the princess's lies had gone too far. The princess, seeing through Knox's revelation, no longer pretended and directly admitted, oh my, did you catch that? By then, their carriage had arrived at the palace. Knox continued the conversation in the carriage, asking what she wanted from him. The princess was silent for a moment before gradually breaking into a scheming smile, stating that what she wanted was very simple. The carriage then stopped at the palace gate, where attendants and people were waiting to welcome them. A voice rang out, causing the princess to become anxious. It seemed to be Prince Louis, Penelope's older brother. He cheerfully welcomed them. "I heard a guest was coming and was looking forward to it. Penelope, this is unexpected." The prince looked at them with a sharp gaze and no goodwill. Knox also began to notice Penelope's worried expression. He then bowed and greeted the last sword of the Reinharnation household. "I pay my greetings to you, Prince Louis." Penelope's face turned very pale. She bowed her head and said, "I heard you were supposed to depart for the war in the north." The prince smiled and replied, "It somehow got cancelled." He then turned his gaze to Knox and said, "I ought to play host since we have an important guest visiting." He added, "I'll tell the emperor about this myself." He then glanced at Knox and called him Knox, to which Knox responded, "Yes, your highness." The prince then extended a public invitation. "Let's meet often." "Okay." Knox bowed respectfully, but inside he was fuming and cursing. "Why did I have to meet this lunatic now of all times? His name is Louis von Arkheim, the first prince of the empire and the only person ranked higher than Penelope in the hierarchy to ascend the throne. He is also known as the notorious creator of bad endings in the inner lunatic." After making an appearance to intimidate his younger sister, Prince Louis and his entourage left. Knox observed the situation with some discomfort, feeling unintentionally caught up in the attitude and circumstances. Meanwhile, Princess Penelope fell into deep thought and worry, seemingly aware that her brother had discovered what she was planning and had come to admonish her to stay in her place. Noticing the princess's somber mood, Echidna, who was beside her, asked if she was all right. Princess Penelope waved her off, saying she was fine and currently just surprised by Prince Louis's appearance. She then turned to Knox and asked if he was surprised, addressing him as Knox von Reinharnation. She suggested they move inside to continue their conversation. Knox agreed pleasantly to the princess's proposal, but internally he considered the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis, which was as incompatible as it was in the game. He planned to use this point as a stepping stone for his own plans and to make it back alive. By this time, dusk had fallen over the grand estate of Princess Penelope and the star-filled sky was shining brightly. In a lit room, Knox lay on the bed, contemplating the next steps. "Tomorrow's the day that I receive the reward. I better rest as much as I can right now," he thought. He sighed and hoped that no assassin would be bold enough to try and kill him within the princess's estate, which would keep things relatively smooth. However, life is rarely so simple, and especially for Knox, it's often quite the opposite. As he was relaxing, a disturbance arrived. Someone knocked on the door, waking him up. Knox, hearing the knock, became anxious, got up, and took his sword, his gaze more alert than ever. The knocking continued, and upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Princess Penelope and her close attendant, Echidna, in dark cloaks, coming to see him. The princess announced from outside, "It's me. If it's all right with you, can you open the door?" Knox, relieved it wasn't an assassin, was still annoyed as he guessed that anyone coming at this hour was likely to drag him into trouble. Nevertheless, he couldn't refuse and opened the door to see what was going on. He asked the princess with a displeased look, "Princess, what are you doing here so late at night?" The princess did not provide a reason, but gave him a look as if it were obvious, saying, "You know it's not wise to keep me standing here in the corridor, right?" She then entered without Knox's permission. Knox had no choice but to watch her walk in, as she was, after all, a princess. Once inside, Echidna immediately got to the point, saying, "The princess has something to propose to you. I'll protect this place since there are a lot of eyes within the imperial palace." Knox eyed her suspiciously at this seemingly unreasonable kindness. The princess took a seat and, noticing Knox's tense expression, reassured him, "Don't worry, I don't intend to take too much of your time." She then threatened, "But I need you to promise me one thing. Depending on your answer to my question, you may not be able to return to Eldine." Her gaze became frightening as she clarified, "In fact, you might never be able to return to the Reinhafer estate." Knox, however, remained unfazed and showed no sign of fear. The princess continued, "So, I order you in my name, please pull the strings behind the scenes for me." Knox calmly acknowledged this, explaining that he had anticipated her request and elaborated that she needed someone who could deal with the first prince and that it would be easier to sever ties with a dark family. He suspected she wanted him to become a useful tool, or, in other words, a pawn in her scheme. The princess, hearing Knox's response, did not hesitate to confirm that this was indeed her intention. However, Knox, sitting across from her, spoke ambiguously, making the princess curious about his next words. Knox coldly declared that she was mistaken if she thought he had no choice but to bow before her. He then smiled confidently and challengingly at her, calling her Princess Penelope. The scene then shifted to the following day. Knox was now in the royal palace, meeting with the revered king. Sitting on the throne was the esteemed king, with Prince Louis von Arkheim standing beside him. Upon closer inspection, the king appeared dazed and weak, like someone who had been on drugs for a long time. Behind him, Prince Louis maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as if something was amiss behind the king's image. Knox bowed respectfully, Greetings, great son of the empire." The king, hearing this, could only utter fragmented sounds, his trembling hand trying to lift as if granting Knox permission to stand. Knox tried to look up at the king and evaluate him. The king's full name was Esteban von Arkheim, the Knight of Light and Lightning who once had a brilliant reputation and was a legend of the empire. However, he had since lost his intelligence and was given the disgraceful nickname, Esteban the Foolish. The king's image was hazy and confused, with no clear intention. At this moment, Princess Penelope also appeared, Greetings, great son of the empire." As the king could not speak normally, Prince Louis stepped in and confirmed that he had heard Knox wanted to make a request. He assessed that it was probably to bestow an appropriate reward upon the person who saved a member of the imperial family. Knox continued to bow respectfully, humbly stating that it was something he should do. Internally, Knox thought that Prince Louis had become the new head of the house after Esteban fell from his position, and that he needed to be especially cautious here. Prince Louis, having understood the request, looked down with a calculating gaze. He agreed to the request, saying, "The imperial family shall bestow a gift upon the knight candidate of the Reinharnation household who saved my dear sister." He then generously asked Knox if he had any specific desires for his achievements. Knox, without hesitation, confirmed with a sincere voice, "If it would be all right, could you allow me to enter the Ark River?" The mention of the Ark River caused Louis to become visibly furious, his whole body trembling as he struggled to contain himself, exclaiming, "What?" Even the officials present below were sweating and terrified by Knox's request. The palace fell into an eerie silence, with Knox still kneeling, fully aware of the gravity of his request. He thought it was not surprising that they were shocked. The Ark River is a mysterious river that only the imperial family and the divine households are allowed to enter due to its random stab-boosting effects. In response to Knox's request, Prince Louis remained silent, his eyes showing disdain, thinking that Knox was a useless and reckless person. He contemptuously thought that bastards from dark families were all the same. Before the prince could speak, the officials in the palace strongly opposed the request. One official stated that it was impossible. Another echoed, "How could the Ark River be open to someone of a dark family?" Another voiced their opposition, saying, "Even if he did save the princess, that's not the right thing to do." A younger official expressed his scorn, suggesting that only the holy families were deserving of entering the river. A middle-aged official agreed with this viewpoint. Knox, upon hearing this, appeared indifferent, having anticipated that his request would be met with fierce opposition. He had made this request so he wouldn't have to refuse a reward, thinking that things had turned out as he hoped. However, the princess was determined not to let Knox achieve his aim easily. She suddenly shouted, calling those making noise insolent. She glared at them and questioned, "How dare all of you raise your voices in front of His Majesty?" As Knox was nearing his goal, He couldn't shake his unease about the princess and cast a doubtful glance at her. The princess, at that moment, stubbornly justified herself, saying, "There are no laws that say only the divine households are allowed to enter the Ark River to begin with, are there?" Hearing the princess's supportive words, Knox felt a pang of anxiety and wondered why the princess was speaking up for him. He remembered that he had stated he would not follow her plan and hoped she would give up. At this point, someone tried to voice objections to the princess, but she cut him off, curtly stating, "I don't like it when things are noisy, Sir Goran." The palace fell silent once more, and the princess turned to Knox with a calculating smile. This familiar, intimate smile only made Knox more anxious. He recalled the events of the previous night and grew increasingly worried about what she had said to him before leaving. That evening, after being rejected by Knox, the princess had not argued further and accepted to leave. Before she departed, she leaned close to Knox and, with a hint of foreboding, said, "Please remember this. The time to choose will eventually come upon you." When the moment of choice arrived, Knox recalled the princess's hint and thought to himself, "If the time comes when I need to choose between the two factions, I will have no choice but to support the princess instead of the bad ending maker." However, under the current circumstances, he couldn't openly support the princess. With that in mind, Knox asked Prince Louis whether he agreed to fulfill his request, to confirm his answer. In essence, Prince Louis did not like Knox's dark family either, but he was in a position where he had to compete with other forces and did not want a strong dark family like Reincarnation backing his sister. Being intelligent and cunning, he had no reason to refuse Knox's request. He smiled and replied that Princess Penelope's words made sense, and affirmed that there are no laws that state that a descendant of a dark family can't go into the Ark River. His statement surprised the court officials. However, he did not agree immediately. Although there was no prohibition, he added, "It also wouldn't be right to break the rules that the imperial family and its ministers have followed for so long." He then proposed a different idea to test Knox. He suggested that we hold a test to see if Knox von Reincarnation is worthy of entering the Ark River and benefiting from it. Princess Penelope, hearing this request for Knox, felt anxious for him and her plan. Knox, still kneeling, was taken aback by the turn of events and lamented his unfortunate fate, thinking that everyone seemed to want to test him, including Eleanor. Knox then had no choice but to ask what the prince wanted to test him on. Prince Louis confidently replied that it would be a duel with him. Knox was confused by the answer. Prince Louis explained, "From what I heard, you have exceptional swordsmanship skills, right? In that case, I think it'd only be appropriate for me to ask you for a spar." He also emphasized that the Ark River is our empire's sacred river, so it's only open to those who are competent. Knox thought to himself, he must be thinking that he just suggested a good idea, but I don't intend to lose easily. Knox then smiled confidently and challengingly at the prince and accepted his challenge. Seeing Knox's prompt acceptance, the prince smiled with a hint of contempt, as if belittling Knox's abilities. He then declared, "I'll see you at the training grounds in 1 hour then. You may bring and use any weapon you like." Knox looked back at him with a smile and said that he understood and would do his best. Princess Penelope, witnessing the exchange, anxiously hoped for Knox's victory and seemed to have no choice but to wait. Knox then left the palace, under the watchful gaze of the scheming prince. Outside in the corridor, the princess tried to catch up with Knox and called out, "Knox von Reincarnation." She hurriedly questioned him, "Do you really have a death wish? Can't you tell what my brother is after? Whether you win or lose, the results don't matter. He's just trying to show off. He's trying to trample on you because you're young so that your family will be humiliated." Knox, after listening to the princess, looked at her coldly and said he was well aware of that. He outlined the possible scenario. "Even if I win, he'll try to harm me using the reason that I'm the youngest son of the impure dark family that's trying to harm the prince. If I lose, his reputation will get even better. He'll say that he defeated a rising new talent." Knox appeared indifferent as he told the princess and further predicted, "That's probably what he'll say to everyone." The princess, feeling helpless, asked, "Why accept when you already know all that?" Knox then asked her in return, "But what would you do if I told you there were other choices?" The princess, startled by the alternative Knox mentioned, looked astonished. Knox spread his hand and confidently smiled, saying, "A choice where I win and don't die." He then asked the princess if she would support him if that happened. "Your Highness." The princess stood stunned, and no one knew what her answer was. However, the one who would control the upcoming game was not the two royal brothers, but Knox himself. The scene then shifted to Prince Louis's residence, where his attendants were busy assisting him into a finely crafted golden armor, which required several people to help complete. Suddenly, Louis glanced at a maid and called her, causing her to startle. He asked her who she was, and the maid quickly bowed and respectfully answered that he was the second son of our empire, Prince Louis von Archheim. Satisfied with the answer, he replied, "That's right. I have a solid standing within Talonfeather." He asserted that no one dared to ignore him, but his expression turned angry when he thought of Knox, whom he called out in frustration, Knox von Reincarnation. The maid, seeing this, flattered him, saying that it was nothing for the prince to worry about. Hearing this, he turned to her, and she, in fear, continued, "Please don't be worried," but that very statement angered the prince, who slapped the maid. He demanded, "Am I worried? Do you think I'd do something like that? Because of some brat from a dark family?" The maid, trembling with fear, begged the prince for forgiveness. He then calmed down and warned, "All of you better act smart around here." Suddenly, he directed his frightening gaze at his attendants and asked, "My father, Esteban, the one known as the son of our empire, how long do you think he has left to live?" The maid, still fearful on the floor, had no answer. Louis suddenly became cheerful, spreading his arms and declaring, "The empire in all its honor will soon be within my grasp. In that case, some kind of theatrics like those we saw today will be needed. Do you get what I mean?" The maid nodded and vowed never to make such a mistake again. The prince turned back to her and said calmly, "Of course, that goes without saying." He then called for his steward and, immediately changing his demeanor, ordered the maid to be dismissed. At the command, the attendant seized the maid and dragged her out, as she pleaded, "Your Highness, please give me one more chance." He turned back with a frightening smile and repeated, "A chance. Chances are things that are only given to people like me. Even if you were born as a noble, the blood that flows within you is different from the blood that flows within the imperial family. Don't you agree?" At this point, the maid found herself with no chance left and began to plead desperately. He muttered to himself like a madman, "Knox von Reincarnation. No matter how outstanding you are as an uprising talent, you can't turn around a match once your defeat has been decided. I wonder what kind of face he'll make while crying." And the moment of the battle had arrived. Knox and Louis were now in the arena. Above them in the stands were the king and Princess Penelope. Louis looked at Knox with a confident smile, believing he would win easily, while Knox remained expressionless. The prince then spoke in a friendly tone, "Let's do our best in this fight." But in his mind, his evil face appeared, thinking, "In the end, you'll have to play along in my show." Knox responded to him indifferently. The referee then announced both sides should prepare for the battle. The first prince of our empire, Louis von Archheim, will now begin his fight with Knox von Reincarnation. As soon as the battle signal began, Louis charged at Knox with golden lightning surrounding him at high speed. In his mind, he looked down on Knox, thinking he won't be able to stand up against the imperial family anyways. Regardless of how exceptional he is, he's just some dark family vermin. He won't be able to raise his sword against me in this place where the divine families, including the imperial family, reside. Knox made no reaction to his attack. As Louis's strike approached, Knox simply drew his sword and blocked the seemingly powerful blow with ease. This was beyond Louis's expectations. He was quite surprised that Knox could block it. Sweat began to appear on his face, and his confident smile vanished. Unable to overwhelm Knox, he resorted to dirty play and threatened, "Bastard, how dare you raise your sword against an imperial family member?" Following his threat, Knox complied, swinging his sword and sending Louis flying backward. The prince, now belittled by Knox, gritted his teeth in anger. Knox, showing no fear, was full of vigor. He then reiterated the prince's suggestion and told him that it was he who had insisted that Knox fight with all his strength. At this point, Knox followed through with his words, and his entire body emitted a dark mana contrasting with the holy light mana possessed by the prince. Knox's powerful strike directly attacked the prince, causing him to be pushed back. After that block, the prince's breath became increasingly labored. He looked at Knox from across the field, angrily cursing him in his mind. That little bastard. He dared to raise his sword against me. The person ranked number 1 in the line of succession? Not stopping at thoughts, his face twisted into a mad expression as he criticized Knox. How dare an insect of the dark families challenge my authority? Knox, hearing these unreasonable accusations, replied calmly, I don't understand what you're saying. I simply followed your instructions. The prince, frustrated and gritting his teeth, said, all right then, if that's how you want to play it. He then swung his sword to the side, showing his might and challenging Knox that he would no longer hold back. He dismissed Knox, saying, even if he has a good reputation in Eldeen, he's still just a brat. There's no way he can defeat me, someone who has received high-quality education from the imperial family. Thinking this, he smiled confidently, and his smile caught the referee's attention. The referee reminded both fighters, when one of you falls or surrenders, the match will end. The rules are simple, so that will be all for the explanation. Despite the referee explaining the rules, the prince paid no heed and quickly accelerated toward Knox, moving faster than before. His face was a joyful, confident smile of a battle maniac, accompanied by golden lightning surrounding him. When the sword struck towards Knox, he chose not to block directly, but slightly sidestepped to reduce the impact. When their swords clashed, Knox assessed the prince, thinking he might be the bad ending maker, but his combat abilities aren't that high. While his talent isn't bad, it's not at the level where he can reach me. Knox didn't want to waste time fighting him head-on. Using his agility and skill, he maneuvered to the prince's right side and readied his sword for a strike. The prince, noticing Knox appear to his right, could only glance and be stunned by the speed. As Knox's sword was nearly touching him, the prince panicked and thought, damn it. As a weak person, he shut his eyes, hoping for a miracle to stop Knox. However, when he saw he wasn't cut in two, he attempted to open one eye to see what was happening. At this moment, Knox sheathed his sword in a very stylish manner and spared him. The prince wondered why Knox had suddenly stopped attacking. Seeing Knox's disdainful demeanor, he angrily questioned Knox's actions. Knox replied, I have no complaints about the rules or the match, but it's kind of boring since nothing is on the line. Hearing Knox speak mysteriously, the prince began to be intrigued and wondered what Knox wanted to do. Knox then extended his hand with a challenging smile and said, how about making a bet with me to see who wins or loses this match? Lewis glanced at him for a moment, then secretly thought with joy, I'll be able to get what I want easily. He immediately agreed to Knox's proposal, thinking it would make the battle more interesting. Knox then suggested, how about stating the conditions of the bet after the match? Lewis didn't want that and requested, I'm sorry, but I have a rather impatient personality, and he wanted to set the conditions himself. Knox didn't mind and said whatever he wanted. Lewis then began to smile wickedly and stated the conditions for the winner. If I win this match, I want you to serve me instead of Penelope. Knox acted clueless, pretending not to understand Lewis's meaning. Seeing Knox play dumb, Lewis exposed him and mentioned a previous event where Knox had saved Princess Penelope in the Beast Forest. He suggested that Knox did it because he was infatuated with the short-brained Penelope. Knox, hearing this absurd reasoning, broke into a sweat at the prince's ignorance, but Lewis spoke as if he knew well. Knox then pretended to be shy, scratching his head, and explained, I'm sorry, but I simply followed the laws of the imperial family to save Princess Penelope. I don't harbor any other intentions. There's no reason for me to do that either. Hearing Knox's explanation, Lewis seemed to believe him and was even happier, extending a hand to Knox with a new offer, become my knight. I want you to become my shadow, not the shadow of the Reincarnation household, and swear your loyalty to me. Knox did not refuse and said that if the prince won, he would meet his demands. Lewis then began plotting in his mind, joyfully planning to blame Eldeen, the Reincarnation household, and Penelope if he was injured. Princess Penelope, watching the conversation from the stands, was very worried about her future if Knox truly served this brother. The prideful Lewis charged straight at Knox to achieve victory, having learned nothing from the previous encounter. He mocked Knox, saying, "Blame yourself for your foolishness," and not realizing that this match was already decided from the start. As Knox observed the attack, surrounded by holy light mana, he whispered to himself that his sword surely couldn't extinguish the holy light mana, and he couldn't inflict harm on Lewis with the holy light protecting him. Suddenly, something made Knox feel joyful, and he smiled mysteriously. An announcement appeared, stating, "Your artifact, the Great Sage, the high-level orb whose owner is unknown, is currently glowing." The system then required Knox to state the orb's owner's name to use it, giving him only one chance. After reading all the information, Knox was delighted, his smile showing it all. Though he had some concern, "They'll be surprised at how I found out the orb's owner's name, but it can't be helped. I need to survive before everything else." Meanwhile, Prince Lewis continued to attack Knox relentlessly, who easily avoided all attacks. Knox then closed his eyes and thought, "There's indeed only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor." He decided to use the sacred orb. In the next moment, he smiled triumphantly and announced loudly, "The owner of the orb is Astrid von Callowwood." At that moment, the orb inside Knox's sleeve was glowing brightly. As soon as Knox stated the name Astrid von Callowwood, the system confirmed the name was correct. The system announced, "Knox von Reinhiefer, the orb shall remember you as its second owner. Your mana is increasing rapidly temporarily." The brilliant golden light was replaced by abundant dark mana as Knox became its master. The orb now floated in Knox's hand, surrounded by dark mana. Its force spread around like a whirlwind, obscuring the arena. Lewis had to hold onto his sword tightly and shut his eyes. He witnessed the scene in shock, wondering what was happening before him. Knox, now with a more confident smile, clarified, "We said this was a match, but there was no rule against using magic, right?" Hearing this, Lewis grew enraged, trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth, astounded that a member of the dark Reinhiefer family, known for their swordsmanship, could use magic. What shocked him further was the enormous amount of mana Knox wielded, which was terrifying. At the same time, the mana gathered in the palm of a storm, and Knox announced that he knew this was a magic missile. However, what was even more surprising than Knox's palm was what made Lewis look up in awe. Above them, a magical phenomenon appeared, resembling a massive storm engulfing the arena with the characteristic black of dark mana. From the eye of this mana storm, black fire arrows shot down like tentacles from monsters emerging from the gates of hell. These arrows rained down on the arena, leaving Lewis only able to stand in place. Knox prayed that he could dodge all the attacks. With a malevolent smile, he watched as the unfortunate prince was about to face devastation. Immediately, all the magical arrows flew straight down, targeting and attacking Lewis. Each arrow came down with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Lewis quickly dodged the arrows, but where they struck the ground, it shattered into fragments. Lewis, now in a state of panic due to the overwhelming number of arrows, thought to himself, "Something feels really off. This is strange." As he was trying to deflect one of the magical arrows with his sword, he didn't notice another magical arrow speeding toward him from behind. The arrow pierced his back, causing cracks to appear in his once solid armor. Lewis cried out in pain from the attack. He continued to be overwhelmed with confusion, thinking Knox, the youngest of the Reinharber clan, is someone he knows well. The sole sword maestro of the three eminent dark families, the only recipient of the Sword Emperor title, raised under Theo's tutelage. He wondered whether Theo had taught Knox magic, but he immediately dismissed that idea. No, instructing magic to the underage is a strict taboo. No family on the continent dares defy the Empire's laws and teach their youngest magic. His might be diminished, but he remains a royal prince. Even a powerful house like the Reinharber wouldn't dare defy the law and teach magic to their youngest. He firmly believed that it couldn't be Theo von Reinharber, and the source of the magic he was facing grew increasingly perplexing. At this point, his entire body had become battered from Knox's magical attacks. Lewis gradually regained his composure after the barrage of attacks, spat out a mouthful of blood, and shot a suspicious glance at Knox. His opponent, meanwhile, was calmly relaxing, simply standing still while casting a series of magical attacks, powered by the seemingly endless mana from the orb. Knox maintained a taunting smile toward Lewis and remarked that he knew what Lewis was thinking and did not believe the assumptions he had made. However, Knox clenched his fist and asserted, "There were no shortcuts, at least not as compared to all that armor you're wearing." And at that moment, magical crystals began to shoot toward Lewis under Knox's control. Lewis, irritated by Knox's mockery, shouted, "How dare the good-for-nothing of a dark family ridicule me?" Knox no longer showed any deference, questioning him about who had started this confrontation first. Lewis still did not fully understand what Knox was referring to. Knox smirked and said that Lewis wanted to ridicule the dark families and deny the results I've achieved. "Isn't that why you requested this sparring?" Knox then spoke of the possible outcomes and thanked Lewis for trying so hard to start a fight where you have such an overwhelming disadvantage. And then the pride of the imperial family had fallen due to his foolish decision today. Princess Penelope and Echidna, watching from the stands, were also concerned about Knox's madness in treating a prince this way. In fact, Knox was seen as a genuine lunatic by many. Lewis, upon being criticized, froze for a few seconds as he realized his own folly. Then, true to his nature, he became furious, his forehead creasing. Suddenly, he acted strangely, pulling out a blue, square magical item. He activated the item, creating a magical barrier around Knox and himself. Within this barrier, Knox and Lewis could no longer hear the audience's chatter, and those outside could not hear them either. Once the surrounding noise subsided, he spoke in a voice filled with murderous intent. "Do you truly believe you can survive after humiliating me thus?" He also didn't want to face further humiliation by letting others hear their upcoming conversation. However, Knox responded with a chilling laugh. He then asked Lewis what he intended to do with that item, and Lewis irritably thought that Knox didn't have the right to question him and was clearly unwilling to answer, feeling too ashamed to let others know. Lewis laughed maniacally, saying that he had heard rumors that Knox was a madman, but he never thought Knox would dare oppose him to this extent. He also threatened that once this sparring is over, all of the Imperial Knights will kill Knox. Knox had assumed he would resist a bit longer, but Lewis was revealing his true nature sooner than expected. In this situation, Knox decided to expose him and retorted with a smirk, doubting Lewis's ability to follow through with his threats. In fact, Knox had anticipated this situation from the very beginning and had prepared for it. He was confident that Lewis didn't have the capability to kill him here, because Knox had protection by his side. Knox then flashed a sinister smile, pulling a crystal ball from his cloak that resembled a block of ice. He then spoke to someone. "Dean, are you just going to let your cute student die in this place?" The person Knox was addressing was one of the 4 wise men and the dean of the academy, Noah Von Trinity. When Knox produced the ice crystal used for communication, a cold breeze suddenly swept through like a whirlwind. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the crystal. "Wow, what's happening here?" Knox now waved the communicator in front of Lewis's eyes. The voice coming from it belonged to Noah Von Trinity, the Frozen Witch. In other words, one of the most powerful figures in the academy. A formidable individual capable of reducing this castle to rubble if she desired. Knox understood this and knew from the outset that he was treading on dangerous ground, and this was the result. A gaze of terror, with the prince's eyes gleaming with frenzied desperation. This voice, impossible. No, Noah Von Trinity. How? Lewis, still in disbelief, was reminded by Noah that they had met once before, and she called him Prince Lewis. The ice crystal not only transmitted Noah's voice, but also projected a 3-dimensional image of her. Although he's not cute, he's still a precious student of mine. If you're trying to oppress him using your imperial authority, she hesitated for a moment, her cheerful face shifting to a murderous glare as she declared. Then, as one of the 4 sages, "I swear upon my honor that I'll destroy you." Prince Lewis became hesitant, his face paling and beads of cold sweat forming. Knox, witnessing this splendid scene, smirked triumphantly. Several days prior, atop the Eldane Academy's faculty building, an uncanny chill permeated Noah's office. The room held two occupants. Knox and Noah sat opposite each other on the central couch. After receiving Princess Penelope's offer, Knox had sought to meet Noah privately. He began by recounting, "From what I heard, the imperial family is trying to give me a reward. They say it's to thank me for saving the princess." Noah, upon hearing this, appeared not the least bit worried and cheerfully confirmed it as a great thing. Knox, growing increasingly annoyed by her lack of seriousness, reminded her that he would die if he went there. He recalled that no member of his black family had ever survived leaving the capital. Noah, upon hearing Knox's story, casually responded, "Yeah, that's probably the case," while cheerfully eating a sweet treat, oblivious to Knox's unease. Enraged, Knox snatched the cake from Noah's hand, holding it high so she couldn't reach it. He asked her why she could eat cake so casually at this moment. Noah, crying, begged Knox to return the cake. Knox, feeling helpless and sighing, admitted he really needed her help. He suggested, "Just one word from you, and the princess won't bother me anymore." Noah understood his intention, but emphasized that he might not receive the reward. She believed that if he accomplished something noteworthy, he deserved a reward. Knox wanted a reward but thought, not receiving the reward would be better than taking it and coming back as just a head. And he didn't know how things became so complicated. Noah suddenly thought of something odd and told Knox, "Magic is really developed these days, so any lost limbs can be put back together really quickly." I'm not sure if that also works for heads, though. It was unclear whether she was serious or joking. Knox, infuriated, clenched his fists and asked, "Are you really saying that to your student?" Noah had another intention. In that case, if there was a way for you to get the reward and return from Talonfeather safely, what would you do? Knox replied, "There's no way solution like that exists." After saying this, she took out the crystal ball, which we already know Knox used previously. "The crystal that Noah gave me. It's a type of long-distance communication tool. Unlike normal artifacts, it's a tool where mana can be infused into it and transferred over to the other side." Knox then directed his gaze towards Lewis, confident that even the prince couldn't mess with the leader of Eldane and one of the four sages. Lewis, on the other hand, only glared at Knox and cursed him internally, not daring to threaten him openly. Knox, seeing his expression, couldn't help but grin, thinking that Noah was rarely as useful as she was at this moment. Noah, through the crystal, indicated that she could hear what he was saying and instructed Knox to tone it down. She then threatened Knox with a calculating look, saying that if she didn't help him, everything bad that happened afterward would be his fault. Knox, feeling intimidated, reluctantly turned away and admitted he needed her help. Prince Lewis, exhausted after the battle with Knox, had his armor nearly cracked and dented. Lewis, trying to speak with a respectful tone and no longer arrogant, called out to Dean Noah, "This was a misunderstanding. If I had known he was a precious student to you, I wouldn't have done anything like this." Noah, upon hearing this, corrected his manner of address with a terrifying look and told him not to act as if they were familiar. She emphasized, "I was close to your father, not you. You're not my student yet either." She then scolded him as a child. Frightened by Noah's scolding, Lewis quickly showed remorse, saying, "I'm sorry. What should I do to appease your anger?" Noah coldly instructed him to beg and apologize to Knox for the humiliation he caused. She would forgive Lewis if he did so. Knox, somewhat surprised by what she was doing, found it beyond his expectations. Lewis, though very angry inside, didn't dare to anger Noah further and managed to mutter, "I'm sorry." Knox took advantage of the situation, showing no humility, and said, "Your Highness, I'll let this go with a generous and magnanimous heart." Noah, impressed by Knox's response, thought his expression was excellent. Noah then decided to leave and told them both, "I'll be watching this fight, so I hope you guys finish it up fair and square. I want this barrier to be dispelled too." Lewis, begrudgingly agreeing to her demand, deactivated the item and put it away. As the shield was gradually removed, Knox's figure vanished, and he charged towards Lewis with terrifying speed. Before Lewis could finish his sentence, Knox's figure appeared right behind him with a serious face. Immediately, Knox struck Lewis's neck with his sword's tail, causing him to collapse unconscious onto the battlefield. As Lewis lay on the ground, the shield was completely removed, and the audience was stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened, seeing only Knox standing next to the unconscious Lewis. After a few seconds of silence, the stands erupted into chaos. The spectators were enraged that Knox dared to humiliate the prince and were in disbelief that he had truly lost. Princess Penelope, witnessing the match, was also shocked by what she saw. Her voice trembled in disbelief that Knox had actually defeated Prince Lewis, a member of the royal family fully equipped, and she couldn't understand how Knox had accomplished this. Echidna, standing beside her, could not contain her astonishment and exclaimed with a focused gaze at Knox. Wondering if he had 2 lives to dare such a feat, the princess was still in shock and told Echidna that she couldn't believe he could do that just with guts. He must have some kind of hidden card. The princess was filled with doubt, thinking that the authority of the Dark family could influence even this place. The Arkham Empire? That's impossible. That means he must have something else he's counting on. And the image of a powerful woman appeared in her mind, making her feel she was on the right track. She then firmly told Echidna that she would get Knox at any cost. Despite her hatred for Knox, Echidna had to admit that Knox von Rienhafer's abilities were the real deal after witnessing his overwhelming power. Back in the forest and during the admission ceremony, Knox displayed his superior abilities in front of everyone present, and no one could deny that. Moreover, with this fight, we now know that he has no intention of joining Prince Lewis. Hearing this good news, the princess smiled gently, but then turned to Echidna with a serious face, urging that they needed to do something immediately. Seeing the princess's serious expression, Echidna began to worry and wanted to know what the princess was thinking. The princess, with a mysterious look, leaned in close to Echidna and whispered what she was planning. Upon hearing the entire plan, Echidna was shocked and asked the princess if she was sure she wanted to do that. Meanwhile, the royal servants and soldiers were in a panic, rushing down to the arena to check on Prince Lewis after Knox knocked him out. The captain urged the soldiers to move Prince Lewis to the infirmary immediately. He must not suffer any after-effects. On the maid's side, the head butler sternly instructed them that they must not tell anyone anything they had seen today. While the servants continued to call out, hoping for their prince to wake up, Princess Penelope remained on the grandstand, watching with a satisfied and calculating smile. As for Knox, he gradually slipped away from the crowd to avoid trouble, while the soldiers and servants below the stage were trying to assess the prince's condition, repeatedly calling out Prince Lewis. As night fell, at the residence where Knox was staying, he sat on his bed, lost in thought. He held his forehead, sighing, thinking that he had almost gotten into serious trouble. He recalled the scene during his duel with Lewis and thought, the prince is a total lunatic, and that might be the reason he's a bad ending maker for a reason. Ignoring the mad Lewis, Knox focused on the item he successfully activated. He reached for the magic orb, feeling pleased, thinking this really is her item. It's very useful. It'll be pretty useful not just in the first half, but even towards the middle and later halves. Holding the orb, which was emanating strong magic, Knox admitted that it was easier for him to deal with the prince because of this. He then sighed and assured himself that he wouldn't even dare to dream of being this lucky again next time. Breaking the quiet moment, someone knocked on Knox's door. Hearing the knock, Knox became instantly alert. He cursed under his breath, thinking, that fucking prince. Is he already here for revenge? This thought irritated him, as he was being disturbed during his rest. He grabbed his sword and walked towards the door. Standing behind the door, he loudly asked who was outside. Echidna and the princess spoke up, with Echidna saying that the princess would like to meet with him alone. Knox was startled and surprised to hear Echidna's voice, not expecting it to be her, and thinking it was the crazy prince instead. He hesitated and nervously asked if they wanted to meet him now. Echidna seriously replied that yes, they wanted to meet immediately. Behind the door, Knox felt uneasy about this. However, he decided to meet them and opened the door to let them in. The princess, facing him, said nothing, But a moment later, with an arrogant attitude, she walked past him, leaving Knox confused about this princess. Echidna, however, did not follow them. She stood by the entrance. Growing impatient, Knox asked the princess why she wanted to meet him. "If you're here to interrogate me about my fight with Prince Louis, I've already settled that matter." The princess removed her hood and smiled cunningly, denying that she wanted to talk about that and telling Knox that he didn't need to pretend to be stupid anymore. Knox, still calm, asked what the princess meant by that. The princess smiled and narrowed her eyes, but her smile was suspicious, and she suddenly asked Knox, "Can you imagine me and my brothers sitting down at the dining table together?" Knox didn't know how to respond to that and remained silent. Seeing that Knox said nothing, the princess asked him to sit down so they could continue talking, as it seemed she had much to say to him. After sitting down, Knox, with a cold expression, reminded her that it was getting late and that there would be better times for them to speak again. But Princess Penelope, in her graceful and beautiful manner, insisted that this was the right time to talk. Although Knox maintained a cold exterior, inside, he was screaming and worrying about the princess coming to his room so late. He was the one who'd be held responsible if bad rumors went around later on. Princess Penelope seemed to read Knox's mind and asked if he was worried about rumors. Knox didn't want to deny it. He admitted that was true. The fact that you're in the room where a member of a dark family is staying is problematic. However, the princess had something dubious in mind, and she believed that they shared the same thoughts. Hearing her suggestive words left Knox puzzled, and she didn't hide it, admitting that this was what she wanted to happen. A scandal will definitely take place. That's why she came here. Knox, hearing this, was shocked and thought, "What is she talking about? Explain yourself properly, you crazy bitch." However, outwardly, he remained cold and asked her to clarify. Princess Penelope, calm, opened her enchanting golden eyes wide, looked directly at Knox, and declared, "I need you to marry me." Everyone was shocked as the princess had taken the initiative to propose to Knox, her beauty making it impossible for anyone to refuse. The answer wasn't revealed, and the scene shifted to a completely different place. A blood moon appeared in the dark and eerie sky. The red moonlight filtered through a small crack in the wall. In a large hall with a conference table, for people were present. Luna was there, asking about the situation. "So, is it true that our incredible new recruit is heading for the Ark River?" Duff confirmed it appears so. It seems the Imperial family was the one to approach him first. Luna was a bit skeptical. He trusted them and went? Seriously, is he not worried about the kind of humiliation he could suffer there? At that moment, a girl with blue hair scoffed, saying, "I knew it. This is why kids are no good, isn't it?" This woman was the lunatic executive, Marin. She continued, "I know that the captain has her reasons for taking him in, but I'm still not fully convinced." However, her words were cut off by Kyle, who was sitting next to her. He warned her sternly, "Marin, watch what you say." His entire presence emitted a terrifying aura as he cautioned Marin. "Does the captain need permission from you to recruit someone?" Hearing this, Marin panicked and hurriedly explained, "Vice Captain, that's not what I meant." Kyle emphasized in a chilling tone, "Being disrespectful is unforgivable, especially for organizations like us who are hated by the Imperial family." Seeing the two going back and forth, Luna directly requested them to stop talking about the new recruit. However, at that moment, someone with a severed arm, replaced by a hook, spoke up with a challenging tone, "But, Captain, I think some of what Marin said makes sense." This man was Krogoyle. He then took his seat and added, "Lunatic was a place that hadn't had any new members for a long time after all." He then asked Luna, "Why have you suddenly decided to recruit someone new?" Luna, not wanting to explain much, simply sighed and replied, "It's because he piqued my interest. That's all." Krogoyle grinned mockingly and said, "There's no way you would have romantic feelings for a young kid like him. Could it be related to his household?" Luna, indifferent to his attitude, firmly replied, "No. It's got nothing to do with the Reincarnation." While it's true that Theo had worked with Lunatic, it seemed like the new recruit hated his own family. Kyle was also quite surprised by Knox's situation. Marin suggested that they investigate Knox further to figure out the reason why the Reincarnation are trying to help a criminal organization. "I think we need to do that." Luna pondered over Marin's suggestion and eventually agreed. Let's do this then. We'll give a new recruit his first mission. We'll see if he does exceptionally well or betrays us on it. Marin, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered something to herself. Luna, hearing her, curiously asked what she said, causing Marin to startle and deny it. Deep down, Marin was a bit upset, thinking, not even I received a mission in my first year here. But it can't be helped since we need to check him out. She eventually agreed with what Luna had proposed. Duff also expressed his agreement with a serious expression, as did the cold-hearted Kyle. Craigoile, who was a bit long-winded, laughed and found it amusing, but ultimately agreed as well. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Luna requested Marin to join the mission with Knox. She smiled warmly, stating that this would be Marin's mission as Knox's senior. With just this, Marin was overjoyed. She had finally become a senior. That's got such a beautiful ring to it. A junior, I don't know what kind of person he is, but I'll show him just how great a senior is. Marin then asked for more details. May I ask what kind of mission it will be? Luna began explaining the mission in detail, the hidden floor under the academy. We received a report that an executive of Eldine has secretly hidden the demonic essence stone of Paimon, one of the 72 demons, in that place. While the new recruit buys time for us at the academy, we'll steal the demonic essence stone. Marin, you're to support the new recruit. You can do that, right? Marin, thrilled, responded, of course. Suddenly, the last member of Lunatics management appeared. Her name was Izo, with a seductive and beautiful appearance. She congratulated Marin. You're finally no longer the lowest in rank. Do your best, okay? Encouraged by Izo, Marin eagerly replied yes. Advisor Izo, I'll do my best. Returning to Knox's room, after Princess Penelope, unlike everyone else, Knox looked at her with disdain and questioned the crazy thing she had just said. Is there a reason that you've come to that conclusion? The princess clarified to Knox. I'm sure you already know about my position and standing within the imperial family. Knox, not waiting for her to finish, was already contemplating many things, thinking that's why. I thought she had fallen in love with Knox's face. That scared me for a moment. The princess explained, the imperial family is now split into two factions. There are many rumors going around within the imperial palace, saying that my father, the king, Esteban von Arkheim, is in poor health and will soon step down from his throne. One of the two factions would be my brothers, the forces of Prince Louis, the strongest group. The other faction would be mine, the Princess Penelope von Arkheim's faction. After hearing everything, Knox appeared indifferent and asked, Why are you saying something this important to me? The princess explained, because it's true that I don't have a strong standing. My brother. It's a fact that Prince Louis has a stronger legitimate claim to the throne than I do. Not only is he the eldest son, but he also has more connections to the nobles than I do. There are even rumors that they've already discussed what kinds of rewards they'll receive once Prince Louis ascends the throne. Knox, now no longer indifferent, grew more serious than ever and asked Princess Penelope, Do you wish to become the new empress? The princess hesitated for a moment and said, My wish, there's that too, but to be precise, I simply can't bear to see Prince Louis ruin our empire. You know firsthand just how brutal he can be and how he thinks of our people as just tools. At this point, the princess's face turned sorrowful. Knox confirmed that he knew this and thought to himself, Louis is a bad ending maker for a good reason after all. I experienced that firsthand too. The princess then stood up and shared further, I need a force of my own as well. A strong force that the prince won't covet and can't recklessly mess with. Knox, watching her closely, asked to clarify, Are you referring to me? Under the bright moonlight shining through the window, the princess confirmed it was indeed Knox. Hearing this, Knox thought to himself, It won't do me any good to get involved with the princess here. I need to avoid that. He quickly refused, Princess, I'm sorry, but before he could finish, the princess interrupted. If you say you're not strong enough to do that, or say that there are already marriage talks with the Stillreiner family, I don't think that's a good answer. The princess's words shook Knox's mind, and he could no longer maintain his cold demeanor. Knox, now worried, thought, Looks like she's already decided on this. Is there no way for me to avoid this? He then asked, But are you all right with me? I've had a pretty poor reputation, even though I may be skilled. The princess was just waiting for this. Without hesitation, she turned around with a bright smile and said to Knox, "From now on, this is our plan, so I want you to listen carefully. You saved me in the Nameless Forest, right?" Knox, feeling manipulated, looked up at the princess and confirmed it was true. Suddenly, the princess approached Knox and touched his hand. She continued, "Even though you're a member of a dark family, you did your best to save me." Knox, being touched by a woman, grew increasingly anxious, feeling a bad premonition. However, the princess continued holding Knox's hand, and Knox again confirmed her words. The princess then leaned even closer to Knox, her beautiful face and alluring body nearly touching him. She smiled and suggested, "Shall we just say that you were the one who fell in love with me first? Or shall we say that I fell in love first?" Knox, feeling as if he were under a spell, panicked internally, thinking, "Holy shit." He quickly asked her, "Princess, are you serious?" The princess, now with no reservations, held both of Knox's hands and said, "Anything can happen in the world." She assured Knox, based on the legal procedures, an imperial family member can choose their own spouse. Knox, still in a state of shock and hesitation, couldn't escape her grasp. With a beautiful and captivating smile, she looked at Knox lovingly and said, "And who knows? I might really fall in love with that handsome face of yours, you know?" Knox, now frozen, allowed the princess to manipulate him. Who knows what they will do next? From this episode on, I'll be using a new voice, hoping everyone will appreciate it. Continuing from the previous episode, after receiving Princess Penelope's proposal, we still don't know Knox's answer. A few days later, at the Academy dormitory building, the moonlight illuminated the night. In Knox's room, he lay on his bed, sighing with a restless heart. Jittery suddenly called out to Knox, disrupting the quiet atmosphere. She was holding a newspaper with the latest updates from recent days, her face filled with worry and suspicion as she looked at Knox. She demanded that he explain what he had done. On the front page of the newspaper was the most sensational and shocking news in aristocratic circles, with an alluring headline: "Princess Penelope fell in love with a knight at first sight, the very man who opposed and once saved the princess." They also discussed further that this news concerned Princess Penelope, who had been dragged into countless scandals recently. Princess Penelope declared she would marry the youngest of the Reincarnation household, Knox von Reincarnation, her classmate at Eldon Academy, as her spouse. At the bottom of the article was an image of Knox, looking both handsome and arrogant. When Knox heard Jittery recount the article's contents, his face showed a forced smile as he sighed, acknowledging that the news had finally spread for real. He also commented on the princess's ability to get whatever she wanted. Jittery's face remained serious as she expressed her worry, stating that she had heard many things but never expected events to unfold like this. She couldn't understand the reason behind it all. Knox sat up, his expression more serious. He told her that this was all quite understandable, revealing that he was being played because of the imperial family succession war. Jittery was shocked by the mention of the succession war. Knox further disclosed that Princess Penelope wanted to use him because she had a reason to stop Prince Louis from being crowned and intended to seize the throne for herself. That was why she suddenly chose Knox as her spouse. Upon hearing this, Jittery began connecting the dots. She recalled hearing about how Prince Louis had recently gathered many forces to his side. However, the Reincarnation household was a dark family, and Jittery hadn't expected the princess to work with Knox's family. Jittery's words were hesitant as she shared her thoughts. Knox agreed with her, saying that this was exactly why the princess wanted to marry him. This left Jittery feeling even more confused and perplexed. Knox's face twisted with humiliation as he recalled the princess's words. "It's because I'm a good-for-nothing troublemaker." Jittery's awkward expression revealed her understanding of the situation, seeing how Knox was being exploited by a woman. Knox, now furious, ruffled his hair and cursed the princess. "That princess bitch. She's using me because she knows my family has given up on me." His face was full of anger, but there was nothing he could do about her. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing as he realized something. Knox stood up and grabbed his sword, which puzzled Jitri. He moved to the window and signaled for Jitri to be quiet. Knox peeked cautiously outside, wondering who might be visiting him so late at night. Up in the sky, a blood moon appeared eerily, turning the entire night sky red. Atop the building across from him, a dark figure appeared menacingly. Knox's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the person. He immediately turned back into the room, his expression shifting from cautious to utterly excited. He flashed a crazed smile, knowing that the next phase of the story had officially begun. According to the plot Knox was aware of, this was his first mission from the organization. As Luna had told him, it was his first mission as a new member. He had to contact the support person at the Academy's library to complete the task together. His partner was Marin, who had now appeared, filling Knox with excitement. Jitri, still confused, was full of questions as she approached the window to check the situation with growing concern. In contrast, Knox was still buzzing with excitement about the new developments in the story and the increasing pace he needed to keep up with. On the roof of the building opposite, Marin was trying to conceal her presence, unaware that Knox had already detected her. She used binoculars to observe Knox, and after a while she admitted that he was indeed very handsome, just as the rumors suggested. However, she didn't think much of Knox just because of his looks. She considered him merely a child and thought, he looks too sick to be acknowledged by Miss Luna. A moment later, Marin flashed a sinister smile and muttered to herself, "It can't be helped, I'll have to confirm it myself, to see if he can become the new face of Lunatic." The scene shifts to the Elden Academy library where Knox is present, looking for a few books to read. Behind him is a familiar face, Echidna, known for her loyalty to Princess Penelope. Surprisingly, Echidna is acting like a servant, carrying all the books Knox has selected. As Knox flips through one of the books, he grumbles about how Professor Ras left him with his boring task and then disappeared. Frustrated, he slams the book shut, feeling something off about the situation. Earlier, Professor Ras, with a suspicious look, had told Knox that he urgently needed to find the dean and then handed him a tall stack of books, apologizing as he said, "Knox, I'll leave the cleanup of this place to you." Ras quickly left, leaving Knox annoyed and displeased. Back in the present, Knox, his expression dark, curses the professor, calling him a bastard. Echidna intervenes, stopping him, and demands that he shouldn't speak recklessly about a professor. Angry, Knox snaps back, asking, "Do you understand the difficulties of a graduate student?" Taken aback, Echidna struggles to respond. Still frustrated, Knox complains that being the #1 apprentice is more troublesome than he imagined, telling her to just shut up and be quiet. Understanding Knox's mood, Echidna falls silent. After a while, as they continue Ras's assigned tasks in the library, Echidna suddenly interrupts the silence, calling for Knox. Irritated, Knox warns her, "If you're going to say something useless, then I'm going to have to pass." Echidna quickly denies this, admitting that they don't like each other, though her tone softens slightly. Unbothered, Knox coldly tells her to reflect on her own actions. Echidna, feeling guilty, clears her throat, her eyes hesitant, and suddenly apologizes to Knox about what happened with the princess, admitting that she won't ask him to understand. Knox, suspicious of Echidna's sudden change, asks why she's acting this way and questions her intentions. Echidna shifts to the main point, sternly asking Knox about rumors regarding his engagement. She doubts that the princess announced she would marry Knox just to make him miserable. Knox, realizing Echidna is talking about his marriage to the princess, is a little surprised, though still confused about why she's apologizing. Echidna explains it's simple. "I'm not asking you, a member of the Dark family, to support our side. I just want to tell you that the princess is not that kind of person. Her face is full of sadness." Hearing Echidna's sincerity, Knox is surprised, though his usual unserious demeanor remains. He silently acknowledges that Echidna really cherishes the princess. In his mind, he complains that more trouble is probably coming his way, thinking a character that's different from what I've experienced many times in the game. Am I feeling frustrated, excited, or empathetic as a gamer? He quickly dismisses the thought, clenching his fist and resolving to forget about it. He continues the conversation with Echidna, telling her that he understands she had good reasons for her actions, and all he can do now is organize these books, so she should just ignore him. His ambiguous words seem like a subtle acceptance of her apology, which reassures Echidna. She smiles, grateful that Knox no longer holds a grudge over being used, and she thanks him sincerely. Knox, no longer speaking with bitterness, smiles back and says, "Just act like you normally do. Don't say something embarrassing like that." He then resumes his task, but as he places a book on the shelf, it emits a red, blood-like energy. Knox senses it immediately, realizing it's a message from the lunatic organization. Looking at the book's cover, he deciphers the message: Marin, contact complete, mission delivered. Knox hadn't expected them to contact him this way. He tells Echidna that he has something to check, and she agrees not to interfere with whatever he needs to do. Knox leaves the library and heads to a quiet, secluded spot. There he opens the book, revealing ancient characters. The message is clear. A demon sealed on the night of slaughter, Paimon's demonic essence stone, is hidden beneath the Academy. Your task is to steal it, along with the Academy's internal structure information, and trap as many faculty members as possible. This is Knox's mission. Understanding the task, Knox smiles with excitement, realizing it's finally started, inner lunatic. This is the first Knox episode of this hellish game. The scene shifts to the Academy dormitory. Emma, Talia's maid, stands behind her worried. Talia, for some unknown reason, has been wrapped up in layers of clothing. Emma tries to ask if Talia is all right, explaining that Talia has been acting this way for 2 days now, and she's concerned about her health. Talia remains silent, offering no response. Emma watched Talia's figure and silently realized that Talia's current condition was likely due to the recent news about Knox. She wondered to herself, how could Master Knox be involved with the princess? No matter how handsome he is, no one would have expected her to choose someone from the Dark family as her spouse. Moreover, if the patriarch who adores his daughter finds out about it, he'll definitely kill Master Knox. If something goes wrong, it could lead to disharmony between the two families. At this moment, Emma tried to persuade Talia, hoping she would stop her current actions. Suddenly, Talia stood up straight, throwing off the blanket that had been covering her, her face filled with anger. Emma, worried about Talia's unusual behavior, called out to her. Talia got off the bed and approached Emma. With a lifeless expression and a chilling voice, Talia called Emma's name. The eerie way she was called made Emma tremble as she stammered a response. In her mind, Emma thought Talia is so scary. Suddenly, Talia gave a twisted, dark smile and declared, "I've become an adult today." Emma stood frozen, both frightened and confused by Talia's proclamation. Talia knows that it's possible for what's mine to be stolen. She continued, and what father said in the past was right. One must become strong so that no one can take what belongs to them. Talia's eyes had completely changed, taking on the look of a villain, and she laughed unconsciously in a terrifying manner. Meanwhile, Emma was speechless after hearing Talia's confession, unable to understand what was happening or why Talia was saying such things. Talia then lifted her gaze to Emma and asked if she agreed with her decision, but Emma still couldn't utter a word, remaining silent. Talia's expression grew, increasingly terrifying, and the atmosphere in the room became more tense and ominous. Inwardly, Emma prayed for Knox's fate, hoping he could run as far away as possible to avoid being caught by Talia. Switching back to Knox's mission, we learn more details. The task involves Archduke Paimon, the figure responsible for the Night of Slaughter, which killed Knox's mother in the past, and the being who reversed Noah's time, turning her into a child. Knox's first objective is to kill him. Of course, it's impossible for me to kill him with just my own strength, Knox thought. The only fortunate thing here is that I can randomly increase my stats by being in the Ark River. As soon as Knox touched the water in the Ark River, a notification appeared, informing him that he had discovered a hidden piece and entered the Ark River. After absorbing the river's water for a while, another notification revealed that his stats had increased by 2 points, both of which were added to his mana. However, that wasn't all. Knox began reading some ancient language, and shortly after the system announced that a hidden piece had been activated, and Knox had obtained the dragon's tongue, the language of a lost ancient magic. Inwardly, Knox mused, if I weren't involved in marriage talks with the princess, this would have been a good harvest. Suddenly, a voice spoke behind Knox, with a woman remarking that he had arrived just in time. She thought he might have gotten lost. Behind him stood Marin, a member of Lunatic, who would accompany him on this mission. Knox turned and asked if she was indeed Marin, to which she confirmed, reminding him that her code name was Marin. With a slightly arrogant tone, Marin told Knox, "You're speaking a little too casually. Listen up, I'm your senior and your archer. Got that?" Knox's expression remained unchanged as he countered Marin's attempt to assert dominance. Actually, he thought Marin is one of the more troublesome characters within Lunatic. At 17 years old, Knox's element is water, and he's an official member of Lunatic. Her positive traits include being cheerful, having strong desires, solid trust, rare mana sensitivity, and genius-level archery skills. On the negative side, she's quick to judge others, has an inferiority complex, is young but bossy, and suffers from motion sickness. Her stats are Stamina 12, Mana 12, Luck 6, Will 13, and Charm 20, with skills such as arrow adjustment, auto-targeting, and water shot. There was one thing about her that Knox absolutely hated within the inner workings of Lunatic, that darn young but bossy trait. Sure enough, Marin immediately displayed this trait, bossily telling Knox, "You're my junior from now on, so you must speak to me with respect." Without hesitation, Knox responded with attitude, calling her so bossy. Marin was furious when she heard Knox accuse her of being bossy. She screamed in rage, denying that trait in herself. Pointing at Knox, she cursed this world has just gone to shit. Knox, unfazed, responded indifferently. "It seems you have a habit of being long-winded and talking nonsense." Marin didn't listen to him, jumping down and continuing her arrogance. She flashed a smug smile and demanded that Knox show her respect because she had joined Lunatic several years before he did, and she was also 2 years older than him. Knox, showing no concern, reminded her that he had heard her rambling about that before. He then asked her, "So what exactly do you get from a good-for-nothing like me showing you respect?" Marin was flustered because Knox wasn't intimidated by her and even challenged her. She threatened him, saying that Lunatic had rules, but before she could finish, Knox signaled her to stop. "People are coming. Let's go to the hideout first." Marin was interrupted, feeling both frustrated and unwilling to let things go this way. However, thinking about their mission, she restrained her childish impulses. She pulled out a scroll containing the mission information for Knox and told him that she would let him off this time for the sake of the mission. Afterward, Marin explained how to use the scroll, instructing Knox to tear it apart as the way to transport them to the mission's designated location. Knox held the glowing scroll in his hand and smiled, realizing that it was a low-grade dimensional teleport magic scroll. "It seems things between this world and the game haven't changed too much," he mused. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll, and a magical light enveloped the surrounding area. The remnants of the scroll faded, and Knox and Marin were transported by the magical energy to another place to continue their mission. They pierced through space and were eventually teleported to a dark underground location. As soon as they arrived, Marin's head spun with dizziness. She sighed, expressing, "I just can't get used to this darn dimensional teleport, no matter how many times I use it." Nearby, there was a table and chairs. Marin instructed Knox to sit down as she would explain the mission in more detail, though she had briefly mentioned it before. She emphasized that Knox should listen carefully. Marin then cleared her throat, trying to assert her superiority. Her face turned serious as she asked Knox if he had ever heard of the Night of Slaughter. Knox confirmed that he had. He knew that Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Kelsis, and his father, Theo, had worked together and barely managed to seal Archduke Paimon. The night they gathered to defeat Paimon became known as the Night of Slaughter. Marin confirmed that everything Knox said was true and stated that Paimon is a very dangerous being. He's a monster that not even the strongest people on the continent could easily stop. The problem is that the whereabouts of the demonic essence crystal, which contained Paimon, were lost during the sealing process. As Knox listened to Marin's concerns, he began to understand the purpose of their mission. People search for it, and it was found under the Academy. Lunatic wants us to cause a distraction while they destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Knox for being quick to grasp the situation. Smiling, she added that, despite how casually Knox spoke to her, he might actually be somewhat useful. Knox, irritated by Marin's tone, dismissed her remarks, saying, "Let's ignore the trivial issues." Marin, angered by Knox's disregard, retorted that he was treating her words as trivial issues. With a serious expression, Knox asked Marin whether a date had been set for the operation to steal the crystal. Still visibly annoyed, Marin informed him that the plan would take place during Eldine Academy's nighttime self-study period. She assigned Knox the role of keeping the other students and instructors in one place. Knox, hearing his task, expressed doubts about its feasibility, worrying about what would happen if Paimon revived during the process of destroying the demonic essence crystal. Marin felt insulted by Knox's skepticism, her voice cold as she questioned, "It seems you don't know just how great Luna is. She's the youngest of the 3 Sword Emperors, the savior of this rotten continent." Confidently, Marin asserted that Knox's concerns were unfounded and that nothing could go wrong. After finishing her declaration, she smiled smugly to herself, while Knox, exasperated by her arrogance, thought, "It'd be best if things could go according to what Marin said, but there's no way that will happen." He recalled the unfolding story. This episode is the one where Paimon revives. While he's not at full strength, even a small mistake will completely destroy the Academy and everything nearby. This is the first chapter of the main episode, known as the Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter. Thus, Knox must act as both the protagonist and the villain simultaneously in order to save the other characters. Knox constantly reminds himself to stay cautious and focused on this mission. After a moment of deliberation, Knox speaks up, expressing his desire to hear more details about the plan from Marin. The scene shifts to a gloomy, dusty place, seemingly an underground chamber, covered with tree roots and spider webs. A figure gradually steps into the center of the chamber, where a flash of light suddenly appears. The source of the light is a magical orb, reflecting a blurry image of a mysterious individual. It is none other than Rick, Eleanor's servant. He appears before the magical orb with ill intent. Speaking to someone on the other side of the orb, Rick says, "All preparations are already complete. Archduke, all that's left is for you to raise everything on Earth to the ground like you did in the past." At that moment, the magical orb suddenly emits a dense, dark aura, forming the shape of a demonic face. A sinister voice emanates from it, praising Rick. "That sounds good. While it'd be tough to achieve a complete revival because of those cursed rats, this much should be enough." The demon remembers that the person before him is Rick, and Rick shows respect and joy at being remembered by the demon. From the orb, the terrifying eye of the demon appears, and he promises Rick, if this succeeds, Rick will be able to become a true demon instead of just remaining as a demonic human. The demon hopes Rick won't disappoint him. Hearing that he will become a true demon, Rick's face turns dark and terrifying, and he smiles with delight at the upcoming deeds he will commit. The scene shifts back to Knox, who is now in a lecture hall surrounded by female students. Knox feels confused, unsure how to handle the situation in front of him. Eleanor stands behind him, looking at him with disdain. It's unclear what they were discussing, but Princess Penelope and Talia are now facing each other, the atmosphere becoming suffocating as the 2 rivals confront one another. The princess's face remains calm and unaffected, but opposite her, Talia's face has darkened, losing its usual innocent and cheerful expression. Penelope speaks first, apologizing to Talia for taking her fiancé and hoping that Talia would understand. However, Penelope's attitude shows no real remorse. She smiles confidently, saying, "Humans can't just control their emotions as they wish." Her words make the situation even worse. Knox, standing nearby, begins to sweat and reminds the princess to be careful. He then turns to Talia, calling her name when he notices she hasn't said a word. Suddenly, she stops being silent and starts laughing maniacally, as if the beast within her has finally awakened. Seeing her savage expression and wild laughter, Knox is horrified. His whole body trembles as he curses under his breath. Holy shit! Knox realizes he forgot to consider how Talia would react. Now, Talia's face is no longer gloomy but fearsome, with her red eyes radiating murderous intent as she stares directly at the woman trying to steal her husband. Caught between the two women, Knox feels powerless, unsure of what to do. He sighs, complaining to himself, "How did things get like this?" The chatter of other students shatters the tense atmosphere. One of them gossips, asking the others if they've heard about the latest news, and they all gather around a bulletin board. One student mentions the news about the top 7 students with the best scores. Another chimes in, saying they've also heard about the nighttime self-study period and how extra points are given later on. Another student complains, "I could have made it if I did a little better." Someone else disagrees, stating, "Definitely not," and insists he didn't even make it to the middle of the pack. Others agree, knowing the nobles took up all the top spots from the beginning. A student wearing glasses asserts, "Commoners like us can't become one of the top 7 students, even with good grades." The others nod, complaining that nobles only care about their own family members, even though they always preach fairness. They begin questioning, what's the difference between this place and the outside world? They all know what the higher-ups are thinking. A nearby girl quietly asks a boy next to her about the identity of the person who chose the 7 students and what criteria were used. The boy doesn't know, but guesses that grades were a major factor. The boy next to him laments, crying out, "Grades are the only things that matter, no matter where you are." That person was probably the most unexpected one. The person they're referring to is none other than Knox. As soon as Knox arrives, all eyes in the room turn toward him. Outside of dealing with women, Knox always exudes a cold, intimidating aura. The entire area falls silent at Knox's appearance, the good-for-nothing of the Reincarnation household. As usual, people somehow end up talking about Knox. While Knox doesn't want to attract any unnecessary attention, it can't be helped right now. The thing you must pay attention to at this moment is the newbie killer. When it comes to clearing the Paimon episode, the most important thing is your grades. It sounds ridiculous, but unless his scores are exceptional, Knox won't be able to attend the nighttime self-study event. If that happens, then Knox won't be able to keep the other characters stuck in one place. The other students continued their chatter, and one of them angrily complained that Knox was an annoying bastard. Other men were also jealous of Knox, questioning if he was only relying on his good looks and having a powerful family behind him. They didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The student, hearing his friends agree with this, became enraged and shouted at them, "He's the enemy of all men. Don't take his side." Other nearby students approached, saying that the guy was an idiot and asked if he hadn't heard about the recent rumors surrounding Knox. The student stepped closer and warned him that Knox had become the princess's spouse, and he might die if he gets on his nerves. The student, upon hearing this, was frightened and panicked. The others were also worried, thinking that Knox might have overheard their gossip about him. However, their fears had already become a reality, as Knox was standing behind them, hearing everything they had said about him. He was furious, thinking those guys were scumbags. Yet, Knox decided not to care about the gossip and sighed about the terrible events that were about to unfold. He thought to himself that he couldn't let his relationship with Lunatic be broken. Whatever the case, they were the rope Knox would use to escape the Reincarnation household. What was certain was that Knox had to stop Paimon from reviving on the last day of the 7 days of nighttime self-study. After a while, Knox stood in front of the notice board, his face showing confusion because he had forgotten to check who was ranked under him. The funny thing was Knox was on the list, and not only that, he was at the top. The second place was Leon von Marbus, followed by Penelope von Arkheim, Talia von Stillreiner, Echidna von Janos, Eleanor de Rivellin, and finally Iana von Sater. Knox wasn't just caught up in this situation, but now he was also facing 2 women who were staring each other down in a tense standoff. Knox wondered if this situation was the kind that happens in dramas. The confrontation between the ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend? Damn it, this is the worst situation, and what's worse is that I didn't even do anything wrong. Talia, facing the arrogant princess, glared at her with fiery eyes and spoke, saying she understood what the princess was saying, but that she wouldn't give up. She declared, "It might be rude of me to say this, but Knox is a really good person, so she can understand why Penelope likes him." Penelope remained unfazed, smiling brightly and thanking Talia for understanding. But at that moment, Talia's smile stopped. Her voice turned cold and threatening as she made it clear to the princess that she hoped Penelope didn't think she would back down that easily. Talia's firm stance made the princess stop smiling, and Echidna, standing behind, could sense the situation was becoming increasingly awkward. Talia continued, asserting that winning holds special meaning in the Stillreiner household, and that applies to people as well. Despite Talia's determination, the princess remained unshaken, offering a sweet smile and wishing Talia good luck. After that, the princess walked away, and as she passed Knox, she leaned in close and told him, "I heard it was an engagement decided between our households, but I guess someone was more serious about it than I expected. That's not how I hoped this would go, though." Then Penelope and Echidna left, leaving Knox to face Talia. At that moment, something caught Knox's attention. He looked outside and saw a red mana swirling like smoke, and within that smoke was a message that only Knox seemed to recognize. The short message read, "Hide out. Plan to explain more details of the operation. Gather quickly." After receiving the message, Knox immediately left and soon arrived at a secret underground hideout of the lunatic organization. Marin appeared above, calling him a newbie, and stared at him with a look that suggested she didn't have good intentions. She jumped down and began questioning Knox. "What have you done for there to be news of you becoming the princess's spouse? Are you out of your mind?" Knox avoided Marin's gaze, replying, "You heard, huh? To be honest, I don't know what's happening either. It seems the princess is trying to use me as a card to keep the prince in check." Knox's explanation didn't satisfy Marin, who, enraged, asked him if he thought she had called him here to hear something so obvious. Knox, unwilling to continue arguing, tried to change the subject and asked her to talk about the mission. But Marin wouldn't let it go. She yelled at him, demanding that Knox explain everything that was going on. She declared that she was also someone who looked after Captain Luna. Pointing at him, she accused, "I can't accept someone like you when you don't even know who you are." Knox calmly explained, asserting that this was something already decided by the higher-ups. However, Marin refused to accept that. She arrogantly claimed, "It's up to me to decide how I judge my junior." Immediately afterward, she drew the bow from her back and declared, "I need to know whether Knox deserves to join the lunatic or if he will betray us." Faced with Marin's challenge, Knox let out an irritated sigh. Although he didn't want to fight, he was forced to prove himself in front of this troublesome woman. He decided to take up a sword. A dark purple mana soon enveloped the blade and his body. His gaze changed completely, and Knox hoped Marin wouldn't regret this. Unfazed, Marin flashed a gleeful smile as she pulled out an arrow, preparing to attack Knox. As she raised her bow towards him, mana radiated from it, her face brimming with excitement. She also hoped Knox wouldn't regret his decision to face her. As soon as the arrow was released, it shot straight toward Knox. He quickly blocked it with his sword. But the battle wasn't over yet. In an instant, Marin appeared at his right side with incredible speed, her bow drawn and aimed at his flank. Her movement was so fast that Knox had to reassess this woman. Marin, with a smug smile, declared, "She'll go easy on Knox, so make sure Knox don't die." Facing Marin's arrogance, Knox smirked with confidence as she fired an arrow imbued with water elemental power toward him. The arrow shot forward like a rushing torrent. Knox, confronted by its gale-like speed, kept his composure, dodging swiftly and silently noting that Marin's pride wasn't baseless. It had reason. She is a descendant of one of the lost races of legend, the Marine race. She's inherited their blood, and the power of her water shot is unfathomable. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, wouldn't be able to completely stop that attack. Faced with Marin's inherent strength, Knox's acting genius trait was activated intensely. At the same time, he moved, dodging her successive attacks. Inside, he felt a tinge of regret, thinking he might have provoked her too much, leading to this precarious situation. However, he can't gain her trust with his current abilities, and there's a large chance that this episode will end in catastrophe. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Knox still motivated himself, affirming that he must achieve a clear victory. His gaze became more serious than ever, locking onto the opponent before him. Knox swung his sword downward, his entire body beginning to emit a dark mana intent on proving his own strength. Marin observed him. Her actions paused as she assessed that Knox might have received the captain's acknowledgement, but he is still the lowest ranked. Growing angrier, Marin questioned him, challenging his attitude toward her, a senior figure, and demanded that he explain his relationship with Princess Penelope. Her face darkened with anger as she demanded further that Knox clarify the events surrounding him. After a barrage of questions, Marin fell silent, launching a fresh assault against Knox with a fiercer force than before, her water-based power filling the entire chamber. She continued to press Knox, suspicious and unconvinced that everything related to him was mere coincidence. Despite her anger and accusations, Knox maintained a calm demeanor, saying that she just doesn't want to believe what he says. If that's the case, then there's no need for him to explain. Knox's indifference fueled Marin's rage. She clenched her teeth, drawing her bow at him, determined to see how long he could maintain that lofty attitude. As each arrow was released, Knox found himself engulfed by a raging flood, a massive wave crashing down upon him. Encased within a globe of water, Knox's eyes remained steady. He then looked directly at Marin, asking her, "Do you think a little trick like this will work on me?" With those words, he swung his sword at the water globe, slashing it apart until it shattered into fragments. Immediately, the scattered droplets evaporated, blanketing the area around him in a dense mist. Undeterred, Marin swiftly moved behind Knox, leaping forward with a gleeful smile, admitting she didn't expect that attack to affect him, but simply wanted a soft opening for the battle. Finishing her sentence, she released an arrow with overwhelming force, aiming straight at him from behind. Realizing the arrow was coming, Knox quickly activated the skill hour of the genius. In that instant, everything around him seemed to halt. A notification followed, stating, "Your sense of time has slowed down." The skill affected the arrow's speed drastically, allowing Knox to dodge it effortlessly. However, he doesn't really want to reveal what he is capable of yet, but it can't be helped. As Hour of the Genius expired, time resumed its normal flow, and Marin's arrow missed Knox, flying past him. Marin was left in shock, unable to believe it. There's less than a 10-meter distance between us, and he was able to dodge that? While Marin was still reeling, Knox, with a fearsome expression, showed no hesitation, channeling dark energy into his sword as he prepared for his counterattack. The next second, Knox's eyes flashed as he swung his sword downwards. A wave of dark mana surged forward from the blade, shattering Marin's water barrier before advancing and enveloping her body. Her entire figure was now submerged in the water she had summoned, intertwined with Knox's dark power. The two opposing forces collided, creating a massive vortex that engulfed Marin. It seemed as though Knox had successfully overpowered her. Beads of sweat formed on his face, revealing the strain his attack had taken on him. But within the mist, Marin's faint silhouette emerged, her voice ringing out in disbelief as she questioned the terrifying strength Knox displayed, asserting, "That's not the kind of strength that a 15-year-old can possess." Marin's face grew increasingly serious as she interrogated Knox about his reasons for joining Lunatic and his true intentions. Knox merely stared back at her warily, giving no answer. Faced with his silence, Marin smirked, her eyes glinting a vibrant blue as she declared that it didn't matter. She would find the answer herself. In the next instant, Marin raised her bow and released a volley of arrows, while columns of water formed around Knox, trapping him like a caged bird. Unfazed, Knox quickly summoned a magic sphere, launching a stream of purple mana that pierced through Marin's water arrows, leaving her stunned at his effortless counter. Unwilling to admit defeat, Marin continued to fire powerful water arrows at Knox, who skillfully dodged and retaliated with dark mana bolts that shattered every one of her attacks. Witnessing Knox's skill, Marin began to feel outmatched. She gasped for breath, acknowledging internally that Knox was a dangerous individual. Even if he's not trying to make use of Lunatic, she thought, he's talented enough to be a threat to Captain Luna if he decides to betray us. As she realized that none of her arrows had hit him and that he had refrained from counterattacking directly, Marin understood that Knox was holding back. Furious, she accused him of arrogance. She found herself questioning, why though? Is he holding back because he wants to make use of us? Or is it because she is also a member of Lunatic? Finally, Knox spoke, pointing his sword toward Marin and lamenting that she was wasting time on idle thoughts. Even defending myself against you is becoming tiresome, he remarked. Enraged by his criticism, Marin realized he was mocking her, making a fool of his superior. She pondered in silence, acknowledging that she couldn't win against him and wondering if it was a difference in their abilities. Clenching her fists in frustration, she reaffirmed to herself that she would never lose as long as she didn't give up. Yet her thoughts began to spiral, casting Knox as a significant threat. Every member of Lunatic might end up being taken down if Knox is allowed to survive. Resolute, Marin called out in a low voice. Knox von Rienhofer, I can't acknowledge you as one of Lunatic's members. You're exceptional, but I can't discern the intentions behind your actions. So, I will follow the regulations of Lunatic and dispose of you as a dangerous individual. With that declaration, Marin unleashed a new technique, different from any other arrow she had fired. It held an immense power that caused the entire area around her to tremble. Seeing this formidable attack, Knox hesitated slightly. He realized it was the secret technique of the marine race, water shot. He knew that if he were hit by it in his current state, it would be fatal, and he wasn't confident he could dodge it. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Without hesitation, Marin launched the arrow. The immense power radiated a brilliant light, barreling straight toward Knox. He had no time to respond when, suddenly, another sword appeared, striking the arrow and knocking it off course. Confused, Marin tried to comprehend what had happened. Suddenly, a voice echoed, chastising her. Marin, what do you think you're doing? The voice belonged to Luna, who stood above on the balcony, questioning Marin loudly and reminding her that she had instructed her to execute the mission with her junior. Luna's furious gaze bore into Marin as she demanded to know if killing Knox was part of her orders. Both Knox and Marin turned their eyes toward Luna. Marin's face paled in fear, and she addressed her as captain. Knox, with courtesy, greeted Captain Luna as well. But Luna did not spare Knox either. She demanded that both of them explain clearly what had transpired, warning that failure to do so would result in punishment. Her gaze held no hint of leniency. When neither of them responded, Luna's tone grew harsher as she repeated her question, demanding an explanation from Marin. Luna then jumped down, approaching Marin directly. With a stern voice, she reminded her that her mission was to work with the newbie to draw the attention of the Academy's staff and students. Luna's eyes stared intently at Marin, confirming to her that she never told Marin to do anything like this. Facing Luna's anger, Marin trembled, her eyes not daring to look directly at Luna. Marin immediately apologized for her actions and explained that she only wanted to confirm if Knox was loyal to the organization. Hearing this, Luna voiced her disapproval of Marin's independent actions, stating that it was her role as the captain to handle matters like these, not Marin's. Luna then picked up a dagger with intricate carvings, raising it in front of Marin and scolding her, demanding she take a closer look. The blade was chipped even though the trajectory of the attack was off. With that much power, Marin must have been trying to kill Knox. Luna asked Marin once more if that was indeed her intent. Marin, with a remorseful expression, lowered her head in silence. Luna then glanced over at Knox, acknowledging that she understood Marin's reasoning, and she also agreed that Knox hasn't shown them much yet. However, her gaze quickly turned angry again as she looked back at Marin. Luna asserted that Marin had crossed the line here. There is only one situation where a member would be allowed to kill another. She was sure Marin remembered that clearly. Marin then responded, confirming that the exception was if someone betrayed the organization. Luna gradually calmed, reminding Marin for the last time, don't make this mistake ever again, and that this was her final warning. Luna then turned back to Knox, calling him the newcomer and reminding him that he also needed to remember this rule. Knox didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed that he would remember it well. Marin's gaze still avoided the two of them. Although she was often stubborn, she was a girl who knew how to follow orders. Luna then ended the matter between them and invited Knox to take a walk with her. Though Knox felt somewhat puzzled, he quickly agreed. Outside, the bright moonlight shone down as they strolled along the street. Luna took the opportunity to reassure Knox, hoping he understood that she had to warn both of them there to uphold discipline and order. Hearing this, Knox felt more at ease and smiled gently, remarking that he was a good-for-nothing who had done far too many bad things to be hurt by something like a warning. Luna, puzzled by Knox's self-deprecating words, showed a confused expression, prompting Knox to clarify briefly that he was fine. Besides, Knox mentioned that Marin probably didn't feel like he was trustworthy. Luna, familiar with Marin's true nature, tried to explain to Knox, saying she's not usually like this. It's hard for Luna to tell Knox the details, but there's a reason for her behavior, so she hoped he would be understanding. Luna then gave a sly smile and reminded Knox that he still owed her a life. That arrow from Marin, if Knox had been hit by it, he would have surely died. Knox fully understood the arrow's immense power, but he didn't want to admit it and instead smiled, suggesting that Luna was exaggerating. Luna, surprised, questioned why Knox didn't seem more shocked by its power. Knox calmly explained that his way of life had led him to near-death experiences so many times that it felt normal to him. Luna, entertained by his words, gave a light laugh, calling his life dull and suggesting that it might be why Marin disliked him. Suddenly, Luna's expression grew serious, as though she had something on her mind. She revisited the earlier incident, saying that it was all because of that one arrow, making Knox puzzled by the underlying reason. Luna elaborated, stating that the reason Marin was able to join Lunatic was due to just one arrow. The destructiveness of that arrow, which she takes a long time to prepare, is on a completely different level. It's so powerful that even Luna couldn't block it completely head-on. Hearing Luna's confirmation, Knox felt more assured in his suspicions and understood why his sword was destroyed. However, as he pieced things together, Knox found it even stranger. If Marin possessed such strength, why did she not appear in the Knox episode? Luna then revealed a bit more to Knox, explaining that Marin is the final descendant of the marine race, able to control both water and bows to their utmost limits. That's how she could wield such a powerful arrow. At this point, Luna hesitated and fell silent, her unusual demeanor catching Knox's attention and making him slightly suspicious. Having knowledge of the subject, Knox commented that the marine race, they were a special race among those that had disappeared. They appeared in the inner lunatic backstories, but they've never appeared in the Knox episode. Knox quickly dismissed the story, stroking his chin with a confident smile and declaring to Luna that the next time he fights her, he won't give her any time to use her arrow. Hearing Knox's scheme, Luna couldn't help but laugh and called him a little rascal. She then pointed at his forehead, urging him not to even think about engaging Marin in battle again. She knew how dangerous Marin could be if she went on a rampage. She had already told Knox just now, but he really could have died. Knox, startled by her touch on his forehead, took a step back, then adjusted his hair and gave a slight smile in acknowledgement of Luna's reminder. The moment after, Knox quickly changed the subject, commenting on the vastness of the surrounding area. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Luna sighed in exasperation, but in Knox's mind, he was smirking, already planning to exploit Marin, knowing she had a deadly attack he could leverage in the future. Afterward, the two continued strolling, and suddenly Luna called out to Knox, noting that he was quite powerful. Knox couldn't understand why Luna was bringing this up. Luna seriously pointed out that Knox was able to subdue Marin once before Marin went on a rampage. Furthermore, he was cold and rational enough to eliminate his enemy without hesitation. Hearing this, Knox smirked teasingly and asked why Luna was flattering him. At this point, Luna's expression changed completely. She asked Knox for a favor and directly stated that he could kill Marin if he thought she would go berserk during a mission. Luna asserted that only Knox could do this job. Feeling her trust in him, Knox's face gradually turned serious as everything ominous in the shadows began to emerge. The scene then shifted to the lecture hall. The lecturer, a man with a long mustache, was instructing the students, explaining that they can only become a great knight or mage by unleashing their upper energy core, central energy core, and lower energy core. However, he also emphasized in a stern tone that while it's important to be talented, in the end, only those who work hard will succeed at unleashing them. The atmosphere in the class was quiet as everyone listened attentively, though there were two students with unresolved issues between them. Since the class began, Talia's gaze hadn't left Knox. She stared intensely at him from behind, making him feel uneasy and distracted. Knox found himself in a difficult position, unsure of what he had done wrong, only hoping Talia would give him a chance to explain everything that had happened between him and the princess. At this time, Princess Penelope, seated beside Knox, always wore a gentle smile. Noticing Knox's uncomfortable expression, she turned to ask him kindly how he was doing. Deep in thought, Knox was startled by her voice and complained that she shouldn't scare him like that. Inwardly, he was shouting at himself, thinking he shouldn't be sitting next to the princess. Yet, Knox had no choice, as before class. Princess Penelope had privately informed him that they were engaged, stating, "If they don't sit together, then others will get suspicious of us." Feeling helpless, Knox resigned himself to her wishes, reminding himself that he needed to keep personal and professional matters separate. She is the princess of a country. Penelope, seeing Knox's absent-minded demeanor, chuckled with satisfaction, evaluating that the current situation was quite favorable. At least Prince Louis won't be able to kill Knox easily now that I've chosen him as her spouse. Back in the lecture hall, Knox, feeling deeply unsettled, didn't know what to do other than sigh at his current predicament. Meanwhile, Talia's jealous gaze continued to bore into him and Penelope. Princess Penelope also noticed Talia's stare, and as their eyes met, Talia quickly looked away, hiding her feelings. Just then another girl moved down toward Knox from above. This new presence caught Knox's attention, and he turned to ask her name. Before him stood a beautiful girl with long purple hair and a gentle expression. She shyly introduced herself as Iana von Sater. Hearing the name, Knox immediately recognized her, knowing that Iana von Sater is the next head of the succubus Sater household. They were renowned for their ability to drain a man's essence using the skill, charm, and for amplifying their own strength or that of others. Fully aware of who she was, Knox replied coldly and indifferently turned away, his dismissive attitude surprising and flustering Iana. In front of Knox was Leon, who showed little interest in his surroundings, sighing out of boredom with the lecture. He was weary, even during self-study, and the thought of more classes in the evening after the afternoon sessions made him even more exhausted. Echidna, seated beside him, overheard Leon's complaint and informed him that they'd have 3 more classes that day, asking if he was all right. Knox, seated nearby, joined their casual conversation, his face serious as he declared that the remaining classes would not be happening today. Surprised, Leon turned to Knox to ask why he would say such a thing. Suddenly, the entire lecture hall began to shake violently. All the students were bewildered and terrified, not knowing what was happening. The lights overhead shattered, debris falling and causing panic among everyone. No one in the hall understood what was going on. Even Eleanor, a girl known for her composure, felt fear in the face of the current situation. The only person still calm was Knox, who understood everything that was about to unfold. He revealed to us that this event was the Knox episode, the subjugation of Paimon, and it had officially begun. And at this moment, a bizarre phenomenon began unfolding above the lecture hall as the entire ceiling was enveloped in a sinister, dark manna. The source of this disturbance was none other than Rick, a member of the demon race. He was performing some strange ritual to awaken a true demon. With a twisted smile, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the bloodthirsty arrival of a demon about to awaken. Rewinding to the time before the event known as the subjugation of Paimon, Knox and Marin were discussing their mission together. Knox confirmed once more that they were given the mission to draw attention, so that lunatic could destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Knox for quickly understanding the plan and smiled, telling him that once the barriers dividing the areas were activated, the place would turn into a labyrinth for the students to escape. Marin emphasized her wish that Knox buy as much time as possible. Returning to the present, the event, the subjugation of Paimon, had begun as planned, and the overwhelming pressure from the demonic power spread throughout the academy. In the lecture hall, windows and surrounding equipment shattered. The students, now in a state of panic, couldn't comprehend the situation. All the young women in the hall, typically graceful, were gripped by terror. Assessing the situation, Knox acknowledged that Marin was handling her role well. He reminded himself that he needed to buy as much time as possible because his goal was clear. At that moment, Leon also warned that staying any longer would be dangerous. He noted that he had discovered 2 spells in effect. There are 2 spells active right now. The first is a dimensional barrier that cuts us off from the outside and keeps us trapped here. The second is a layer transformation spell that randomly alters the floors of this building in order to escape from here. Hearing Leon's detailed explanation, Knox frowned, realizing Leon had picked up on everything quickly. Playing along, Knox feigned ignorance and confirmed with Leon that they needed to handle the layer transformation spell first. Princess Penelope agreed that this was the right course, adding that it was impossible to destroy the barrier in their current state. Iana, standing nearby with a timid demeanor, nodded hesitantly in agreement, observing, "This seems to be the type of layer transforming magic that's most commonly used on buildings." Seeing Iana's presence, Knox was slightly surprised since, according to the storyline, Iana wasn't supposed to interfere with this particular incident involving Knox. He questioned himself, why is she constantly trying to interfere? With a sigh, he considered that the storyline might have changed. Taking on a leader's stance, Knox acknowledged Leon's statement, saying, "They need to destroy the magic." The group was shocked at his direct approach, but Knox reaffirmed his intent, adding that this was what he wanted, because the spells have an obvious goal. He looked toward Talia, gently explaining that it wasn't surprising she hadn't figured it out, as she hated thinking after all. Continuing, Knox explained that if they either fulfilled that goal or destroyed the spells by force, they would be able to escape. Talia, hearing this, was visibly baffled, only nodding absent-mindedly as smoke practically poured from her head in confusion. Leon joined in, adding, "Basically, there's a high chance that any powerful attacks we throw at this magic will be dispelled." Knox then took charge, guiding the group's actions. He instructed, "We need to first check the condition of this building. Let's split into 2 teams, inspect its condition, and then regroup in exactly 1 hour." While Knox successfully led the students to buy as much time as possible for Marin to fulfill her mission, Marin, somewhere else, was moving swiftly. She silently acknowledged to herself, "Knox von Rienhofer, he's indeed competent. It's no wonder he could defeat me." She was impressed by his calmness, despite the large-scale magic, and his ability to earn the others' trust. Hidden, Marin watched the students' actions from above. With agility and skill, she descended onto the top of a statue and mused, "Is it finally time for the first attempt of the second area's labyrinth?" She named the labyrinth of dreams and delusions. An illusion spell. It used spilled imp blood to steal the minds of travelers and show them the sweetest dreams. Not even the clear-headed students of Eldine would be able to withstand this easily. She thought, since I poured out that much blood, it should buy us at least an hour. She needs the newbie to get through this somehow, though. Suddenly, Marin's eyes widened as she noticed something unexpected. The labyrinth she had created not only sent the weaker students into illusions, but also left Knox unconscious on the ground. This astonished Marin. That's not how it was supposed to go. Her magic should have been at a level that he could resist. Disturbed by this anomaly, she realized it was a major problem and decided she would have to intervene directly. Elsewhere, high above the academy, Luna appeared, her red eyes glowing as she looked down upon the scene. She ordered Duff to begin the plan. Duff obeyed and used magic to transport both of them directly into the academy's main hall. Duff felt a bit uneasy, knowing their threat was none other than Noah von Trinity, a formidable opponent. Luna was fully aware of this, yet continued her dangerous mission undeterred. After moving through several locations within the academy, they finally reached their intended destination. Upon entering the chamber, a magical barrier guarding an important area became apparent. Luna ignored the barrier entirely, charging straight through it and shattering it with ease. Inside, the room was cloaked in a frigid atmosphere, encased in ice and snow. At the center stood a massive magical stone protected by another barrier. Just then, a voice echoed, revealing that this person knew Luna's organization would arrive. Noah herself appeared, expressing her anticipation for this event and claiming she had prepared for their arrival. She referred to her opponent's identity as the captain of Lunatic and also one of the 3 new sword emperors, Luna, the last successor of the lunar swordsmanship. Luna's eyes turned a fiery red, a serious glare revealing her readiness to fight if her adversary refused to step aside. She demanded Noah move, drawing her sword and stating that demonic essence crystal is an item that'll bring chaos to the world, the reason she had to destroy it here. Noah responded with an indifferent smile, saying she already knows what her answer will be. Luna, having expected this, remained silent and began channeling blood-red mana into her sword. In the next moment, she lunged at Noah with an intense attack, her slash powerful enough to shatter anything in its path. However, Noah vanished from that spot, and snowflakes began to fall slowly, filling the room. Recognizing the current danger as Noah activated her ice magic, Luna and Duff stood back to back, alert and cautious. Noah taunted them, noting how much they seemed to enjoy facing powerful opponents. A gust of icy wind surged toward them, followed by an onslaught of massive ice blocks. Luna swiftly swung her sword, shattering the ice into pieces. Using her exceptional ability to blend seamlessly with the frozen surroundings, Noah reappeared behind Luna with a sly grin, commenting, "Paimon is the strongest demon I've faced so far." Luna, frowning at Noah's words, questioned her, "Is that why you're letting him be and allowing him to awaken? So you can fight him again and prove your superiority?" Noah, unfazed by Luna's irritation, responded with a taunting smile, asking if it were true, what Luna would even do about it, calling her a kid. Upon hearing this, Luna's expression hardened, a deadly aura enveloping her as she declared that if Noah's words were true, she would kill her. Amused, Noah laughed at the notion that a child like Luna would even think of killing her, and asked what reason Luna had to do so. Luna offered no elaborate explanation, simply responding, "For myself." Immediately after, Luna charged at Noah, a terrifying red bloodlust surrounding her, though this alone was not enough to overwhelm Noah, an immensely powerful mage. As their fierce battle raged within the demon Paimon's cage, the sealing crystal began emitting an ominous aura. Beside it, Rick was aiding in the crystal's destruction, and now cracks were forming on the demon's seal. The massive demon inside the crystal began to stir, releasing a deadly energy that grew thicker by the moment, signaling the impending disaster looming over the academy. Knox was caught in an illusion. Before him stretched a vast, endless beach, illuminated by a light that made the scene even more breathtaking. He stood there, dazed and unsure of where he was, when suddenly a radiant glow appeared, capturing his attention. Out of this light, an angel emerged, standing majestically on the water's surface with wide wings spread. Knox was entranced, reaching out as if to grasp the angel and get closer to where she stood. In that moment, he began to run, desperate to chase after her, a fierce longing burning inside him. He had to reach her, believing she held something he had lost. But as he reached the middle of the ocean, she vanished into the waves, leaving Knox standing alone in an endless sea. Tears started to fall from Knox's eyes unconsciously. Only later did he realize he was crying, yet he couldn't understand why, as if he had lost something deeply significant to his life. He stood there, watching the beautiful sunset sink slowly into the sea, pulling away whatever he had lost. He continued to cry, gazing at the twilight, while a voice echoed in his mind, calling his name and urging him to wake up. The voice jolted him awake. In front of him stood Talia and Eleanor, the ones who had woken him. Knox realized it had all been a dream, but he also noticed he was crying and didn't know why. Talia, always concerned about him, sat by his side, worried, her eyes moist with fear that he had suffered something terrible. Knox calmed himself, wondering why he'd had such a vision. He couldn't recall it clearly, but remembered seeing a woman, as though she was trying to tell him something. Suddenly, he noticed the two women observing him with concern. He stood and told them he had shown them a pitiful side of himself, and he hoped they would forget what they'd seen. Then he urged the two to keep moving. He didn't allow himself to dwell on these thoughts, refocusing on their current predicament. He knew that although the second labyrinth wasn't too dangerous, he couldn't afford to drag things out. With that, the group ventured deeper into the labyrinth, greeted by a horde of monsters. Each member possessed exceptional abilities from the academy, and Knox led them as their captain. Talia, wielding her fire mana, cloaked her sword and delivered sharp strikes at the monsters blocking their path. Leon, a dark family prodigy, summoned skeletons and commanded them to charge at a stone golem ahead. Although the powerful golem struck down the skeletons one by one, some elite skeletons with weapon skills managed to stab it, knocking it down. Taking advantage of this, the other skeletons attacked the downed monster in a relentless wave. Iana, who looked frail, also showed her strength by supporting Leon. She struck the golem's head, causing it to explode. While the team fought fiercely, Knox entertained his own thoughts. He hadn't forgotten his mission to delay the group's progress. He only attacked superficially, holding back his true power. He even playfully tripped Echidna, apologizing and claiming it was an accident. Echidna was visibly annoyed, but couldn't retaliate given the situation. After some time, they defeated all the monsters in the second labyrinth. Leon was exhausted, panting heavily, and visibly drained. Iana, equally weary, had sweat pouring down her face, evidence of the grueling battle. Princess Penelope worriedly checked on Leon to see if he could continue. And Iana explained that Leon was overexerted because she wasn't strong enough, forcing him to fight on her behalf. Feeling guilty and anxious, Iana glanced at Knox, asking him how he was holding up. Knox acted arrogantly and responded that he was just fine, asking her not to compare him to weaklings. Standing nearby, Eleanor laughed and teased him, saying, "It hasn't even been 3 hours since they saw Knox crying, so there's no need for him to act tough in front of them." Princess Penelope, hearing this, immediately spoke up to defend her fiancé, aiming her words at Eleanor, telling her, "You can't talk like that to my future husband." Eleanor warned pause for a moment, and then gave a pleasant smile, politely asking the princess to forgive her for speaking to Knox. Knox, standing beside them and hearing the exchange between the women as they taunted each other, could only remain silent and feel helpless. Echidna interrupted their conversation, asking what they thought awaited them in the third labyrinth. She was quite worried, since the second labyrinth had already been so challenging. At that moment, Knox returned to his arrogant demeanor and replied that no one knew anything. And in his mind, he thought it's finally his turn to play his part. He knew that the third labyrinth's boss monster was the labyrinth's flower, and that monster was Knox himself. His eyes glinted dangerously, eagerly anticipating welcoming his friends back in the dungeon where the evil demon Paimon was sealed. The demon was slowly awakening after Rick's interference. Rick smiled and greeted him, calling him Lord Paimon. Just then, from the magic communication orb, Prince Louis's image appeared, asking if Rick could hear him. Rick confirmed that their story's course was stable and that he could hear him clearly. He then reported that everything is going well. There's nothing to be concerned about. Louis smiled with excitement and instructed Rick to make sure everything goes smoothly. This is a rare chance for him to become a hero. Hearing this, Rick confirmed his understanding and assured that he'd handle everything. As soon as the transmission ended, Rick smirked and muttered that the prince was a fool. He wanted to defeat the revived Paimon and become a hero from that victory. Rick couldn't believe Lewis thought he could defeat a demon just because they'd be weak right after reviving. Not that Rick cared, as it all worked in his favor. Rick then poured an entire container of blood-red liquid into the crystal imprisoning Paimon, causing cracks to spread across the crystal, signaling the impending awakening of the demon. Moments later, a massive tremor marked the time had come, as the demon's crimson arm emerged, releasing a terrifying sound. Rick kneeled before the towering demon and greeted him. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Paimon. I am a demonic human. My name is Haschultz Denifer. After being imprisoned for so long, Paimon revived, though he complained about being revived in this trash-like body. Yet, the fact that he'd revived at all was an unprecedented miracle." Looking down at Rick, who was kneeling, he asked if his name was indeed Haschultz, and Rick confirmed it. Paimon then expressed he could feel it, the scent of a familiar human beyond that wall. The human outside was one of the three who sealed him. He turned toward Rick, asking if he was correct, and Rick confirmed it. Upon hearing this, Paimon's entire body began to emanate a terrifying surge of deadly mana, all his pent-up rage finally overflowing in fury against his enemy, the one who had sealed him, Noah Von Trinity. Meanwhile, in another location, Knox received a notification stating that the effect of the artifact Moon Shadow had been activated, creating a shadow of the player. The system then prompted Knox to decide on the appearance of his shadow. Standing before an illusion of himself, Knox adjusted the shadow's stats with a hint of amusement, thinking to himself that this is the last labyrinth they need to clear. However, there is no boss monster here. Knox smirked devilishly and rhetorically questioned those watching about the reason behind this, before grinning like a true villain and declaring that he had killed it, since he really wanted the clear rewards of the boss monster. The large body of the monster lay on the ground, resembling a gnome-like creature from a certain unnamed anime. Knox stood next to the monster, calmly assessing the rewards he had gained. He got 0.3 random stats as the boss monster clear reward. Now, let's review his stats and information. His name, Knox von Rienhofer, gender male, age 15, main attribute darkness and achievements none. His traits included swordsmanship and combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, insight, memorization genius, steel mentality, and acting genius. Additionally, there was a mysterious skill void revelation. Along with these strengths, his weaknesses included terminally ill, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet possessed. Knox's stats: stamina 6.5, plus 2, mana 13.2, plus 3, luck 10, willpower 11.3, charm 26.3, and a hidden stat, dexterity 8. His active skills included Hour of the Genius, Supreme Ruler's Aura, Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition, Visible Transformation, and Dragon Tongue. A notable detail was that the remaining life Knox had due to his terminal illness was 147 days. After reading through all the updated information, Knox cheerfully remarked that thanks to this, his mana and stamina were growing smoothly. Increasing his stats is good and all, but his role as a member of Lunatic is to buy time by ensuring the students remain stuck in the labyrinth. That's why the solution he came up with is to use his shadow created by Moon Shadow and change its appearance. Thanks to his new skill, Moon Shadow, Knox created a clone that was both handsome and cold-looking. He then commanded his shadow to go to the boss's location, reasoning that since it's a shadow, it'll be stronger than the boss monster. After being absent for some time, Knox rejoined the group. Eleanor called his name and questioned his disappearance. Knox, in a disinterested tone, told her to mind her own business and stop worrying about him. Immersed in his own plan, Knox grinned villainously, determined to keep them trapped at all costs. When the group of students approached the boss room, the illusion Knox had set up blocked their path and ordered them to stop. With a sharp tone and a murderous expression, the shadow demanded that they not proceed. Talia, standing beside Knox, grew worried and asked the stranger about his identity. Knox, feeling slightly uneasy, thought to himself that while his shadow could think and make its own judgments, it was born with his personality as its base. If it talked too much, there was a chance they might start finding it suspicious. Leon, observing the situation, remarked that there's no way someone with mana that ominous could be human. Hearing Leon's comment, Knox felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that something unusual might be discovered. Echidna agreed with Leon, adding that the stranger's expression seemed pained and irritated. Her words made Knox feel guilty, as if they were indirectly hinting at him. Eleanor, with a peculiar expression, pressed further, asking about the stranger's identity. The shadow introduced itself as Shane, a mage that roams from place to place. He claimed that he had coincidentally been in the area and got caught up in the magic that was activated. Eleanor blushed slightly and stared suspiciously at Shane, remarking that something about him felt odd, and she found him strangely familiar. Sensing the growing instability of the situation, Knox decided that Shane's chatter was both excessive and unnecessary. Acting decisively, he drew his sword and attacked Shane, loudly declaring to the students, "That's just a monster. There's no need to listen to it. Just kill it." Knox's heart was filled with unease, worried that if they continued conversing, he would be exposed. Despite being just a shadow, Shane was quick and agile, skillfully evading Knox's attacks. Even as Knox continued his onslaught, Shane effortlessly dodged every strike. The two paused momentarily, and Knox assessed that Shane was quite strong. Eleanor then joined the fray, chanting a spell before launching a direct magical attack at Shane. However, Shane swiftly dodged the attack successfully. She turned back and mocked Knox, saying, "It seems like you're just swinging your sword slower." Hearing this, Knox grew frustrated but said nothing. At that moment, Leon joined the fight. He summoned his skeletal minions, sending them charging towards Shane. Simultaneously, Talia rushed towards Shane, attacking him. Shane swiftly dodged all of Talia's strikes, and just as Leon's skeletons closed in on him, Shane dashed forward with incredible speed. Gathering magic energy in his hands, he prepared his next attack. With a burst of magic, he obliterated the two skeletons. Undeterred, Talia seized the opportunity and launched a flurry of strikes at Shane. Although Shane evaded every attack, Talia, as a knight, was no less formidable. She delivered a powerful kick to Shane's stomach. The pain from this blow transferred directly to Knox, as it affected his true body. Feeling the impact, Knox grimaced, catching Talia's attention. Concerned, she asked if he was okay, and even Eleanor noticed his expression, voicing her curiosity. Knox, however, forced himself to appear unfazed and assured them that he was fine. Internally, Knox realized two crucial things he had overlooked. The first was that his shadow only retained 50% of his abilities, meaning it only had half of his stats. The second was that when his shadow sustained damage, he felt the pain as well. The situation had become far more complicated. This catches up with the latest installments of this story released so far, so please expect some delay before the next part gets released. If you've enjoyed this video, please consider to leave a like and subscribing to the channel. You can also support me further by becoming a patron or a member of the channel if you've got that extra dough. Check out some of my other similar series while you wait. Until next time.